Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and NBs. It is time. We're live from beautiful and snowy Stockholm, Sweden. You get to see a beautiful view of Gamla Stan in the morning. Who doesn't love to see it? The Tri Krona is high up in the air, and it is time for the Invitational. Again, SI 2022 begins with the group stage, and what a time it is. It's as snowy as it is in Montreal, maybe, give or take. Still gives us vibes to the olden days. Well, welcome back to the stream. I know it's been a while, and here we are again. I'm Elstamatic, your host for the show, and with me here on the command center are my good friends. We'll see Jess and Jack. Good morning. We're very chill today. It's the perfect lo-fi kind of experience that we have on the command center. A first time for us here in Rainbow Six.
You know what? This is a comfy couch, a nice casual vibe, and we damn love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an absolute vibe. That's exactly what it is.
That is what it is.
It's snowy, invitationals going on, and we're nice and relaxed. It's great.
Just snuggle up with a nice hot cup of cocoa and enjoy the Invitational. We got a lot of action coming your way, so don't worry. There's going to be a lot of heat radiating from your monitor over the next couple of weeks here as we go live from Stockholm. First, maybe you're just joining us. Let's explain to you how this whole thing will work. We're here in the command center, which during the group stage especially, we're going to take you through the games that you're going to see on both of our streams, the official ones. Of course, we have partner streams that are co-streaming at the same time. A lot of great people that are participating in making the Invitational the community event that has to be given the circumstances that we are in currently. Hope you're staying safe and having fun at home. Though, the action itself, we got 20 teams for you, just like we did in last year, but a bit of a twist. This time, we have 4 groups of 5 teams each. Best of 3 matches all the way through here, and we'll explain how that goes in just a moment. Though Group A has 5 teams, as we said: M&M, Soniqs, Empire, Sandbox, and NIP. B with Cyclops, FaZe Clan, Liquid Rogue, and Spacestation Gaming. Group C with DarkZero, Elevate, TSM, Fury, and BDS. And finally, in Group D, it's Damwon Kia, Navi, Team 1, OXG, and MIBR. First up, Group A. And there's, much like in every other group, very cool teams to see and potential victors, especially at NIP being the reigning champions defending their spot, Jack.
And that's exactly what they are. The reigning champions, they have a target on their back, Milosh. Everybody wants to beat the defending champions in NIP. They also finished second Sweden Major. They've been there and thereabouts completely throughout. They've had a brilliant 2021. They're trying to do the back-to-back. There's only G2 who have ever done it before them. In their group, the remaining opposition is the Marshmallows and the Molotovs of M&M Gaming. The UK, massive, and I know it's a fan favourite amongst a lot of the viewers at home. The Soniqs out of NA, the #1 team out of NA. Sandbox, pretty much the #1 team coming out of APAC North. And then Team Empire, who have played in an Invitational final. They're always a strong team to round out that group.
Empire have not been in a grand final since the Mexico Major and have not won a final since the Raleigh Major. That's 2.5 years ago. We really got old since then. That was Group A, though. Group B is one that a lot of people are calling the group of death. Josh, but why is that the case?
I mean, look at the teams on your screen, Milosh. We got Cyclops Athlete Gaming, who, unfortunately, due to Team 1 having what we would call a historical moment of the tiebreaker match during their Mexico bout, was knocked out early on. We might have been able to see them a little bit more. However, there is probably a more important logo on your screen right now. It's FaZe Clan. They are the victors of your Sweden Major. Essentially, reigning champions, but at a slightly slower rate than NIP. They're looking to take the real big dog trophy, which will be that sledgehammer at the end. Rogue made it to the playoffs also at that Sweden Major. SSG a little shy, but one of the favorites behind Soniqs through the NA League. And then Team Liquid, who the Brazil finals and every other finals has been sort of the dark horse, underrated part of a very, very strong region.
Yeah, and Liquid, we just haven't seen them in competition that high over the past few months, but they had such a great start to 2021 that getting here is something we're looking forward to. Rogue, of course, making it through for the first time in forever. We saw them how they played and knocked TSM out of the running back in November at the Major, and while TSM are back, they actually qualified through the NAL closed quals. That is Group B. How does Group C look like? For me, this is the fun group, and I talk TSM. Here they are in Group C, Jack?
You call it the fun group, Milosh. I call it the group of opportunity, because genuinely any of these 5 teams could make it out in first place. Everybody is going for it. We've got DarkZero and TSM, the 2 North American teams, have not been too great internationally recently, but they've made it here. They've done well domestically. They've been to majors across the year. Elevate, this is their first time as a roster at an international event, at an international LAN. Furia are always a dangerous up-and-coming team from LATAM, but anybody from LATAM, you've got to treat them with the respect they deserve. Sure. And finally, Team BDS, the #1 seed out of Europe, unbeaten in Stage 3 in the EUL. However, they had pretty poor Sweden in terms of the Sweden major. They're coming back and they're focused completely on this event.
Yeah, BDS have a lot of pressure on their shoulders in this group for sure. But what does Group D look like? Our final one, again, we're talking specifics here. A lot of potential SI champions in this, Jess.
My goodness. I mean, you look straight up to the first team on your screen, that's Damwon Kia, and making it to the playoffs of such a deep run, and we will never forget that historical match that they put on our screens. One of the top 3 in my list ever in Siege history, and they were so close, yet so far coming down to a 1v1. However, Na'Vi, who's had some land jitters over the past year or so, have they shaken that off? You know, big question mark there, and an even bigger question mark now, Oxygen Esports. They are at their full power. They weren't during that Sweden major, so we didn't really get to see what they're made of, and I'd love to see, and as well as Team 1 and MIBR rating from the Latin American region. A cool little tidbit to know for all of the viewers out there. Team 1 are calling this their last dance. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to be taking close attention to what that might mean for them into the future beyond 6 Invitational.
Are they going to retire? Is another big org going to step into LATAM? Who knows? Let's get it started.
Well done, Milosh.
I genuinely don't know. If people don't know it, I do not ask anybody for anything. I don't like my opinions to be tainted. I just put them out there, and if they're wrong, I admit that they're wrong, and that's how I like to go. I'm the host, so I can pretend that I know nothing. And usually that goes quite well because I have good experts on the side here to kind of cover up for the mistakes that you might see. They're all engineered, don't worry about it. But that's what we have in our groups. So like I said, this is the first time we have best of 3s in the groups, which means we're going to have a lot of games. But don't you worry, there's a system that'll make it all clear for you. Now, here's what it looks like. If you are used to watching NAL, APAC, EU, no problem. You're not going to have a problem in understanding how this goes because there we play best of 1s. And if you go to overtime, you get 2 points and win. If you get 1 point, it means that you lost in OT. If you won in regular time, means you get all 3 points. Similar system applied here, but to best of 3. If you win 2-0, great, you get all 3 points. If you win 2-1, you still get 2 points, not too bad. And if you lost 2-1, you still get a point out of it, which is still pretty great. But if you lose 2-0, then you get nothing. Keep in mind that you have to see this as a best of 3 whole, an entire series.
Yeah.
If you go to overtime on a map that you end up losing, doesn't mean that you get half a point or a quarter or a third point. That's not how it works. Those are decimals. They're not real numbers, real numerals. They don't apply.
Too much maths for me, Milosh. Too much.
Too much for me.
It's too early in the morning for that kind of math.
Absolutely is.
It always is too early for math, not gonna lie. No, that said, my friends, that's how it looks like. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them in chat. Make sure to ask us on social media. We're here to give you all the information. I know it might be complicated, but don't worry. You're all very intelligent. We're all gonna go through it very nicely through our week. But our schedule, it's a very simple one as we are pretty much used to. We got 4 best of 3s twice because we have a stream A and a stream B. If you're watching here, well, this is either or because this is being brought out on both streams.
Command Center, Milosh.
This is the Command Center, comrades. This is how we do it. Switch.tv/Rainbow6 is the stream A, and stream B is Twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo. Very simple to get in your head. Ninjas of Pajamas is up first on stream A versus Sandbox Gaming. Team 1 versus Damwon Kia. BDS versus Fury, and finally Liquid versus Rogue. Now, one thing to keep in mind is going to make it very easy for you. Again, if it's a question that'll come up later, I'll ask people in chat to answer it. But if you see that a game is starting at 10 a.m. local time here, CET in Stockholm, it means it will start at that time. Same goes for the rest. This is a schedule that is set in stone, and it means that you can prepare your day very easily with us here at the Invitational. So you can just go to the gym, do whatever you want, and then, you know, go see your family, say hello to your parents. They really miss you and they love you very much.
Aw.
And then you come back and you watch your favorite team playing. Though, if you ask me, you probably should be watching everybody. That's just me, though. On the other side, though, it's twitch.tv/Rainbow Six Bravo. That is the B stream. Here's what the schedule looks like on there. Soniqs versus Team Empire, OXG versus Natus Vincere, Elevate versus DarkZero, and finally FaZe versus Spacestation Gaming. These are 4 best of 3s. Keep that in mind. Make sure you're watching this live on the respective streams. And if one game is done, so stream game is done earlier, then don't you worry. We're going to break that down after, and then you can see the B stream live directly on your A stream. So it makes it easier for you. You can just stay on whatever stream you're on, and you're going to end up catching some action from both. Anyways, otherwise, do the chameleon, split your eyes between the 2 monitors, and put a 3rd one on the subreddit, because there will be a lot of updates to go through, a lot of content as well with these teams and these players. Very much looking forward to seeing all of it. Though, friends, your thoughts? I mean, this is your first invitational here, Jack. How you feel?
It's actually my second invitational, because I competed with G2, but it's my first invitational. Well,
did G2 compete?
I don't know. We lost to Fnatic, and it was NIP back in the day, and we got knocked out.
We both lost to APAC, because I lost to Norarenga when I was at Invitational. Wow, we have PTSD together.
Well, yeah.
Waka.
Yeah,
gives her the shake.
If you say Waka, Jess just faints.
I do have quite a lot of PTSD.
Don't be saying
about
Waka
that.
too much in chat, because Jess will see it.
Don't you do it. But a really important note is that this is your first invitational as a talent. It's been an absolute pleasure to have Fresh by my side, and he's been the dream duo, and we're now, you know, on the mesh, the Milosh, Fresh, Jess desk or couch, so enjoy.
Couch now, yeah.
It's cozy. We're relaxed as a group stage. We're giving you a vibe. Get your hot cocoa out. But more importantly than all of this, of course, is our predictions. Here's what they look like. Just to tell you, we're not going to go in depth with them right now. It's mostly tomorrow and as we go on with the group stage when we have some actual scores on there. But you can screenshot it and just, hey, keep it for yourself until the end of the tournament or until the start of the playoffs, and you can say, see, I told you so. These analysts, they don't know anything. Well, actually, they're going to be quite right in most things. Don't worry about it.
Except for Fresh, who make sure you screenshot that, because that Na'Vi pick, I might take a sweet, sweet guess that you're wrong there, my friend.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll hold everybody accountable. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Here's what the casters thought, by the way, just so you know. Here they are, all put on there. By the way, again, congratulations to the talent that have made it for their first time ever here at an invitational. Got a few of them, but also to the new players and teams that make it for the first time ever to the invitational. There's some that have seen tournaments in the past, maybe minor tournaments, majors, pro league finals, but hey, this is invitational. This is the place where you make your name, you etch it in stone with yourself, and it's not just about you, it's about the whole team in here and about the whole tournament. That's the vibe we're going for. So that said, your final thoughts before we close out our pre-show, Joe.
Invitational for teams is just the absolute ultimate. It's what you work your whole year towards. And there are teams that have been grinding right from the start of 2021 to make it here and compete. There will be everything left on the server today, and I'm sure across groups through playoffs. And I can't wait to get stuck into it.
Which is probably an important point to bounce off of, to say if your team stumbles in the first best of 3, don't worry, nerves are very high for every single player. No matter how many invitationals they've been to, there is so much riding on this. This is $1 million competition, baby, and everyone wants that big hammer to walk away with and that top dog spot. So if they trip and they stumble, do forgive them. It is a big one here.
We've had some big returns from lower brackets in the past. There's a lot of things to look forward to. It's going to be a long 2 weeks, but don't you worry. Here, we're family, and we'll all bring you together to our beautiful space in Stockholm, Sweden. That said, that's our pre-show. Thank you guys very much for breaking things down, and I hope you understood how the system will go. We'll explain through things myself and Jackie as next few days going to go through, and if you have any questions, make sure to ask us online. That said, let's get the show on the road. It's time for our first games. Let's get the invitational on the road. back, my friends. It is time to start off with our matches. We got 2 games starting off at the same time here between Stream A and Stream B. And we're going to talk about both. Welcome back to the Command Center. This is what this is. We're going to feed you on all the information that you need for all the games and debrief them when they are done. I'm Milosh again. With me are Jack and Jess, and we are gonna talk about game 1. First up, let's put that schedule back on the screen just to remind everybody of what they have to watch out for today for Stream A specifically. It's fairly simple, like we said, best of 3s, 4 of them per stream today. It's gonna be a lot of fun, a lot of games to go through. I'm very excited. NIP and Sandbox is the first one that we'll be looking for. And how about we start off with our teams, talk about them, see what they have to do, because I don't know if you've ever heard this, but I'm being told, I don't know about this, apparently NIP have won the Invitational last year. I'm getting this. So
sounds fake.
I don't know. We're just
fake news.
Yeah,
I'm asking the real journalists in here what they have to go over here, Jack.
They won the Invitational 2021. It's as simple as that. The first time the Invitational was out of North America, it came over to Europe, it was in Paris. NIP, they just turned up that whole event and they were sensational. They were untouchable. It was Muzi and Pino just fragging their minds off. And they're a dangerous team. You know, it wasn't a one and done thing. Sweden, they got second. They were very close to winning the whole thing. Copa Elite, they've been in the top echelon of Copa Elite right throughout the year. They've had some rough domestic stuff in terms of Brazil, but obviously the cumulative system, they've managed to stay at every single event and they've done very well. They've got the biggest task out of any team in this tournament by far, because they've got to defend their championship. I said it earlier, only G2 have ever done that. Nobody else has ever done that. And even the LATAM region, we talk about the LATAM region and their reign of terror as a region. Every other major this year has been won by a LATAM team.
I know.
That will want to win the Invitational, and they've just got to defend it at all costs.
I know there's been a lot of conversation about Ninjas in Pajamas, especially their domestic run and how poor that has been in contention with what they do at events. Now, I'm going to reference my big-brained Latin American man of Ace of Pyrite, who talks about the fact that NIP essentially likes to conserve energy when it comes to big events, you know, put it all on show there, and then when they get domestically, they hide a few things, almost like the whole G2 hide the strats kind of vibe I get. So I don't know if this is true. I don't know, but I'm speculating that considering they do make it to finals time after time at very big events, they are the champions, the reigning champions, they themselves have worked out an effective method upon which they can go into events, still do well, but not give too much away in their domestic season. Now, whether or not that convinces you they are still a world championship team is yet to be seen.
Pace yourself over 2 weeks. That's something that we have to learn ourselves as talent through all of this, and for viewers out there. But we're going to move on to Sandbox on the other side. Keep in mind, it's much harder, in my opinion at least, to hold on to the crown that it is to get it in the beginning. It takes incredible effort. NIP got it. How do they defend it? They got Sandbox to go up against first Jess, and it's a Korean team for a long time held as the top team in Korea. Kind of lost that crown to Damwon Kia, but they're still no slouches.
No, I mean, look, they had a bit of a dip in performance throughout their domestic league as well. APAC North is where they reign from, and this roster, when they are on, they are switched on incredibly so, especially when you look at the APAC North games. How many times did they go undefeated? They might be one of the weakest opponents throughout all of Six Invitational, but I tell you what, Jack, that does not mean that they cannot upset at any point in time.
They've got a couple of factors that go against them coming into this. Particularly, I'm going to reference it, Jess, the map pool.
Yes, sir.
We've seen them in stage 3 in Sweden. Bear in mind, that was 3 months ago.
Sure.
We've seen them have a very small map pool that is not akin to best of 3s whatsoever. Also, Ricot's their coach. They've recently lost him in the middle of January. So they're coming into this tournament kind of coachless in a sense, a bit of disruption. And so when we talked to them, they said they've done the best prep they can. So I'm going to put them on a bit of a back burner, but what I will say, like you said, Jess, is when they're on, they're on. When Charlotte is turning up, when Envy's turning up, they can hit shots, they can hit hard, and on their day, they can beat anybody.
That's the big thing, isn't it? How much has their scrim time since the last time they played competitively been for them? This is the biggest downfall of being part of APAC. That is why I shipped myself over to Europe, you know, for the better scrims. No, I'm kidding. But I think that is one of the biggest downfalls. Last time they played competitively was in Sweden, and the scrims are, let's say, not as strong as other regions.
We don't know if they've changed their map pool. They had a very small map pool in Sweden. They could have brought in 2 or 3 more maps and be an absolute threat today.
And speaking of which, here's what the map bans look like for this.
Okay.
Again, it is best of 3. So we go 7 map pool. We take away 4 of it. Ban, pick, ban, and then pick. And we'll have all of our maps ready and set to go. We see the players sitting in the studio all ready to go. First up is Coastline, taken away.
Not a surprise.
A LATAM team removing Coastline. Wow, incredible.
Not even just that, though. How many upsets have we seen Sandbox have on this exact
Sandbox's favorite map.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a little more surprising to me.
Yep.
Was one of the stronger maps of Sandbox. Does this go to your theory? They've changed things up.
Well, it's also NIP's weakest map. In terms of the banning point, NIP have always banned Oregon away, so to see Sandbox get rid of it, unless they've read into, NIP have been holding this map for Invitational.
Hiding strats?
Cafe is our first map in the series by NIP, so there's some information that we can work with.
I like that Cafe pick as well, because we know that Sandboxes have mixed results on that, so that's something I like. But Clubhouse, what are you doing, Sandbox Gaming?
Sandbox have picked NIP's most favorite map. Clubhouse is NIP's #1 preference map. So maybe Sandbox have got something up their sleeves, Jess.
They better have the best counter strats in the world to go up against these world champions if they themselves are picking their opponent's best map. That is not a joke. That's either unbelievable amounts of confidence or the counter strats are so airtight without a coach on their roster that I can't even quantify that.
Best of ones do not happen here. Just so everybody knows. In best of ones, upsets will happen all the time. But here in best of 3s, you're preparing for a long series. And like I said, this system here is you only get points when you win full maps. You do not get anything if you go to overtime on a specific map. It doesn't matter. You have to either win 2-1, lose 2-1, or win 2-0 for you to get, 1, 2, or 3 points. That's how it goes. A lot of pressure on everybody's heads here. And NIP, they've shown us in the past that they're very comfortable. Take a look at Bob, who's sitting behind them, who's done a lot of work for this team. NIP have allowed a lot of support. You see stern face on this team. And you know what? Way more relaxed on Sandbox. They're more, there's no pressure. We're relaxed.
Haven't they always been such a jovial region, though? Every time we see them at LAN, think back to the Norengo where they would dance and stuff. It has forever been a thing in APAC North. But to be fair, the mental in Latin America is very strong. So even with the stern faces, I don't see them tilting at any point, especially since they sort of had that solidification of Muzi into the roster however long ago. Ever since then, it's been crystal clear for them.
Yeah, and they talk about brotherhood. They have a lot of passion, and that's the one thing that NIP will rely on to get them through this game.
All right, well, my friends, thank you very much. This was a preview of Game 1, but we have a second game going on at the same time on the B stream. Let's break that down with our analysts. Welcome back, friends, and we have a second matchup on the show for you here. Already went through our first one. We talked about NIP and Sandbox. We'll get the Soniqs and Team Empire that go live at the same time on the B stream. This is the Command Center. Back again, I'm Milosh, and with me for the first time ever, we got so many firsts here at Invitational. Their first SI today. Jesse and Jacob, what a pleasure to have you guys on here. I know. I love always having, Jess and Jack, but it's good to freshen things up a bit.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Milos. As you mentioned, the first SI for Jacob and myself. I think we're excited to show our stuff, prove to the viewers that, we're capable of being here. And there's a couple of teams that are in that same boat, one of which I want to talk about, but I'll save that for a little bit.
Yeah, I think we kind of have to get over the initial anxiety just a little bit, just because it's the Six Invitational, bro. We've not been here before. I mean, I was there, just screaming in the front row for a little bit. You were there.
I was there.
SI 2020 is still like the greatest land we've ever seen, but...
Yeah.
Well, if you want a hug, I'm always here. Let's talk about our rosters. We got the Soniqs up first, our North American team in this matchup. Here's what they look like, and, well, you know what? They've gone from rags to riches up in the NAL. What's going on with the Soniqs?
Yeah, I remember back at the start of this year, Soniqs ditched 4 of their players to pick up the core of E United, and everybody mocked them for that move. Fast forward about 10 months, and here they are at the Sixth Invitational, the most consistent North American team that we've had all year long. They won the NA Finals. They've been crushing it. I know a lot of analysts are saying that this is the team that's most likely to win it all for North America, despite the fact that they've never made it out of groups at an international event.
So, a little clarification on that. The Soniqs do come into the Sixth Invitational as the NA team with the most SI points, which is a thing that a lot of people, definitely didn't expect just from this team overall. They've, international events haven't been able to progress past the group stage at all, but domestically, that's where those points really come into play. They're the only team in North American play at a Tier 1 level that's been in the top 3 of every single stage. Obviously, what they do back at Majors is a completely different question, but still, no other team, Spacestation, OXG, no one has been able to progress in the North American League as much as they have, and they got a whole butt ton of SI points from that first stage as well.
Well, that's the Soniqs, and these are kind of the young gunners in this with an old man at the helm. What does Team Empire look like? Because right now, as the opponents, they've been around for ages. Last time we saw them in November in Sweden, and we didn't see them for long. Not gonna lie. How do they fare here, Jacob?
I would hope that they fare a lot better than Sweden. I'm not even necessarily looking at their Sweden performance as that big of a misnomer overall, but we'll get to that in a big second. Scyther always, Joystick, Dan, Shepard. They've been at the top of their game for quite some time, especially in EUL over the course of 2021. There weren't a lot of falling off points back at the very beginning of the year in Stage 1. They weren't nearly as hot, and then they progressed to SI, and we remember how good the Russians are on land when they don't have to worry about connection problems. These guys are fantastic. Only problem being 2 of them aren't going to be playing with the rest of their squad for this game. A little bit of a problem, but we'll see if it's actually that big of a deal when we get the game.
Yeah, the Russian machine's always going to be a threat when you get to land, when you get to these high-level tournaments. They've consistently been one of those teams that you expect to show up and be one of the favorites to win it all. Now, sure, their last couple of tournaments, both in the Sweden Major and at the EU Finals, they weren't the most successful that we've ever seen, but they're here on land. This is their element. Even if they don't have everybody playing with the whole team, they're all in the same building on the same ping of hopefully just one. I think they're going to be just fine.
So our maps for the series, again, this is best of 3. We are doing best of 3s all through this tournament. It makes it so much more entertaining in many ways, competitive integrity wise, as everybody likes to say. BO3, we have 7 maps and we have 3 in total to play, so that makes it 7 minus 3 makes it 4 that are going to be banned. There you go. I went to university, by the way.
I specifically left STEM high school because math made my brain hurt, so I'll let you guys handle this.
Well, I'd love to jump into it. Here we already have the bans coming through, the first couple of ones entering here. I'm worried for Empire because they don't have a super deep map pool. Chalet going to be the first one banned out. Soniqs, their permaban of Cafe makes total sense. It's also a great map for Empire. So these are 2 maps that are very clearly going to be drawn out. I actually had a conversation with Joe Bro, and what he told me is he was expecting either a clubhouse, which is what we saw, or a villa. Clubhouse, much more comfortable for Empire. It's a map they love. It's also one that Soniqs have played quite a bit. Now we get the SQ map pick, and it's Oregon. As I mentioned, Empire don't have the deepest of pool. So this was an opportunity for Soniqs to pick a map that they can really take on Empire with, and I think they're pretty all right here. Empire, there were worse maps for them in this pool, but Soniqs go for something that's tried and true, and then we end up on Coastline. Always a fun map for the decider. This is one that could go either way. Soniqs a little recent for that map picking it up, but Empire, yeah, it's a bit of a rare one for them too.
The thing that I've seen from the Soniqs, or that we've seen collectively, every single stage they'll go for like maybe 1 or 2 maps to like really hone in on for a very set period of time, and then they'll decide, you know, next stage we'll try something different. Clubhouse was one of those maps that back in stage 1 they've played over and over again. It's also one that's kind of permeated the rest of their stage play overall. Problem is, if you factor in Russian Major League results in for Team Empire, 30-6 over the past year on Clubhouse. They love this map. It's their bastion. It's something that's like, it's been a constant since the days of 2018, 2019. So for our very first Battleground, I like the pick. It's just more a question of whether the Soniqs themselves actually really have something in their back pocket, considering how proficient Empire are.
Yeah, I will say though, like Soniqs, it's interesting because at the start of the year, they definitely were that team that you didn't think of having a super strong map pool. You mentioned it right. They only played 3 or 4 maps per stage, but coming into SI, it feels like throughout the year they've been growing that pool bigger and bigger and bigger. And now there's a bunch of maps, the new maps that have come into the pool. Soniqs are really proficient at playing. I was hoping that we could see a Chalet maybe. Empire banned that right off rip, expected. But hey, I mean, we still should get a great series out of this one.
Definitely so. Well, hopefully we get a long series out of it as well. Remember, our schedule is set for this entire day, so you can always come back and catch games here. This was our B-Stream game. We got 2 that are starting off at the same time. Soniqs and Empire on the B-Stream, and Sandbox versus NIP. Let's just get it over with. Invitational starts right now. Catch it live.
All right, thank you so very much. We are ready to get into the action with Soniqs versus Team Empire. And what a matchup this is going to be to start things off, Nick.
I mean, watching Empire in your very first opening game, we got number 2 EU against number 1 NA, and you heard that right. Soniqs is the number 1 American team right now. As it stands, they won the NAL final. Empire got second, they lost to BDS. So, numero 1 versus numero 2. Right? That's...
I think so.
Yeah, one versus...
I don't speak Spanish, Nick.
Oh, we need to go here.
I didn't know you spoke Spanish either. This is going to be the first opportunity for the Soniqs to shut up the haters. And I say this because if you follow the Soniqs at all, you know that they had a tremendously strong performance in the North American League, but it didn't translate at all to international competition. In both the Mexico Major in August and the Swedish Major in November, they got blown out in groups. Yep. And I actually talked to the team ahead of time, and the one thing that they said was, this is our first opportunity to prove people wrong. That, hey, guess what? We're coming in, we're energized, we've worked on some stuff. Clearly it worked. They are the defending NA League champions, but North America as a region has not had a particularly strong year, Nick. So you come into this and you have to ask yourself the question, yeah, if you beat up NA, does that translate? BDS beat up Europe, but it hasn't really translated to an international stage either. So we'll get started with map number 1, Clubhouse, the most played map for the Soniqs over the last 3 months. And for Empire, it's a pretty strong map too, but they haven't played it in quite a while.
Of course, Clubhouse and the next map will be Oregon. Both are very familiar maps to both of these teams. We see the Hibana ban coming out straight out the gates from Soniqs. This is going to speak to the strength of the basement bomb site now. With Hibana being gone, basement will not be favored more. Whereas we'll see if Maverick or Thatcher gets banned next. That should be the expected outcome. It's the Thatcher. This means that Maverick will be left open. This of course makes CCTV and Gym defense a little bit more difficult, as Maverick will just blow through those walls, make them soft, and then they will be opened right up. So I wouldn't be very surprised to see a defensive side first round from both Soniqs and Empire, but we will see to that in just a second. Second defender ban coming out, it is the Valkyrie. That is the information game off the board. Very basic stuff so far. And then, of course, the last answer from Soniqs, we can talk about the Mirror, we can talk about the Maestro, or perhaps they got something up their sleeve. It will be the Mirror.
Unsurprising, out of all the operators banned, Hibana, Thatcher, and Mira tend to be dominant bans on a map like Clubhouse, and the Soniqs in particular love their Hibana and Mira bans. These, if you go back and you look at the way that they play Clubhouse, these are their bread and butter. A lot of teams like to remove that Thatcher, and with Hibana being off the board, it means that teams are going to run a Maverick an awful lot. Unsurprisingly, Shepard locks in the Maverick right away, and you're going to see 2 hard breachers brought out. In talking to Empire, Ace is a very favorable operator for them. They believe that his gun is the strongest of all of the 4 hard breachers. I believe it or not, for Empire, that matters a great deal.
Yeah, I mean, the analysts kind of spoke about it, where Empire, they have this sort of problem when they play in the EUL, where they play for relatively high ping being from Russia, and they really favor that low ping LAN environment, and that's where they are right now. So you get low ping, you get great connection, and then you get a great gun on top of that. It's going to be a lethal Team Empire that we're going to be seeing at this Invitationals.
Very first defense of the very first map here on our very first day. Yes, is indeed the basement. We'll be down in Church and in Arsenal, or Armory, depending on what teams want to call it. I always find it interesting the variations that people use to describe it, and all the different call-outs that come about. Key things to watch for these two teams, Nick. For the Soniqs, it's going to be consistency among this team. Whether you believe in the man or not, Super is a formidable IGL, but his contributions almost never come on the scoreboard. Whereas Empire tends to be a team that is far more evenly spread. Every single player this year has been phenomenal, at least trading even every single round. Almost can be said the same for Soniqs, but Yeti and Super do tend to take a step back and allow, you know, Grixer, Kansan, and Rexen to flourish.
Yeah, and it's a great map for Soniqs and Super in particular to start off on, because if you can get that brain juice flowing, that's gonna transition well into the next following maps. And as you said, Super might not have the most impact individually in the scoreboard, but Clubhouse is a map that heavily flavors strategy. So if Super can just do his IGLing and his leadership on this map, then the rest of his gunners should be able to just do the gunning, and then they're happy. Now, it is a basement defense. They are roaming quite heavily up on the top floor. I like this from Soniqs. They don't want to make Team Empire's job too easy, and they start at basement, which makes perfect sense given the Hibana ban that Soniqs himself brought out, so they clearly have a strong game plan going into this map.
A minute off the clock right now, and the lineup that Soniqs brought also isn't your typical roam-heavy setup. You know, you're used to having a Mute, possibly a Castle, Vigil, a Mozzie on the board, a Melusi, if you so please. Even a Legion can factor into the strategy. But as you see for the Soniqs, they're running the Mute for information denial, and they're allowing a player like Rexen to take up all that space above. The roam lasts about a minute and a half, and already Rexen is heading back to the bomb site. So he's killed some time. He's still got utility persisting up top. This might slow down Empire as we now hit the halfway point.
Grixer hiding inside a stock with that hatch being open. It does seem like Shepard saw his leg there. I'm fairly competent. He drones back, so this kind of signifies the yellow ping comes out. Grixer doesn't know that this is happening, remember, so Dan will now have the opportunity to get a freebie. He's getting help from both Joystick and a third member of Team Empire. They want to make sure this kill is free for them.
A nade primed and ready. They don't want to take anything at all, but it's Scyther. It's a triple player execute. And then a C4 tossed up from Kansan will take out Joystick. So Joystick was trying his best with that nade primed and ready. No Yana for the final minute means a lack of information. The two drones from Joystick are gone, but also you're not going to see those Geminis be able to scout out the bottom of this map.
Yeah, Joystick did toss out one grenade, so he actually only lost one in theory. You still have two on Shepard. That's kind of the strength of Maverick. You get a Heartbeat, you get a great gun, and you get the grenades to go with it. So not too much loss from the side of Empire, but the thing is, they don't have a lot of time here. They need to act quickly, and they need to know exactly how they want to approach this. But with Hibana off the board, they can't breach that many walls and hatches.
Additionally, the lineup that we see from Empire, Nick, 30 seconds to go, smokeless. There's no way to obscure the drop. If their focus is going to be to drop that kitchen hatch, they're going to be doing so without any cover at all. But instead, Empire's in. By the way, Shepard is dropped. Nobody saw this, and Shepard is already in the bomb site, and he's got that diffuser down quite easily. Super swings up and takes him down with 10 seconds left. They trade out, and it's an absolute frenzy. Always charging his way down the stairs. Not very much time left, as it's him against the world, and he won't be able to get there in time. The Soniqs hold steady and take the very first round.
Super with a statement. We said, you know what, Super might not have the most impact as an individual, but as a leader he does. Very first round, denies the plant at the very last few seconds that was gonna come down from Team Empire, and if that plant had gotten down, they would just sit up above and it would almost be a guaranteed round for them. So Super shutting it down, making sure that they will be in a great position going forward, and of course, the players from Soniqs, they found basically a kill each.
Now, one thing to note for you that we want to talk about, you might have seen a post that was made by Ubisoft or by ESL yesterday about teams currently in COVID protocols. You might have noticed that for Empire, there are only 3 of them currently on the stage. Both Shepard and Always are currently playing from their bedrooms due to COVID protocol and isolation being a requirement of that. You can talk to any of the teams that have had players sit out, and not having your entire bench full can be quite tough. So especially somebody like Shepard, who is going to be so vocal on this team, and he's going to be doing a lot of the hard work. So I don't know if that's really going to change anything, but playing against some of these teams and allowing them to have their full teams present that might put you at a bit of a disadvantage. Also an update, I saw both Secretly and Doki were available today for Na'Vi, so they have been cleared, as has Hopes from OXG. So we'll be updating you as we get more information moving forward.
Yeah, the vibes are of course very important at this event, or any event in general, and not having a player there, or maybe 2 players missing, it's important to just make sure that that doesn't affect you too much. Like, sure, you can talk about the elephant in the room, but ultimately this should not hinder you from performing or doing your craft.
Absolutely. Second defense now, and we are very much into the round. That prep phase just flew by, and there's a Gemini that's going to scoot on by. Rexen following up with it. Did he get spotted? Is that the real Yana? No, it appears to be a clone, and it will run out for Joystick. A gym bedroom defense, by the way. Not usually the secondary bomb site here on Clubhouse. Teams often prefer CCTV cache. Not the case for the Sonics. They choose to go upstairs, and they do a side setup towards cache and CCTV. You can see some of the wall reinforced, but it'll be very easily bucked open by Dan.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense with the Maverick being open. I personally wouldn't go CCTV either until the very last bomb site. I think if you've done a lot of prep work for Clubhouse, you might even go bar third before actually going to CCTV, unless you're that comfortable in it. So I like the decision making here from Soniqs. They haven't really successfully denied this wall. They have both impacts, they have a Kaid, so I'm a little bit curious as to how this happened, especially with that Thatcher being banned. But Soniqs extended to CCTV. Now Rexen will be stuck inside of this room. Nate from below with Joystick doesn't really find the kill nor any damage, but this is not going to be a pretty situation for Rexen. He should be dying quite soon. Yeah.
And there you go. Just as you called it, gets naded out. Very similar time to what we saw from the nade onto Grixer in the previous round, playing down in stock. And a nade was primed and ready for him, but ended up being Scyther credited with that kill. Very quickly after, Empire lost one of their members to Soniqs, but there is no refrag this time. So the opening pick goes for Empire, and they'll add to it as well. Kansan taken out. These are the roamers being cleared off. What you tend to find with Gym Master is that they can very quickly close in on you, and that's exactly what's happening. Yeti removed from the equation too, leaving Super and Grixer in a 2v5. Not exactly where you want to be, with 1 minute still left to play for Empire, who have full utility.
No, it's not. That's Cypher on that AK-12, but Empire not really slowing down just yet. They have the man advantages and they know it. They want to utilize it, taking those many gunfights. Joystick finds Super, leaving just Grixer in a 1 versus 5, but with 2 injured players from Empire.
Absolutely. Technically a flawless round, by the way, because the 2 players from Empire who were on the ground never got finished off. So there you go. Empire are able to bounce back on that Gym Master take. This is a bomb site, like you said. Because of the Maverick being open, you don't necessarily want to go to cache CCTV. It seems quite sensible, but the big problem is that Gym Master, if teams are not the most proficient at it, it's very easy to pick off the roamers and encircle the rest of the bomb site. Once you have control of that jacuzzi wall, once you have control of construction, there aren't a lot of places for you to go, and especially if you're at a disadvantage in numbers, you get boxed in, and there's enough utility on the attacker side of things, it's going to make your life miserable as a defender.
It certainly is. I mean, it always comes down to gunfights, but even more so when you can just torch through every single wall in front of you. I do think Soniqs could have done a little bit of a better job denying the wall breaches. It is the Selma charges from the Ace that ended up doing most of that destruction. When you have the Kaid on the board, you could play the mute, which they didn't the previous round, and they had 2 impacts. I feel like they could have done much more than they actually did. And of course, for next time, they will have to show us that they've learned from that mistake.
So, you said that you would go to Barstock over this bomb site.
I would.
They didn't hear you, by the way.
They didn't hear me, but
they're not listening to you.
It's the first map. I don't expect crazy things to.
I actually just got a text message from them, and they said they don't care what you think.
Oh, well, yeah. Parker,
Super actually just he rang me up right now. I got a phone call, and Super said, "Yeah, tell Pengu we don't care."
We all know that players are not allowed phones on this stage. Parker, would you please not say this on stream because it gives a bad message? But a good Grixer, opening kill. Now in favor of Soniqs for the first time this match so far on this 3rd round of CCTV defense.
Very first opening pick, as you pointed out, by the Soniqs, and they are going to be able to hold this for quite a while. Round 1, Empire gets that first pick, it's traded immediately, no real major advantage. Second round, it ends up being flawless for Empire, so obviously the Soniqs are not able to find that scoreboard at all. But they're going to have to deal with this Swiss cheese setup, and they'll open up the wall preemptively. Yep. This means that by opening it up when they Maverick trick it, as we like to call it, it'll cut through the reinforcement, the sheet metal will fall away,
the default camera,
and it will allow them to walk right in. And you're absolutely right. This is extreme negligence from Empire. These are major champions, by the way. This Empire squad, they won the very first Raleigh major. They won the second major that we ever saw. And they have left a default cam up that is currently being played off. And if you look in the top left of your screen, it's still up right now. So
It's just a matter of time now, cat and mouse. The second he looks away, then the run-out should be coming from Rex, and he gets the kill, does fall back, doesn't greet for the second. Now that's both Heartbeats off the board, Parker. It's the Maverick down, the Ace died first, and now you're in shambles if you're Team Empire.
I'm wondering, did they shoot the cameras? It's still up. That's the question I mean,
let's see here if that's...
I don't know if it's still up or not.
Oh,
it's still up. Oh my God. It is
game jitters.
half of the round. What are you doing right now? Shoot out the damn cam, please.
You'd almost... Oh, does he see it?
He's looking at the
They
breach.
still
I think
don't-
he's
yeah,
looking-
he's
he's looking at the
holding it.
breach. Oh my, but it doesn't matter. That early pick from the Sonics was so strong. Rexon able to get another. Yeti's the first one to die for his team. Still an advantage for the Sonics and about half the round to go.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics looking solid here. They got 3 Toxic Babes left. Sure, Rexon's a little bit low on health, but you can now effectively just bunker up on the bomb side, perhaps try and leverage some more help into the garage side of things, because with the garage wall not being open just yet, you should be very, very comfy and cozy on that catwalk rafters, and that's where Kansas playing.
It's the next step for Empire right now.
You go master bedroom side. You have to. You can't really take catwalk. You can't really go server breach. Like I would say, 2 guys construction, one guy on that server breach. Try and do a bit of a pincer. You need to find an opening kill to tie it up 3-3.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Always now repositioning himself over towards logistics. He's in. He's got the Gemini joystick there to help, but a swing and a miss onto the soft wall, leaving 40 seconds left for this execute to come out from Empire. They're going to expend some utility in the process, try to flash out, find the magnets. They get swung on, and Grixer picks up kill number 2. A nade with the name of the smoke on it, but Super manages to evade it. 4 now, firing blindly into the wall. Grixer dusted by Always, and the charge is coming in. Empire are managing to pull this one together, but they've got precious little time, leaving just Kansan, and Empire somehow pull this off. Good Lord, what was that round? They were at such a deficit until they weren't, and they pick up their second in a row.
So, opening kill goes on to Cypher on the hotspot of Ace. That's great. Default cam stays up, I believe, the entire round. It probably was never killed because Grixer swung there towards the end. It's a 2 versus 3, essentially. 2 guys from Empire on construction, 1 guy went to the main breach. Then, when they started executing with the flashbangs and the grenades, Grixer made a great play, swung the guy on the breach, leaving just 2 guys from the same door on construction, and somehow they get 3 kills on the entry. Always with the first 2, joystick with the latter 2, and somehow Team Empire picks up a round that should have never been theirs. Incredible stuff. Soniqs didn't really do anything wrong that round in theory. They played it quite smart, they utilized the default camera, they did a run out, they got the man advantage, and then sure, it became a 4 versus 3 instead of a 5 versus 3. It wasn't perfect, but it was still great for them. But somehow, 2 players from Empire can just walk through the same door and win every single gunfight against the smoke, against the toxic babes, against the player cat or holding the walk-in, and you have to question, how do they get away with that? First game jitters.
That's it, right?
It's gotta be.
That's it. Soniqs talked about in the interview that I did with them. I interviewed every single team, by the way, before this event. Every team I talked and I sat down with them. I didn't talk down to them. They're the experts, not me. I sat down and I talked with them. Maybe we have some of the first game jitters here with the words that I'm using, but I sat down and I talked to the Soniqs, and the one thing that they said was they are very happy to not be playing BDS, and they are excited to go up against Empire to see how their styles clash. Empire equally are excited to take on a top NA team and frankly want to humble them, and I'm not too surprised by that. I mean, Empire have a habit of humbling some of the best teams and have done so times over, many times over.
Empire has always been a very stable team from Europe, representing a region with great efforts, I would say. You know, they both played in the grand finals of Invitationals before. They've won a major of Raleigh, so they have trophies and they have a commendation to show for themselves, or accolades rather. Yeti now doing the same thing Grixer did the first round, kind of hiding in the corner, really testing Empire's droning capabilities. And honestly, if you ask me what one of the strengths of Empire is, it's droning. It's making sure that these things do not go missed. But I think this time around, I think they've played them. I think Yeti has gone unseen so far, and seeing as Always is slapping the floor right now with his hammer right next to him. Yeah, they have no idea Yeti's inside this corner. Now, what can Soniqs do? How much damage? That's the block off the board. That's the opening kill for Empire, or for Soniqs. But what can they do next?
Soniqs had 2 players posted up by Kitchen as well. There's an insurance policy for Yeti, but they've left him all on his own, and you know that position. He's now playing to die. But at this point, he has taken the kill that he needed on Dan. Losing the buck on a church take is a huge problem for Empire moving forward. You're not going to be able to tear up that floor quite as easily. You've got a sledge, so Always is still going to be able to step up. But you know that Empire aren't going to be using them in the same way. That's going to force Always into a position that he might not have been in, and because of the way that Sledge's hammer works, he's far more susceptible to a Nitro Cell. Yet he goes for the run out, he gets picked off by Shepard. Nitro Cell goes off, and look at the Scyther's HP, 1 HP. The Nitro Cell misses Dan, or misses Always as well. So Empire finds themselves very lucky this round, and they're looking to try to stitch 3 together.
Certainly, Soniqs actually played that quite well. After Yeti got the opening kill onto Dan, they had Kenton from below holding the walk-in from that kitchen door vertically and had a C4 as well. They did some damage, they got the kill, they traded 1 for 1, but just like the previous basement defense, they wasted so much time. Impact coming out from DarkZero, it did not hit the Selma charge, and Ace has more to go, so this hatch should be opened up. But Cypher, with a slither of health, can be killed by just about anything at this point. Joystick somehow has found himself deep inside of blue. Doesn't go for it.
It's creeping up though and trying to take this gunfight, but there's very little time left. The Soniqs are once again trying to wear them down as best as they can, and Rexon is primed and ready to swing on to blue. Grenade's getting tossed in. There goes Shepard. He drops, taking some damage, but he's in the safety of the corner now, getting the diffuser down. There's no way to stop him. No denial. Grixer swings, misses his shots. Empire's guns have been flawless since that second round, and they will continue to do so. Barring that very first kill from the Soniqs, this has been 3 rounds of misery for them.
That it has, and I mean, in that situation, when Kansan used the C4 earlier to almost take down a player from Empire, it didn't happen. If that kill had gone through, that's the ace off the board. They wouldn't be able to breach the hatch and kitchen, but he survived, and now there's no C4 to deny the plant. There was no toxic babes left from Super either, so that just kind of leaves, what is the win condition? Well, sure, you can hit some headshots, but in these particular positions of Team Empire, you don't really have any angles for any favorable gunfights. And Empire, they have been looking so sharp since the second round. They've taken 3 in a row, a flawless, into the second, into the third, and even though Soniqs got the opening kill, they did not get the round.
I mean, look at the Soniqs. Look at the strength that they have, right? Let's go back. Round number 1 is now there seems to be a pause here. This is the Soniqs. This is the Soniqs taking a timeout, by the way. I was actually just going to ask the question, when do you take your timeout? You need to settle your team down. You need to. You're on Clubhouse. It's Empire's map. Historically, Empire have been so dominant. This was the map where they said, you don't take the Russians to Clubhouse. They have demolished teams here. Absolutely crushed their opponents. The Soniqs have played it 4 times in the last 3 months. They have a 2-2 record on it. But I think it's worth pointing out that both victories that the Soniqs have on this map came as 8-7s. So these were not convincing victories from the Soniqs at all. These were fight tooth and nail to the bitter end and squeeze out a victory in the very final round. So Empire wise to go back to one of their best maps, and also a map that there are very clearly weaknesses that they can exploit towards the Soniqs. So the Soniqs are going to try to settle themselves down. They do not want to repeat of Sweden. They do not want to repeat of Mexico, especially when you've got Super tweeting, we have the best IGL in North America, we have the best entry in North America, we have the best coach in North America. Well, if you get grouped again and the North American teams go on, nobody cares what you have to say. So settle them down, reel them in. You've got your next map being Oregon. That's the map that the Soniqs pick. And you speak to this team. Before the tactical timeout was taken, very first round, Nick. First kill goes to Empire, immediately traded back, equal footing. Second round, first kill goes by Empire, they snowball, it's a flawless round. Not a single kill from the Soniqs. Soniqs has an impeccable start to round 3, but then they collapse under their own weight. And what ends up being a 2v4 for Empire, Empire prevails without losing either of those 2 players. And then again, back in round 4, Soniqs takes the very first kill, but Empire manages to squeeze it out and kills every single player of Soniqs after that. So what do you do? What do you say to SQ if you're the coach in this situation?
I mean, you look at it, right? It's kind of like your conversion rate. You get the opening kill, you actually get good early game and mid-game aggression, you get some success, and both of the previous rounds, Empire were so low on time, but then again, they just find the kills, so if anything, to keep the early game the same, the early aggression, the extension, the roam, we see it from DarkZero right now, see it from Yeti, they're doing a CC defense, but they're up over on Master side, making sure that, you know, Joystick won't just creep in like previously, and then you just gotta figure out your mid and late round. Don't let people just walk in the door and get 3 kills with nobody shooting back. You need to be shooting back these rounds.
You a fan of Michael Jordan, by any chance?
Why are you asking, Parker?
Michael Jordan had something called the flu game.
The flu game?
The flu game, where when he had the flu, he would perform better. Well, Always is currently 7-0. Is Always the Russian Michael Jordan? We don't know. We'll see. By the way, Empire is accomplishing all of this with Dan still not getting a single kill yet. And I mean, Empire have enough depth where you see Joystick on 6 kills, you see Always on 7 kills. These two have been remarkable from the midpoint onwards. Both Always and Joystick's kills are coming in the final 30 to 40 seconds, which is exceptional for Empire, and it shows how good they are in the clutch. But if Dan starts to wake up and starts applying that pressure early on, because Dan doesn't play a meat shield role here on this map. No. So if you can get Dan into the action, this is going to get much tougher for the Sonics.
Dan is almost like I almost want to say like a third support or a second semi-support, where it's all about making sure that the Maverick, once the Maverick wall gets made, this impact is great, by the way. That should get the angle. No. It's traded back by Always, of course. So again, the footing has now been neutralized back to a 4 versus 4. Empire doing a great job at stopping the bleeding before it becomes fatal.
Round number 1, it was the very first kill from Empire, traded back by Soniqs. Now we see the same thing happening. There is no definitive first blood on this round, so no team is going to gain a sizable advantage. You lose Joystick as your Yana, that might be bad. But keep in mind that the Church take the very first time when they lost Joystick, that was the only round that the Sonics won. So if you can see a repeat, I know it's a different bomb site, but if you take Joystick out early on, and then you can kind of play around that lack of intel, Empire might flounder, and the Sonics are in a better position to pick up their second round of the match.
I mean, Empire's in a great position. They got a minute to work with. They have Selma charges. They have the Maverick on the board. I believe he still has grenades left. Yeah, 2 grenades on Shepard, 1 grenade on Always. So they are in a fantastic position. Now, same thing as the first round. 1 guy has to go Silver Breach. After that, at least 2 guys have to stay inside construction, and the extra can come through.
Where are they putting Dan right now? We just saw Dan rappel off of the roof, and he's going to try to clear out Garage, but the Sonics with 30 seconds left repositioned the Jaeger of Rexen in to support Kansan playing on rafters. So now the Sonics have doubled up on players in Garage, and Dan could get something off of this if there's nobody watching. And there you go, Dan waltzes right in, a single kill. Another one could be lined up, but he's going to look the wrong way onto the stairs. The Sonics hitting their marks for the first time in 3 rounds, but sprayed through the wall, down goes Super, common position. And that's it, the Sonics will clean up on the final 2 kills. Excellent form from them. They read the push by Empire, and again, that lack of intel from the Yana. Both rounds the Sonics have won have come off of Joystick getting picked early, and it just goes to show you how pivotal a player he is, but how important that operator is too for their overall strategy.
Yeah, you mentioned the second player inside our garage from Sonics. That was pivotal that round, right? The first player got taken out on the catwalk. Rexen was down below in lounge, got the refrag, and kind of equal back the ground. I liked what Empire was doing. They sent 1 player of Always onto the server breach, then went garage door, and then they had 2 players inside connector. They basically make sure they have pressure from all angles and that they can eliminate the catwalk player, allowing the construction players to actually walk into the door without getting contested, only having to worry about the top red player of Super. Ultimately, we all saw what happened. Sonics got the round regardless because they kind of, I don't know if they read it necessarily, but they played smartly into it, having 2 players inside that garage area. They shut it down, they got the round, and now if they can make it 3-3, they can be very happy with this first half.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something where I honestly think that there's bright spots for both of these teams. Certainly. I think both teams can look at the second half of Clubhouse and be happy with the way some things went. Obviously, the Sonics at the moment will look back on rounds 2 and 3 as heartbreaking rounds.
Yeah.
Number 1, because in round 2, you had multiple opportunities, you squandered them, you ended up getting flawlessly destroyed. The third round, you had a perfect opportunity and you choked it at the final second, and you allowed Empire to waltz right in and just bully you, and teams cannot allow Empire to do that. As we start the final round for Sonics' defense, and we'll switch sides after this, it's another early contest with Grixer and Dan going at it, an exchange of words. Dan's the one who walks away a little worse for wear, but he's wearing it well. Just a little bit above 50% of his HP. Grixer's going to hang out inside of stock, but he's got an avenue back to the bomb site if he wants, since he's opened up that stock hatch. Again, on this bottom floor defense for the Sonics, they're going to invest quite heavily in the offsite presence.
I really do love this from the Sonics. The constant early aggression, making sure that Empire has to stay on their toes. And you almost see it like multiple rounds in a row where Empire, they kind of let it go a few times. Dan didn't die this time around, but he took some unnecessary damage, and that could have been a kill on his end if that was a worst case for him. Sonics standing up above. Again, their goal is just to waste time. I don't think they're expecting anything crazy. I don't expect them to stick around either. Once the walls gets breached and once this entry gets taken, you know, Empire barely joining this. Joystick is just checking corners himself. They are well aware that Sonics are just messing with them and trying to burn time, and that's exactly what they're doing. Yeti, though, doing some snaking, some ratting, waiting around, seeing if anybody will drone him out. If they don't, that could be huge.
Well, they didn't on the previous Church defense in round number 4. They left Yeti unseen inside a kitchen. He picked off Dan on the buck.
Yeah,
if you
this
recall.
Rexen as well denies the drone as well. It's beautiful.
This is exactly what happened last time. Rexen was there to support Yeti, but Yeti was not spotted. Now Joystick is going to take matters into his own hands. They know he's inside a bar. Is Yeti going to strike? Because Yeti is still there. He takes down Always. That's one of the best players on Empire.
Yeah, that's a nade off the board and the hammer. So now again, the continuity of that is there, but Yeti finds a second onto Joystick. Cypher with the refag eventually, but that is such big damage from Yeti.
And that's 4 rounds in a row now where the Sonics have technically gotten the very first kill, though sometimes it's been answered back immediately by Empire. Empire will look to bulldoze into the bomb site. Final minute to go. Sonics have a prime opportunity to tie up this first half. Keep it close on Empire's map, even if it does tend to be a more defender-sided map. The Sonics at least get 3 rounds out of it. All they have to do is hold tight for the final 45 seconds.
This is kind of like the redemption, right? Sonics, they had this very similar situation previously. Now they have to show that they can actually win it out. What do they have for the plan tonight right now? 1 C4 from Kansen and 3 toxic base from Super. Statistically, Sonics are in the driver's seat this round. They should have it in the bag, but it's easier said than done.
Creep up now with Shepard being very close to this church wall and quiet as a mouse as he starts to open up a small line towards the ankles of these Sonics players. Nice shot from Rexen. It looked like he might be outfoxed by Dan, but nothing could be done from Empire. The numbers continue to favor Sonics, and what is characteristic of Empire has suddenly fallen apart. Desperation from Shepard, but he gets swung on by Super, Mr. 1.6 himself. That's the first half in the bag, Nick. Both teams walking away dead even, 3 rounds apiece.
Yep, I think you already said it yourself. Both teams can be kind of happy with it and sad. There was moments of victory and there were moments of defeat from both teams, but ultimately a 3-3 tie is a great way to change the roles around, and now we're seeing Sonics on the attacking side. And remember, they're the ones that banned out the Hibana, so you are safe to assume that they've been practicing with this in mind. Grixer actually showing the Ying. You guys have a replay right on your screen, but Grixer showing the Ying on the pick phase, hasn't 6th off it yet. And I might wonder if he will. He will.
He will.
The Jackal.
The Jackal.
It'll be a roam clear situation. You can almost argue that, I mean, this is just great. Look at this. Cypher goes from Aruni onto Vigil. We go Grixer from Ying onto the Jackal. It's beautiful. Empire says we roam. Empire says they roam. Sonic says we'll roam clear. We'll match it.
Something for the Sonics to keep note of. There are 3 hard breachers in play as well to tackle this bottom floor defense of Empire. Thermite, Ace, and a Maverick all being brought. Now, the Maverick on Yeti is quite standard. You usually have both Yeti and Super running the double hard breach on a map like Clubhouse, but Rexen playing on this Ace is not something we see all of the time. Running 3 hard breachers on Clubhouse provides you a little bit better insurance policy should one of them get picked off early, and with Hibana being banned out, it means that every hard breach is being brought, other than that hard breach secondary gadget, which can be trotted out by a couple different operators, one of which tends to be played quite often by Sonics on another map that we might see later today, which is Coastline, our 3rd map, which is Lion. He can bring that can opener gadget as well.
We love a good Lion game. I wonder how much Lion will see this tournament. I know a few teams have started bringing him more, especially APAC, but we'll get to see that later as today and tomorrow, and the days progress as we continue into the bracket. It is day 1. It is the very first game on the B stream. And we got a bit of a tied-up match here. Again, 3-3, first attacking round for Sonics. They're gonna do a similar fashion where Empire extends up above, they're roaming, they wanna burn time. Exactly same situation where Sonics will bring the Maverick over, they'll make the wall soft, then they'll breach the soft wall, and then they'll initiate the roam clear. Empire will do a similar thing as well, where they'll be extending out, holding aggressively, and trying to make sure that Sonics has to be on their toes because of jump outs, run outs, and contesting.
Speaking of run outs, getting the attention of Rexen was Joystick, opening up the doorway from Garage. A run out is definitely doable. I have a feeling that the Sonics, having watched Empire go an entire round without shooting that default cam, are probably not going to make that same mistake themselves. So I would suspect that there's very limited intel on the outside portion of the map, given that that default cam is down and Valkyrie is banned. So if Joystick is going to play off of this, well, he may want to do it a little bit quickly. There's also a pre-placed C4 in play right now. Scyther gets the very first kill onto Rexen, and they will immediately head for the hills back downstairs. So, oh my. That roam working out very effectively, and this is what I said about bringing insurance policies.
Yep.
Rexen is down. There is no ace available, but because the Sonics have both a Thermite and a Maverick, they are not in dire straits just yet.
It's a very good point. It's the same thing with Empire bringing both the Sledge and the Buck, whereas we just see Sonic bringing the Buck. So if the Buck goes down, vertical play is very dire. I really wouldn't say that the Jackal's secondary shotgun will kind of like substitute that. I really wouldn't, but some people might argue that case. So yeah, contingencies, they got triple hot breach. There's 2 left on the board. Rexen will sit on drones and make sure that they don't get flanked. Although it is Clubhouse, so flanks are not like a huge thing, but of course you want to make sure that if you're not going to have a player inside of blue, which Empire did every single round, at least have a drone there so that if anybody goes to the flank, you will be aware of it. Last minute of the round now from the Sonics. They're clearly favoring Kitchen here with some vertical. They have a couple of options here in front of them, but it will be a little bit limited. If they want to go for Church, they'll need Yeti's Torch to open up and clear the jammer to then thermite the wall. I would say Kitchen Hatch is your best bet, but it's really, really dire when you got only 30 seconds left here. 1 C4 from Always, 3 Toxic Base on Shepard.
That's really all you can do at this moment. So Empire do have some stall potential out. There's no Evil Eye cams to tase them, and there's no information that's going to come from that. But hey, Yeti's just walking right in. Yeti's in. Hello. Dan says, okay, I'll take matters into my own hands. Down he goes. And now Yeti is also, now that Yeti's gone, Dan is going to look over towards Dirt Tunnel. Grixer still patrolling that hatch. Out goes one of the smokes, but look at that crossfire potential. These are all just freebies to pad the stats. Do it for Siege GG, Grixer. 6 and 5, but you go on drones with 2 seconds left. What are you doing? You're just wasting time.
Make sure he's not getting flanked in the 1 versus. I mean, come on.
I mean, you gotta get your kills. You gotta get your kills, right? You gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it. So Empire take their very first defense in a bit of a debilitating start for the Sonics, right? They lose Rexen early. You lose your ace early on. That means more work for your 2 hard breachers. Not all hope is lost because Sonics do have those backup hard breachers to pull this off. But I can guarantee you right now, Joe, Bro, and Super are not counting on Rexen dying. They have a strategy set up where all 3 of those hard breachers are still in play. Is it just to get open that CCTV panel that we saw upstairs? Potentially. As Rexen was posted up in that position, watching the run out towards Garage for a while. But still, one operator getting knocked out could mean the whole round. It could snowball. It could end up meaning the whole game, because now you've given Team Empire the upper hand. There's only 1 timeout per match, or per map rather.
Yeah.
Sonics have already taken their timeout. So they are not able to settle down and slow Empire down, and it's very unlikely that Empire is going to use their timeout to stop their own momentum.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Why would you do that? That's ridiculous.
They want to keep it up. They want to keep the momentum going. Flowing,
Exactly.
And getting all the dubs. Frost being brought up. We hate Frost. At least I do. Maybe that's me being biased as a former player, but there is nothing worse than thinking, you know what, side's free, jump in the middle, Frost, I'm dead. And
Well, you're not dead, you're downed.
Well, the thing
As a
is,
former player, you should know
okay,
that.
I will tell you something, Parker. When you are injured in professional play, you are 9.9 out of 10.0 times dead. Injured means dead, because nobody can come to revive you, and if you jump into sight, I mean, you're in the Dragon's den.
I'm sorry, there was 2 downed players from Empire, Nick, and they didn't get finished off.
That's because they shot the other bad guys first.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, that was the point 1.
Seem.
That was the point 1. Miracles happen. We've seen it. We've seen crazy
You've seen the
comebacks.
future. You've seen all the potential outcomes, and there's only one where they live, and that was the one that happened.
It is certainly, and it was a great round from Empire that won a round. It was flawless, but previous round was not flawless by either team. We are now gonna start breaching the walls. Shepard actually bringing the Bandit, which seems kind of crazy at first, because with the Maverick being open, the Bandit seems kind of redundant, and I mean, especially here, they don't even need the Maverick because Bandit's roaming. There was no pre-placed mute jammer, so, or at least if there was, it was shot. And there isn't really any way for Bandit to trick the wall. There is no castle being brought. There is no clash being brought. But yeah, those things happen. You know, you can't always sit at the right time, at the right place. Sometimes you want to run around and stretch your legs a bit. And this time around, well, Sonics, they favored from that.
As we come to expect on a map like Clubhouse, this cache and CCTV portion of the map has been used in almost every single defense thus far. Through these 8 rounds of action, they have been a very common spot for teams to entry off of. And the Sonics have opened it up quite well. Unbeknownst to them, unless they've droned them out, are 2 players from Sonics in that same position. Ooh, nice toss from Yeti, and he reads them like a book. Dan's been having a bit of a rough game. He's sitting on 2 and 6 on oftentimes pivotal frag-oriented operators, but he's been having a rough start. Good for him. Both Always and Joystick have combined for 16 kills. Scyther's now up there as well with 7. So Empire still hitting their marks, but now they will trail. And the Sonics, despite having a slow start, have now been doing significantly better at getting these opening picks and giving their team some extra breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, Soniqs have a ton of opening kills, more so than Empire, but the thing is, their conversion rate into success isn't that high. So I want to see them now tie it up a bit and use this last minute to be efficient. And I mean, efficiency is right here. Smokes comes out. We're going to be walking through. Frost traps on the ground. Do anybody get hit? Nobody gets hit.
Always in trouble. The nade just dances around him. Gunfire onto his shoulder, but he evades it. Joystick the first kill for Empire now. Tied up. Super's planting. He gets the plant off quite successfully. Chaos ensues inside of the bomb site. Nobody seems to know that Super's been able to get that diffuser down. Rexon doing his best on Overwatch. Down goes Shepard, and the diffuser still in his sight over by the weight room. It's Scyther on the window taking down one player from Soniqs, and Rexon not really looking where he needs to be. And next up is Grixer, who fires away. Scyther somehow nades himself. I don't know what he was intending there. A swing onto the breach from Joystick does not work out. Super gets the diffuser down and the kill to boot. Always his next one up. He wanders over to CCTV, but Grixer is ready for it. And we're tied again at 4 rounds apiece.
LMG goes brrr. You have so many bullets and you never really need to reload. I do question a little bit what happened there. I think Rexon thought Grixer had this CC window swing, but he didn't, so Rexon got swung from the window. Then Grixer got the refrag afterwards, but I mean, ultimately it didn't really matter. But I do think there was a bit of a hiccup there between the communication of the two players. Soniqs got the opening kill, and then out of nowhere, kind of said, you know what, the pace right now isn't really for us to plant, but if we're going to be doing something crazy that's not really predictable, maybe Empire won't realize. And honestly, it didn't seem like Empire had any idea that Soniqs was just planting in the middle of the round. They had a whole minute left to work with. Just holding after planning. Smoke grenades on Thermite is so great. Perhaps you can argue that's why Super's bringing it. Yes, you get the triple hot breach. Yes, you get the contingency. But the smoke grenades themselves to cover, especially for those lines of sight when you're on a plant, are huge value.
Empire seem to be disproportionately hurt by poor intel. I don't know if you've been noticing that as well, but every single round that Empire has really floundered, and I would consider that last round floundering, it has been because Empire either have chaotic comms or they lose a very crucial part of their strategy, which is reliant on them having information that they no longer have access to. On attack, it was losing Joystick twice as Yana. On defense, it was being bamboozled and having a multi-step process unfold in front of their eyes. The Soniqs pushing from logistics, pushing from construction, pushing from weight room window, and then Super coming into weight room and getting the plant down. It was a nice play by the Soniqs and read very well. Empire did not have any information. They're going to go towards a more commonly played bomb site, as we saw with the rotation from the Soniqs. When they played on different bomb sites, they went Church, Gym, and Cache. Empire are rolling out that same process. Church, Gym, and Cache. And you said that's because of the Maverick play, means that they can't readily defend that CCTV wall the way that they want to. Well, already there's going to be a focus from Soniqs to take logistics and to take construction.
Yeah, it's likely going to be a split take where you take the server breach, which they've gotten so quickly once again, and then now there's a choice. Do you go Master Bedroom Construction, or do you work the Catwalk Rafters by taking First Floor Garage? Information! You spoke about it, Parker. This time around, both Joystick and Dan has brought a bulletproof camera each. So I do agree with you, and I think so does Team Empire. They want more information. They want to have an idea of what's happening so they can make decisions around it. Grixer almost gets taken down, but those adrenaline surges will bring him a little bit up as this round progresses. It's not all bad.
They've opened up the wall already. As we said, their focus was split over on both sides of this bomb site. Again, that triple hard breach coming in as an adrenal surge goes off.
That's a garage take right there. They change it. Garage fast. Boom.
Takes always, and you see it yourself. Rexon immediately opens up that door, and there is an opening down below in Lounge, watching the Moto wall where Joystick is playing off of by the bikes, but he's going to be looking, and he's really the last line of defense for the Soniqs. If they want to just bulldoze in, it's Joystick, and that's it. If you can pick off Joystick, the Soniqs have that full garage control and continue to pivot up top towards CCTV.
Yeah, this is like a 3-step process. Server breach is number 1, garage is number 2, so if they get a hold of garage here, which again, Joystick is the only defender of it, that is a great thing for Team Soniqs and a terrible thing for Team Empire. And I do believe that Grixer is going to go down below in stock and make sure they can try and pincer or make a pincer movement on Joystick and ensure that garage will be cleanly taken from them. And Joystick goes up above, they surrender with a minute left, and now Soniqs are in the driver's seat. They can breach the walls and they can set up the execute.
Rexon's up top, but he's continuing his march down on Catwalk towards that small opening that we see next to the reinforcement. He'll open up a greater vantage point into the panel and now drone himself in. Super again with the diffuser in hand, looking to convert. He was good on the previous round. Coverage from Sonic so far is mighty fine. Dan drops down as joystick is removed from the equation and the timer will start to go. A flawless round for the Sonics is within their grasps. They only got to find Scyther, who's going to run head-to-head against Grixer, but somehow walks away with the fight. Well done with that SMG-11 in hand. Marching back up the stairs on red. 4 more bodies from the Sonics to find in the diffuser. 25 seconds. Doesn't matter what amount of time is left because there's way too many people from the Sonics. The Sonics regain their first lead since round 1, and they are now 2 rounds away from taking Empire's map.
That they are, and I will say now, 2 rounds in a row, previously on Germ and now on Cash. It's that off-pace planned execute from Super where they were just got into Garage, they have just breached the wall, and while that's happening, Super just walks in, again, with the smoke grenade inside of Red from that drone hole, and just starts planting. And before that, they had cleared out the bulletproof cameras from Team Empire, which meant there was no information to them. They didn't hear the plan, there's a lot going on, they're breaching the wall. So, again, it didn't really make sense to be planting in that given moment. It would make more sense if they had waited 10, 20, 30 seconds. So doing things off pace when you're not supposed to be doing them arguably really is a vantage point because it makes less sense. And in this case, it's working wonders. I believe we have a tactical timeout now from Team Empire, which would make sense given as they've lost momentum now. Sonics in the lead since the first round, and Empire now wants to regain it. Similar fashion where when Sonics took the timeout, they won the previous 2 rounds.
I feel like I cursed them at this point, right? Because back in round number 7, I said, well, there's only been 1 timeout taken from the Sonics. They can't take another one. Why on earth would Empire take a timeout when they are winning? And then they lose the next 2 rounds and they take the timeout. And I stand here saying, my bad, boys.
So, do you want to take a guess at what happens next? You just want to see it like unfold in front of you?
I feel like I don't want to curse the match any more than I already have.
That's fair.
What do you think? Should I do it?
I mean, it's kind of rude because it's also favoritism because you're going to be favoring one team over the other. So either you're
I don't care who wins. I never care who wins.
You never care?
Very commonly asked question, I think, of every single caster is, who's your favorite team? Who are you rooting for? I couldn't give a damn. I'm going to say right now, there are storylines that I root for. If I think that the storyline is particularly compelling, sometimes it's about dominance. There were occasions where I cheered for your team because you were so dominant.
I'm honored.
I cheered against you more often than not because I thought that the better storyline was seeing your team lose its crown and get humbled. But there were times where watching your team succeed and destroy everybody was, I think, the better storyline for the future. In this particular instance, I don't care who wins. There's no real better storyline here. Empire are looking to avenge a very disappointing result in Sweden. They're looking to avenge a heartbreaking loss in Mexico where they lost in the finals to Team 1, whereas the Sonics are now trying to prove to everybody that making Mexico, making Sweden, and getting grouped wasn't a fluke. They deserve to be there. They deserve to be the NA League champs. And right now, Sonics are actually beating my expectations here on Clubhouse. But I want to once again bring up that stat. This is the most played map by the Sonics in the last 3 months. And even though they don't have the best results on it, it's an 8-7 victory, an 8-7 victory. Was it a 7-5 loss and a 7-2 loss? That this is still a comfortable map for the Sonics, and they are playing very well today.
I like the captain from Dan. It's one of those situations where, you know, he hasn't had the most success with gun skill or gunplay this round. He's been taken out very unfortunately. And now he's gadgeting out to bring that. Oh, but the injury from Grixer sneaks in stock door, takes out Joystick, who loves playing on those blue stairs. And this is a great opening for Team Sonics. Joystick is one of the most proficient roamers who actually moves a ton around the map with confidence. And now that he's off the board, it just leaves Dan inside a bar. And with Dan being a 2-7 scoreline with the Capcan traps now taken on because the gunfight isn't happening, yeah, he's back on side now a little bit scared.
Just in case anybody's curious, as we are now in round number 10, things have officially begun because somebody is dead, and I think that's how it works. A round doesn't actually begin until somebody dies. Am I correct?
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure that's just science.
Fact.
Empire have 3 first picks of the 10 rounds, 7 in favor of the Sonics. And, well, the Sonics are in prime position to take this first pick here in round number 10 and continue to push forward. That was a bit of desperation from Empire. They knew they were down a body. They needed to try to regain some map control. They swing through Garage. It does not work out for them.
The only thing I'm wondering about is that the second Joystick got taken down, you see Dan run straight back to the bomb side, but then you see Cypher staying, you know, overly aggressively with confidence even until the very last moment where it's a bit of panic. Why did didn't they stay together? Why didn't they fall back together? You can't really play that middle ground of, hey, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna fall back, because then one guy's completely alone and isolated, and he will die eventually.
I like that Grixer's been playing their flex, by the way. They've been putting him on whatever role he wants to. This is statistically one of the best players in all of the world.
Wow.
He was in competition with Hot and Cold for MVP of this most previous year of the North American League, and for a number of stages, he was actually the best player in North America. An answer back comes a little bit belated with 50 seconds left to go on the clock. The very first kill from Empire comes out. It's on a direct engagement. It's a nitro cell that blows up at the feet of Kansan, so the buck is removed from action. Still 3 hard breachers available for the Sonics. With the time remaining, it's 35 seconds. They're going to have some work to do to figure out where they want to go to try and get this diffuser planted. The Sonics have been able to get the diffuser down twice in the most recent rounds, and well, they're going to want to try for a third time. Super taking about half of his HP away. Rexen also damaged. Does not bode well for this team, with Capkin Trap still up, a Nitro Cell still up, and a Toxic Babe in the hands of Shepard. But Super walks in, he outguns Dan, looking the wrong way as Shepard, and the Sonics sure seem like they have match point. 4 seconds remaining for Super to get that diffuser down, with both Yeti and Grixer to watch over top. Always tries to rotate through blue, but he gets shut down, and it's indeed match point for the Sonics.
Wow. Conversion rate. They're now getting opening kills, and not just that, they're turning those opening kills into round victories as well. I was a big concern for Sonics. The time was really slipping away. 14 seconds, Toxic Babe came out. They didn't really have any openings. It got into an entry point position for them. They found 2 of the 3 kills that they needed, and then again, Super doing super things, planting the diffuser, and then the cover's there. The last kill gets found, round goes in their favor, and yeah, Grixer on 12 kills, matching Always on the 12 kills as well. Always was kind of on fire on the attacking side, and now he's kind of slowed down a little bit more. I believe 2 of his kills were also like exit kills in those like 1v3 situations, so the 12 kills, well, technically, you never really have the true amount of kills that you see, because sometimes you'll be in a 1 vs 5, you'll get 2 or 3 kills, but they don't really have a huge amount of impact, so impact kills are important. And, you know, the very first round, when Sonics were in the basement defense, Super didn't even get a kill. He got an injure, but that injure stopped them from planting at the very last second or 2, and that essentially got them the round. So, impact kills, or injures, and, well, little to no impact kills.
Of course, it is hard to separate the word impact from an impact grenade, but impact isn't like impactfulness on the round. Sometimes, like Grixer, for example, getting that pick on the very first attempt that the Sonics had back in round number 7. Grixer got a kill. It's 1 of his 12 kills, but it was totally impactless. You can have 3 rounds in a row where you are in a 1v5 and you kill 4 people. 12 kills total, and they can be completely impactless.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can pad your stats. You could be 12-3. But guess what? Those 12 kills mean absolutely nothing. So it's important for us to make note of that, because Dan, for example, only has 2 kills, but those both could be round-winning clutch kills, and those 2 kills could be hugely impactful. Just something for the influx of new viewers that we tend to get during the Six Invitational to talk to you about how not all kills are equal.
Yeah, numbers are important, they really are, but the context to support those numbers, I would say, are even more so important, because a lot of times you can just look and be like, oh, numbers are simple, well, that's a low number, that's bad. High number, good. But it's not just like that ever. So, especially when we speak about support players, I mean, Super right now is 4 and 6. He's planted multiple times, doing good drone work, doing IGLing and leadership. So while only, and I say only with my fingers crossed, or doing the thing, the rapid ears, he only has 4 kills, but his value is tremendous. So keep that in note, especially when it comes to support players.
I will also say that Super being 4 and 6 is actually significantly better than he usually is. It is not uncommon, even if he has 3 plants down, it is not uncommon for the Sonics to win a match with Super going 3 and 8, or 3 and 9, or 2 and 10. So the fact that he is keeping up with 4 kills to his name is tremendous, and everybody's criticism of the Sonics stems from Super's inability to get kills. Nobody doubts his IGLing abilities, nobody doubts his vision.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Nobody doubts the vision, by the way, of Scyther, who goes for 1 and then immediately gets traded off. So he takes out Rexen, but gets re-dueled by Grixer, and Grixer's the one who ends up winning that. He's very wary of what could be, but Kansan is over inside of Cash, making a name for himself, and down another member of Empire goes. Joystick will be no more. This is an advantage for the Sonics, but immediately evened out. Always fires back onto Yeti, a 3v3. These team teams going back and forth with just a little bit less than a minute. The match is on the line for Empire right now. This is their map, and they don't want to let the Sonics stay in this round for as long as they can over the next 40 seconds.
Certainly. I think the eyes right now are kind of on Dan because he's inside of office. It's a very important position in this round. It kind of glues the entire bomb site together, and Dan has had a bit of a rough game so far. Same with Shepard, and now there are 2 of the 3 people remaining, together with always the top frag of the team. They all need to show up to get this round in the bag.
25 seconds left in a 3v3, a stalemate right now. The clock continues to tick away, but Dan presents himself and Kansan greets him with open arms. The C8 does what does best. Adrenal Surge is still going. Super will need to walk in. Does he have clearance? Shepard hiding inside of the bathroom. A Nitro Cell goes down, and there goes Super. Grixer follows. Kansan will need to take this engagement, but with 6 seconds left, he doesn't know where to go. Diffuser in, and always is down below. But does Empire have any information? 14 kills to his name. He will ascend up the stairs. It depends on who has the sharper set of ears right now, and they both know where they are. Kansan has the better shot and the better ears, and the Sonics have the better map. They take Empire's clubhouse 7-4.
They steal it, Parker. It wasn't just taking it. They said, you know what, we were down bad. We took a timeout. We came back stronger, and they found so many opening picks, and they got such good conversion rate towards the end. I am happy and also a little bit proud, actually.
Why are you proud? Why are you proud of the Sonics?
Because they are kind of the underdog in a way, but then they won the NAL finals, the #1 North America right now statistically, and they actually for the first time, arguably ever, have to prove something. They did it. First map, sure. It's against Empire, sure. Not the greatest version of themselves, but it's a great beginning to what could be a beautiful story as we venture deeper into the tournament.
Well, if there's any team that's coming in playing with a chip on their shoulder, it's the Sonics. Everybody dunked on them for Mexico.
Yeah.
Everybody dunked on them for Sweden, and then they win the North American League. The sky is now the limit, but you have to back up that talk with results. Right now, with a clubhouse victory, the Sonics have backed up map #1. They're going to a much more comfortable battlefield. Their choice of Oregon up next. But before we get there, we have a short break for you. We'll come back in just a couple minutes and we'll keep going with Empire versus the Sonics. Well, I don't know if that was the result that all of us saw coming into this very first map, but it's a strong map for both teams. Ended up being stronger for the Sonics. Empire starting off on some bad footing in this best of 3, losing their map of Clubhouse to SQ by a score of 7-4. What was your main takeaway from the matchup?
Surprised. I think that's like the key word here. I will say the opening kill aggression from Soniqs is exactly what I noted down that I want to see. I think Soniqs needs to keep making it difficult for Empire to find a footing in the game because Empire is the more experienced team and therefore you would argue they have a slight advantage when the pressure is high. And they did a really good job at certain early game pressure. You really see the IGLing of Super combined with 4 very aggressive and precise gunners.
Now you got the map summary for you on your screen in case you didn't actually tune into the entirety of the matchup and want to know what exactly happened. For me, the biggest surprise was how the Sonics adjusted to attack. Now, the first half goes 3-3, a dead split between the teams, but the general wisdom of Clubhouse is that it's a defender-sided map. Almost every map right now has a defender skew. Yet the Sonics said, yeah, we don't really care about that because they go into this first half, they win 3 rounds, Empire wins 3 rounds. Second half, Empire wins a single round. 4 go in favor of the Sonics, a very definitive attacking round. And the key thing, and you see it in the middle of your screen, rounds 8, 9, 10, and 11, all of them had the objective played by the Sonics. 4 successful diffusers planted, 3 of which were by Super, 1 of which was by Kansan. So really just a remarkable round from them all the way on. Round 8, remarkable. Round 9, remarkable. 10, incredible. 11 was by far and away the standout performer in that very final heads-up gunplay between the 1v1, diffuser planted, time running out, and it was just very, very well done on that.
Yeah, same with opening kills. It was 7 in favor of Sonics and 4 to Empire, so that was a bit of a sway there.
Yep.
And opening kills are important. They make up a big difference of Rainbow Six Siege, especially in a map like Clubhouse where every single operator is so crucial because it's all about the execute.
If you look at the opening kills too, they don't all tell the same story, right?
That's true.
The very first opening kill of the match went to Empire, but the Sonics traded it back immediately.
Yep.
Same thing happened in the second half when an opening pick from the Sonics was answered, or the opening pick from Empire was answered by the Sonics right away, and round number 5, same thing happened with the Sonics getting the first pick and Empire matching up. Having to play at a massive deficit is a huge problem, and we talk about opening picks, you have to account for a couple things. Number 1, your strategy is always going to involve having all 5 of your players involved in the action. On defense, it's about holding map control, stopping drones, using utility, especially for those few operators that don't have persistent utility. Think of a Smoke. Smoke dies, he loses his gadget. Jaeger dies, those ADSs are going to stay up. Those are persistent gadgets. So not only are you down an operator, but you might be down somebody whose gadget will not be used for the remainder of the round. But more importantly, when you lose somebody that early on, depending on who it is, that could be your whole strategy.
Certainly.
If you're playing on a map with a single hard breacher and your hard breacher gets picked off first, you're doomed most of the time.
Unless your Sonics bringing 3 of them.
Well,
in case you're fine, right?
they were okay.
Contingencies, right?
And they got, and what was it? It was Rexon was playing, I believe. Rexon was playing on the Ace, and he got picked off at one point, and guess what?
Yep.
No problem, you still got a Maverick, you still got a Thermite. But that is Clubhouse. Oregon is up next. This is the Sonics map pick, Nick. And for people that might not be the most familiarized with the maps, how different does Oregon play out than Clubhouse?
So it's quite a different story in some areas, right? Oregon is much more about what I would say man advantage than executions. Clubhouse, about strategy, breaching the correct wall in the right way at the right time and then planting. Oregon, it's all about having a man advantage because more guns equals better odds of winning. And I know that goes for every map and every bomb site, but Oregon is so focused on having 2 or 3 entry points for attackers. On basement, you got 3 staircases. On top floor, you got attic and master bedroom breach. So, more guns, more favor.
Another historically good map from Empire, though they might not be as proficient on Oregon as they've changed up their map pool. If they're actually playing Villa now, by the way. If you come from back in 2019, if you just woke up one day, you're cryogenically frozen, and you get woken up, and you say, oh, Empire's playing, and you see them playing Villa, you would be very surprised. Empire have worked really hard to expand their map pool. If we go all the way back to stage 1 of the NAL, the only 2 maps that the Sonics played were Oregon and Clubhouse. That was it. And teams started banning those maps against them. Well, we see why with the victory on Clubhouse. Now it's time for the Sonics to run it back again, if you're a fan of theirs, here on Oregon. Operator bans are coming in, and we have Thatcher and Hibana, Mira and Valkyrie, and my God.
Yep, same.
They're the same.
Same. It's pretty straightforward. It makes sense. We kind of expected the Hibana ban to go out, or at least we did, you and I, Parker, on the side of Soniqs again. It makes sense if you do it on Clubhouse, if you also prepared a similar story for Oregon. It plays out the same way. There are a lot of hatches on the basement bomb side on both of these maps, and Hibana just makes that a lot easier to deal with on the attacking side. So if you ban out the Hibana and you prepare for that fact being the case, that means you can prepare for exactly how you're going to breach those hatches. And now we see not 3, but 2, I would argue, heart breachers on the side of Soniqs. You got Yeti on the Maverick, and I bet you right now, $100, that Super has the can opener secondary heart breach gadget, because it makes too much sense not to.
I mean, he's going to play a heart breacher. Why would he not do that? We're going to have to wait.
$100.
Yep.
Come on. Pay it up. I got him good.
I never agreed to that, by the way.
No, but I did, and I shook your hand in my mind, so it kind of counts.
I mean, you're technically wrong. There's not $100, there's just $1, and it's who's playing. So,
give me the $1, then how about that?
$99 apparently is what I'm down at this present moment. This is going to be interesting to watch from the Soniqs because Super likes his heart breacher. He likes that thermite roll an awful lot. And yeah, I mean, the can opener is like a smaller thermite charge to a certain extent. You've got 2 of them at your disposal, so Super will be able to apply them wherever he wants. You can take out a hatch, you can take out the wall. A lot of teams like to favor that blue take. Elbow might be reinforced. You can open that up. The can openers will likely go upstairs on the hatches. That's my assumption. Because, well, I mean, maybe not. Yeti as a Maverick is very safe on those hatches as well because there's no destructibility on the floor around him. So we'll see how the Soniqs change things up and what they do. For Empire right now, they're going to be defending elbow. We see it with the smoke. They've got the deployable shield. They've got the opening inside of elbow. They're going to be playing right where they want to. That shield is actually a little bit farther back.
Very far back.
Than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, make it a little bit harder to grenade it or soft breach it because you gotta etch it just a teeny tiny bit further in. Of course, same thing goes with the Flourish drones. When you use the gadget, you have an easier time shooting the drone if you have more time to shoot it. So I think it's one of those situations where the further back the shield is being put, the more uptime you might have as you can make sure that the shield stays alive. And that's, of course, extremely important on the elbow position. Soniqs making quick work. They actually have almost full map control within the first minute of the round. Grixer on the big tower side of things, and the last 4 in the main lobby and Junkyard spawn. So this is quite efficient from them so far.
That's good timing, absolutely. And I mean, if you're not roaming, if you drone it out very quickly and you have good comms and the vision that the Soniqs can have, you know that you've got that map control. So
certainly.
One of the hatches being opened up inside of security, that's Yeti on the case. There's 2 more hatches that you might want to take care of. One inside of main lobby, which is where Kansan is playing right now. The other hatch, and arguably the most important hatch for most basement takes, will be inside of meeting. And that's the one that drops into Pillbox. So right there on your screen, and the can opener is going to go off on that. You owe me some money as well because I said I thought that the hard breach was going to go on there, and guess what? The can opener goes in exactly that spot.
The way it goes is that the can opener goes on the hatch if there's no kite in play, and then the Maverick opens up the hatch if there is a kite in play. In this case, there's no kite in play, so that makes perfect sense. Parker, you're a smart boy. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I like to think that there's a reason why I've lasted casting as this long, Nick. So, grenade gets tossed in, by the way, now that all of security's been opened up. They buck the wall as well to give them a bit farther back vantage point down into Freezer, and the Soniqs focus is on the front portion of this map. It doesn't look like the Soniqs have done that much against the Banshees or the Wamai discs, so you're going to have them sticking around. First pick, by the way, comes in, and it's Dan to fall first from Empire. The Soniqs with an advantage. With 40 seconds left, they're ready to spring into action. Guns poised towards the bomb site at the bottom of the main floor, and it's Rexon hitting an Adrenal Surge and then swinging on in. So many bullets, and he'll dust Shepard, drag across, cannot outduel Scyther, joystick in on it too. All of a sudden, the Soniqs falling by the pieces and falling to pieces by the wayside, leaving Grixer in a 1v3. As Zofia continuing to walk forward, but that proximity alarm giving his position away. He's got 1 reinforcement to give him some life, but the rest of Empire are not giving him an inch. Diffuser miles away, everybody hiding, trying to take engagements, but very smartly, they draw him out with always playing down on Pillar, and the one player from Empire, by Laundry, the Russians will take the very first round here on Oregon.
Great discipline from Team Empire in that 1 versus 3. They knew it was a losable situation. Sophia with that 150, as we call it, the LMG that has 150 bullets. You don't want to swing that because you might actually just end up losing the round. One crucial mistake that I saw from Soniqs that round is that they sent 4 players to Freezer and a single person in Laundry. Nobody dropped the meeting hatch. The one that you said, Parker, was the most important one. So clearly Soniqs don't don't agree with that statement, but I agree with you. I think it would be great to have one player drop the meeting hatch to create chaos, get that backside pressure when the execute comes out. But also beyond that, I don't think there's any value in sending almost every single player in one area of Vincere all funneling through the same door and then only having one player with diffuser, by the way, inside of laundry all alone. I would want to spread out the soldiers. If you got 5 guys alive, hell, take 2 guys laundry, take 2 guys Vincere, put the 5th guy on that backside meeting hatch, and you are now, well, bingo, you get all the grounds covered. But they didn't. It was all eggs in one basket, and that basket was full of rotten eggs.
Or they say, put all the eggs in one basket, and then blow up the basket.
Well, they didn't blow it up, Empire did, but yeah, their basket got blown. And that's... yeah. Anyway.
I hate when my baskets get blown.
Yeah, I hate when the baskets...
I hate when my baskets get blown.
That's terrible. We're upstairs. I'm actually curious to see if Super now being on the block, if they're going to go for like a junkyard take and do vertical play from below, or if they're going to go for a more, you know, typical master bedroom and attic breach from big tower. The block is like a defining factor on Oregon because it allows you to vertical play from below and up, rather than a sledge that can only do vertical play from above and below. So you have more options with this operator. He has the heartbeat gadget as well, a secondary gadget of the can opener, so it's just extremely flexible pick for Soniqs, and so far it does look like they'll be clearing out dining, kitchen, and showers hall, which does indicate that they want to utilize Super on the block, and that's something that I love to see because normally Super's in the back on Jones, but now he's almost leading the charge.
I want to remind everybody now that we are not the only stream in business. There is the side stream, Stream A, beside us going on right now, and I'm going to spoil
oh no.
what happened in the very first map
ears.
that's going on the other stream, so plug your ears for the next 10 seconds. The APAC team, Sandbox, prevailed by a score of 7-4 over the defending world champions in Ninjas in Pajamas. So 2 quote-unquote upsets to start off the groups. What a wonderful time of year.
It was a great time. What a nice, like, I mean, I was going to call it early Christmas present, but technically it's late because we're like in February, but I'm happy to see it. Always, I don't think he's too happy right now. He's extremely stuck inside of this server room. He does have the hatch and a shotgun primary weapon, so he can dip when he needs to. Joystick comes in for the help, but help will not be found. Rexon finds him, and Grixer got the opening kill onto Cypher as well. That is a situation that is quite dire for Empire, as we're now in a 5 versus 3, always still alive, kind of being left alone on this island. They don't seem to bother about him too much more. If anything, just holding him stuck from Super inside of dining.
Even though the last round did not go in their favor, the Soniqs obviously showing their teeth and baring their teeth as attacking teams. They had such a successful run on that first map of Clubhouse, and now they're looking to replicate it. Struggled on the bottom floor of Oregon, but now in a much better position. Rexon had suffered some damage earlier on, nothing that an adrenal surge can't fix, and well, there's still 1 more to go, and there you go. Rexon almost back to full HP. Shepard still toiling over top of these openings, and the floor is always down below, engages Super and wins that fight. Rexon in the smoke, up on white stairs, and what a shot from always, but Yeti's just a little bit better. Dan now watching the window as he'll creep on up. He sees the Zofia down goes cans and a beautiful shot. Another one lined up as well. Yeti losing a ton of HP, as is Rexon. Grixer now, though, on the flank. He sees one, drags across, the other lined up. They know where he is. He's trapped inside of dorms, and Shepard will have 15 seconds to get his way out, with Yeti getting the diffuser down. That's that secondary support, but he dies to the smoke. Where are you, Rexon? You need to get in there. Diffuser, 5 seconds. You have to take the engagement, but he's on the right. Oh my God, Shepard! He clutches it, and mass confusion costs Soniqs the round.
This is almost what we saw previously in Clubhouse, where it looks like they're doing so good from the side of Soniqs. They have the tools available, they have the man advantage, but then at the very last few seconds, they fall short. I question the plan in the 1 versus 2. I question the positioning of Rexon. He was so far away, couldn't even have covered his teammate if he got swung on, and ultimately, the Toxic Babe really found the booty of Yeti and stopped the plan from going down. Super as well getting picked off down below on that replay from always hiding inside of server, where they droned him out previously. He had been in the entire round, and then all of a sudden, well, Soniqs just kind of walk into him. Yes, it was only 1 casualty, but if Super had been alive, or if that player had been dealt with, you could argue that a lot of things would have been different. Remember, it was always from down below that shot Yeti on the jump-in, which meant he wouldn't have died to the Toxic Babe later in the round had he not taken damage from that specific player. So these things really tend to snowball, and the bigger picture is grim for Soniqs that round.
I don't know exactly why there's only 9 people in the lobby.
He gave up.
But
He gave up.
he gave up.
You know,
All
that
right,
round,
well, he gave
pathetic.
up.
I don't want this anymore.
He gave up. He said, you know what? After those 2 rounds were done,
Yep.
we
can do better.
We can do better,
done.
exactly. So there's going to be a very brief rehost here and get them all back into the lobby before we continue onwards with this match. So bear with us for just a second. This will prove to be a little bit advantageous for the Sonics. They have time to sit down and discuss amongst themselves. No, they won't be able to talk to Joe Bro, but they can still talk amongst themselves. And in many ways, they want to clarify that Joe Bro, as much as he's a coach, is more of an analyst-style coach. Super does a lot of the strategy. He's also mostly the coach along with the IGL, so they don't need access to Joe Bro. For Empire, these are 2 rounds where they fought from behind, and again, that conversion rate for Sonics that we've talked about so often, it fails them on both of those rounds. And the Sonics have so many opportunities, whether they get an opening pick or they just have an advantage after surrendering the opening pick. They have more map control, they have good utility, they have case control, who knows what. The Sonics are losing from the mid-round onwards, which I find is interesting because another team that had those same struggles is Sandbox, who are currently playing against Nip on the other stream. Sandbox were exceptional at getting the very first pick, but then struggled after that. It's like, we got the first kill and we don't know what to do with it. It seems like the Sonics are right now struggling through that mid-round, and especially the last 30 seconds of the round for the Sonics. When the Sonics lose, you can pinpoint it to the last 30 seconds in almost every single round.
Yeah, and I mean, Sonics has gotten both opening kills on this map of Oregon so far, but they've also lost both rounds. So, as you said, conversion rate. They get the good beginning, but they get the terrible end. I really, really liked what they were doing on that previous round on the Kid Storm attack. Going below, passively utilizing the bug, clearing out 2 opening kills, pushing as a unit, making sure that if anybody dies, there's a trade to come through. It was beautiful. It's just, then we talk about the last 30 seconds and it's like, oh, I want to close my eyes because that was disgusting. And I don't mean that in a good way. I mean that that could have been done a little bit better.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
territory bomb
defused by
site,
attackers.
we're going kitchen dining from Empire, and not only are they a Russian team, but they are bringing a Russian operator of Tashanga. This is something that we see more and more, I want to say. We see some sort of Villa AVG defense where you can use the Molotovs at nice certain plant positions. I imagine this is going to be a similar-ish story, combined with smoke usually, but this time it's actually just the Tashanga. And I mean, he's doing great work of the walls right now with the AVG, just and they're gone.
You do this mess hall kitchen defense and you extend it outwards is essentially what we're seeing. And for people that don't really understand, if you just box yourself into the bomb site, you're going to be in a rough spot. Kitchen and mess hall allows for somebody to take the top floor of small tower or somebody to take dorms above you and really make your life miserable. So you have 2 options here. You can extend out into showers, you can extend out into security, or you can extend into meeting.
Yeah.
Some teams can do both, but a lot of times you want to just invest your utility in one area. In this particular case, their focus is going to be towards small tower, which is why you saw that setup being done to open up washrooms, to open up showers, and to open up some of security.
I feel like if you're Sonics, you kind of want to go for meeting attack here because you have impacts on joystick playing out of showers. He can trick the wall, and you don't have any throwable heartbeat gadgets from the side of Sonics. You only have the Maverick, and you have the can opener on Super. So I feel like meeting here is favorable, but they're gonna challenge anyway. We need to keep an eye on Yeti on the Maverick because you can actually make like a small hole inside of small tower ceiling and get an angle into showers. That's what we're going to see right now most likely. I think Cancel will help him out here, hold the angle. See if you're prone down, you get the torch out. You can now create this angle in towards a joystick, and that's going to help you kind of attack this position. It's a very, very known thing to do, so I think joysticks should be very much aware of it. But now the question comes, they cannot really reach this wall. And even if they could, it's just a can opener. It doesn't create a gigantic hole to really utilize. So if anything, Sonics have to just aggress and play that trade game of just taking out players one by one by one.
Having some battles with these mute jammers inside of small tower, and they can assess the setup. Look at how close Rexon is, by the way, to this engagement. He sees the shield with the Mamai playing behind it. The magnets can get tossed out, try to eat up some of these projectiles and throwables. There are 2 sets of grenades in the hands of the Sonics. Both Rexon and Yeti have that at their disposal, and no magnets remaining for joystick. But they doubled up on the denial. They've got both the ADSs and the magnets there at their disposal. First Shumika launcher goes out. It just misses Rexon, who now gets softened up quite heavily. And the Sonics are being blunted by these Shumika Molotovs, stopping the entry towards the A site. You can see the Sonics don't really know what they want to do. Are they going to hard commit to a washroom take? It sure seems that way. They take down Joystick. That's the first domino. 50 seconds to go. Super has that diffuser in his hand, and you know it is mighty hot. He wants to set it down. Grix are watching towards the bottom of White Stairs, try and box out the return to the bomb site for Empire, as there's a bit of calmness. Nitro Cell gets tossed out, but nothing is really done in terms of damage. Dan gets back into the bomb site. 35 seconds to go, and nothing really from Empire. They're just waiting. So Grixer will make his presence known, shooting away at the ADS. Washroom's taking control of Dan, watching now to try and get back on in, and his engagement with Grixer does minimal damage, gets away with his life fully intact. Super with the diffuser down in the corner. There go all of the Molotovs. He's not taking any damage whatsoever. They just narrowly miss. So Super's going to be able to get this one away, and with 40 seconds to go, the Sonics have control, taking back the bomb site. Empire, well, they don't have a lot of HP working in their favor. Dan swings, takes out Rex, and Scyther falls as well, leaving a 4v3. No friendly fire there for Empire. Their numbers continue to dwindle. Down goes Shepard. Dan follows, always buried, dead last. And the Sonics find themselves their first round.
That was quite nice. I mean, that is essentially what you can do when you have 4 young gunners on the side of Sonics. You say, you know guys, just walk into this bathroom area, just like shoot Joystick, take him out, take the ground, and then the Tashanga, he missed the Molotovs, and this is where the operator gets tricky. It's a lot more punishing than a C4 Nitro Cell or a Toxic Babe smoke canister from Smoke, because the radius is so much smaller, and how the trajectory kind of peels off the walls and bounces is extremely hard to play with, and essentially that's kind of where Empire fell flat. Super got the plant down for free. Remember, they did not have any smoke grenades this time around. Grixer on the Twitch was playing a Claymore, Super wasn't on the Thermite, so there was no smokes or any real ways to deny the long areas from Empire, so they just walk in, they figure it out, and now we see a 6-pick from Super, from the Bok onto the Ying. Now you get both the smoke grenades and you get crazy flashbangs in that Candela gadget. I love this operator pick for Oregon. It's what I call an execution enabler, if you will, or like a setup breaker, if anything. Essentially, it allows you to just kind of pedal to the metal. You can get through any area, blind your opponents, smoke off lines of sight, and just take control. And that's something that's extremely favorable in Oregon, as you spoke about. It's all about having the most guns available, but when you play a Ying, it doesn't matter how many guns the enemies have, because no one can really see a damn thing.
5 seconds left.
Something that SSG is actually quite known for as well is that hot and cold, they do the similar thing. They play the Bok, they play the Ying, and it's always like kind of like their way, their spearhead, if you will, into the bomb site. But Super, actually Super playing the Heartbreach gadget again. He just says, I do not want to get off the Heartbreach, I want to stick it, even if I have smokes as an option. He's just a real support player. Like the support player.
On Ying. I will say I do like SSG's Ying takes on Oregon, but they usually happen on the upstairs bomb site. Bosco will run the Ying on that top dorm's floor. I mean, we've seen it down below as well, don't get me wrong, but it tends to have a lot of strength on that top floor. Playing off of this operator, though, and the single hard breacher being Yeti and Maverick, there's no real hard breach to be had here. No dedicated hard breacher. You don't have an ace, you don't have a Thermite, and Hibana is banned. So, back downstairs, Empire will go, and we'll see exactly how the Sonics can do that. But again, you talked about it at the onset. You bring the can openers. As he did on the Buck, as he does on Ying, that's going to be your dedicated hard breach to a certain extent, even if it's not in the hands of an operator who is designed to do hard breach work.
I mean, it makes sense. You're flexible, and if you want to play this flexible strategy, well, the one thing you need to bring is that hard breach gadget. So this allows Super and Sonics to play this version of the game, where if they want to bring the Thermite or the Ace, well, then they're just limited to just that. So Super, I imagine, will be going around multiple hard breach operators or operators with secondary hard breach gadget. Honestly, working okay so far. Open and kill all 3 rounds in favor of Sonics, and I imagine it'll be a frontside push as we're seeing the setup for right now. The one thing they gotta do better, if possible, get that backside flank. But more importantly, don't stack every single player in the same area, especially if you play the Ying. Because if all players are gonna be where the Ying is, well, then only the Ying can see, because you can team flash. However, the Finger does help with that exact thing.
Absolutely. 1 minute to go in a round that has absolutely flown by, and plenty of time for analysis as there's been very limited action. Soniqs grabbed map control at about the 90-second mark, and now they need to do the last piece, the last step, and it's going to come again like what the Soniqs wanted.
Here we go.
They completely forego taking control of Pillar and Elbow. The Soniqs are lined up by Laundry and Freezer. Yeti lead off kill, and not just Yeti, Kansan and Grixer as well. One for Rex and Super needs a kill, and it's a team ace as the Candelas go off. Joystick will look to drop through the hatch and stop the Soniqs from having a flawless round. And there's Joystick, he stops Super, no team ace available. He'll sit and watch with 30 seconds left to go. If they're aware of his position, they can easily gun him down. He'll fire through the smoke and head back upstairs. Hatch is open so he can flank again. No dedicated flank watch for the Soniqs on that main floor. They're all in the basement. So Joystick needs to pick his poison. Where does he want to go? He drops through Pill, his presence known. The bullets will go over his head. They know he's there. He outduels Yeti, or rather Kansan does. And Joystick with 1 HP will have to deal with the diffuser being down, and 3 players from the Soniqs as well. Adrenal Surge still active on Kansan. That's about it. But by Pillars, it's Grixer to seal the deal. And 2 rounds in a row from the Soniqs put them back in this matchup, and both teams tied up at 2 apiece.
It's gotta feel a little bit bad if you're Super there. You drone, then you get down in position, you throw your gadget, every single player from your team gets a kill essentially, you start planting, and then you're like the only person to really die. I mean, sure, there was a team kill that happened, but the only person to die by the hand of an enemy is Super planting after doing such a good job. And it's, that's just, again, support lifestyle. Anyway, great entries. It seemed like Empire kind of read the situation with the Ying when she was swinging bottom main and said, you know what guys, this Ying is going to make our life extremely miserable. We need to do something crazy here. Get some kills, start swinging areas, and that's exactly what they did. The issue is, when you're fighting, well, first of all, LMGs, and second of all, really precision-based young gunners, it's hard to win those gunfights. So they all went to the favor of Soniqs, and it became a 5 versus 1. Joystick flanking, couldn't find much. I mean, that's just one of those positions where, yeah, you might kill Super on the plan, but after that, you gotta deal with 4 players looking in your direction. That's just not gonna go your way ever.
Absolutely. They like the Ying again, and they're going to go upstairs. I talked about it on the previous round. SSG is one of the teams in NA who likes to do this. The Soniqs also like to run these annoying operators. When I say annoying, what operators do you think of that are annoying on attack, Nick? There's three that I'm thinking.
There's 3. I think there's 4. I'm going to say Lion, Dokkaebi, Jaggle, and I would put the Ying on there.
Okay, there you go. I would exclude Dokkaebi because we see her so infrequently.
That's a good point. But
Ying, Jackal, and Lion are brought out with far more regularity than we see Dokkaebi.
True.
I would also say that Blitz is annoying. I would say that Montaigne is annoying. Blackbeard is annoying. These are operators.
Yeah, if you're in gold, they typically are annoying. That's like super common. That's why they got nerfed, by the way, because in competitive play, they barely get played.
Kind of you to say that.
I mean, you told me you're a plat player, I looked you up, and then you were like high gold, and I was like, sure, that's kind of plat, but not really.
I was plat this season.
That's great. We should play sometime.
I was plat this season.
We did play Meme Bot together.
I don't need your pity, okay? I don't need your pity carry, all right? Anyway. These are, when I say annoying operators, I mean that their gadget is fundamentally frustrating to play against, and that's their design. There's a couple on defense as well. Capkin comes to mind. Legion comes to mind. You said Frost earlier on. These are annoying operators to deal with because they are designed to punish you and paralyze you. When you look at an operator like Ying, the Soniqs love to bring her. They love Lion as well, and they play around them so effectively. I will be fascinated to see the way that Empire are capable of rebuffing this, but the good news for Empire is that they've been running Wamai and Jaeger basically every round. Yep. So they've got double denial at their disposal, and a couple times they've also fit an Aruni into their setup.
That they do, and Super's actually playing the smoke grenades this round, so this wall is gonna take its time to get opened up. But more importantly, there's nothing else that the side of Soniqs can breach. They're not gonna have Attic at their disposal. They're only gonna have to work with this one wall, which Yeti is making sure that he can actually breach it, because if anybody gets close to the wall and swings him, it can be a little bit dire for him. So once the wall gets open, Yeti's walking in, I'm not sure why he's doing that. Anyway, once the wall gets opened up, you need to... Oh, they're just gonna walk in. They said, you know what, the wall's not gonna get opened up. We're gonna take the gunfights. Opening pick goes in favor of Team Empire. It is Dan, the man, to do it. And now Soniqs goes back up on it and says, you know what, maybe we need that wall to get opened up.
It's the first opening pick from Empire, if my numbers are correct, as well, and it comes at a perfect time for them because Soniqs have now tightened up this match. SQ have not led at all. They're looking to try and do that with 3 in a row. They're starting to fire up the War Machine, and that's a botched Candela by Super. Another one gets taken out, and oh boy, this is not going the way they want. 2 Candelas tossed out, basically ineffective. But Super's in the corner because the smoke isn't even tickling him. Down goes Joystick. Scyther's already down as well. Kansan falls. So the Soniqs in a 3v3 in a post plant. Super can't contest. Shepard takes him down, leaving Grixer and Yeti. Always down below. Nitro Cell over towards the closet. It goes off. Yeti knows somebody's in that particular area. He's watching through those kill holes. There's the head. A nice shot from Yeti. Pivoting over with Grixer by his shoulder. They have some coverage if they need it. Smoke to obscure with Always pushing on up. 2v2, 20 seconds left, shotguns out. These are going to be close range engagements. They're both expecting the Soniqs to blink, but neither are. They know exactly the way this is going to be played out. Always gets dropped. Shepard in a 1v2. The Soniqs looking for the lead, and they're going to get it in the post plant. SQ are perfect. And that's 3 in a row. 3 diffusers planted, and now it's Soniqs with the lead on Oregon.
Yep, they can plant, they can entry, and they can use their utility. Right now, they're doing pretty good things. It looked kind of questionable at first. Yeti was like, you know what, let me get the wall. He says, no what, I don't want the wall. Then they run in the door, they die, they get back to the wall, then they get the wall. They didn't really make it usable in that regard, but they opened up a couple of angles to help assist the plant. The only thing that I am worried about from the side of Soniqs and from the side of Super is essentially that they're kind of relying on enemies making mistakes in a sense. Super just tossed the smoke canister, tossed the Yin Candela, actually missed one of them, but tossed all of them out, and then starts holding the F button. It's kind of like...
By the way, he botched 2 of those Candela.
Okay, sorry.
So the first Candela was whether or not there would be a magnet there. It hits the banister of the door, it hits the door frame, rolls right back. Second one catches the magnet, but the good news is the magnet doesn't destroy it.
True.
So the Candela will still go off. It's primed and ready. It's going to sit over the doorway and it will go off, and it will still blind you. It might not go as deep as he wanted it to. I think the intention was for him to try and get it deep towards the doorway of kids' dorms so that it would potentially blind over towards games, that main dorm's door, and possibly the top of white. There's a huge radius that those things are able to blind with, those Candelas, but it just goes off in front of him. The good news is that while his Candelas miss, the smoke misses. So he gets the diffuser.
Yeah, the smoke Toxic Babe actually went in through the trophy door right behind him, and it doesn't like go through the wall anymore. It has to go like, it only goes to the room that it's inside of, so it just missed by a tiny bit. But I'm a little worried if Soniqs can get away with this long term, because multiple rounds on Top House and now multiple rounds on Oregon, it's this kind of Super holding down the plant button and then actually just getting it down because there's no response from Empire. There's no C4s coming out, the Toxic Babes missed. The previous round on the Dining Defense, it was the Tashanka Molotov that missed. If those had hit and gone in the favor of Empire, this scoreline wouldn't be 3-2. It would be more like 4-1. So they gotta fix up on that. Empire's gotta do it more consistently, but then also Soniqs, they have to figure out a way to break these rounds without getting arguably a little bit lucky from mistakes of their opponents. Entry now from Rexon with that LMG, doesn't finish off the player, but gets the injure. That is Cypher down the ground.
And wow, another early pick for the Soniqs, squandered again 2 rounds in a row. Empire have found that scoreboard first. Scyther will bleed out by the foosball table as Empire try to get to him, but Joystick will trudge through that toxic canister. Yeti's the one with the smoke, or Yeti's the one with the diffuser in hand as smoke goes off in front of him by the big window. Super is going to play a bit more of a backseat role, and he's got Rexon watching him to give some calls. Grixer down below with his utility work, the drone in play. Scyther getting picked back up by Joystick. No call to be made, no grenades to be tossed on in. You've got Empire back fighting fit, though both Joystick and Scyther don't even account for 3/4 of a person at this point. Maybe combining for 60 HP between the two of them. That's not ideal, and at least Scyther will die to a single bullet. Joystick, 2 bullets, and he's as good as gone as well.
Yeah, the finger off the board, thankfully, doesn't matter too much. Every single player from Soniqs is full health. Of course, it does mean you lose some grenades, you lose the LMG and a great weapon. And now it's all kind of down to Super, who doesn't have that much utility left either. He did end up using 2 Candelas for that mini execute, if you will, or engagement. He does have 1 to his name, does still have the hard breach gadget, so they could go attic here if that's what they wanted to. I think right now they're just trying to scout for a freebie, if anything.
Yeti's just creeping up, by the way. Complete control of trophy's been surrendered, and there he is. He catches the backside of the Malusi. A double lined up for Yeti, but he misses out on the opportunity. Continuing to head in, he's not expecting another inside of attic. And just like that, Empire doing some significant damage. Always takes out Super, and Kansan will need to be the hero. Empire knows how formidable he can be. He'll fire away at the soft wall. He's got 1 body lined up inside of attic. Scyther's still on that low HP, as he knows, but he doesn't know his location. A bit of a whiff. Kansan still with enough HP to do well. He picks up that diffuser, but it's a shotgun from Always on the stairs. Does Kansan know his location? He'll go for a plant, waiting for a sound call, but Always is ever so patient. Finally goes up. Nitro Cell gets tossed, but it misses, and Kansan survives, as Always tries to ascend the stairs, taking a ton of damage in the process. A single pump of that shotgun will level Kansan, but who's got the better reaction time? Around the wall they go, and it's Kansan again! Soniqs again, and they win the first half 4-2.
It's the trade-off, it's the kill with the injuries. Sophia survives in the end because the bomb is down, so they take the round. But oh my, there is no worse situation than having an SMG-11 on the mute against a 150 bullet weapon. It's so hard to fight against. I respect the shotgun, it actually went through, but it just didn't go his way. I need to question, however, the 1 versus 2 from Team Empire. They were so far spread apart. One person inside of attic, one person just proning on the white stairs. None of them can help each other. Diffuser is down basically between them, and essentially it cost them the round. Sonic prevails, 4-2 split on this one, and they're gonna go on defense feeling pretty good about that outcome.
Wow, what a first half for the Soniqs. Again, Oregon, just like Clubhouse, the distinction, like almost every map in this map pool, defender-sided. If not defender-sided, at least extremely friendly to the defenders. Friendly, like a neighbor coming and dropping off a basket of muffins for you after you've just moved into the house. That kind of friendly.
Or an egg basket. I'm not sure why he would drop an egg
But then
basket.
you have to blow the egg basket up.
That's true.
What if there's C4 in the egg basket?
What if there's
You
C4
don't
in the
see it
egg
coming.
basket? That would be a bad neighbor.
You'll never see it coming. Terrible neighbor.
Terrible neighbor.
Could you imagine? But the Soniqs coming out ahead, and
10 seconds to go.
the tail of the tapes for that first half, the Soniqs with 4 opening picks, Empire with 2. Diffuser being planted, by the way, in 4 rounds for the Soniqs. This is almost an identical round, identical half to what we saw on Clubhouse with the way that these rounds played out. The Soniqs dominating early in terms of opening picks, and then from rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6, we see the Diffuser being planted every single round, and the Soniqs are triumphant in all of them. So far, through these 2 maps, the Soniqs have planted the Diffuser 8 times in 17 rounds. That is a phenomenally good stat, and they have won every single one of those rounds.
Yep. In Rainbow Six Siege, it's like a did you know situation. Did you know that in Rainbow Six Siege, planting the diffuser means you're highly likely to win the round, even if it's like 1v2, 1v3, even sometimes 1v4.
I didn't know that.
So planting the diffuser is a really good way to play the game, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Actually, fun fact, Empire used to be a very similar team where they love verticality, they love control of the map, they love planting down the diffuser, and nowadays we see a lot of teams playing for aggression. I would like to believe that Soniqs kind of plays both ways, right? They get the early aggression man advantage, check, they've been doing that really well. Then they get the late round execute plant, check, they got that really well. What does that mean? You win rounds, you win games.
So, that's the first half in the books, and after that, so beautifully said speech by you, Nick. We now look towards the second half here on Oregon. This side should favor the Soniqs, but the first half should have favored Empire. It did not. What are we going to see occur? Are the Soniqs just absolutely the better team? If the Soniqs start to run up the score on defense, then we have our answer. But Empire at some point are going to need to slap that timeout button and settle the team down. Yes, 2 of their players are not with the team. That is debilitating. But they showed that on Clubhouse they can still compete. They cannot lose the plot right now. Empire are being manhandled on these 2 maps, and they need to figure it out quickly.
Yeah, I want to say one thing that Soniqs do a little bit better right now is that they seem like to have a more clear-cut game plan. You know, bringing the Ying, bringing the box, 6-picking and flexing tons of times. Empire, they have no clear-cut way to win this round, but they do have grenades, they do have manpower, they do have good weapons at their disposal. All it comes down to now is the gunplay. Who gets to win the gunfight? They get to take the round.
Joystick drops, by the way. He's inside a pill. Is that the real one, or is that a Gemini? I can't tell. Always down to Yeti. First pick goes to the Soniqs, but it's the real Joystick, by the way. Not an imposter. Grixter sees an opportunity. He seizes it, swinging right onto him. Rexon now at the back of the stairs. He's positioned by pillars, collapsed upon by Empire. 2 kills from Scyther. Everybody falling. Super in a 1v3. The heroics from Soniqs have come hard, and they've come fast. But is Super the one to do it? The answer, no. A fast and furious start to this half for Empire, and they'll take their very first attack.
Gunfights, gunfights, gunfights. Whoever has the most guns pointed in the same direction has the favor, and that time it was Empire. Yes, they didn't get the opening kill per se, but the follow-up came within a fraction of a second, basically equaling it back to a 4 versus 4. Of course, the player of Rexon isolated on that pillar position, couldn't do much to help his team. Super stock and elbow because Maverick was holding him as well. He could only go back through the bomb site rotation, but that doesn't really help your teammates a whole lot, and he was left in that 1 versus 3, which he had a very hard time winning because, again, again. SMG11, long distance against 3 opponents. It's just not going to happen, or at the very least, is extremely unlikely. Grixer, 6ing once again from Castle, now to Thunderbird. Previous time, 6 from the Castle into the Ella. So, Soniqs maybe want to get a little bit more aggressive this time around. They want to have the options to get healed back up if they take chip damage. Now, I'm not sure if that's an official siege term we have, but chip damage to me is basically when you take a little bit of damage, right? It can be a nade that doesn't go too close, it can be a gunfight or a spawn peek that doesn't result in a kill but just damage. As you're chipping away of the health bar, that's where the Thunderbird comes into great play because it heals you back up. Kind of the same reason why Finka is seeing so much play these days. Again, for chip damage purposes, heals you back up and you get healthy again.
I know that it's very hard to do this on defense, but the one thing I want to give some credit to Empire for on that round in particular was how aggressive they looked. I know that we use this term aggression and aggressive. We use both those terms, oftentimes interchangeably, to describe the way that certain teams play. But frankly, Empire have not looked like they want to control the pace of this matchup at all. On Clubhouse, even on attack, Empire looked quite lackluster. There was no ferocity in any of their attacks. On defense, they did not roam aggressively. They did not punish the Soniqs. And sometimes it's uncharitable for us to say that because it takes away from what the Soniqs are doing. The Soniqs are playing well, no doubt, but the Soniqs are not playing a style that is keeping Empire on their toes. The Soniqs are starting off very aggressively, and Empire is almost ceding that to them, allowing them to walk in and trying to beat them through that mid-round and not giving them much of a contest at the onset of these rounds. That's very uncharacteristic of Empire, and they need to wake up very quickly if they want to stay in this matchup.
I do agree, and even now, I mean, every single player from Soniqs is actually on the bomb side. But even then, Team Empire is taking more time clearing the map than Soniqs did when Empire was roaming against them with 2 players. So, yeah, Empire not really showing a ton of aggression or pace change.
One thing that I want to also talk about was how did nobody hear Joystick drop Pill? Joystick dropped Pillbox, E-Box, whatever you want to call it, by the back of the B-bomb site.
Yeah.
And Grixer was right there, by the way, and he did not act upon it. Joystick gets a kill, and then Grixer's like, huh, there might be somebody there.
I mean, you're talking about how you didn't know there's Gemini now, so maybe this is that confusion. A lot of things going on.
Shoot it anyway.
Call outs.
Shoot it anyway. You know somebody's going to be playing there. Somebody's always playing there.
Gotta shoot it.
You gotta shoot.
Point taken.
Well, you've got those 3 Kona stations down, by the way, from Grixer to give them a little bit more staying power. At the halfway mark, it continues to give more HP to both Kansan and Grixer, and I got to assume that these are just placed in the usual positions where you might get naded, the Kona Station's going to save you. In this case, it's Grixer and Kansan who are just a little bit overhealed. The assault from Empire looks to be towards the back of the bomb site again. That means that the large tower stairs over towards Pillar, potentially even blue.
This is good from Empire, by the way. They have 2 players outside of blue construction, meaning that if one player's only there, you can get singled out. They have 2 players outside construction, meaning that they can help each other.
Nades getting ready as the magnets have been burned now by that 5 ping that you see on your screen, and guess what? It hasn't really done anything. Rexon sitting by the smoke. He needs to drop. He needs to watch the drop and also watch the main door. This is going to be such a hard spot. Unless there's somebody to cover him, he is effectively a dead man. Down on the ground, Empire is struggling with this one, but there's a nade now to clear him out, and a beautiful throw from Joystick. They've got the coverage and they'll drop. Empire looking to charge into the bomb site, but they are meeting Soniqs head on, battling back, leaving just Joystick in a 1v2 with Grixer and Kansan still upright, and Joystick will have to march to the bomb site. He's got full HP, but he's only got 10 seconds left. The Soniqs looking to go to match point, and oh my, or go up closer to match point. They're going to take round number 5 on their end, and they are just inching ever so closer to putting Oregon and this match away.
Empire actually doing a very good job at opening up that round. They recognized Rexon inside of blue. They wanted to deal with him first, which makes really good sense. And it was a great drone. Yellow ping came out. Nade got tossed. That opens up the round for the rest of the Empire team. But Super swung, got 2 headshots just back to back, straight off the bat. And that then brought the favor back into Soniqs. And then it became a trade fiesta into that 1 versus 2, where Joystick had no time, no control, and no information to really act upon. We got a little timeout. And that is something that I think is a right time to do it. Assume that it's Empire, which I believe is the case. Because, well, if you're not going to do it now, and if you lose the round, well, then you're on match point. And if you want to talk about stuff that's been going wrong, doing that when you're about to lose is the wrong time to do it. You gotta do it so that you have time to make up for these mistakes and basically change the pace around. And I do think that what you said earlier, Parker, they need to take more control and kind of control the momentum, or at least the aggression or pace of the game, because right now that's Soniqs.
Even in that round, how long did you have him trapped in the corner for? Rex was in that corner for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a smoke to obscure him. You can't push through because you don't have pillars control. You don't have box control, so you can't drop. Yeti is playing on that doorway leading from the freezer hallway towards pillars, so he could very easily swing. And that, honestly, that's credit to the setup that we saw from the Soniqs, because of where Yeti was playing. He wasn't able, or he was able to just control where Empire was coming from. So Empire needed to seize control of pillar faster, flush out the bottom of the stairs, clean up blue, and then push on in. 2 rounds in a row, by the way, that Empire attacked from the same area. You go back to when the Soniqs were on attack. When they went to this bomb site, they went through laundry and they went through freezer. Totally different story when you look at the way that Empire's approaching it. They're going to control box, they're going to control meeting, they're going to go pillars, and they're going to try to take blue. Well, after that very first round where they rushed in, the Soniqs said, let's go right back to laundry supply. We know where they're going to come from. Let's make some minor adjustments. And huge credit to the Soniqs for how they did this, because they shored up their weaknesses. They kept control of box. They made it so with that open wall into blue, you couldn't just freely take control, and Empire didn't know what to do with it. And this is the story that we've seen from Empire so far. Not to take anything away from the Soniqs, but Empire have struggled an awful lot on these attacks to find their footing, and the Soniqs are feasting on them.
That they have. I think this round in particular is like the round for Empire. One, if Empire loses out this round, Sonic goes to match point. That's bad. It's also, well, it's map and match point, right? Because Sonic won the first round. Second of all, you just had a tactical timeout to really touch upon the problems, the issues, what is going wrong, and what is going on. So now, I want to see a clear-cut, precisely executed, with confidence kind of plan from Empire. They got the drones to do it. Dan has it inside a big tower. This is signifying to me they're going to go for a classic European, half big tower, half master bedroom split take. We'll see if that's what ends up happening on the playout, but at least they'll need to get something going for them, because so far their attacks have been a little bit lackluster. It is early days, of course. They still got more time to show for it. And they are bringing the Thermite and the Maverick. They're not using those secondary heartbeat gadgets on the Buck. They're keeping the flashbangs off for ADS and whatnot. And of course, Soniqs only bringing the Jaeger, there is no MI, so they can really make sure that these nades can do damage. And that might just be a defining factor for them, because if you have so many grenades, which they do, they have 6 of them, and they have 6 flashbangs, there is no excuse for people in corners not to get naded, and there's no excuse for shields not to get cleared. Yeti, early aggression in the basement. That's something we don't see a whole lot often from Mutes, but I like this again, just kind of making sure we have map presence. Joystick is a formidable player who's very much known to kind of lurk around in the attack and just be in weird positions. And there, bottom white stairs. Again, early aggression from his side, making sure that now the barbed wire is gone on white stairs, Soniqs have to worry about it.
You do really have to wonder, the fact that they're not all playing together, how much is that disrupting the rhythm of Empire? This is a team that Dan talks about. He likes to keep a level head, likes to keep the team in it. He's not going to have a level head or be kept in it at all because Dan just died to a C4 from Yeti. How poetic that can be.
Yeah.
Dan talks about this quite frequently. The team needs to take a level head. The team needs to be kept afloat, and he's usually the one to do that. There's obviously some frustration here, and you know that Empire's tragic early exit after making it to the finals in Mexico, in Sweden, getting blown up in groups, has to sting for this team. They've come in here, they have revenge on the mind, and an early start like this against the Soniqs does not bode well in what is quite a tough group.
I really like what Yeti's doing. Same story as in Clubhouse. He got the opening, killed the C4. Now he's playing inside a garage. He has a vertical hole to the main stairs, and he can go for the flank if he wants to. Yeti continuously is applying pressure both of these maps so far, and it's really well done. He recognizes that he might be needed upstairs, now runs away, but the damage has already been done. He succeeded.
Empire's got 2 grenades left, 4 flashes. In terms of secondary utility, they've already expended a lot of it. Both Shepard and Joystick have dropped those nades. In fact, they actually don't have any nades left at all. All 3 sets of their nades are done and used. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to burn with these flashes, 4 left. Grixer posted up a big window as Team Empire realize You've only got 30 seconds to go, and they're going to have to make the most of it. Smoking off the entry point from inside a closet towards Games is Super. He's got one toxic canister left, and with 25 seconds to go, there will be a moment for Empire to charge in. They're going to try. Scyther goes in, gunned down by Super, traded out by Joystick. Shepard next to fall. Holding against this is Joystick, and match point is the Soniqs. If Joystick cannot get a 4K, he can't. Grixer says no thank you. Down he goes, and just like that, it's series point for the Soniqs.
Map and series point. I wanted a clear-cut plan, and I saw what I would almost call inefficiency in the strategy of Team Empire. Essentially what happened was that they wanted to thermite breach the generator wall inside a master bedroom. And to do that, there's a kite claw on the wall. So the first step for Empire is to clear out that kite claw. Makes perfect sense. But the way they chose to go about it did not make any sense to me whatsoever. It was the Maverick who went to the generator window outside the building to nade the kite claw off the wall. When you have 6 grenades, that's 3 sets. It was the Maverick of all people who did it, who could have gone big tower, who could have breached the attic wall, apply double-sided pressure, get that hammer and anvil position, basically making the enemies fear you because you can be anywhere, but instead, it's 4 guys master bedroom. It's the Maverick nade in the kite claw, it's Joystick alone bottom right stairs. And then, well, it didn't go in their favor. They're doing a very simplistic way of attacking the map, and I don't think that's going to work right now. It clearly isn't working right now.
Oh boy, boy. For those that are fans of Empire, this has not been the result that you want. Empire are in an unideal spot, a 2-0, not even getting to Coastline. Surrendering the win on Clubhouse might end up being the biggest issue that they have right now. The schedule for Empire moving forward, by the way, is Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow. They have a day off after that. They go up against the EU qualifier champs in M&M, and then they have Sandbox Gaming as their final matchup. So, just looking at the strength of schedule, assuming that NiP doesn't lose to Sandbox, you still come in with NiP being the defending world champions. This is the team that has the hammer. They're looking to repeat. NiP are going to try their best. They finished second, by the way, in Sweden. So this is a team that is clearly strong enough. NiP eventually falling to FaZe Clan in the finals just a couple months ago at the Major. So assuming that NiP is strong, losing to the Soniqs and then potentially losing to NiP, that could be the run for Empire. Their first 2 games are mighty tough. Yeah. And, I mean, not that M&M are any slouches either. This is a team that actively scrims against the top EU teams. Tons of potential. And they're going to be playing with next to no expectations. You know how scary a team is that comes into an event saying, we're here to learn, we're here to have fun. Those teams often do better than most people expect. So Empire against Soniqs, this was one of those matches that Empire absolutely needs to win if they want to make it deep out of this group. Mind you that there's only 1 team that goes home per group. Yeah. So for Empire, you know, you might make it out of your group, but you're going to end up in the lower bracket, at which point another loss and you're done.
Yeah. Well, there it is. Opening kill. Joystick hurt that, took a personal foul. Opening kill to Yeti. That is the Wamai off the board. So limited usage of those Wamai discs. However, with half the round already being chipped away, that means that most of those discs has in fact gone out. So not the biggest of losses from Soniqs.
They've got control of this small tower now with half of the round to go. There is no contest from the Soniqs whatsoever in the bomb site. There's nobody in the bomb site. A-bomb completely clear. Kansan is in B-bomb. Nobody inside of showers right now. Most of this bomb site is completely vacated, and Empire will read into that. The Soniqs are going to be playing keep away from the exteriors, the peripherals of the bomb site, the peripheries of this bomb site, and then fight for a retake, Nick.
No toxic babes either, so it's looking really dire for Soniqs. Once Empire walks in, again, it's going to be all gunfights, but the gunfights goes in favor of Team Empire.
And Dan takes down Kansan, finally. Soniqs are able to do 1. Looking for more, Rexon trying to drag as many down with him. Grixer and Super in on it, but now it's Super in a 1v3. And oh my, what a strategic error from the Soniqs. They thought they could fight from behind, they thought they could fight from the back, and potentially get a retake. But no, Empire read into that beautifully, and that is more of what we expect from Empire. That's the aggression that we see. That's the assertiveness that we see from Empire. They take command, they get an early pick, they immediately read the bomb sites full or empty, and they just fully commit.
Certainly. I will say, while the mid-round was great from Empire, they did actually take a whole minute and 30 seconds to get to that first initial combat, or that first initial engagement. So, yes, explosive end of that, but still a very slow beginning. Eventually, I want to see them kind of step up the early game, then keep the same mid-late game, and then maybe we're going to see Empire at full speed. But right now, kind of operating at 50%. Dan actually showing us a Ying 6-pick from the Sledge. See the replay here real quick. Oh, we're back to the main game. Yeah, so Dan 6-picked from the Sledge into the Ying. He has the smoke grenades, so you have the hard breach of the Thermite, you have the hard breach of the Maverick, and you got the smoke grenades and full utility from the Ying. Similar story as we spoke about SSG doing it, we saw Soniqs doing it, now we're seeing Empire doing it. What a beautiful way for this to go. This is how they got beaten, and this is now how they have to beat Soniqs.
Well, I mean, Empire took a timeout, tried to settle things down, and now look at where they are. They're in a much better position, and we are actually looking at an attacker-favored Oregon, which is not outside of the norm, but with the way that these teams play, it is definitely skewing in that direction. Still, though, Empire will remain on the razor's edge for another 2 rounds before we go to overtime. There is no unlimited overtime in groups. It's the same 3-round overtime that we have come to expect from all of our normal leagues, be that EUL, APAC, etc. All the professional leagues use that. Most of the live events use that except for the grand finals, and it's going to be employed here once again. So if you're the Soniqs, you have 2 more chances at this. Whether you want to agree or not, that main floor bomb site, and I consider it one big bomb site, whether you're inside a meeting or whether you're inside a mess hall, you've got kitchen as the main point between the 2 of them. It's not as easily defendable. Teams are going to want to go upstairs, they're going to want to go downstairs, and it's another opportunity now for the Soniqs to prove that that last victory on Laundry Supply Room was not a fluke, and they can close out the matchup here.
Agreed. Soniqs, again, every single player is sitting on the bomb side. We keep talking about how slow Empire is in the early round, and then we see Soniqs, like, again, just like sitting around on side, not even trying to deny drones. In fact, there's all 10 drones live from Empire. If Soniqs had just ran up each staircase with 1 player, shot 1 drone each, I would argue you're buying 20, 30, 35, maybe even as much as 40 seconds of time. And right now, you'd be in a great position if you had done that, but you didn't. So now you gotta work with this against you with almost every single drone available, 9 drones left now for Empire, and half the round to work with. Soniqs will have to just, again, get aggressive. They will have to win the gunfight because strategically, they haven't really won the round so far. That is on the side of Empire.
Dan's creeping up towards the back of the stage, heading all the way in to finish roam clearing right now with Scyther above. Watch that opening. Joystick is already inside a freezer. He is tantalizingly close to the bomb site. This one has absolutely flown by. So we have just a little bit over a minute to go. This is not your conventional pillars and back of the map bomb site take. This is Empire wanting to deal with Freezer and over by Laundry. Exactly to what we saw out of the Soniqs. And well, Joystick inside of Freezer starts things off. The comeback is very real, folks, as Yeti falls. There go all the Candelas. Grix are blinded. Joystick blinded as well. Some friendly fire, not verdant, obviously. And there goes Joystick. Grix are firing away. Shepard will join him on the ground, finished off by the smoke. Dan is next one up, breathing in that toxic canister. Grixer's been dropped, finished off. Rexon needs to be picked back up. It's 3 huge kills for Empire. And now Rexon inside of blue with the matchup on the line for his team. Gives his position away. This is dire straits. He's got tons of marks, but he's going to have to stop that diffuser from being planted, and Dan has a much better shot. Huge 3 kills from Dan, and Empire still very much in this. We're going to the 12th round to settle the score between these teams, and the Soniqs are going to take a timeout.
I did say it, Dan is the man. Sometimes. He did have a hard time on the previous map of Clubhouse, but now really showing up and showing that flexibility that he so often offers for Team Empire. Again, Soniqs playing so passive. Empire, when they won the previous round, there was about 24-ish seconds left. Imagine if Soniqs had roamed, killed a drone or 2, put up that early aggression that worked so well for them on Clubhouse. That might have been a different story, but Empire taking really good advantage, having good drone prep, keeping drones alive as well, taking quick map control for what I want to say, their first time on this entire map, and had one of the more convincing rounds on that previous round of basement attack.
What do you talk about if you're Joe Bro and Super right now? What are you discussing with this team to figure out every bomb site is open for the Soniqs now?
Well, they're showing basement right now. You guys can't see it on your screen, but they're showing laundry, supply room, basement. I would talk about exactly what I just mentioned. The early game roam, the early game aggression, slow them down. They're already slow by nature. So just, injure their leg a little bit. They'll be limping towards the bomb site, and honestly, the time might just hit 0 before they execute. And if anything, you're going to deny drones, and yes, you said, Parker, on Clubhouse, information. When Empire has it, they are strong. When Empire doesn't have it, they're much weaker. So why not try and deny some of that information? I don't want to see a Tashanka. I want to see a Mossy. I want to see a Mute. I want to see you take a Vigil, run upstairs, make a rotate into attic, run around the map, keep them guessing, and make them uncomfortable on the map instead of letting them get comfortable. Because especially with that Ying on the board, you're not going to have a great time even if you play the Warden, because only one guy of 5 can see. It's not enough. You need more eyeballs.
Well, their timeout's now over, and we'll get back up into this matchup. The Soniqs have now surrendered 2 rounds sitting on match point. This is something that a team that is looking for success has to overcome. We talk about teams having the LAN jitters. We talk about teams needing to stay mentally in games, Nick. Well, the thing is that when you're new to a LAN, we see lots of aspiring and promising teams go up early, and then they just get worn down. They get too nervous. They get too excited. The pressure gets to them. And the old guard, the more experienced team, is able to claw it back. Well, you've got one of the most experienced teams in Rainbow Six history in Empire playing in this matchup. If there's any team that can mentally stay in it, it's a team that goes 22 rounds on Coastline against a defending world champion.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm getting flashbacks. Give me a second. I need to recover. All right, I'm good. Anyway, Empire are going to keep themselves composed, and the Soniqs need to ensure they're not squandering the lead they built themselves up. They were able to close it out on Clubhouse, a much more dominant series that it looked like than what we're looking like on Oregon. Soniqs are struggling on defense more than any side that we've seen on all of the maps that have been played today between these two teams. So Soniqs need to settle themselves down. They have one shot before overtime is on the books.
Oh, I see Rexon hunting for drones and assembling the roam. I want to see more of that. Essentially, I want to see Kansan maybe join him on that roam game. Now, Super was making rotation holes to the floors. No, Rexon, go back upstairs. Go back up the stairs. Don't go down the stairs. No, he's back in his corner. So the Flores drone already killed the shield and elbow. It cleared the ADS. Cypher, great value. Super, now your position is compromised. Oh, they got a spare shield to rotate it over. That's great. But again, Empire is slow. They haven't opened up a single door in this map yet. They just started droning. Rexon gave up that big tower, but now it's getting droned down. Now would have been the right time to stick around. And again, Empire has all 10 drones on the board. You see it top right of your screen. Now it says 9. That's the 5+4. And Joystick doing what Joystick has done the last 3 rounds in a row. Sneaking down into Freezer Stairs, destroying that default cam, and now again Soniqs are going blind. They have one bulletproof to their name, and that is the only piece of information that they have available to them for this entire round.
We talk about information, we talk about how much it impacts a team like Empire, and the rounds where Empire loses that intel, whether it be on attack or on defense, they have a hard time sticking with it. Well, now it's time for the Soniqs to also be punished by that lack of information.
It is.
The halfway point here in a very crucial round, Soniqs looking for the knockout blow against Empire on what would be, to many people, despite the fact the Soniqs come in with a higher global ranking and as the defending NA champions, a bit of an upset just based on pedigree and how we expect Empire to be. I would say it's an upset. Soniqs are just about
Super? No. Oh, that's the second shield gone, that same exact position. They rotated one ADS over and a new shield. Now they're gone again with a minute left. This is terrible.
There's another Rotero drone ready. The final one from Scyther's upstairs inside a meeting hall. Candela's also ready to get dropped down into box. Are there any eyes that'll be looking in that particular direction? The Warden positioned perfectly for that, by the way. Activating those smart glasses, he'll be able to look through the flashes and any potential smoke. And there you go, right in the midst of it. And it's Grixer playing it perfectly, but there's backup. Scyther charges right in. Is he spotted now playing inside a box? The Soniqs trailing, but they even it back out. 3 apiece. Case is down. Do the Soniqs know they have the control. Joystick felled by the gunfire from Super, trying to keep in this. It's always in Shepard with them equalizing yet again. Back and forth on the seesaw of a round. So critical for both of these teams. The Soniqs looking to go up. With 2-0, this would be huge for them in the group. They've got to confront both Super and Yeti. Shotgun out at close range. He's on the ground, waiting point blank as the proximity alarm continues to go, trying to bait him out. Yeti swings onto it. Super hasn't been called into action just yet. 2 seconds left. Super not enough covering fire, and Yeti doesn't know what to do. He's left to twist and turn, firing against Shepard, and it's overtime. The Soniqs choke it in the 12th round, misplaying the final 2 kills, and Empire has all the momentum.
That was not a 2 versus 2, Parker. That was a 1 versus 2, 2 times over. The lack of team help from one another. First, it was Yeti that was isolated. Then, it was Super that was isolated, leaving Yeti in an impossible position. And oh my, do you know the saying? What is it like? Insanity doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result? Well,
I believe that's the case, yes.
Soniqs has now done the exact same basement setup 3 times. It hasn't really worked any of those times, and even with a timeout, that wasn't enough to turn it around. Now Empire tied it back up 6-6 OT. And Soniqs will go up above. Dan sticking that Ying 6-pick from the sledge. It has worked so well for them so far. Yes, he dropped the Candela, he dropped the E-Box hatch, he instantly died. But I think for Empire, there's a lot of comfort in having that organized and organic 1, 2, 3 execute. Because once the Candela goes out, you know it's your turn to go. You know it's your turn to push. And so far, it's worked great for them.
Well, I want to remind you, as we can hear our colleagues, Ace and Dez, not too far off, echoing through this conference center hall, that there's another matchup going on right now. I don't know why you would turn away from both the Soniqs and Team Empire, but we do want to constantly remind you here that no matter what happens, there is a second stream that is ongoing. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6 is the live URL. For those of you that are going to be watching this back later on, well, it's going to be available on wherever you'd like, whether it be YouTube or possibly even rewatch the VOD on Twitch. I'm going to spoil what's going on in the stream, by the way, so plug your ears for about 10 seconds. Wait until the timer says 2:40. It's 1-1 between Nip and Sandbox Gaming. All right, perfect. There you go. The second match just finished. If you want to, at any point throughout the course of the day, the schedule is set. You can watch both simultaneously or tune in to either the main stream that is going on Twitch.tv/Rainbow6 or Rainbow Six Bravo over here on our secondary stream. Yep. I feel like that's the wrong way to say it, though, because it's not like one's the mainstream. They're both equal streams.
They're both equal streams.
Our streams.
Equal casters, equal analysts, equal streams. All equal.
Correct.
We are not the B tier stream because we're B tier. We're the B stream because there's 2 streams, A and B. That's just the way it is. Now, Empire doing Empire things again. It'll be the Maverick nading off the Mute Jammer Kite Claw. It's gonna be a Mute Jammer this time around, so that way we can ensure the thermite charge goes through. They could have just Mavericked the floor and shot it, but you know what? They want to ensure that this is how it progresses out. When you have that many grenades 4 this time around, now make that 3 with that 1 being used, you have expendable grenades to do that thing. It's not a huge deal. Efficiency is not necessarily what has to happen right now. You just gotta get comfortable and do what you think will work best. Yeti set up down below. That might just come in super handy, especially with that Ying that can really open up the bomb side. He has a vertical C4 at his disposal and vertical host as well. He can peek, but he's also very much alone. So if Empire figures this out, he could be an easy prey and an easy kill.
Well, I don't know how I feel about the Soniqs having defense for 2 of these rounds, by the way, Nick. This has not been their favored side, but overtime does tend to have this weird quirk where we switch what we've been accustomed to. Flip the script, so to speak.
Flip the script.
So if the Soniqs are not great on defense, watch them do really well on defense. If it's an attacker-sided map, the defenders will do better on overtime.
I like this.
By the way, grenades being tossed in, Candela's going off. What about this do you like, Nick?
I just like the fact that they're using the Candelas from outside the building, but the smoke canister from Super actually stopped them from jumping in. Now Yeti, can he find the white skill? He does. That's the opening kill onto Joystick. That's huge. Follow up from Raxon onto Dan. That makes it a 5 versus 3. Now Soniqs looking good being in those corners.
You have to wonder how they weren't able to accomplish this on the previous 2 rounds, but Empire charging back. First kill is going to be on the Super. Right now, inside a trophy, a Rooney gate, that laser gate taken out by one of the flashbangs of Scyther. He moves back over to the opening that we see over by Closet. Down goes Shepard. Another flash goes in, and Grixer with that long-range DMR doing some significant damage. Yeti falters, but with 10 seconds left, Diffuser needs to be retrieved and brought into the bomb site. Diffuser picked up, so that's one step that's been completed. Scyther doing some overwatch. Again, looking towards Closet door, waiting for somebody to peek on out. Nice shot from Scyther, but he can't get more than that. Always is a sitting duck, and duck is indeed on the menu tonight. The Soniqs take their first defensive round in almost 10 minutes, and they again are on match point.
Oh boy. So Soniqs, they kind of did the same formula. They kind of sat in their corners, but this time around, Super actually, huge player. When the Candelas came out from outside that attic balcony through the dorms window and through the attic window, Super ensured that nobody could push through with the flashbangs by smoking off pretty much the only entry point they had. And at the same time as him smoking that big window jump in, you also had Yeti down below, flank joystick on the white stairs, basically saving the round. So Yeti being proactive on the map, saving grace of the round. Super holding down the side as the anchor, saving the round. Roamers, anchors in union, ensuring that they work together. And Super, he said, you know what, Empire, your ying was nice, mine is better. He 6-picks it off the block once again with the Heartbeats canister. Or the can opener. It has a lot of names these days.
Okay, but here's what I want to say. The Soniqs on attack win their final 4 rounds. First 2 attacking rounds of this matchup, of this map in particular, go to Empire.
Yeah.
Soniqs win the next 4. They get opening picks on 2 of those. They get the diffuser planted on 4 of them.
Yep.
It's a tremendous end to that half. Yep. But then they go to defense. It's a middling result. Now they're back on attack. We talked about flipping the script. The Soniqs just won their very first defense in 4 rounds. Are we going to see Empire pull out the same? Because conventional wisdom says no, but this weird balance that we have here in Rainbow Six says, oh, absolutely.
Okay, I want to give my input just like, let's just look at the lineup right now. We see Grixer with the F2, the FAMAS. That alone is pretty lethal. What you also get from Twitch, which is very interesting, is, well, the drone, of course, but the smoke grenades. So when you're bringing the can opener on Super, not getting those smoke grenades, they've now opted to replace those on a different operator of Twitch. Soniqs has every single tool for a great execute. They have the guns for great gunplay. So Empire, it will come down to kind of what Soniqs had to do themselves on this basement defense. They need to be proactive, and they will need to make sure that it is on their turf that they're playing and not on Soniqs' side.
Setup still being done, by the way, downstairs. Dan punching away at the walls, but other than that, Empire are standing pat. They have 1 roamer, as Scyther, Dan, Shepard, and always sit in the bomb site. It's Joystick roaming off site. Not too far off site, by the way. He's within arm's reach of one of those bomb chassis. And he's being hunted as he hears the telltale sign of that Finka LMG. Finka, an operator whose pick rate has skyrocketed over the last little while for the utility she brings, the staying power, and that comes with those adrenal surges, and an LMG that doesn't really need to be reloaded.
No, it does not. Same story with Sophia LMG. When that AR got that nerf for the recall, we see the 150 being brought out as well. When you have 150 bullets, I mean, you can take out all 5 players in the enemy team without even having to reload. That alone is quite lethal.
As the hatch opened up now as well, inside a freezer, and Joystick rebuffs the advances of a Rotero drone that goes down through the hatch. Waiting right now, that's intel, but also a Rotero drone can blow up any potential Banshees that may be in its way, any deployable shields, etc. Another attempt from Kansan now down below, but Joystick is there and it'll go up on the wall. That's some of the cover that Empire needs onto the freezer wall now removed. Joystick still persists in this angle, and the Soniqs will need to flush him out.
Yeah, keep in mind that Worgen is being played from Scyther, so when this execute comes out, we need to keep our eyes on him. If he shuts down the push or even takes out the Ying on the execute, that could be so important for them. However, if that doesn't go in favor of Team Empire, then we gotta look at the injuries that usually comes out from Grixer and Rexen.
More drone work being done at the bottom of Laundry stairs. The Soniqs favor this execute. It's from the front of Laundry and over by Freezer. So the portion of the map on the back, once again, is not considered by this team. Candela's going out as the diffuser in the hands of Super needs to get planted. Scyther swings. Rexen wins that one, but immediately Empire comes back. 3 big kills from Empire, leaving Super and Rexen in a 2v3. Proximity alarm will not continue to harass the Soniqs, but Super will need to get down to the bomb site, trying to rotate on over. Joystick waiting for it, walks Soniqs right into the line of sight for Rexon as Super drops in a hopeless spot. 1v3. Empire looking to push this to Coastline, and with 1 second left, well, they'll push it to the final round, and this will be do or die. It is a best of 1 round between these teams. If the Soniqs prevail, that's it. It's over. If Empire wins, we have a 3rd map on the books.
Soniqs on the defense now. We do swap every single round in OT. So Soniqs, they get 2 defending rounds. They started and they will finish that way. 7-7. We're at the absolute final round on this particular map. Right now they're hovering basement. We've seen this story a lot of times play out, usually with the same outcome, which favors Team Empire. Empire bringing the same vibe they've been doing so far in the last half of their attacking rounds, which worked quite well. Nothing really being changed from Soniqs either. Both teams have been starting to bring out the Warden. That's of course to prevent the Ying. Last round, Cypher got picked off right before the execute, so nothing really happened there. Warden hasn't seen a ton of success, and I don't really agree that they gotta worry about the late round when you could just play the early round, but we'll have to see if Soniqs chooses this time, for the 5th time I believe, to actually extend up and roam a little bit.
This will be the 5th attempt defending this bomb site for the Soniqs. They have only won it a single time. So if that ends up being the case, if we go to Coastline, it will be 1 win on this bomb site, 4 losses down here on Laundry Supply Room. Not exactly the number that you want if you're the Soniqs moving forward. We are currently staring down the possibility of Empire winning the Soniqs map, the Soniqs winning Empire's map. So once again, things are flipped. But hey, that's just how it goes. Next up is Coastline. I don't want to set any expectations for that map yet because we might not even need it. The next 3 minutes are going to determine whether or not Soniqs walk away with a 2-0 victory or if Empire is able to fight back. In regards of the mental, though, moving to a 3rd map for the Soniqs would be a tough thing to come back from. Once again, this is a team that needs to prove themselves.
Not again!
Oh no,
He practically has been staring down this drone twice now. He did it the previous time around as well. They actually did it twice. 2 of the Intero drones, both of them got the ADS, both of them got the shield because they had to move the Warden shield to replace the smoke shield because of this exact thing happening. He's just driving past people. Either we gotta start, opening our eyes a little bit more, or we gotta stop bringing the mute. It has to be one or the other. Like, it can't keep happening. All right.
Dandron's out the back tower stairs, by the way. Back tower as well. T3, T2, both completely clear. Super hasn't fallen off this position, though. As much as he lets the Rotero drone go by and he loses the command of Elbow,
they replace
he's
it.
Still playing there, and there's another shield lined up.
Yep.
But think about it. If they assume that that's done, this might be a deliberate strategy from the Soniqs so that they don't think Empire will re-drone it with a Rotero drone. They might assume that they've got blue control when exactly they don't. And that's why Super is there. And look at where the Rotero drones are going to be. Over by Freezer. So blue, they thought they got it. They did not. This is a deliberate strategy, evidently, by the Soniqs.
They are intentionally not shooting the Intero drones so that...
Are you calling them Intero drones?
I am calling them Intero drones. Yeah.
Rotero drones.
Rotero.
As much as I would love the Intero drones, I can promise you.
Ever since you said it the first time, I was like,
Rotero.
Is that a
Intero drones are
I call
nowhere
them
near as...
Flores drones.
Flores drones.
Beep boops, so weep whoops. I don't know. Anyway. They're exploding, they're doing stuffs. Joystick playing Freezer as always. That's a Gemini, by the way. It's like middle of the side just running around. Somehow not shot yet. There it is. Good job, Grixer. Making sure that the information game stops in its tracks. But same story for the 5th time in a row. We got 5 players from Soniqs all in the basement. Once again, once again, it'll be a lethal last minute here on the round. Final round to go out. Whoever wins this one takes it home or takes it to 3rd map.
Oh, that's just a little bit of shaky aim from the Soniqs. They're going to need to hit their targets a little bit better than they hit that drone. Kansan watching the bottom of Laundry stairs. 40 seconds left in this round. Toxic Canister goes out. 1 Candela left from Dan. It gets baited, and the Soniqs are going to just completely remaneuver. Kansan engaging bottom of the main stairs. Takes out Shepard. It's a drop into Freezer. Down goes Grixer. Best opportunity that we've seen from the Soniqs. Kansan in particular with 2. A third, but he misses his shots. Oh no! Dan takes control of the front of the bomb site. Super now exposed, but yet he takes down Scyther. Dan with the diffuser in hand. Joystick will have to cover. He gets Yeti, but there's nobody to stop him in his tracks. Joystick's still there, and they get the diffuser down. Empire will get out of the bomb site. Up the the main stairs they go. And Rexon can see the diffuser, but there's an open hatch above him. They don't know if they have any intel. Is there a pre-placed drone? Can they potentially long-arm it? Rexon trying to keep his eyes on the players above. Super taken out. It's Rexon in a 1v2. If he does not prevail, we go to Coastline. No intel whatsoever. Empire have pulled off the comeback of comebacks, and indeed they take the map of Oregon. We go to Coastline, elation across the face of the Russians, and it is the Soniqs in spectacular fashion choking Oregon.
You know, the young boys say, sheesh, what a banger of a map that was. All the way to max OT, and Empire, as you said before, strikes back. Oh boy.
Don't do that again. Please don't do that again. I beg
It was a one-time thing. It had to be done. I gotta represent the youth. Even though my hair is falling out, I can still do the things of the young C's, as we call them. I feel younger when I do that. I don't know about you, but
I certainly don't. I feel like a boomer. What? Unfortunately for the Soniqs, and unfortunately for fans of that team, this was a very poor finale to Oregon. Empire just woke up. They woke up. That was it. It was the Soniqs in part falling off, but Empire learned to take map control faster, play more aggressively, play quickly, and use utility in the best way that we've seen over both Clubhouse and Oregon. And with it, they get a victory. Coastline is up next. But Nick, before we get there, we have a short break for you. So we have an exciting conclusion to Soniqs versus Empire, but we got some sponsors to show you first. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Man,
sick.
I actually can't. I said at the tail end of that matchup, I couldn't believe that the Sonics choked it, but then I remembered there was another time when Empire was up 6, or Empire was trailing 3-6 on Oregon, and I thought to myself, what happened last time Empire was losing on Oregon to a North American team? And then I remembered, oh, they destroyed Evil Geniuses. So I'm actually not that surprised. Empire just finds a way to keep themselves in the matchup, Pengu. And now we have coastlines set between these two teams. But let's recap Oregon just a tiny, tiny bit before we get into the next matchup. What's your key takeaways from the game we just saw?
So, key takeaway, Clown Fiesta. It's a bit of a stinger, if you will, so to speak. But truth be told, it was a lot like Ying. Like, Ying was like the main operator that both teams played around. Then both teams also played around the Warden. And neither team really found a ton of success on that basement bomb side, on the defending side of things. That's kind of where the name of the game, to me at least, was that Sonics went there 5 times on defense. They won a single one of those rounds, and they actually tried to play it out the exact same way all 5 times. Empire, on the very final round on 7-7, went for that fake execute. The Ying was on the backside on the E-box hatch, used the Candela's backside, and that kept Sonics guessing, what's going on? Where's the execute? And yeah, Kansen got 2 great kills, but ultimately, on that final round, we all know what happened. Empire prevailed. They stuck it through. That's the experience. They're never really counted out because they've been here before. They've played from behind. They can do it.
You just saw for a second there, it was, I believe Yeti looking at the strat book. Yeah. Teams have been carrying around the strat books here, and I'm sure there's lots to talk about. The Sonics cannot be happy with that result at all. Oregon is their map pick. They come in, they feel very confident. They've played it 2 times over the last 3 months, and they have 0 wins on it. Make that 3 with 0 wins now. But the result was so close. A 7-8 scoreline for the Sonics, not good enough. Team Empire is the better team on Oregon, and it really was a tale of the teams on attack. That's what it boiled down to. This was a very distinct attacker-sided Oregon. The Sonics ran up the score in the first half, but cannot close it out. Empire clawed it back and proved why they have been one of the best teams in the history of this game.
That they have. And honestly, it really went both ways, right? Sonics looked great at certain times, and then it was like, okay, now Empire is tuning up. Then Empire looked really great all of a sudden, and Sonics looked a bit lackluster. Both teams used a timeout, I believe, in that match, right?
I believe so, yes. Empire used it earlier on, Sonics used it at the tail end of the matchup.
So both teams used a timeout, so they obviously are giving 100% into each and every one of these rounds. And it's been impressive so far. Both teams are showing up. 3rd map now. Who's gonna show up when it matters the most?
One thing to highlight as well, I know that numbers are, Tim said it earlier, by the way, Ace, when we were talking about numbers and contextualizing them in the green room before we started our matchups today. He said numbers are easy. It's really easy to see a 7 and to see a 10 and go, well, 10's the bigger number.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's true.
Super finished 7 and 10, and while yes, it's very easy for us to make fun of the fact that he missed the Rotero drones seemingly accidentally, maybe on purpose, he still finished with 7 kills and 10 deaths. And a lot of those kills came amidst the fray. These were not impactless kills. These were right during the nitty-gritty of an execute. So for 2 maps now, you cannot pin this one on Super's inability to frag out. He has been matching the other support players on the score sheet so far today. If that keeps up, the Sonics' chance of success internationally rises quite a bit because you do not have to rely on just 4 players to find the kills. That said, let's load into Coastline. It's our 3rd and final map between these 2 teams. The Sonics will be starting on attack. Team Empire on defense. Will we see similar operator bans? The Sonics love to ban out Hibana and Mira.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, they're going to ban out Thatcher and Mira. Team Empire taking Nomad off the board. Will this be a Valkyrie? Yes, it is. So the only change is that Nomad will be banned instead of a Heartbreacher.
Yeah. So, and again, it's not really super crucial to ban out the Heartbreacher on Coastline. Like, sure, the map did get a slight rework, if you guys were unaware. Inside of that VIP room, there is now a double reinforceable wall to the outside. So, Heartbreach is now more important, but I don't think it's worth banning like Ace or Hibana necessarily, because if you ban one, you'll just bring the other, and you'll always have the can openers, worst case in that secondary Heartbreach gadget. Grixer, showing the Ying, this is probably a 6-pick. He's not typically a Ying player, at least. There it is, 6-pick off it to the Finka. That makes a lot more sense. He is the Finka player. And Joystick 6 in from the Muzzy onto the Jaeger. All is good in the world. This is like what we know these teams for. They're playing the operators that we love them for and that they're showing good performance on. So, pretty happy Daisy with that. It is going to be a hook at defense to start for Team Empire. And now, as you said, Park, earlier, Empire, they have some history with this map, of Coastline. They've played it maybe once or twice, maybe 3.
No. Don't get me started.
Anyway.
Every time somebody references Empire on Coastline, myself included.
It was fun.
I don't care what you think. I had to cast it.
It was fun to casting. I heard your enjoyment in your voice. That was some pretty highlight moments.
I know you had to play it, but every single time it happens, my eyes glaze over and I black out for roughly about 30 seconds, and I'm liable to say something I'd regret, like, you know, I love the G2 roster, and then I realize I make mistakes and I have to apologize for them. So we don't talk about that fateful match, but continue on with your talk of Empire on Coastline.
I'm thankful that you apologized for your mean words that you just said, because honestly, it hurts a little bit in the inner heart. It doesn't feel very good. Empire trying to get cheeky with that early spawn pick from Always. I like this angle here, it's quite cheeky. Super, making sure default cams are taken out. We already saw it early in Oregon that when default cams aren't being shot, that is a bad situation to be in. So you want to cover your bases, right? You gotta get the default cams, you gotta get safe, you gotta start droning the building and the setup on site, and then start making decisions as to how you're gonna pull that apart. Now, Soniqs, they do not have a whole lot of verticality from below. They're not bringing the buck. They're also not bringing the execution of Ying or the Lion just yet. Lion is an operator that we know they like to play on this map. I believe it was Yeti who played it. Usually, right now, we're just kind of sitting ducks, maybe waiting for a move from Empire, waiting for them to step out of line and get picked off, but taking it slow to start off. That's a good nade. Almost takes out Shepard.
Playing now by the B-bomb site, he can drop and then head through Sunrise, exactly what he's going to do, and try to get back in, but he's caught by Yeti's drone, who's going to make these calls. We have player cams now, look at that, but it's the running man. Yeti takes out Joystick, he knew this was coming, he had the drone prepped and ready, and it's wonderfully orchestrated by this Soniqs team.
I mean, that is a great way to start. They're playing it slow from the side of Soniqs, but now Joystick walks into them. Dan finds a refrag back onto Super. That's the Heartbreach of Hibana off the board. He's not really been doing crazy amounts of damage so far, but the shield has been cleared. Super can now make calls from the drones and from the grave and ensure that his teammates have the guidance that they need to continue out throughout this round. Always looking to flank the white stairs. Might find Rexen as he drops here. Almost. Not quite, doesn't shoot the bullet, but should know the whereabouts of Rexen, unless Rexen figures it out first. Sees the head, goes to the shot, gets the in, and the kill. Shepard injured from a nade as well.
Always looking the wrong way, and immediately a follow-up adrenal surge from Grixer. Super down, and now Rexen will join him. Shepard has been dropped. So the team's at a 3v3, though it is a 2v3, as Shepard needs to be retrieved. Scyther down, Dan the only body upright, and he gets taken out by a beautifully tossed nade. Nade's credited with the final 2 kills. And just like that, the Soniqs take round 1.
An explosive first round, if you will. 4 nades were tossed, 3 of them almost got kills. 2 of them, in fact, did, so quite nice. Rexen Always, if that gunfight had gone the other way in that top white stairs and Aqua situation, that could have been a little bit of a different round, but Always, unfortunately, looked at the wrong angle. Rexen, he actually sniffed it out. He got the angle, he got the advantage, got the kill. That's great for him. Dan showing the Capcom once again. Last time it actually had a decent amount of success. I believe that 1 trap went off, maybe 2, so that's not too bad out of 5. Especially not in competitive play of Pro League or Invitationals, even the highest level of play. You would think that pro players would never ever get hit by a Capcom trap, but You can also argue that in pro play we're not as used to Capcan. He is seeing more plays somewhat, but it gotta be in the back of your head throughout the entire round, because if you forget about it for a single moment and you walk through a door, you might just get blown to pieces, and that doesn't feel very good. Oryx being played as well, we actually see this quite often on Coastline specifically. It's not something we often see a crazy ton of value from, but it does give you the options to go for a hatch flank. Of course, you can maneuver around the map very fast. He is the fastest operator in the game, and you can also break a lot of walls and make holes in walls.
Empire love running Oryx on this map as well, and I know that it's something that you and I were actually quite critical of in regards to Empire in Sweden, and something that we were critical of, and I was critical of all the way back in Mexico, because you weren't a caster in Mexico, obviously. So, but we talk about this Oryx play and the utility that he brings to the team, or rather lack thereof. And in all reality, a lot of teams like him because, as you said, he's very mobile. He can move around quite quickly. One of the hallmarks of Coastline is how fast you can get from one side of the map to the other, largely because of that giant opening in the courtyard. So Oryx can just tear through this map. He's got a 1.5 scope on a low recoil T5, which does a good amount of damage. He's just a very solid operator for keeping map control and doing tons of damage.
Tons of damage. That is a...
so much damage!
Tons of damage. Alibi as well, same story. Same story with Capcan. 1.5s all across the board. That is the name of Coastline, right? You want to have fighting capabilities because it is going to get very bloody. It is going to be decided by gunfights. Kind of like Oregon, but less execution-based. It's just a bunch of brutal fighting across the map.
There's a little bit of calm now, 1 minute in. Scyther's still holding, and he's been the focal point for this team. He just narrowly misses out on one of the players. There's a drone in front of him. Does he see it? That's the question. Yes, he does. No bullets expended. He just knifes it away. Still over by Aqua, watching the doorway, but he has long since missed the Yana of Yeti, who is as good as gone, rotating back to join the rest of his team towards that Sunrise hookah portion of the map. This is a double bar defense for Empire, so you're going to want to try to take control of above. An early pick for the Soniqs yet again as they open things up on round number 2. Scyther being down, so we're not going to really see what the Oryx is capable of doing as Grixer meets him. Grixer's been having a great series, by the way, and has been so pivotal on this Finca.
Yeah, I will correct you. It is a kitchen defense, which I think you knew, but...
Oh, apologies. Yes.
It's all good. Just for the viewers at home, we are not a double bar, in case you guys are thinking, oh, what is he talking about? Cast don't know anything about the game. We are in kitchen.
Maybe I'm just thinking about bars.
Yeah. To be fair, there were people roaming over in bar, and they can easily get messed up. I do that myself as a player and as a caster as well. But now we see the vertical plays coming out onto kitchen, and now we can see Soniqs kind of making their move. Where are they going to be executing? We see a guy outside stock door. We see a guy cooler stairs. They got the setup.
There's 2 bodies playing as well from Empire inside of the main lobby. Yeti looking for one, finds Capcan, but he has to be wary of the push from Always. Look at that, back to back. These two might pass each other, flying under the radar, unbeknownst to one another, walking right in. They don't know Always is there. Yeti hasn't cleared it out. Down goes Rexon. The Soniqs will lose the focus towards the bathroom. Above, Kansan trying to bait out a nitro cell, should one exist. There's one in the hands of Joystick, but it's not going to be ripped just yet. Always still inside of the main lobby. Yeti knows this. Looks the wrong way, loses the fight. Back to a 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. The Soniqs have to rush on in. Super getting the diffuser down, but who's watching? Joystick creeping up. Does he know exactly where Super is? He's totally blind. Diffuser goes down and he sees him firing away. Damage being done, but Grixer takes out Always and Joystick. A beautiful shot on the Super. 1 left to go, but it's Grixer to win the day. 3 kills for Grixer, and the Soniqs are up 2 in a row.
You know, I could make a joke about Joystick sprinting there in that 1 versus 1, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a fellow European. I'm nice like that. It happens to everybody. But ultimately, I think the way Soniqs is playing Coastline right now might be really odd to Empire. When I'm watching their gameplay, it's like they're kind of nowhere, but then they're kind of everywhere. Yeti in particular is kind of usually on the opposite side of the map as to where his teammates are from, or where they are. It was a master bedroom vertical take originally, but you had Yeti on the hookah balcony, joining big window, aqua balcony, running around the map, killing default cams, opening windows. It's quite well done, and I think Empire might be in a similar boat as I am, where I'm like, what exactly is going on? Where is Soniqs actually attacking us from? I'm not quite sure. And so far, it's working out quite well. It was unfortunate for Empire that they had no information on the situation previous round. Super was planting with no cover, and nobody from Empire wanted to push in because they were assuming That would never happen, because why would you plant with no cover? So, information. Empire needs it. They got 2 bulletproof cameras now. One from Always on Melusi, one from Cypher on the Jaeger, and hopefully that will kind of turn those situations around where now they might be able to see.
So as you can tell right now from what you're looking at, this is a kitchen defense.
This is the kitchen defense.
This time it's kitchen. That's a joke, by the way, for all of you, I don't know.
They know that. Parker, you are, as you said, you're still here, and you've been here for quite some time, so you must know somewhat.
I'm sure you could probably go back and take every time I misspoke in my career and probably stitch them together, and it would be the full length of a best. That's my guess. I have no doubt you could do that. So
is that a good or a bad statistic? Like,
I mean, when you're me and you've casted for probably thousands of hours, I feel like it's even if only 1% of the time, that still ends up being an awful lot. So that said,
you're pretty good at your job.
I try my best. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, I wasn't saying that you are. I'm more like saying like I guess you are. Like if that's the statistic.
Thank you, I guess.
I'll give you a compliment further in the tournament once I see if you have potential to keep this up the entire way through, because this is the first match. We cannot determine the players or the caster's skill level just yet.
Well, Vincere is 5-0, the Soniqs are 2-0, and we are 1 minute in here to round number 3 on the coastline. For those of you not looking at the top, okay, never mind. Sorry, there's a match breaking out in the middle of me speaking. The first kill technically goes to the Soniqs, but immediately traded back by 2 kills from Empire. So they get the upper hand immediately in this bout.
Yeah. This is one of those stats where, well, opening kill went one way, but they trade back with 2 more, so joke's on you, Empire. They are the favors of the situation, and that's the top gunner of Vincere and second top gunner of Yeti off the board. And you're trading Dan, your second bottom fragger, so statistically speaking, this is wonderful for Team Empire. Kansen almost wants to make something about that, but Joystick finds a great shot with the SMG-11 long distance. Rexen does not find the kill just yet, has to back up, but it's a 1v. He doesn't care.
What a beautiful shot by Rexen. He and Super will have to work together, and Super, while in clutch situations, has not been particularly strong. He's still been able to keep pace with most of the players in this lobby.
He has.
1 minute to go, and Empire does have a numbers lead, but look at their HPs. Rexen is a tiny bit missing, about the same as Scyther. Always is at half HP. Shepard is a single bullet away from death. But Shepard does still sit on 2 of those toxic canisters, so he's got some denial. Make that 1 as one of the 2 used to smoke off the mudroom door. That's where Super is positioned with case in hand. A default plant is most likely for Super, which means that Rexen will have to cover in what will essentially be a 1v3. That is a tough spot to be in. Rexen will reposition, though. I don't know what the call is being made here, but he's heading back over towards delivery or even main lobby to maybe flank on through. The door is open, so he'll creep on up. The backside of Always could be presented to Rexen if nobody sees this. Is there a default cam? No pivot just yet, but there we go. The Melusi looks on over. He goes for 2, but only connects onto 1. Rexen has all 3 kills in the round. Super looking for 1, but he's in the midst of the smoke. 10 seconds left, and Rexen doesn't see playing by the bar as Super is in. He can't go for the diffuser. Rexen is dropped, so Super tries to bait it out, but Empire shut the door on a potential comeback, and that's the first round for the Russian squad.
That is in that exact position where Super has to actually aggress up with his teammate. There's no plan possible there. Yeah, I know Super didn't go for it. He faked it out for the sound in hopes that Empire would swing him, but if you push through that smoke and you get in a position to help your teammate in that 2 versus 2, that is ultimately what you have to do there. What a nice try. The lobby flank almost worked out for Rexen. Like, the last player, or the second last player of Empire, survived with a slither of health. They were both so low, but it wasn't enough. Now we've been through most bomb sites. We're not gonna go to Penthouse just yet. We're going back up to Hookah instead. Same 6-pick kind of coming out, the Mozzie into the Jaeger, and then actually, very last second there, Yeti 6ing onto the Nuke. Now, the Nuke does see play on these kinds of maps where it's a very big, wide open map. You cannot control every single entry point as a defender, so it makes sense. With Valkyrie being banned, it makes a little bit less sense because there aren't going to be a whole lot of cameras to kind of maneuver around, but still, having this Nuke around the map with how Yeti's been playing so far could actually be very beneficial because he has been kind of a ghost this game. He's kind of everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
So, back upstairs to Hookah. Rotation is done, by the way, from the Soniqs. They go towards, or Empire rather, they go from Hookah to Kitchen to Double Bar. And we're going to see another opportunity to go to Hookah. I'm just eager to see Oryx come out on screen yet again and see what we can have accomplished, because I feel like every time Empire run on Oryx, they die early. First death always, almost never traded out. So, not great.
That's the issue, right? If you're the fast operator, who can keep up with you, right? You're going to be alone sometimes. You're going to be up in the fray, up in the face of enemies. And sometimes, well, if you lose, then you lose, and there's not a whole lot of tradability happening there.
For those that are watching that might be surprised as to why you've been seeing so much Twitch here at the Six Invitational, well, buckle up. It's very likely that this operator will have a much larger role moving forward, because on LAN, your hit reg is totally different. Your ability to lean and get picks is very different from having to play online with ping. And the ability to jiggle peek doesn't really exist. So guns that have extremely high rates of fire, which by the way the LMG does not, but Grixer has been so good at these opening picks, he'll get yet another. It's Dan to fall. Dan has been on the wrong side of an opening pick almost every time.
It's the ghost.
Yeti is in, by the way, as Nook. Nobody seems to see him. There you go. Do me a favor, say what operator Yeti is playing.
Nook.
There you go. Beautifully said.
That's the right way. That's the Danish.
A Danish operator from a Danish man.
Oh!
This is just a frenzy, by the way. We're not even halfway through the round just yet, and action is happening all over the map. Dan and Joystick removed from action, leaving Shepard always and Scyther up. Those are the three from Empire. No real damage has been done to the Sonics, if any damage done at all. But Kansan was in the middle of the site, and he gets met with a shotgun blast from Shepard. So Empire are trying to charge back. Super killed by Always before the diffuser can be planted, but it's a double from Grixer, who's only died once. 7-1 on him, looking to increase that tally. Both Scyther and Shepard will have to retake the bomb site and try to grab that diffuser that is right now sitting by the B-bomb, or at least watch it over. But a nade will go off. Shepard hugging on that pink bar. A drone goes by, so Scyther gets spotted. He'll walk back. Rex on an upside down rappel. He could have a good vantage point towards where VIP is, and that's where Scyther's located. They'll creep up as the smoke goes off. Scyther edges ever closer to the map. Grixer finds his third kill and a fourth to boot. He's on 9 kills now. What an impressive start through those 4 rounds. More than 2 apiece. And the Sonics, again, up by 2 rounds. It's 3-1.
Not just that, but if my math is right, Sonics has gotten every single opening kill so far. That was the one round where Sonics got the opening kill and Empire got 2 kills back, but technically the first kill itself has gone to Sonics every single round so far. Grixer, majority of those. I really enjoyed what Sonics did there at the end. After Super was so close to planting, I think maybe even sub 1 seconds, they slowed down. They went back out the building, they held their angles, they repositioned, and they got ready together. Then the smokes got popped from that big window repel of Twitch, and then they started walking back into the building and back into those gunfights. Sonics understanding that they're not in a rush. The entire round played out in the first minute and a half. They could take 20-30 seconds. Just breathe, reset, don't rush it, set it up, play clean, and they did. And they get rewarded with a nice victory with 3 players against 0. Now, going to the kitchen. Hookah wasn't working out for Team Empire. Last time out on kitchen, it was weird. It was that situation where they came from lobby and white stairs, they got the kill onto the security player, then somehow Always was hiding on that main lobby desk. They walked completely past him. He got 2 kills, and then we had Super planting in a 1 versus 2 basically because his teammate wasn't quite with him. But Sonics, they got the run at the end with Grixer clutching out the 1v1.
Grixer's been so damn good.
So damn good.
He's got a 4K, he's got a 3K, and that right there is 7 of those 9 kills in 2 rounds alone. And some people will say, oh, he's just abusing Finka.
But he is, kind of.
I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he is abusing Finka, who knows. But I could tell you right now that he's doing a damn fine job on his role. Yeti might not be on Nook this time, but he's equally as slippery as he punches 2 of those panels inside of office and now creeps his way forward. And, if he keeps going through security and they drone out main lobby, he has a great line of sight to the back of that smoke right now playing inside a service. I don't know if anybody can spot this, but if Yeti's a little bit quicker, he could potentially do something here. Always at the bottom of the main stairs, so if he gets droned out, this is another double kill for Yeti lined up, or at least as close to it as you're going to get.
I do like how Sonics is choosing to play around this. So, fun fact, you would argue that Yeti should play Lion here, but they're bringing the Maverick in case of that VIP wall being reinforced. The run comes in from Always, the drone comes out, Yeti gets the opening kill, and again, the Ghost, nowhere and everywhere, finding 2 opening kills now, back to back. 1 on the Nook and 1 on the Maverick. doing really good work. And this is, again, Empire having a hard time gauging what exactly is going on. Why is there a GAN security? And again, we have no information on this. They're not spread very thin. Empire playing a little bit more together, which usually is great, but you're not going to know exactly what's going on around you because no information.
Down goes Dan. He has been ineffective on defense more often than not, and poor Dan just having a rough day right now with his team. The Capkin will be no more, but we talked about persistence, the gadget persisting, and Dan's gadgets will continue to stay up. Joystick looking to soften somebody up as he's on a deep flank, while that will leave just 2 players from Empire to watch the actual bomb site. And they're going to swing for the fences. Why not take chances? Grixer breaks double digits with that kill. First one coming out for Empire. That's Scyther getting one onto Yeti. Still at the top of the main stairs. He'll have to walk on down, but Rexon is waiting for that. The 2 players from Empire, both positioned by the main lobby. They are miles away from the bomb site, which right now is completely vacant. But the Soniqs don't know this, by the way. There's a minute to go, and the Soniqs can waltz into the bomb site, get the diffuser planted, and get out of there, and there's nothing that Empire can do. Instead, Empire are going to put themselves in a very strong position, and this is just poor drone work and poor wherewithal from the Soniqs. They finally figured it out. They'll break through service right now and continue to march into the bomb site. Scyther will be the one man to stand against it. Right now at kitchen door, he doesn't have a line of sight towards Super, who gets that diffuser down, and Scyther now knows that there's a bomb going off, and the Nitro Cell will miss, so he'll have to battle with Super. He does a miraculous job of that, but he's not long for this earth, as Kansan stops him, and yet again, the Soniqs are so triumphant on attack. They've got 4 rounds through 5 here on Coastline.
That's a nice one. I like that. Honestly, yeah, as I was saying, Yeti is doing a tremendous amount of work right now. He's like the MVP of Coastline with Grixer. Grixer got the kills, but Yeti has that map pressure, really making Empire second guess what territory is actually theirs, and I'm loving it so far. Now he's showing the Diana. Every time he's done that so far, he's basically 6-picked off it either into the Maverick or the Nuke. We could see a Lion coming out. We could see him stick Diana. Either way, we need to keep our eyes on Yeti's performance here together with Grixer because they're absolutely on fire. And right now, no one from Empire is really stepping up to this challenge. Sure, as a team, they're sitting on 2, 1, 4, 4, and 5 kills, so not that far from each other, but no one is really like an outstanding outlier saying, you know what, Grixer has 10, I'll do 11. That's not the case in this situation, and it's bleeding rounds for Team Empire because there is just so much more gunfighting potential from the side of Soniqs.
Well, final round now for Team Empire on defense. The objective still very much in the hands of Soniqs, as they're going to have one more round to try and grow an even greater lead here. This is not the start that Empire wanted, and I gotta say, we're kind of ignoring the result on Oregon, Nick.
Yeah.
Ignoring the fact that Soniqs lost a heartbreaking matchup where they were in the driver's seat for the entire match. They choke it out, they lose in the final 2 rounds. And you come to Coastline, and it's very easy for a team to just tilt off the face of the earth. But to keep your composure, to keep yourself mentally in the game, I think, is a great sign for Soniqs moving forward. This motivation that Empire seemingly didn't have in Sweden, and now here, the curse of Sweden on Empire is still continuing forward. This is a bit of a scary predicament, as now Joystick goes down, and again, another one. 6 opening picks for the Soniqs in a row every single round on Coastline. The Soniqs have been the ones to keep the pace by getting this opening pick.
I know some people will say that this is Coastline attack, so it's really easy to go 4-1, and I would say it's easier than being defensive going 4-1, but I really wouldn't take this away from Soniqs. They are playing a really good attacking game, and Empire, yet to adapt correctly into it, they're still trying to find their footing. Some rounds they try to play aggressive, some rounds they try to play more passive, but either way, they've been met with a lack of success. However, Dan finds some success for him and his team as he finds Yeti, and almost finds a second gunfight comes out. It's a trade between Dan and Kansan as they take down each other.
Well, I mean, that still favors the Soniqs, though, Nick, because now you have them in a... Oh, okay, never mind. They're down for the count. Rexon is all gone. It's Shepard to get that kill. Super and Grixer as the duo to stand against Empire, and Empire looking in their way to try and keep this one close before switching sides. If this is an attacker-sided Coastline, a victory here for Empire means that it is not as hard for them when they inevitably go to attack.
Yeah, I mean, a 4-2 split for Empire here would be the like very much preferred outcome for them, of course, and 5-1 for Soniqs would really put them in the driver's seat. But I'm also a little bit curious that if will Soniqs start slowing down when that win is near, because that's kind of what happened on Oregon. They need to keep up this aggression right now. Super gonna try and get down the plant. Grixer will cover.
And there it goes. Halfway there for Super. Grixer with his 11 kills needs to be perfect here. And it's a jump out through the window of the Jaeger, who will now rotate. They know exactly where it is. Super gets away with a lot of damage done. And they will reposition, knowing exactly where that diffuser is. Grixer will go to the window. He's going to have a vantage point. But already, Scyther has just jumped on it. He's on the diffuser. Nobody seems to know. He's still sticking it. You need to do something. 1 second away, the last man standing. And the fury from Soniqs, as under their noses, Empire plays it perfectly, and they get the disable.
There was one thing in the calculation that Super and Soniqs did not intend for. There was a deployable shield on that default position. So fun fact, when the diffuser was planted and Super went for that window for post-plant position, the deployable shield blocks the angle from Super, rendering him useless in that position, and Joystick just sticks the diffuse and gets it. Oh my god. I didn't check if the finger had any explosive left to deal with that shield, but either way, that deployable shield is a tremendously sad way to lose the final attacking round. 4-2 split. Empire can be really happy with that. They can laugh it around and say, haha, they didn't really calculate for that. We got a freebie, we'll take it. Soniqs, honestly, don't worry about it. 4 attacks, it's good. Now you gotta show up in defense. Next round, next round, next round. Nothing else matters.
Just reset after every round. That's really what it boils down to, right? Just reset, get your head back in the game, and go for it. That's all you can really hope for in this case. And the Soniqs lose a very frustrating round. Grixer does a miraculous job in the post plant. Keeps control of the window, hops in, gets the kill, flushes out the 2 last players. Super got a kill, by the way, but the second player that was flushed out, they knew that was sitting on that diffuser. Grixer was just a second too slow, and sometimes a second is all that matters. Grixer with his 12 kills, we'll keep fixating on that number, is going to play on Oryx. This was an operator that Team Empire brought out with Scyther playing it. And I am fascinated to see how it's employed by the Soniqs.
I mean, seeing as how lethal Grixer has been so far, I would say if anyone's gotta go fast, it's gotta be him, right? I mean, he's gotta make it work. Give that guy a good gun, give him speed, and I'm sure he'll find a kill or 2 every single round. I'm not doubting that one bit at all. So, kitchen first bomb site for Soniqs. We saw Empire play this bomb site out twice, and well, neither time they won that. They ended up on the bar, they ended up at a dub, but now they gotta look to the future. Can Empire now keep up the momentum?
Empire's only wins on defense, by the way, were on the double bars, Nick. So, I'm interested to see what the win rate ends up looking like on Hookah and Kitchen. There's been no Penthouse Theater that's been played out, which is a little bit of a surprise because after the changes,
Grixer,
you thought that maybe we might see some Penthouse Theater. Grixer gets the very first pick on the Scyther. Down goes the player from Empire with the nades. Down goes the player on Empire with the hammer. Both of Joystick's nades have been used, by the way, and one of Dan's. So there's only a single frag grenade left in play. That is devastating on Empire's side of things. And again, the Soniqs have been perfect through these 7 rounds of getting this opening pick.
I really am curious as to why Empire isn't choosing to go above. They got the double vertical play of Bach and Sledge. Yes, now the Sledge is gone and dead, but they really have the tools to take Penthouse. And also, Soniqs aren't really holding the area of the map that well. They're not really committing that much utility to it. Now they're just kind of fishing for kills in that 5 versus 4. They're already a man down. They gotta find something soon. Otherwise, it's gonna slip away.
They might want to just rush in here through the window, but there is an alibi decoy in front of them. Down it goes to the grenade that was caught by the magnet. Blows it up. Still on the shield, though, is none other than the Mute of Kansan playing inside of the bomb site. They're going to scooch off. That was Super, actually, that was playing off of it, not Mute, funny enough. Yet he's still firing from far back with his back turned towards the Sunrise bar, playing this pixel angle. It looked like Yeti was the one to get it, but it was Kansan instead. And Yeti now looking for the main window, but he can't catch a single kill. Final 40 seconds left. Shepard looked like he was in the bomb site, but Rexon sees him, and that's case down as well. And you know that call is going to be made. Surrendered right now in the Viper's nest, so they'll have to pick it up. waiting to see what Always and Dan will do. Adrenal Surge goes off, and in walks Always, a kill onto Kansan, but still so much more to go. The Case eluding them, 1 foot away, but he will decide to go elsewhere. Dan just hunting right now, with Grixer taking down, or rather engaging and losing a lot of his HP. Dan at 50% HP, Always looking for one as well. They need to get the diffuser down or go for kills, but 10 seconds left. The clock is not in their favor. Up walks Always, sees Grixer. Yeti in a 1v2. The Soniqs again at fear of choking this, but as Yeti backs away, he plays the time wrong. Dan has the diffuser, and Yeti will need to re-engage, and Empire gets it again. The final 30 seconds for the Soniqs are poor, and Empire plays their target prioritization right, and they take the round.
Empire playing so much for those kills that Soniqs thought they didn't have diffuser in their hands. It showed. Yeti backed off thinking timer's ticking down. We're gonna hit 0 soon. The round is ours. But at 1 second left, the plant started going down. The cover was there, and Empire, they picked up the round. Dan hasn't had the greatest of days so far. You said that. But I will also say that Dan has had a couple of rounds. If anything, I think Dan has had 1 round or so per map where he has really carried Empire in his backpack, ensuring that a lost round would be turned into a 1 round. He did it once in Oregon, he did it once in Clubhouse, he did it once now here in Coastline with more rounds to go. So as much as Dan has struggled today, he has really had moments of glory. Good job, Dan.
Man. Soniqs are just, they're their own enemies right now. The Soniqs are beating themselves, Nick. So many of these rounds, we see the Soniqs in close contest, and then they just choke. They choke at the last second. They play too passive. This was the story on Oregon. How many rounds did the Soniqs have a 1 round, or at least a really good chance of winning that round? Whether they had map control, or they had case control, or they had numbers advantage, and they played too passively.
Yeah.
They did not engage off of any of the intel that they had, and they allowed Empire 30-40 seconds to gain more map control, to find their footing and keep them in the round. And the Soniqs just ultimately are their own enemy in those final 30 seconds. It's something that we'll have to keep an eye on as the Soniqs go much deeper into this matchup because of the fact, or rather into this tournament, because if the Soniqs continue to make these mistakes, teams will start to look to exploit that.
It's funny, right? Because they're really good at getting their opening kill. They've got it all 7 rounds so far on this map. They had the most at Oregon and Clubhouse as well. But with that, they almost get scared of losing. It's like, oh, we got the advantage, guys. Let's keep it. Let's not like throw it away. Let's keep the advantage. Play passive. Play safe. But sometimes playing passive isn't the way. You gotta keep the aggression up. But if anything, make sure you play together. If you trade 1 for 1 and you start with an advantage, you will also end on an advantage as long as you trade out equally. So as long as you play together, you can play aggressive.
There's the Lion Scan going off. Down goes Always. Yeti, what a play again. 8 rounds. 8 for 8. 8 rounds in a row where the Soniqs have gotten this opening pick. Kudos to them for how strong they have looked. And it's Always this time to be the one with an early grave. It was Scyther before that, Joystick the round before that, Empire the round before that. I think Shepard is the only one who has not been a victim of an early pick.
That would make sense. You know, play support, anchor roles, etc. If he's the first to fall, that means direct side hit or him really overstepping when he shouldn't. So, good job for him.
Absolutely. So 90 seconds burned off of the clock with Always down. That's the buck no longer available. The flashbangs are gone. Still tons of destruction from Empire. They're cooking a nade on the main stairs and it'll drop down, but a Magnet grabs it. Super knows it's there, so he repositions. Kansan losing the fight to Joystick means that we're back at a 4v4. And Scyther will hit the Lion charge and continue to walk towards the bomb site. They are just above it. This is the double bars, and I'm correct that time on this call.
That it is. Rex inside of office, making sure that they're not going to give up too much map control. I like that from Soniqs. They know that office is clear, blue bar is clear, and pink bar is clear. So they know where the stepping stones are. But look at this. This is Gemini. Okay.
It's not the real deal.
I thought for a second that they just full send it into Cypher. Maybe Cypher is after all.
And Yeti goes down to Empire, who are now just slowly clawing their way back. Again, this matchup tightens. It is an attacker-favored coastline. I think that much we know for sure. Telltale sign of the Gone 6 goes off. An explosion in front of the eyes of Super, now watching the doorway, waiting for somebody to go at him, looking at his feet. Maybe he'll have a bit more accuracy when it comes to the drones. But Grixer inside of the main lobby takes down Dan. Joystick picks up his second on the Super. That was by the bomb site. Waiting to see, and there you go. Grixer will take out Scyther while Shepard getting the diffuser down. Joystick covering fire. Rexon is dropped, so so Grixer will need to clutch. He's sitting on 15 kills, looking to try and continue to add to that tally.
Oh, he snuck out.
Diffuser's down in front of him. They've managed to get out of it. This is a tough spot for Grixer, but Empire managed to do an exceptional job again in the final 40 seconds. And we're all tied up, Nick.
4-4. Still sitting on every single opening kill, going in favor of Soniqs, and now tactical timeout coming out. I mean, what better time for either team, to be honest, maybe more so Soniqs, seeing as they've lost the 2 previous rounds, to go for that timeout. Talk about, guys, we are on the only side we will play unless we go OT. Our defense. We need to find rounds, because if we don't go 6 rounds, then there's no OT, and if Empire gets 7, then it's game over. So, what are we gonna do going forward? Honestly, I think Drobo has a couple of things he can talk about, whether it's the aggression, whether it's the bomb side priority, whether it's the operator lineup. I honestly am not sure, but the one thing I would say about Drobo is we need to play more together. There's multiple pieces of this team falling apart single-handedly and individually when they could be playing more with their teammates and making sure that if one guy falls, they could maybe have an answer back to even back the numbers, because they get the opening kill every single round, but they also always end up losing those defenses. So if you're starting a 5 versus 4, why are you ending with 0 with enemy having more than 1? That's the question I'm asking.
All right, well, I mean, Grixer can't do it all. This man is on fire at the moment, Nick, and
he is.
Honestly, what an impressive showing from him. This has been one of the stories from the NA League in regards to his potential, and I remember, you know, when somebody who's younger and new, Grixer isn't younger nor new anymore in comparison to some of the other players that are going to be at this event. There are people who are newer and people who are younger here. Yeah. But to many people on an international stage, this is only the 3rd real look that you're getting at Grixer against international competition, and while he has been an individual standout, the team that he plays with had some issues back in Mexico and in Sweden. Now, though, we see that he is doing a great job. 15 kills, 4 deaths through these 8 rounds of action. The problem is that he's not really letting anybody else get it. If Grixer's not getting kills, the rest of the team is falling apart, and it's not simply one of those things where they're feeding the kills to Grixer, it's that the rest of the team seem to be losing a lot of engagements. The next closest player that I would say has been holding this team together is Yeti, and that's somebody that we've praised a number of times. You in particular sang his praises when he was on attack.
Yeah. His defense so far hasn't been the craziest on this map, but I will say his defense on the previous 2 maps of Oregon and Clubhouse was really phenomenal, but his attack inside on Coastline was amazing to watch. I called him a ghost earlier. His scoreline right now is the devil. He is turned into a different kind of spirit. He wants to go more aggressive perhaps and really show his true colors. Yeti on that early roam holding down the fort of Kitchen and Stock, ensuring that Team Empire does not get in for free. And I think that's a great play, extending out. And again, that's kind of what Empire didn't do on their defenses. They weren't spreading themselves thin, so therefore Yeti himself could sneak into these areas. Yeti knows the name of that game and is now stopping and preventing Empire from doing the same.
Well, 30 seconds into this round.
He shut open the door and went on the camera. That was like, it was super sketchy.
Well, we have a spoiler for you.
Oh, no.
We have a spoiler for you, as now finally Empire gets the lead-off kill, by the way. There's a timeout taken by the Soniqs, and Dan is the one credited with that first pick. He's been on the wrong side of it far too often, but guess what? Not this time. Dan gets the last laugh. Let's do the spoiler after this round, by the way, with the next round, because let's do the spoiler after this round, rather. Let's make our way through it. Because, by the way, it's a nice spoiler.
It's a nice spoiler. I feel like I know what it is.
Oh.
Rexon got out, but Kansen did not, injured on the floor. Super taking a little bit of chip damage down. Joystick looking for a headbutt. No, it's Yeti who finds it instead. Goes down the white stairs. Rexon follows up on his headshot onto Dan. Now evening back the numbers, and they rescued Kansen. How great is that for Soniqs?
Oh, Shepard just tagged Jaeger of Rexon, but he's destroyed either way. They trade back. Empire now the one trailing. The Soniqs need to grab some momentum here and regain the gusto that they had earlier in this map.
Soniqs really played together this round. They had 4 guys in the same-ish proximity, and the refrags crossing from each other, reviving. They really mustered a great advantage from being down a player. Now in a 3 versus 2, minute left, as long as they hold the crossfire, as long as nobody exposes themselves alone, they should have this in the bag.
Well, I mean, should is the key word here because we've had so many rounds where it looks like the Sonics should have it in the bag and then ultimately trip right before the finish line, that last hurdle catching them. And there's a smoke that's going to go to try and impede Empire from walking forward. They have the opening from inside of VIP. They want to get to that hookah bomb site, but they can't quite yet, and they're just watching the timer continuously tick away. On to drone work. They're going to have to be almost perfect right now to confront these last 3 players from the Sonics, especially a shotgun that's sitting on FaZe. If Always doesn't look in that right direction, Super can pop up and absolutely slaughter them, but it's Rexon from downtown looking for yet another 4 kills. No, Yeti credited with the final kill as all of the teams seem to be in on the action, including the Toxic Canister, and the Sonics regain the lead, the score 5-4.
Very nice. And then there's this bird person that told me about a spoiler. What's happening with that?
Yeah, there's a, let me mute for the next 10 seconds.
Muting?
By the way, Sandbox Gaming defeating Ninjas in Pajamas 2-1 in the very first matchup in the group, and just like that, this became a lot more competitive.
Got turned on its head just there on the very first opening game of the day as well. I think a lot of people looked at that matchup of Sandbox Gaming and be like, easy, whatever. Maybe even some people did that for Sonics Empire, like, oh, easy game for Empire. It's not. Every single team here is here for a reason. These are the absolute best teams in the world, and I wouldn't even go as far to say that there's a weak region right here. APAC is great, LATAM, EU, NA, they're all amazing.
This was something that when I talked to the teams, I always asked, is there a weak team in your group? I interviewed all 20 teams for those that didn't hear me say it earlier, and I talked to all of them and I asked them very similar questions. I said, who's the weakest team in your group? You would not be surprised by the amount of teams who said, well, there is no weak team in our group. Everybody deserves to be here. And I think that is absolutely correct. There might be a team or two that doesn't have a ton of experience at a high level internationally. Sonics might actually be one of them, but I don't think you can call the Sonics a weak team because of how well they did in the North American League. Just like you can't look at a team like M&M, who have no real international experience, and 4 of their players don't have any professional experience on a huge land like this, and turn around and say, well, they're weak. A lot of teams have said that M&M are quite formidable.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anything, I think most people would say M&M and Elevate because they don't know what to think about them because they haven't really seen them play yet. But I've been studying Elevate for this tournament. They look surprisingly good. And as you said, a lot of teams already know that M&M is a very formidable team, both making the EU Pro League and qualifying for Invitationals within like a month span, time span. Very impressive in itself. Parabellum in North America tried to do the same thing, fell a little bit short, but instead we get TSM here, and I think a lot of fans are happy about that. As much as it would be nice to see new teams shining up, I also think for the sake of, I guess, the older storylines, getting those veteran teams here instead is also nice.
Yes. I think there's a good mix of new and old.
Certainly.
And I am very eager to see, and this is a long event, I am very eager to see how deep into it we can go and what teams are still standing by the end of it. That said, let's get our way through this matchup, because while the other stream awaits for their game, we still have one to go, and this is certainly a close matchup. It's anybody's game. Just because Empire trails by 1 round right now does not mean that they are out of it. Both of these teams, with the Clubhouse and the Oregon matchups today, have shown that they can hang tight and really pull deep when needed.
I mean, look at this round. Both teams are slowing down now. The pressure is really rising. Half the round is over. No one's died yet. I believe this is the longest we've gone so far in this match. But as I say that, Super finds the opening kill onto Cypher. He's taken off the board, and now Joystick will make his move onto the yellow trade. Gets the kill back to Super, and they're storming the site.
Sacrificing a tiny bit of HP for him to walk on in and get that kill. Wonderful stuff to see that. Kansan retaking, but he has no idea that somebody's inside of the site. Joystick is still there, and it's Dan to pincer move him and take him down. Grixer and Rexon, 2 players from the Sonics that you might actually want in this particular moment. 16-5, Grixer. We have to keep saying where he's at. Looking to get the diffuser down is Shepard, and he's going to do it quite successfully. Only 3 seconds left, but a blind spot from Grixer exploited by Joystick. Upstairs is Rexon, and he has to get back to the bomb site. This is going to be tough for him to do. Empire in the driver's seat on this retake from Rexon. Inching down the stairs, he engages with Dan and wins that fight. 2 more to go. Softening up the wall, but Shepard has the angle. Joystick no 4K. Sorry to say, it's the support player Shepard to get this, and even with 2 players playing from their rooms, fist pumps go out. Tie game yet again, 5 rounds apiece.
Very interesting setup from Soniqs. They brought the castle to the kitchen bomb site and opened up a ton of walls and angles and whatnot. And then Joystick just kind of had Shepard and the Hibana open up the castle barricade, ran in through it. They had a yellow ping onto Super, and once Super falls onto site, it really opens up the round for Empire. It's very difficult to kind of retreat back to the bomb site once the round has been opened up. So then, well, Soniqs plays the retake situation, and we all know that retaking the bomb site is extremely difficult because if it's hard to attack as an attacker, well, if you're retaking, you're basically attacking it as a defender. That is even more difficult, especially once that diffuser gets planted. Then you're just in this impossible-ish scenario where you really gotta have a dream come true if you were to try and win that round successfully. Going to double bar, the only bomb site that Empire won, and they won it twice. Soniqs will soon need, well, this round or the next, they will have to win a round. Otherwise, it's lights out, and Team Empire, they steal it away.
Well, the double bars, the double bars, the double bars. This is the fourth time that we see it get played, and why is that? As you pointed out, Empire wins it on defense twice. Empire have actually won the double bars every time. They're 3-0. Wow, 3-0. 3-0 on the double bars. I had to double check that we were on the right site. Least I speak, or lest I speak, it ended up getting it wrong, but...
It's really easy to mix them up, to be fair.
Yes, it is. It totally
you extend oppositely. So now it's double bar with a guy in kitchen. When you play kitchen, it's a guy in double bar. Like, that's just how it is.
That's just different now, huh? Tie game, which means that we're going to need all 12 rounds, and this is my favorite round, Nick, because no matter what happens, we have match point. Some team is going to match point no matter what happens here. Will it be the North American League champions? Oh my Yeti, what are you doing, son?
I really respect the effort when the pressure is this high, when you're down, and you try and go for the aggressive play. Unfortunately, it gets punished and it doesn't pay out for him.
Lots of intel coming in from Joystick now as he drones his way through that Sunrise bar, and well, it certainly seems like the attackers have a leg up on the defenders. Down goes Grixer. Unfortunately for him, everything that he's been able to do on this team will be for naught on this very pivotal round. Super now is zoned out of action by a grenade going off, and a flawless round for Empire looks very likely, but Kansan says no thanks. Diffuser getting planted. Super trying to inch his way up. He's going to walk right into the Ana and Joystick. Down he goes. Diffuser planted as well, and Kansan in a 1v4 has all the world staring at him. His whole team watching quite so intently. He finds Shepard, but there's so many more to go. Dueling away, out of bullets, out of time, and almost out of HP as he continues his walk on up. Rubbing shoulders with the Diffuser. On a drone, sees the Gemini. There's one just around the doorway, and he'll hop onto that Diffuser. A clutch for the ages in the making, but there's 3 players to walk on in. Who's going to be the one to get him? It's always an Empire now suddenly finds themselves on series point.
Honestly, it seems like Empire is ramping up as time is progressing. Very first map looked shaky. Looked honestly a little bit poor. Second map, we can argue that Soniqs kind of threw it away. They did, but Empire also rose to the challenge. Now third map, Empire not looking convincingly strong, but they are looking like they're actually taking this into their own hands, and for the first time in almost the entire series, actually controlling the pace of the match and the pace of the game. They went fast last round with aggression, with confidence, and almost that bomb site from the defenders became theirs in an instant. That's not something we've seen from them that many times. Now they've done it twice in a row. They did it on the previous round on kitchen defense. Now they did it on the one before the previous round on kitchen defense, previous round on double bar, and now we're going back to kitchen. And all Empire has to do is just do it one more time. That's it. It's simple.
4 rounds of the double bars, Empire wins every single one of them.
Yeah.
In regards to kitchen, Empire's won it once. The Soniqs have won it, what is it, 3 times? 2 times?
1, 2, 3.
3 times. There you go. What is that?
2 times. 2 times. They have not won it on defense, they've won it twice on attack. 2 times.
There you go.
Yeah, 2 times.
Perfect. So, we said it was do or die on Oregon. It very much is for the Soniqs now.
It is.
They had a breakout performance on Clubhouse. They had everything going for them on Oregon, and they looked to be the favorites, but they weren't able to do it, and they lost. They ended up losing, and that was that. Here on Coastline, the Soniqs jumped out to quite a large lead, but very slowly, Empire started to build up a comeback, and well, now they're in a spot where They're on match point. They're on series point, rather. With Sandbox winning in the earlier matchup, this throws the group into potential turmoil for the Sonics because no doubt teams still look at APAC as being the weakest region, but that's a massive victory earlier today that could potentially dent the chances for the Sonics. I do want to remind people that because of the way the groups are formatted, there's only one team to go home per group. The rest will go into a lower bracket run where if you're out, you're out. That's it. So you just don't want to be the last team in your group. It's quite that simple.
Yep, quite simple indeed. Honestly, I'm really getting happy watching Cypher. Like, the drone utilization that Empire has been mustered together here on Coastline, I honestly think that's like their key strength. Sure, they're winning gunfights. Sure, they've now gotten confidence, but they're getting so much information and they're so good at working with it. Again, taking almost full map control, minute and a half into the round. They always have yellow pings active on player positions. They know Grixar's inside of hookah. They know he's isolated. And now all they gotta do, if they can keep him there, is capitalize on that information.
Joystick up in the vase, sitting for but a moment, as now he'll go on to drone just halfway through this fateful round between the North American and Russian teams that we see. Coastline has been as exhilarating as we expected after all 15 rounds of Oregon were needed to get us to this particular point. The one team from this group who's not active today is M&M. We'll see them in action tomorrow, and I'm very excited to see what this EU qualifier team is capable of doing, largely led by the experienced Croatian, none other than Nello.
Yep. That is a factual statement, and honestly so happy to see him back as well after what happened with him. Unfortunately, he was benched from Navi and just kind of fumbled in Tier 3 for a bit, then Tier 2, and then actually made it back. I love that story.
It's a great one indeed. Super's the first one under fire from his team after an extremely good 9 rounds, or 8 rounds, if you want to be particular, for the Sonics. They have not been the greatest in regards to these opening picks. But while this is happening, there's 30 seconds to go. Do or die, lads! Which one of you is going to make the first move? Grixer trying to engage, but he's unable to do too much to Dan, so a reload, a lengthy one, will come out from the LMG of the Zofia. Grixer quickly moving his way back down towards Kitchen. Shepard is in. A safe spot, to be sure. Looking for a diffuser to get planted. Yeti a domino. That's the first one to go. Will they continue to fall larger and larger? Kansan taking up map control. The Sonics doing a great job as the diffuser goes down, and Grixer spots the run out, but he cannot track. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2 with the diffuser planted. From above, though, the buck of always will reign supreme. He can very easily tear the floor open. Look at the HPs of both Grixer and Rexen. They are but a breeze away from death. A smoke tossed out from Scyther will try and obscure himself. Still sitting on that diffuser. Gunfire raining over his head. Positioned up, tense moment for the Sonics fans. NA right now holding their breath as Empire look to do the deed. The clock continuing to strike away. Only 8 seconds left before they can get there. Time's ticking, time's ticking. Grixer, where are you? Walking up, past the point of no return, and the kill is just insult to injury. Well, it was a scary moment for Empire, but they end up getting the deed done, and they take the series 2-1.
Empire can be very happy with that after a week showing in the beginning, ramping up as time progressed, and of course, what other map to do it on for Empire than Coastline? A map they have history with. We spoke about a little bit during the time. Now Parker is having flashbacks once again. I'm very sorry for that. Grixer tried his very best. 16 kills to his name. Had a really phenomenal attacking side, not as much going on defense, but we all know that Coastline defense is like, it's a bit of a barn burner of a side. You can't do much, you get stuck in corners and the nade comes out. It's frustrating to play.
I can't even imagine what the Sonics are feeling right now. They had so many missed opportunities. What's it called on Craigslist? Missed connections? That's what it feels like for the Sonics here. They had Oregon in the bag. They had rounds in the bag. 30 seconds left. You're up 4v2, and you let it slip away. It's not even that Empire outplayed you. It's that you just took your foot off the gas pedal, and that sometimes is enough. You have a couple rounds like that, and in isolation, that might seem like a round here or there, but in all reality, that's the matchup. Being lost in those rounds, the Sonics have a lot to look back on. A disappointing series from them, but Empire proved why they've been one of the best teams in the world, and they stick with it, and even though they were behind, they come back and they make it win.
I will say though, for Sonics, yes, it was an arguably disappointing result, but they can look back and be quite happy with moments of this matchup, right? They had a great first map of Clubhouse. They had a pretty great first half of Oregon, and then last half they don't want to talk about ever again. And then of course they had formidable attacks on the final map of Coastline. So you can take some good away from it, some bad away from it. Honestly, if I'm Soniqs, I'm okay with the result, but they should have done more. They should have won that matchup.
Oh, absolutely they should. But we still got 3 more matches to go here on Bravo. Before we get there, we have a break, and then we're going to be throwing over to that wonderful couch setup that we have.
Lovely.
For some smart people to break down the matchups. That's it for Nick and I for our first match. We'll be back later in the day. Sit tight. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
go. Disable the diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser hang the diffuser. Disable the...
Welcome back, friends. We just went through our breakdown of post-match A. That is the match one on stream A, where, spoiler alert, I'm just going to put it out there, but that's what you expect when you're here at the command center. Sandbox Gaming took down the Ninjas in Pajamas, the ruling champions at Invitational. Now we're back in to talk about our stream B game, which equally went to the third map. I'm also Medic. With me on the beautiful analyst couch are Jesse and Jacob. And friends, another surprise has transpired, and it's only surprise, as Jess was talking about in a moment ago, that Empire, playing the Soniqs, had 2 players in quarantine in a hotel and still came back with the map laws and won the series.
I mean, I made my prediction saying Empire was going to win without the knowledge that they were going to have 2 players that wouldn't be able to play on stage. So I just kind of figured, okay, if it's a one-on-one scenario, it's still going to be Empire probably any day of the week. And then we get into this situation, it's a slight handicap, or we assume it's going to be some kind of slight handicap. But what happens instead? Empire makes a nice little adaptation somewhere in map 2, and they don't allow that kind of thing to be a problem for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird situation, right? Because we have map 1, it's Empire's pick.
Yeah.
Go to their best map, right? This is Clubhouse, and Soniqs upset them there, and we're thinking, okay, that's it. They got this in 2 because now they can do their map pick. Empire win that one, and at that point, I think the momentum and the mental game is so much better for Empire that it just completely stalls out for Soniqs. But that was a wild ride.
It really was. Not gonna lie, there were some incredible moments that we saw in this game to kick off our day on the B stream. A lot of fun. I'm sure the caster was going all on about it. But there are some specific plays to highlight, and you have some replays for us, Jesse, so go ahead.
Yeah, so this is something I was expecting kind of going into this matchup, right? Soniqs versus Empire. Empire can be a team sometimes that will struggle in the early game and then really fight in those late executions. And I think we saw a really good example of that in the first couple of rounds on Clubhouse, because what we saw was that the Soniqs were winning a lot of roam games. They were winning over and over and over again, winning those early engagements, and we might be able to see one of these executes. Here we go, where you can see heavy advantage going in favor of Soniqs. 4v3, and Diffuse Kit is going to be all alone here on Dan. So watch his perspective. He's going to be pushing in from the platform wall that's outside the building where he is there, while the other 2 come in from construction. And the devastating blow, the thing that should end this for Empire, is that Dan is going to get swung on by Grixer, and he's going to die outside of the building, Diffuse Kit on the floor. Now the other 2 teammates, nowhere near him. They're again pushing in from construction, and these are the pushes that should never work. But Empire is the type of team that when they get scrappy, they make it happen. So We'll keep on watching through here. Again, the key point is going to be the positioning from Soniqs inside of the bomb site and the timing and where they're looking on Empire's side of things. We see the flashbangs going out. This is going to be around where the fight happens. There we go. Defuse kit down. Panic mode. They've got to funnel through one doorway, but they do it because look at Super. He's not challenging this angle. They get all the way in. They're getting 1 kill, 2 kills. It's even in their insight, but they don't have the defuse kit. They can keep playing passive, but they can't do it. The gunfights all go the way of Team Empire, and this is what I say. They get so good at clutching out those late rounds, even if the early round is a complete disaster. And I want to say, after that happened, we saw another round which was very similar, and then we saw a tap timeout. Joe Bro slowed things down for his teammates, showed them how they needed to calm down on these defenses, and they did it. And it was a really beautiful adaptation from the Soniqs because they stopped that after round 4.
Empire's endgame is something you can never really dispute, and we love how there was the adaptation from Soniqs in that tag timeout to kind of like readjust, especially mentally. Problem is, that's still something Empire are capable of doing regardless of what situation they're thrown into. If they're up if they're down like 5-2, there's still a realistic chance that Empire can bring things back. So when the Soniqs are all 5 up, that's where they're strongest, especially when they're attacking. A lot of their executes are all dependent on keeping as many people alive as you possibly can. Try for a post plant and work from there. In this case, Empire had that number. Like, I don't really know if there was a way for them to successfully get it over and over again, but they did. Empire had that on lock, especially for the first couple rounds on Club.
This is what people describe as momentum-based gameplay, and
a little bit.
It is a very nebulous term because, you know, what is momentum? How do you even quantify it in game? You just cannot. It's just a feeling. Yeah, I just got that vibe, bro. You know how it goes? So in this case, what you're saying is, if I understand correctly, is that when everything's going well, everything's good. When it's not,
yeah, I mean,
vibe goes down.
It totally does, especially for the Soniqs, right? Like, I think Empire, that master team of taking a bad situation and making it work, the best of what they can have. And I think when they're up against some of these weaker teams that don't have the strongest anchors, right? Like Na'Vi in the EUL finals, you know, Super in this case on the Soniqs, sorry. You know, sometimes they're not able to make that, right? Sometimes that goes the way of Empire. But when they're going against really strong anchors, somebody like Brede, for example, that strat from Empire doesn't seem to work. And I think that's why we typically see BDS come out in favor of that matchup.
Jacob, don't Empire always, like, they're like a diesel engine. They take forever to warm up at an event, but when they do, it's, you know, smooth sailing. Here, they somehow did it. Somehow the best of 3 kind of aided them in this format.
I mean, best of 1s having upsets in that way is always going to be something that happens with, like, regardless. So the fact that Soniqs managed to take 1 map off them, I don't really think it matters kind of where it happened in the rotation, but you're right. It does lend to the idea that Empire sometimes takes a bit to figure out what their rhythm is. In this case, not having 2 players, like, on stage with them is something you have to account for. It's something you didn't anticipate, but they adapted to it pretty well, especially on map 2. We saw the players who weren't, who weren't with them in this case, instead start to play operators that maybe we didn't see from them normally. I do think having always switch over to Thermite on map 2 is something that we've seen before. Sometimes Scyther's the one who's going to take that sledge roll away from him, but it still kind of seemed like, hey, we understand there might be a little bit of a disconnect here, so let's put the guys who aren't the guys who aren't with us onto roles or operators that maybe you don't have to worry about playing super heavy into frags. We saw Joystick doing what he always does. Dan and Scyther at the same time seem like statistically performance-based. If we do have stats, you'll notice they're probably topping the scoreboard more often than not. So when we whatever Empire has a moment like that, they're like, okay, you know what? Take a step back. We know what's not working here. And then as soon as Clubhouse was over, it just kind of felt like it was old hat at that point.
Yeah, I think that Empire took a while to get going. Soniqs were almost the opposite, where as the game got farther and farther into the best of 3, we're slowing down. We saw it on Coastline, and we saw some mistakes back on the second map of Oregon as well. And if we can turn this, there were a few mistakes, and if we can turn this into a teaching moment, Milos, because this is what I like to do. Let's bring Professor Chick into things. Well, my ruler, I left it back in Canada.
Paddling time.
Yeah, unfortunately.
The classes, at least, can we at least sell that?
Also back in Canada. I know.
Man, do you need to borrow mine? Actually, I can't see what.
we'll go
ahead, Jess.
I've got my assistant here, Caliber Jacob, with the graphics. So production, if we can zoom in on him, we'll show you kind of what's going on. So to start off, this is what's known as a Rotero drone. So this is something that's used by Flores in the game, and it's a little drone that he can drive around, and it will go and explode important utility. Things like bulletproof shields, things like cameras, cameras, things like ADSs. And the key thing with it is while it's still moving, before it turns into a stationary position, you can shoot it and deny it. And we've got an excellent example. I want to say a huge shout out to Super for showing us what not to do when playing against a Rotero drone. Exhibit A, if you can see here, this is inside. Yeah, if we can zoom in, production, we can get a close up as we can on this screen. What this is the elbow of Oregon in the basement, right? And what we're seeing is the Rotero drone right there on the shield. You can see it. It's about to blow things up, and the person playing elbow, Super, he's all the way back here, still doing setup whilst the Rotero drone is coming in. So Exhibit A, do not be too far away from a utility when the Rotero drone is coming up. Exhibit B, this is going to be more of a clip. And if you can see it when we're zoomed in, do not go AFK when the Rotero drone drives right past you. I don't know if Super was looking at his teammate's POV or what was it, but that didn't work out. And Exhibit C, similar situation. Once again, do your best not to go AFK and just totally miss the Rotero drone when it drives past you to kill your shield. That's 3 moments where we saw the Rotero drone destroy that position, the shield inside of elbow. And all 3 of those came at crucial moments, round 12 and round 15. On that map that Soniqs needed to win their pick on Oregon. This is exactly when we expect to see Soniqs clutching up, winning the game. If those mistakes hadn't happened, there's a good chance Soniqs go 2-0.
Honestly, I didn't really know that this was going to be Super Sleep Paralysis Demon, but this is the reality that we now live in.
Thank you. Now we're all blocked. I didn't know I wanted to be part of this, but here we are. You know, maybe NA players should have blocked me on Twitter ages ago. But here we are. And yes, we end up in a situation where Empire are able to defeat Soniqs. Mistakes, but also great adaptation from the Soniqs. As to, to wrap things up here real quick, what is there to be expected from Empire after this one? Really, really fast.
Man, I think it's like, this is a handicap that we didn't expect for. Empire had no idea that they were about to get slapped with something like this. They got a win. For the Soniqs, I think they needed to start off with something like this, a little bit of a wake-up call to understand it's not going to be smooth sailing for the rest of this tournament overall. For Empire, it's nice that you managed to escape with this one, considering the hot streak that the Soniqs were on to start with. It's almost like they ran out of gas. Like, they needed like 1 round on map 2, and they wouldn't have had to worry about coastline in the first place. So just use this as a teaching moment for the Soniqs, but for Empire, this is a really good streak so far.
Yeah, and building on the Soniqs point as well, there's something we were talking about in the back while the game was going on. For Soniqs, they can be a bit of a confident team, and that has its boons, right? It's always good to have
confident is definitely a way to put it.
Mental, for sure. I mean, they got grouped in the last 2 majors, and they saw it as a good thing, right? So to come into this and have their first game be a loss, be a really tough game that they honestly should have won, I'm hoping that can kind of temper their mental a little bit, put things into perspective, and hopefully going forward, they can use that to play better in the rest of their group stage, and perhaps still make it out top 3.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much. When we come back, we're going to break things down and kind of get ready for a second matchup later on. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll start our chat about Stream A's game. So we'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and NBs to the stream. It's Sixth Invitational, and it continues. Our second game is about to begin here live on the stream. I'm Medic, your host, and with me are two beautiful gentlemen. It's Jacob and Jesse from the North American League. Friends, how are you doing now?
I think we're doing pretty well. I mean, we just were on the B stream, kicking it over there, watching a really tight
to
game.
The other set.
Yeah, we've been moving between these streams, but now we're here on A stream, and we've got an equally good matchup.
You're doing fine. I'm not doing as hot because NA just got put in the dumpster for the first game, and now I don't know. I'm not doing nearly as good as I could be. I might need a second to recover. But should I be used to this at this point? Like first SI and already North America's eating crap. What do we do?
You just roll with it, vibe with it. I think Soniqs will be doing the same thing. We'll have to see for the rest of the team. Yeah, they do. We're all blocked as of this moment. Let's have a chat about this matchup, Team 1 versus Damwon Kia, two teams that people look at as Holy Toledo. Any one of them can take this tournament. Potentially, perhaps, maybe, who knows. Team 1 have already won a major earlier this year, and that was in Mexico. It was a bit of a while ago now, but that championship spirit is still with them, Jesse.
Absolutely. I mean, the Mexico major was such a huge breakout win for them because that was a tournament that nobody had them coming out on top at all. Huge unexpected upset for Team 1 to come out and win that whole tournament. Cinderella run, if you've ever heard of it in Siege. And then since then, they have fallen off a little bit. The BR6 finals were not that successful for this team. And at the last major as well, they got out in quarters by Rogue, which, I don't know, man. They really should have played better in that best of 3 against Rogue in Sweden because that was one that they could have won. For some reason, it just didn't click. I hope they've got that spirit back this time because they're really going to need it.
Ultimately, even if BR6 finals didn't go their way, the one little slip-up they had was that best of 3 against Rogue in the Sweden major, because that Cinderella story from the Mexico major is something Monte Cristo himself called one of the single greatest comeback or underdog stories in the entire time he's been covering esports, and that's an incredible accolade to receive from somebody like that. Like, that name saying about this group of guys specifically is insane. But one question I do have, Alamau, I think did post something to Twitter saying that this might be the last dance for this exact roster, so I'm curious how they're going to come into it.
I wonder what that means. Well, let's have a chat then about their opponents. Damwon Kia, a team from South Korea that we've seen explode on the international stage at the same tournament that we had Team 1 winning in Mexico. They went on to November and gave us the best semifinal that I've seen in ages. Genuinely, Damwon Kia, incredible team, and here is what their roster looks like. Jesse, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Damwon Kia, this is the roster that has exploded from APAC. They also really got notoriety over in the Mexico major. We're in group stage. Listen, I picked them to go out last. You picked them to go out last. Yeah. Nobody thought this team was any good, but they come to the Mexico major. They upset world champions and tournament favorites, NIP, back-to-back games. Super close, but they beat them in the group stage, go to quarters, and at that point, they'd already kind of won their victory, right? Nobody expected them to get that far. In Sweden, they pushed it one step farther, all the way to the semifinals, where they're one single 1v1 away from beating out FaZe Clan and making that grand finals, likely winning the whole thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen for them. They lose the final round 15 on map 3, and it all comes crumbling down. But this team has got so much spirit, and I think a lot of people, this is their one team that if it's not going to be LATAM winning SI, it's actually likely to be Damwon Kia.
It's a team that's built on a lot of potential, but that can also be it's a benefit and a curse in some ways. We've seen how far they can go, especially when you're only a couple of pixels away from potentially making a major grand final. But in the same way, we don't want them to only be known as a team that has a lot of potential that can't necessarily be controlled. We've seen Yas as somebody who can top the charts. He's somebody who, even on CGG's lifetime ranking overall, he ranks as a higher rating above guys like Nesk and Paul Liu for total matches played. I think if it's like over 100 maps. It's insane how good the guy is. But then you have other players on this team that sometimes feel like they can be more of a hurt, more of a detriment. Guys like Rin, if they're not contained and controlled and used effectively and don't kind of allow their gameplay to get into their own heads, sometimes feels like they go a little bit off kilter. I don't think it's that big of an issue because every single time we've seen them play, their results keep getting higher and higher. So everyone who looks at this Damwon team and expects great things from them, they're in the right. It's just a matter of how far they'll be able to take this momentum.
I love you're calling the Hanguk team the Korean team Damwon, because you learned it from Montecristo.
Yeah. It's one of those things that just sticks with you.
Yeah, understandable. Lucky, man. We're lucky to witness this game. I'm really looking forward to this one. What a way to go through in our Invitational. We're still in groups and we have awesome best of threes like this. How about our maps? Like I said, best of 3. We got 3 maps in total, 7 maps in the entire map pool, 4 will be out. So Jesse, please take us through it.
Well, let's start with the bans, of course. Damwon Kia going for the first one and Team 1 banning out next. Cafe and Chalet going to be both taken off the board. I think those are pretty predictable bans. I almost expected a Clubhouse ban coming out from Team 1, and I anticipate that is going to be the map that we play instead. Oh, sorry, it was a Clubhouse ban. Okay, according to the graphic. Interesting. Well, that one gets taken away then. We get Damwon Kia picking the Chalet instead. So that's the flip side of what I had just mentioned. And then Villa coming in from Team 1. So this is one that could be a bit of a 50-50 matchup as well. But we'll see. I don't know about this one, Jacob.
Not entirely certain either. I do think just from what we've seen so far from these squads, there are a lot of potentials, especially like APAC teams on Chalet is something like to be feared. We saw Cyclops back at the Mexico Major thrive in an environment like that. It was really dope to see. I think Villa also, just from a Latin American perspective, feels like one that definitely can swing either way. That's the map that we saw both FaZe Clan and NIP go 11-9 under in that Sweden-Mexico Major. It's not like a bastion per se, but it is something that definitely comes to fruition more often than not. Problem is, if we go to Cafe, that's where I'm not really it's a 50-50 toss-up between both squads. I think I would love to throw it to one team or the other, but you also have to remember Damwon don't necessarily play that many maps overall. In a best of 1 format, they can essentially play anywhere from like 3 to 4 different maps. In a best of 3, there are some that you simply can't escape with, so I'm curious how they've prepared on this Cafe.
Yeah, and then, I mean, even just starting on Chalet, it seems like everybody tends to ban this against Damwon because this is a map that they are so good on. A 7-2 record since June started, with their most recent map being one against FaZe Clan from the Swedish Major semifinals. They stole that one 7-3. So if that's where we start, I'd be very scared for Team 1.
Well. Chalet, pretty cold one for us to get onto in the beginning. Obviously mirroring a lot of the situation that we have here in Sweden. We woke up, it was snowing, and they're all ready for it. And I hope you guys are. So just before we throw map 3 or not?
Yeah, let's do it. Map 3.
I'm down for a map 3.
All right, let's see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. And MBs, we're going to throw it to our casters. Good luck, have fun, enjoy. our friends to the stream. Incredible to see you all here with us. Man, it's so beautiful seeing Stockholm here at a distance, isn't it? Passed by only a few months ago by the Christmas tree that was set up in the city, and now it's all full and all beautiful. Wonderful. Here we are back again into the command center. I'm loving saying the word command center.
It's very commanding, especially when you say it, Milosh.
Thank you very much. It's the strategy game nerd that's inside me. I'm 9 years old and I'm playing Red Alert again. Anyways, friends, we are here and there is a Red Alert for this game. OXG versus Na'Vi. And I'll hold you for a second, Na'Vi boy. OXG are in here.
Thank you, Milosh.
There you go.
Thank you.
I'm a Na'Vi boy.
Let's talk. Please. He's an M&M boy. Okay.
This man would tattoo UK massive on his forehead if he was allowed.
Let's talk about OXG first.
Yes.
Am I allowed?
No. But you know what you are allowed to do is speak about Oxygen in full force. That's what they're here to do, and that's what I'm most excited about. Laxing and Foxay have been some of my favorite NA players to almost ever exist outside of Pojamin, for example, and they are some of the most seasoned and experienced players, and now they have a full-fleshed roster. Hopes is the only one that'll be sitting in his hotel room. The rest of the players are unaffected, and as a result, we might actually get to see what Oxygen has to show here at this event, since they've been otherwise unable to.
I completely wrote anything off to do with the Sweden Major. Rightly so, because they were playing with a coach, they were playing with two people in a hotel.
How'd you go pulling your stats away from that?
It's just a write-off. I do magical things with spreadsheets, Jess, you know that.
That is a fact.
I wrote it all off. This is, for me, potentially the dark horse out of NA.
I agree.
In terms of the team that definitely has the potential to win the whole event, and in their minds, they want to win the whole event. They think they're here to win the whole event.
Yeah, they absolutely should. You can see in the global points there, they're 6th place, and they don't do too bad on their splits on attack and defense, which is an important point to note, because a lot of teams are either one-sided defense or one-sided attack, and they keep the split pretty nice.
Just to tell you a bit of a story here, story time.
Oh, I love story time, yep.
I spoke with Laxing for just a moment in November.
Okay.
And
one singular moment, go on.
Genuinely, because we don't have time or the space really to speak to everybody. But when he was talking to me, he told me, you know, man, it sucks because we're here, we felt our best, and that we really felt we could take this whole thing for all together.
Yep.
But for Invitational, we're going to stay home the entire time.
Wow.
The entire time, because we're going to make sure we're all ready to play together in this space. And honestly, I miss seeing Davide's face in this.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to see. OXG are looking pretty, they're looking hot, and we want to see what our NA team can do. How many L's can the region take?
Oh.
Question in everybody's mind. But on the other side,
here we go.
time for Shill Season.
Shill Season.
Open up the
Na'Vi and
stage.
UK Massive. What you got for me, Jack?
Well, Natus Vincere. You get a team here that are just a completely turbulent team. Global points 9th, could have been higher. Stage 3 in EUL, they sucked. But they
The man speaking facts, he's not on the shoot
because of
train.
stage 1 and stage 2, they played so well in those two stages. By the time that came about, they basically secured 6 Invitational regardless of stage 3 and Sweden. So, we've not seen much out of Na'Vi, and I'm going to go back to Mexico is realistically where we've seen Na'Vi kind of play
glad you are.
the last time. All 5 are on stage, which was a bit of a doubt, but they are here and they are ready. My big
How did they do in Mexico?
They grouped, I want to say.
They
got grouped.
sucked.
Yeah, they sucked.
Yes,
So
say it like it is, friend.
But they said that was a learning experience, right? And they had
That's
this
the
honeymoon
important
phase
point.
with the new roster, with bringing in Nathan, bringing in Blur. Now, they've got a lot of talent. They've got a great talent. They've got Doki, and he is a talisman of not just the league, but of the entire world. He can get multi-kills in most rounds. Na'Vi's problem is after that. Blur doesn't often step up. Even though he is the second entry, he plays a passive game. Saves, we know how much he can shoot. He doesn't step up consistently enough. And that's Na'Vi's problem, is Doki creates, makes all this space for them, and then they don't do anything off the back of that.
I'm wondering whether or not, and because we are referencing so far back to the Mexico Major here, they said they were nervous, and I even spoke to Doki, you know, for a moment, the same way you spoke to the OXG boys for a moment. I said, what's the problem, bro? Lay it down to me straight. And he goes, we were nervous.
Yep.
Like, we were nervous. And I'm like, all right, fair enough.
And I actually, so as I was walking in here, the players were already set up, and we walk past the player booths, and we just got a glimpse, and Doki caught a glimpse of me, and he did the biggest, most like over enthusiastic wave at me, And it just shows how relaxed Na'Vi feel and are, because they've got that experience. They're here for round 2, and they're trying to build on that experience.
They're a good team. We shouldn't doubt that. They are a good team. They wouldn't be here if they weren't.
The sentence was in EUL was, if Secretly is on top of your top of the scoreboard, something is going wrong.
Yes.
As he is one of the best supports, underrated support for sure. But we'll see how it goes. Let's take a look at our bands. They're ready to go, and we're going to put them up on the screen. So you know what? Fresh, I'm going to let you talk about this. Go ahead, you can start off.
So Na'Vi banning Oregon is a map they don't particularly enjoy playing against. Oxygen are fairly good on that map. Chalet coming out of Oxygen, it's clear as day, that is Na'Vi's best map. So I'm not surprised to see Oxygen take that one away.
Yeah, and the important point about that is the recent times they played Chalet was a bit of a mess for Oxygen as well. They clearly wanted to go there, they just found no success.
Bank and Coast are in. Na'Vi for the pick first.
So what you've got here is two different styles coming. You've got Na'Vi, they want to ban away their worst maps and pick their best maps. And you've got Oxygen, they want to ban away Na'Vi's best maps and pick Na'Vi's worst maps, because Na'Vi don't play Coastline. So Oxygen are going for, let's go for our opponent's weakest side, whereas Na'Vi are trying to play this out as, let's go for our own strongest side.
That is such a stylistic difference between both of these teams. This is where you can play the mind games, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where you can actually lose the game before you've even jumped into the server. These map bans can be so crucial. Which style works best? I mean, both you and I know very well that both can work, both can fail, and I mean, it depends on the day and the game, but starting off with Bank, if you have not watched Na'Vi's strategies, one of my favorite strategies is their top floor defense. If they do run the same one they have been running in EUL, man, I'm going to be so happy.
Map 3, who? Or lobby's ready?
Who do you think that's going to?
Map 3, yes, no, and...
Yes, map 3, yes. And then I think it possibly goes to Na'Vi, because Na'Vi have these, we've seen them have these elaborate bar stage strats, right?
That's true.
They're a bit surprising when it comes to Clubhouse, because they do play it slightly differently to the kind of meta game.
Laxing, you'll win map 3 if you head up your lurks. I'm going to call Laxing the lurker. Let's go, baby.
All right, let's get into game. We already have one live. Let's get the second one in. It's OXG versus Na'Vi. Enjoy. Woo.
All right, thank you very much, Milos. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Stokes and Blue here, ready to bring you the second game of the day on the Bravo stream. We are so excited to be bringing you some of the best from North America as well as Europe here and see which one will come out on top to continue finding out who is going to continue to top out this group as we edge closer and closer to the end of the group stage as well. Stokes, let's get your initial thoughts. How you feel about this matchup as we tee up the first map here?
It's a really difficult one, John. I mean, you heard him talking on the analyst desk. For me, this is all on Na'Vi and what they can possibly do inside of these maps. It's been the Doki train for all of Stage 3, and we really need to see this change.
Absolutely. There was that little bit of a scare yesterday with the positive diagnosis, but like we were talking about before, I'm pretty sure he has been cleared, so he is going to be able to play with the team today. As we saw with Empire earlier, who unfortunately are still dealing with that, that does affect the team quite a bit if a player is separate. Even though they can play with them, yes, they're still isolated in a hotel, so having him with the team on stage, assuming once again that that is the case, which I believe it is certainly going to be a nice little boon for both himself as well as the rest of Na'Vi. And a big one as well, because he is a huge pivotal piece to this squad alongside some of the other players, like the desk was talking about. Nath, a huge proponent for this team when it comes to their early game, as he's the player to look to in a lot of respects when it comes to getting into the building and getting entries going.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of positive things to talk about with Na'Vi, especially earlier in the year, but as we were talking about before, Stage 3, not the greatest series for him of, a lot of unfortunate events, I would say, at a minimum. But, it is what it is. But looking over at the Oxygen side of things, I mean, they've had an immense season when it comes to 2021, and rolling into 2022, I don't think that this is going to be any different. But enough mincing words, folks. We're here. It's now 51% for Oxygen, 49% for Na'Vi. I mean, I think this is the closest series that we've seen today.
It's a very, very close one indeed, so we'll have to wait and see who comes out on top. But if we get another 3-map series, as we already had for both of our initial series to start today, getting right into the bands here, wasting no time as we head into Bank for our first map, which is going to show up here as the pick from Na'Vi. First Bank getting out of the way, though, is going to knock out Hibana. We've seen that become quite a mainstay in terms of the hard breach operator ban here when it comes to these types of maps. No surprise the follow-up either, as Thatcher is immediately going to come after that.
Yeah, Hibana, the Hatch Queen, we usually see her around this space just because she's so very important to the overall play. Thatcher also going to be removed. We all know that reason. But besides that, Mira will be the next operator banned out. So everything is straightforward as you can possibly get for your Bank bans, which is actually kind of interesting because Na'Vi's been banning some very interesting things recently. We've been seeing some Flores bans. We've been seeing a lot of different stuff. So expected something a little bit different different here, but we're still going to be sticking with the same old same. Thatcher banned. You want to get Kaid off the board to make sure those hatches don't get locked up. Pretty straightforward here.
Obviously, we still have the capability for Maverick to work yourself around that, but most people don't want to take the chance on the annoyance of just dealing with the Kaid in a couple other circumstances as well, so time to knock him out and get rid of him as we head into the first round of this series. Keep in mind, folks, best of threes, not best of ones here anymore for the group stage. You need to play out at least 2 maps to be the victor and gain some points for yourselves here. So we're already starting out at Tellers for the first site here, as it'll be Na'Vi on defense, and we'll be bringing an A-string operator lineup. Oryx specifically will be the standout there, as they'll be trying to use that hatch work to move him around the map and possibly add some additional pressure on the roam game. But actually, it's going to 6-picked away back over to a Valkyrie, as that managed to sneak through the ban phase here as well, so she will be in play for this map.
Now, if you guys remember, Bank did end up coming in place of Consulate, no longer having Consulate in the map pool, a map that we had for a very, very long time as well. But Bank, with a free fresh look to it refurbish, especially inside of the lobby space, makes it a little bit easier to play overall for the defense, but still have a lot of risk running outside in kind of that open space. But either way, Na'Vi actually going to be abusing the map early here. This is the big thing about Bank. Every single one of these sites works, so you don't need to play things traditionally with like starting off at the basement or immediately going upstairs. They're not going to do any of that, so they're going to go right to Tellers and Archives.
We did see recently at the NA qualifiers a lot of teams kind of avoiding the Tellers area, but once again, I think as we get back to the true Tier 1 echelon, we're going to see a lot of teams start to incorporate that back in, so no surprise here to see Na'Vi going directly towards that, and no surprise to see them immediately deploying towards this extended game upstairs as well. This is the time waster right here, and they're really going to create a box for themselves with those castle barricades, blocking off all access points towards meeting room there, in addition to reinforcing some of the walls leading over into square. They are going to leave a bit of it open, though, as you can see. It'll create a little bit of a kill box for them to be able to use from the inside of that rotation they made for themselves inside of meeting.
Yeah, this top space going to be immensely important to the overall game plan of Na'Vi. Have to hold on to this and try and prevent Oxygen from abusing a lot of this verticality, and that's the game plan for right now. Have some extra information to work alongside that. You can see the amount of bulletproof cameras coming out in tandem with Blur's black eye cams from Valkyrie as well. So much info on this top floor for Oxygen to worry about. We'll have to see how they try and dice this up.
Already see Doki trying to look for that initial pick, because he pretty much realizes there's going to be immediate pressure working itself up on Repel. You kind of have to use it here to fish out some of that extended pressure. And we're going to see Kino putting some heat on these guys as well, both against Doki as well as the other player holding down the hallway leading towards Stock here. Doki put under that pressure, but not backing up just as of yet here. In fact, he's been able to return some nice damage on Kino as he's been dropped to nearly 50% of his HP.
Great choice in weaponry here from Doki, abusing that rifle. Only got to tag some people up, and you can get exactly that done like he does on Kino. Already half of his HP, and now has to play pretty safe when it comes to a lot of the game plan going forward. Obviously, they do still have Yaga, who could possibly use some of his hard breaching abilities to be able to get them into sight, but it's a long road ahead of him. You can see Blur already going for something out here as well. Tags one on top of Square, but it's actually going to be Laxing to go down to Doki.
Laxing going down. That's the Finka being removed as well, so this Adrenal Surge is not going to be available for Oxygen to be used when they get closer. Kino quickly exchanges that back out, though, with the elimination of Doki, and we go right back down to do a 4v4 after that initial kill is claimed by the defense.
Looks like Na'Vi wants to try and vacate the premises as well. Good idea. They've already got a big pick onto Lax, so might as well get back to site and see if they can possibly play this out in a different fashion. Blur still has a Nitro Cell in his pocket as well, so we could see the nuclear option come in later on to possibly get a pick on Oxygen, trying to work those vertical angles. Also, just look at this base floor right now. Na'Vi is spread so far around this entire space. It's going to be very difficult for Oxygen once they try and work around this area.
Huge time-wasting composition coming out here, and you can see they still have some intel gathering utility upstairs as well that Blur's going to try to use. Nitro is lined up, but I think Foxe moved away from it. And indeed, just barely dodges that Nitro Cell before it implodes a couple feet away from him. So, count his lucky stars for now as he keeps himself alive. But like we were talking about before, there is a lot to work through here for Oxygen, and not a lot of time to accomplish it. You can see they're starting to maintain some position now down on the first floor vertical, most notably getting the square access. A second ago, secretly, Vertical is able to take out saves with that. Secretly, elsewhere on the map, though, does trade out against Yogg, so we stay even at 3 players apiece here as we head into the final 30 seconds of the round, and Kano close to another duel here, looking like against Nath, but not gonna be able to confirm it. No, it's Blur instead sitting on the other side, but Nath probably close by here as the nades roll in. Does he realize inside of the elevator? Not initially, and Nath just barely gonna sneak that kill up against Kano. Secretly catches Vert as well back over towards Square, and that leaves just Foxe hopping down from up on top to try to clutch this out, but there's no time left, and he's barely got any HP left either, so this one is gonna go, despite that very nice kill, to Na'Vi.
Fantastic comms there from Na'Vi, the adjustment to play that mid-floor instead and make sure they try and abuse the angles that they've established, especially over inside of the kitchen area. That was really the last nail in the coffin for Oxygen when it came down to things. The case going down inside a square, you can't, obviously see Vertical double back and try and get the case because of that kitchen player. A lot of risk being run by Oxygen inside of that situation, so just doesn't really work out for them. I like the effort trying to get into sight, but they just did not do enough on that mid-floor.
So this is the problem now for Oxygen. They need to come in here with a strong strategy to push out a bank win, but the problem is there's not a whole lot of tape for this team on bank. Only 2 plays in recent memory we have for them on this map was back at the Sweden Major, which obviously we don't want to count those results too heavily. As the analysis was talking about, that wasn't a very competitive tournament for Oxygen at the end of the day, so I don't want to count those in, but they were both losses. So once again, considering the fact that we haven't seen them bring it out at any point, I don't believe during the NAL either, lends credence to this being a bit of a risky map for them to be able to go into instead of potentially banning it out. So far, Na'Vi holds the keys to the kingdom, but we'll see if they'll be able to carry forward with that as they head back down to the first floor now for the staff area hold on round 2.
On a huge round for Vertical selection of Operator here as well. He had the IQ initially inside of the last round, but he 6-picked over to the Twitch. We saw him get that nice kill inside of Archives, but now the IQ is going to get a lot of traction inside of this one, not only up against the Pulse, but also against the Valkyrie cameras of Nath as well. So a lot of things for him to get done here. Expect him to try and stay alive and try and get rid of quite a bit of this utility. As for Na'Vi overall, though, they're going to stick to the mid-floor game plan, and they're actually going to shift it over to open area, which is a pretty unique site when it comes to bank. We always talk about it quite a bit when we get here, simply because you can rotate out of the site as well as drop into the site all at the same time. So a lot of interesting ways we could see Na'Vi try and play the map around those, big things going on for them. But either way, Oxygen now out and onto the field here. Not too much of a big change up inside of what their overall game plan is.
Doki once again going to be lining himself up to try and be the first pick or perhaps the first death if things don't go his way. But so far that's worked out quite well, and not this time as Vertical immediately catches him as he tries to hop out the window there towards the connector upstairs.
Well, you got to try and get away with something cheeky, especially when you're up against Oxygen and people like Vert and Laxing. Laxing as well, if you saw recently, the 9th best LAN player of all time in Rainbow Six Siege. That is not something to turn your nose up to. That is extremely impressive, especially partnered with what Vertical is bringing to the table, especially inside of the last stage, the 2nd most effective player in NA overall. And Laxing, as we speak the man's name, he will get yet another kill for the OXG squad.
Good nade connection here too. Sneaks a bit of damage off on the Blur as he was none the wiser to that one, immediately imploding as soon as it got itself towards the castle barricade to open that out. So not even the intended target there, but a nice bullet or 2 worth of damage being snuck out. And it seems that Oxygen read into the more forward, aggressive opening that Na'Vi wanted to go for on round 1 and are now punishing it so heavily here in the second one. Kino gets the 3rd kill in a row for Oxygen, as Na'Vi have just been reduced to their site players at this point. Only Saves and Blur are left alive.
Can at least get some information out of Blur, but how far does that lead them? Saves, he's going to have a big round here. The impact will at least prevent the wall for now. Yaga still has one more, but Saves has the answer to that as well. Plenty of time for Oxygen to drone out the side and try and get a read on what Na'Vi really wants to do in this moment. Blur trying to move forward, but nothing really to be done. Oxygen really focused on this kitchen wall as of now. They just want to make sure that they measure twice and cut once.
So they'll be working their way in now, as you said before, trying to make sure that hard breach goes off without a hitch this time. They don't necessarily have the greatest capability to work their way around this, but now they're going to go directly to put pressure in against Saves, and it works out beautifully. Vertical uses the sound mask to get himself in while barely being noticed, and Blur is now left alone. Good down on the Kino, and a finish off on the Nitro as well, but a very quick exchange from Laxing to give OXG an incredibly dominant round 2 for themselves as we even this up at 1-1.
Yeah, there really wasn't anything there for Na'Vi to do past the opening moments. Once they lose those 2 bodies and Oxygen have control of practically the whole map minus the site, you're really not going to get too far with that one, especially when you have Laxing bearing down on you with 100 bullets. So pretty difficult there for Na'Vi, but that's going to be a tie right now, and we'll just see if Oxygen can possibly put some more rounds together on this offensive side. Na'Vi with a very aggressive front here, trying to get into the face of OXG, but they're prepared.
Yep, absolutely the case. An incredibly quick adjustment from Oxygen to get their feet on the ground there after they get tripped up a bit in the first round. And now we have to wait and see, because to be fair, Na'Vi once again going for both of those first floor sites. Well, we see at least open area played quite commonly. This is the big one coming up here in the base where the defense usually ends up edging out the win for themselves. The basement hold will be coming in for Na'Vi, and this is where they can shift away from that more aggressive strategy if they should so choose and rely more on the architecture of the site to do a lot of the work for them here.
Yeah, quite a bit of a preventable utility coming in as well. We'll have Saves on the smoke, and Nitro cells for quite a few others coming in here to try and prevent Oxygen from getting a plant down. Vertical going to stick to the IQ as well. Not only getting kills with that, but more than likely utility coming in quite handy when he's searching around for those cameras and everything else that's trying to read out Oxygen's positioning. Moments away here from round 3, folks, as Navi still breaking things up on this mid-floor. Looks like they want to make some rotations and allow possibly someone like Blur to try and move around this archive space and make things difficult for Oxygen overall.
Overall, shouldn't be too difficult of a task, because once again, we see this quite often on these types of holds here. So for Navi, and specifically for Doki, he's going to be up to bat first once again here as he tries to find any type of opening picks or opening fights against the opening advance that we're going to get from OXG as they start to put themselves in position to move in here on Repel. Once again, that's mainly going to be to put the pressure onto Doki inside of these opening seconds, but he's well aware of that, so backed away into a more passive position. You'll notice he doesn't really have much in the way of utility support here, so should he notice more than one player pushing him, he is immediately going to dodge out, and right on cue, actually, that's going to happen as he backs down from the second to the first floor, seeing that indeed it's going to be a push not only from the Repel, but square side also.
Good info early on here from Oxygen, so clear out the top floor. Obviously, they'll lose a drone to one of those Mozzie pests, but that's going to be about it. As for the rest of Navi, they've already shifted downstairs, and as you said earlier, they're just going to try and play around the architecture of the site instead. Lean on this utility and try and prevent this plant from going down. Some picks early on, though, would definitely bode well for them, and it's to be expected, especially around this blue space with that M590 in the hands of Secretly.
Still 2 minutes remaining here. It's going to be a very quiet round for both these teams so far. Oxygen doesn't want to end up stepping into the Hornet's nest accidentally, so spending a lot of this extra time they're going to have for themselves droning things out, and thankfully for them, because Navi has given up all points of access except for the basement, they're going to have full freedom to do that and as well open up all these rotationals. Now, still going to have to try and open things up in terms of the hatchwork here, but they've got plenty of hard breach to accomplish that. Just going to take a good portion of this remaining time back here as Foxy just knocks on the door down below a little bit there as he's in the midst of his sledging. He's going to use that land sledge still, apparently, as they work their way in.
Well, actually, he's breaking up the desk right now just so they can have angles downstairs via that hatch. It makes it to where this main stairs space is quite difficult to play. Saves will be able to rotate around or really contest things trying to get in towards Red Hall, so more than likely see Oxygen abuse that, whether it be through frag grenades or other means. They still have to get some of these hatches open. That's exactly what you're hearing go off over inside of Square. Oxygen's already shifted gears downstairs into server as Yaga's sitting right outside of the site on the precipice of going for a plant here, but it's more than likely going to be a fake as there's a lot of utility stacked on this Navi side.
Yeah, this is going to be one big fight to probably decide most of this round here as all teams, all players are sitting right at the threshold to enter in. Frag grenade goes in, that'll open up the Red Hull area. ADS is going to get burned out as well. Yaga already trying to move in and bait out players by at least going for the initial defuse attempt, and it works as Laxing's able to line up a nade against Saves and get the first kill of the round. That only about 40 seconds remaining here. They haven't been able to fish anyone else out from Navi though, so this is still going to be a bit of a rough push as they move in. Nitro cell available, but Secretly can't deploy it. He actually backs up a little bit too closely here, and Foxy finishes him off. Not only that, but saves the plan as that'll get that onto the ground. Yogg did get a little scared though and interrupted it for himself. Doki was able to find an exchange in the process, but he cannot lever that pressure onto the site anymore. They're going to try to rotate up the stairs instead, but still, you've got Kino in position to watch out over this. He's going to pick up one before he gets traded out, and Laxing comes in for the assist to shut down the round.
That's a textbook basement attack from Oxygen. Fantastic clear of the top floor. They saw what Navi wanted to go for, and they respected it. That's the biggest thing. Clear out that top floor, force them downstairs, and then do what you do best. Set up that execution and start playing around that plant. I really love what Yaga did there as well. Did you see the amount of times that he attempted that plant? It was like 4 or 5 times, constantly trying to bait Navi into bad positioning, and it worked out for Oxygen. Tossing in nades, pre-firing angles, Foxy also stepping up to actually save the life of Yaga as well from that nitro cell coming through. A lot of positive things for Oxygen here, but for Navi, just could not get it done from the site play.
So some great adjustments ever since the first round here. Oxygen taking full control of this attacking side, which obviously they elected to go into, by the way. This is Navi's map choice, so Oxygen got the side choice here, so they chose to start out on this side, and so far, things are going quite swimmingly. This is the site where they found issue, though, but again, that was more due to, in my opinion, a bit of a misread into what Navi was doing. Not able to catch some of the more aggressive players in the first few seconds, like Doki, and eventually led to a downfall from there. They have certainly adjusted to account for that, so it's really on Navi here to come up with the winning counter as they head back to this site for a second attempt to win it as well.
Now we're really looking to Oxygen to try and shift how they're attacking this setup here, because as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, Oxygen really likes starting things around square, and this entire setup makes it really, really awkward to play that space. They have stock control still. You have Doki sitting inside of the main office space with that very long-range EBR. It's just very difficult to try and play around a lot of these, prerequisites that Navi have set in place. So for Oxygen, they're more than likely going to be looking to either try and take things via lobby or try and man these windows and make Doki's life a little bit harder.
Did see Doki was able to fend off a lot of the pressure from the windows. Doki has a lot of support against any sort of type of window pressure we get here too. 2 of the laser gates, for instance, set up to assist him on either side of the castle barricades there. So you have the kind of 2-tiered protection.
ADSs there as well.
So it's really almost impossible to take these out without dumping most of your utility on it. And man, Kino just so unlucky on this specific site as he takes a massive amount of damage from the very same player that did it to him on the last attempt here as well. He goes down to 25 HP, and it's once again Doki that is firing the shots off against him.
A little deja vu here is Na'Vi finding a lot of success with this top floor strategy. Obviously not as built as we had seen on other rounds, but this one in particular getting away with quite a bit once again here. Be able to dust Kino and more than likely go for a little bit more. Doki worried about lobby now as well. And with Blur in tow, they can still get quite a bit done on this top floor. Now, what's the answer for Oxygen? We're already about halfway through this round, and as John had said before, FaZe doesn't have an answer on this window rappel unless he steps up inside of CEO. And Doki, once again, you hear that rifle going off. He's going to tag up Laxing this time around.
You see how much damage it does too. Only 1 bullet really connecting on Laxing, but still knocks out a massive chunk of his HP. Forces out at least the first adrenal surge from him as well to try to boost that up a little bit here. Some of the other players will use that. Maybe to get a bit aggressive, but you can't really do that right now. They don't have any safe path of entry, any safe path forward to work themselves into the site, because now we have that same issue that kind of befell them when they tried this site last time as well. Even though we're slowly starting to see Na'Vi creep away from this upstairs hold, there's still a massive amount of presence spread out to areas like open and whatnot on the first floor as well, and Oxygen really just didn't have enough time to deal with that. Now Laxing, I believe, is going to be able to catch some good damage off on a Doki, nearly taking him down, but most importantly, not getting him here. There we go. FaZe finally is able to finish him off, but what? He's wasted 2 minutes in the process of all this time trying to kill 1 player, so now OXG has to speed run the first floor clear, and they may not have enough time to do it proficiently.
Yeah, Doki's basically condemned them from this position, and once again, that rifle doing so much damage. FaZe is down to a single bit of HP, but that doesn't mean that Oxygen can't get away with this round. Some serious damage on a Secretly. He'll go down and lose his life here as Nath will actually follow through as well. Vertical's made his way inside of Archives. Yaga's there, and now it's Blur. He's not even in position to actually fend this off. He's all the way upstairs, worried about ghosts. He's fighting figures that aren't even here. All of Oxygen's on the mid floor. They're going to get the plant, and that's more than likely the round.
Yeah, Blur's going to try to open up some POVs from up on top, but unfortunately won't really be in a position to use that. Even so, 4 players from Oxygen sit ready to defend off against that. Back downstairs here, so as you said, this is going to be a very futile clutch attempt. Already losing half of his HP to a quick peek on the stairs. Even more than that on the second swing now. We're going to see more and more players just trying to make Blur as a moot point as possible here. Yaga is the one lined up against him by the staircase. Just 1 more bullet needed to take him out, and it's going to be an easy job as Oxygen secures a 3rd consecutive round, really taking full control of this attacking side.
See, this is where the ugly head is starting to show itself, John. We talked about this earlier as well as the analyst desk. Doki being the player for Na'Vi when it comes down to it. Guys, they placed 8th, I do believe. Let me check my notes really quickly. We'll talk about this, but either way, yeah, I'm pretty sure that they placed 8th inside of stage 3. Doki, positioning-wise inside of the players, 3rd best in all of Europe. Think about that for a second. That is a massive difference in placement overall for team and placement for player. So, you know, we just cannot have the Doki show coming into this. We need to have all of Na'Vi assisting him and trying to assist in winning these rounds. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be like this. The guy wastes basically 2 minutes and Oxygen still wins the round.
Now, to be fair, that's some good prep work that was done by OXG as they knew that it was mainly just Doki wasting all that time upstairs. You can see they had a couple other players pretty much ready to go for the site attack downstairs once they had cleared him out, but that was the issue. They were waiting for him to go down. You gotta give props to OXG though. As soon as they knock him out, they were wasting absolutely no time getting onto that site. And thankfully, those first 2 to 3 entries go off without a hitch as well, so that even just pushes the point even further of how easily they're able to work their way into the site. Frag power from OXG is certainly something to be respected, at least against Na'Vi right now. As like you said, aside from Doki, we're not really seeing any of the other big proponents of Na'Vi show up as of yet. Most notably, Nath here has unfortunately not been able to put in any huge numbers just as of yet here, where we've seen him do that in the past in the online leagues.
Yeah, I've got a huge respect right now for Oxygen's synergy. I think that's the biggest thing right now, is especially inside of that last round, all the damage that we saw from Doki and how they were forced to play that out inside of the opening moments. Really being patient for that pick up top, and once they got it, they immediately hit the site like you were talking about. So fantastic stuff from them, but either way, we're going to stick on this mid floor once again here for Na'Vi. They feel like they can possibly be open area to break this curse that they currently have here on the defensive side. Oxygen is getting away with too much here. Doki going to be changing things up as well. He'll be on the Malusi for this round. Also Blur bringing some frost traps along for the ride.
Just really iron the point home about how efficient Doki has been for this team. The 2 times we've seen the opening kill go to Navi, they've both been from him as well. So no one else in the squad has been able to take one of those just as of yet. OXG has been splitting that between 2 of their players and might try to do the same thing here as Kino is leading the charge this time as the team is working their way into square and quickly trying to clear out any second floor resistance that might be here. As you can see though, it's going to be a little light this time. Not really much presence whatsoever on the second floor from Navi as they'll focus instead on the main floor hold here and spreading out their presence there to hopefully confuse and catch OXG with a few surprise positions.
Oxygen, so very patient with their clear upstairs. Not even halfway through this, the drone work coming through masterfully as they'll clear out the top floor. FaZe going to begin sledging things up and making a lot of these positionings, specifically for Blur right now in Archives, difficult to play. He'll have to move back into the small office and try and play around the hatch instead. A much safer space inside of this area, but also could be condemned later on depending on how FaZe wants to work that top floor. And the other big issue is 0 nitro cells on the defense right now. This might be a misread here from Nath as he has impacts, but we could see them still do some serious damage if he's able to land both of them.
We're getting very close to the push, and he's got to be careful here as we do have alternate angles, but no, Doki walks directly into him and vertical, given the opening kill virtually for free here due to his good positioning. That's going to put OXG in good positioning once again here. Eventually, the Adrenal Surge helping them out a little bit as well. Saves pretty much just getting ready for the hard breach to work itself into staff room here as he has that impact prepped and ready to chuck at the roof here. The problem was last round didn't even get a chance to do the second one because of the lurk that eventually worked its way in. However, Stokes suspension. No! Secretly here. Thankfully, it goes off without a hitch, but that spray could have gone bad very quickly if Yaga didn't step out again to allow him to correct.
You want to talk about a scary moment as a Siege player. That one right there, right when you're tagging somebody's elbow and they don't instantly go down while you have the drop on them, that's always something to worry about, but luckily enough, they'll be able to bag Yaga, and with the minimal amount of time left, Navi are actually in a pretty solid spot to win this round. It's really up to Oxygen in the way that they can force Navi into some corners here, making things a little bit easier for people like Vertical and Laxing to do some serious damage.
Kino once again in position to lead the charge for this team, and a great read on the audio cue as well. Natus is secretly working himself up those main stairs and immediately sends him packing in the other direction here. FaZe, another great nade works out, but I believe that Trap is actually going to catch him slightly as he works his way in. Either that, just some unfortunate timing. Either way, the trades come in. There's 5 seconds left to start the defuse attempt. Vertical will get it on the ground. Will he be able to stick it though is the question, as Blur sneaks up and stops it all on his own with the Ida, as we're going to see another round sneak in for Navi.
Huge round there for Navi, but you have to give it to Secretly on that flank. The only part of the entire map Oxygen was not worried about is somebody trying to rotate through the basement, and he's able to get away with it there in a big round for Navi. Bank obviously being an offensive-sided map, these 2 rounds are definitely going to assist Navi in the long run, but to see if they could possibly get another one on the board. They are headed downstairs where we saw Navi go for that top floor roam, but immediately fall off and try and trust the site setup instead, where we saw Oxygen abuse that quite handedly. So this round could go either way. I think you gotta really give it up to the picks and what Doki can possibly produce inside of those opening moments.
Yeah, we saw unfortunately Doki getting caught out that time on the transition as the team was trying to fall back to the site with OXG rapidly taking control of things. But this time, hopefully going to be able to contribute a little bit more. So once again, we'll see Navi complete their second rotation of sites. No variance on that. Not really feeling the second floor hold today, as they fall in line with quite a few other teams' thoughts on that one. Instead, we'll just go back for a second attempt on all the sites they initially tried. Here, the basement is where they will finish off this half and look to try and take control of a third round to tie this up at 3-3.
I mean, not to mince words, but it is a pretty trash site when it comes down to it. You have all of the windows on the north side to deal with. You also have a lobby to deal with as well. Castle's necessary, especially for the checkers position there, which obviously leaves the quad window open so they can work the 2 double windows on the other side. I mean, it's just so many people bearing down on you in a lot of key positions inside of that site. It just makes it overall a pretty poor site to play. So I respect Navi's decision to not try and use that top floor and instead abuse both of the mid-floor areas, because it seems like they're quite comfortable in playing that. But as for this basement site, obviously, like we were talking about previously, definitely did not bode too well for them. Looks like Doki wants to try and follow suit as to what we had seen the last time. He's going hunting right now out towards lobby, but as we know with our X-ray vision, there's nobody home.
Yep, absolutely the case. So Doki will more than likely move into a more provisioned position over the next few seconds. I say that, but he's got someone knocking at the front door over there, so he might stick around instead. We'll check in with him a little bit later and see how that is going to potentially follow up. For FaZe, though, he has caught on to Doki's position just outside there, so they will hard lock onto that now and look to hunt him down. He's not actually going to have an easy way to get out of here either, because they've already put the pressure in from Square's side, and oh man, he's going to get absolutely ripped to shreds. Not much longer after that, FaZe pushes in from Banana to finish him off as well. Beautifully done by OXG as they hyper-focus on making sure Doki goes down yet again. This will be the third time he's going to be the first death in the round.
That was extremely well done from FaZe there. The comms overall from the team, you could see their synergy on that top floor and the way that they wanted to try and crunch onto Doki. Could not make it out alive in that position no matter what he did, especially with laxing repelled on the windows. And now for Na'Vi, it's down to the site setup yet again here, but they're lacking a Doki-san, so we'll have to see what they can possibly get done. Vertigo going to be clearing everything out with IQ's utility as he scans through the floor to see exactly what they have to deal with, getting rid of a lot of different cameras and things along those lines just to make sure this info isn't being fed back to the offense.
Secretly, in the meanwhile, getting within shotgun range of Yogg.
Oh, he swung it!
Pumps him out from blue stairs and drops the case in the progress. Thankfully, the case is still in the open, so that's not going to be too much of an issue, but the lost player will, as that is their hard breach going down as well. More than likely with only a single, at most, thermite charge being used in the process. As we can see, Kino's a little bit lower on his torches as well, so actually might have not even gotten a single one off if that first hatch was open, but don't believe that was the case, as Kino still working on opening his first as well here with 3 remaining.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that secretly put his entire heart and soul into that M590 for that initial pick. It was one shotgun shell to rule them all, but now FaZe has been able to frag him out on blue. They open up quite a few avenues here, and now a lot to be done here for Na'Vi. Blur has already used his nitro cell, and he's still with a shield in his pocket as well for some odd reason. We'll have to see if he tries to slap that down later on, but either way, Vertical's going to get the big pick onto saves, and now it's up for Na'Vi to try and fight back, but it's not going to work out for them. It's all up to Nath. He's going to try and move his way up the stairwell, but don't really see this going too well for him. Oxygen's been pretty good about these flanks, all except for secretly, obviously, getting his play around blue earlier on as Castle, but now the plant going down. Nath also trying to man the door. Laxing's got too many bullets for him to fight. He'll swing back in. The 100-rounder will get him.
A swift cleanup coming in there for OXG as we see multiple members of Na'Vi trying to stem the tide, trying to put that pressure back in themselves. Specifically, you saw that hatch play towards the end of it, but just nothing connecting, unfortunately, at the end of the day here from Na'Vi. And that's oftentimes the story of when Doki or another player is not able to slow down Oxygen's presence enough to be able to control the pace of the round as we got into that mid and late round portion. It was always OXG controlling it throughout that entire half, and that's a large part of the reason why they are now in a dominant stance at 4-2 coming off of that side.
Smooth and steady, baby. Smooth and steady is the Oxygen ship right now, and you know, they've got pretty calm waters, I would say. Doki obviously is the big menace that they have to deal with. This offensive side could change some things up for them, but they did a really good job of shutting him down overall on that defensive side, especially when it came to the second time that they had to attack the top floor when it came to the Archives offense. Dealt with him in a very, very convincing fashion in comparison to what they had done previously, especially inside of that last round as well. I think that's the best clear that we saw from Oxygen on the entirety of that offensive side, so to put the cap to them, but either way, Na'Vi on this tag timeout, lots to talk about, especially coming to this offensive side.
Absolutely the case, ladies and gentlemen. And as soon as we get out of this tactical pause, we will be heading into that 7th round, the first round of the second half here, and this is going to be the best chance Na'Vi has for a rebound. Complete refresh as they switch sides here. Going to have to obviously read into the incoming strategy from OXG a little bit, but it's going to be a basement hold, as you guys should be able to pretty easily predict here. You haven't seen it yet, but we'll be seeing it in just a moment. Either way, though, not a huge amount of variance when it comes to NA strategy on that, so should be able to pretty predictably play in that first round.
We're pretty stuck in our ways, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes, we are indeed, and you can actually see that coming in through here, but I mean, the big pickup coming through for Oxygen has got to be the Capcan. I know you guys can't see this, but we'll talk about it and try and break it down for you guys as much as possible. Capcan is actually an operator that we've been seeing quite a bit more often nowadays, which is pretty interesting, but luckily enough, we're actually not going to see him, even though I wanted to talk about him a little bit. It's pretty cool that you're able to put the EDDs, a multitude of them, on the same door now. That's the biggest thing. It used to be you could only put one on a single door, smaller, but now you can stack them up, which is pretty cool. Be able to take people out in a single blow, but not going to have to worry about that this round. Vertical instead taking Valkyrie, which means a lot more to the overall round here. And since Na'Vi doesn't have IQ, these cameras will probably stick around a little bit longer.
Yep, absolutely the case. Things continue to go well for Oxygen, not just in the strategy department, but from the individual department as well. Laxing, FaZe, Kano, Vertical, everyone really save for Yaga having a standout performance right now inside of this first game. You heard it before if you were watching one of our co-streamers we saw. I believe it was Iconic, kind of little impromptu phone interview with Kano before this game started. And he was saying, yes, I've been checking out, I've been keeping my ears in the community, and he was saying, no, we feel confident, we feel good about this matchup here. So that certainly has held true so far. Keep in mind though, folks, this is only map number 1, but at the same time, as you can see at the top right of your screen, this is the pick from Na'Vi, so certainly not the best of signs. And if we see OXG able to run their way through with this first map as we get ready to head onto Coastline, I believe, for our second map. And indeed, that is the case. Getting into this 7th round, the first round of the second half, though, let's take a look at the opening gambit from Na'Vi, as they too are going to hold for a few seconds here. Work on the drone presence for just a few extra seconds here. Make sure there's no additional shenanigans being deployed in the first or second floors by Oxygen before they commit themselves to the inside.
Yeah, we'll get a better tell of the tape here inside of this round and really be able to dictate whether Oxygen is going to sweep this defensive side or what have you. You can see that they're pretty focused on this mid-level as of right now, or at least getting Yaga out. Also have that cardiac sensor out here for Laxing. Is Oxygen always picking up these little odds and ends, these tidbits that really help them out. I've always been a big fan of Pulse overall and what he brings to the table for a team, especially on a site like this in Bank. This is one of his bread and butter sites that we always see Pulse inside of Gold Vault, trying to read around what happens. But the beauty of a good Pulse is exactly what Laxing is doing. Playing around Yaga, playing around his teammates, trying to feed good information. And that's where a lot of these Z pings start to come in. You can see the 2 ping here from Lax as he's giving this information to Yaga on the positioning of these members. Good audio cue here as well. Yaga going to pre-fire this. They're going to try and bear down onto him. Is this the clone or is this the real one? It's the real one. And Doki's done. 3 and 7 on the game. They need him now, but he's nowhere to be found.
4th time he's been the opening frag as well, so things just continue to get worse and worse for Na'Vi as they cannot keep one of their most consistent players in the game. And like I said before, other players, at least individually, are not standing out enough as of yet to make up for that lack of impact here. Starting to see some good team play come out from Na'Vi, especially in the late round to fend this off, but compared to the individual skill of Oxygen, it is not meeting itself to be enough as of yet. FaZe running out of time here to get himself out of server. He's going to try to make the transition, but has caught himself in a very awkward position because of that hatch you can see at the top left side of the screen now. That red silhouette could be the death of him here if he's not allowed out. Good nitro thrown in by Vert. Will it catch secretly, though? Looking like a no on that one, as I don't even think it got a chance to blow up secretly, more than like shooting it out while it was still in the air. As Na'Vi saves the day in that respect.
Good clay pigeon move there, and Nath, oh no, a misread on, I believe, Kino's position, just not expecting him to be in blue for some odd reason, and gets dusted right on the wall. And now for Na'Vi, I mean, this is basically all she wrote, unless Secretly can do something with these Selma charges. They desperately need him in the moment. With the amount of bodies Oxygen has, I mean, they might as well go on the flank with what FaZe's doing. He's got 1 HP, might as well throw it at the wall, hope that it sticks. They're going to be starting to break down the wall here with the Selma charges, and with 20 seconds remaining, they desperately need this plant.
Secretly able to work his way into the depths of security at a minimum, but not expecting Vertical to be close to the entry door. FaZe gets a second. From Vert to finish it off as well. He has a massive individual round, and OXG surge forward, just 2 points away now from shutting down the first map.
I mean, Oxygen's looking crispy right now. Cool as a cucumber inside of this position, and yet another plentiful round from them, especially coming out of the cardiac sensor there from Laxing, being able to read out all of the positioning from Na'Vi practically across the board. They really knew what was going on for the entirety of that round, especially with FaZe playing over inside of server. Once he gets taken down, obviously we see the big shots there from Kino on the smoke inside of the stairwell. I mean, it just seemed as though Oxygen could not do wrong inside of that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move into round number 8. Like we said before, OXG in a dominating pole position so far in this first map here. Only a few more rounds needed for them to take control, and they are going to feel themselves on the second floor site here, so they'll be transitioning up into that one and try their luck with this, where Na'Vi chose to avoid it completely.
I've got one for you.
Yeah.
I want you to guess the win rate of Oxygen on this map.
Like, in what context? Like
over the last, handful of, seasons, just like the last 6 months. What do you think the win rate is? Yes.
I don't think they played it, really.
Well, I mean, they have a round win percentage.
It's like 20, I think.
It's 22%.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
I was going to say, because I was bringing up earlier, the only, in like the last 3 months, the only times they played it was at the major, so... It's not a great track record there, but
Yeah,
obviously, like we said, that's like a real skewed example because of the circumstances surrounding their attendance at that major. So,
yeah, especially with how often they played Bank in Stage 3, which was like never.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think they played it in Stage
Yeah, I don't believe so either. But in comparison to Na'Vi with a 54% win rate, that is just a massive difference in between the two. So for Na'Vi, quite the long road ahead of them. Nath is actually going to be changing things up. He's going to be bringing in the Monty instead with a secondary hard breach, something that could be abused, not so much on this site, but definitely on some of the other sites where we see a lot of hatch play come in. He's more than likely just here for the immense pressure that Monty puts on the defense.
Already 30 seconds into it here, but you can see once again a very slow and tempered Na'Vi as they do not want to misstep yet again, especially to lose someone like Doki or even another player in the opening moments. And it's actually going to be the small office just outside of the lobby that looks like it's going to be the main entry point for this team, as we have 3 players stacked in that area ready to work their way in. Doki leads the charge again, but again as well. He'll be caught once more by Vertical as well. 5 times now. He's been the first death here. Just cannot find any sort of luck in these opening engagements.
5 times in 8 rounds, folks. That's more than 50% of the opening bloods going not only to Oxygen, but on to Doki. Insane numbers being put up from Oxygen here in the way that they've been handling Bank overall. Navi stunted as of right now. And just as...
Sorry to cut in. I think that's also the 4th time specifically that he's lost to Vertical as well.
I mean, Vertical's just absolutely disgusting. The only reason that he wasn't the best player inside of North America this last stage is because Hot and Cold exists. That's it. He had a 1.48, by the way, I do believe, off the top of my head there. We'll see if the Liquipedia brain's working today. But either way, Oxygen, once again, getting away with the bag here inside of this round. And the big issue right now is Nate doesn't actually have a gun. He's got his shield, and you don't have Doki. So what do you do next, folks? Well, more than likely lose. We'll have to see, though, as Blur hits a big nade here onto Vertical. And this is what we need to see out of this Na'Vi squad.
Blur has been one of the players we've been looking to see step up. The Des talked about it as well. And so far seems to be there as the team needs him. Best kill record so far on the squad, and certainly the most impact inside of this round with that nice nade. Be able to trade out onto Vertical. Time starting to get a little low though. Fonte had a chance to shoot him in the back, but the Nitro does it just as well. Nate goes down, and just like that, OXG is back in control with a case down on the ground outside Banana as well.
And I really don't think that there's an answer to the positioning of Na'Vi right now. You have Laxing inside of the Laxing spot, playing it here inside the elevator. Blur has to try and get something done here on Banana, but Kino's already here. Going to be able to take him down with the SMG-11. Foxe tags onto secretly, and now some saves on Marble. Trying to work his way up, but still some utility to try and deal with these SMG-11s in hands of both the SAS ops, but it's actually Laxing with the pistol instead. He'll work his way up, be able to dust him here. And actually, it looks like a little bit of insult to injury. He had the MP5 SD out, but he's like, I'll just use the secondary.
Sidearm it, yeah.
I mean, why not?
Good way to end the round, as we saw the previous round end with the sidearm kill as well. The Deagle kill coming out from Vertical closed down their basement hold. As now we sit with OXG on map point here, and only one full rotation of sites needing to be completed to accomplish that. So they're going to head back over to Staff at open area. They've got a 4-round buffer to build off of as well, so if things go poorly here, cool. We got basement unlocking in the next round, and if that doesn't work out, you can go right back up to the 2nd floor as we just saw.
So are you saying that Oxygen is probably going to win this map?
I think the odds are in their favor. Probably a good way to describe it.
Probably forever in their favor as of right now, I'd say. I mean, this is immense for them. I don't really think that there's a way that Na'Vi can fight back in any convincing fashion. The biggest thing right now is obviously the picks going on to Doki, but past that, Na'Vi isn't able to fend off any of these Oxygen members by themselves. And this is going to continue to be a very difficult thing for them. It seems as though throughout the rest of the tournament, I was hoping that we would see a different kind of Na'Vi coming into this from Stage 3, but it seems like they're still up to their old antics, sadly.
So let's see if there's going to be any adjustment for them in the cards as we inch close to the end of this first map. Keep in mind, still have maps 2 and 3 around the corner after this one, so there are going to be chances if you're in the Na'Vi camp at home to redeem yourself and the rest of your team.
Well, just as a reminder, our second map is Coastline, and that is statistically Na'Vi's worst map.
Well,
so
just trying to give them some hope.
Listen, EU has plenty of hope. They've had hope for years, John. This is where we get to dash it away. Exactly. We pull the rug out from under them. You know, we got to at least be truthful in what we're talking about, especially with how impressive Doki was during Stage 3. To see him be at 3 and 8 right now and having things like this happen to them, I mean, what can possibly be done? Saves will be able to get a refrag, but I mean, Saves really needed it. That's a second kill of the whole game.
Yep. Foxe is going to be able to sneak out and basically guarantee a 1-for-1. Wanted to be a little bit fast and see if he could sneak.
It's actually worse than that, John. That's the sledge.
That's true. And,
oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that we're on an open site
Oh,
as well.
no.
All of that top down, not going to happen now, and they do not have a way to make up for it in terms of secondary utility on someone else, I don't believe.
They don't have any secondary to be able to do anything at all. You're completely correct. Doki has nades, he has the ARX, that can at least break up some things. Everyone wants to waste some mags on stuff, but like really their only option, I guess, would be Nath possibly putting some secondary hard breach down on the floor. Big pick up here from Secretly. He'll be able to take down Vertical, and obviously since FaZe's already lost his life earlier on, this is going to be an advantage towards Na'Vi, but what do they do with this now that they can't use that verticality?
Just gonna have to leverage the numbers advantage some way, somehow, and crunch this from the first floor. But so much hard breach set up to counter that back out. Thankfully, again, Secretly still alive, and Laxing with a dash out into the open just absolutely catches saves in the midst of it. Takes him out and evens us out once again, allowing for Oxygen to play the safe game once more, fall back and keep themselves nice and tucked away close to their site, as they have no real reason to throw out aggression at this point in the round here, especially as we are already halfway through it, and both Secretly and Doki have already taken on some heavy losses in their HP as well.
Na'Vi back onto the info game, but might be too little too late at this point. 1 minute and 10 seconds, still have that top floor, but as we were talking about before, no way to actually abuse that. They'll instead have to try and funnel in towards site and fight these Oxygen members, but they really need a solid info base to work off of to make this happen. Doki at least knows that one is playing inside of open area, but Kino could be inside of any of these cubicles at any moment in time, and with Yaga also here on Marble, I mean, there's just not very many avenues for Na'Vi to actually get in towards site. Secretly is going to start breaking things up with this Selma charges on the kitchen wall, so this could be a sign of where they want to try and put this plant, but they're going to need a little bit more of a break here for Nate to try and work his way in, but he'll instead choose the kitchen door as he'll try and get in behind the island. Now the big thing now for Na'Vi is that they can actually get a plant inside of this space. They don't have any smokes, and with Doki with a pick onto Laxing, this could definitely be done.
Yeah, absolutely the case. They've been given more than enough room to work this plant. Yog is able to find the exchange on the Doki. The Nitro's out, but I think it falls a bit short. Nice catch from Yog on the second frag, and now it's only Nath alone, and unfortunately he will be cut down very, very quickly by the shotgun. Great retake, and a quick one at that from Oxygen, and they are going to absolutely shut down Bank here with a 7-2 scoreline.
The last thing you want to see for a Monty is a 1 versus 2. That's the last thing that you want for anyone that's playing that operator. 7-2 victory for Oxygen in very convincing fashion. It didn't seem like they were worried about anything at all. Even inside of the rounds that they lost, they were still quite close. A lot of it was the Doki show still, and that's just a sad sight to see.
Absolutely the case. Like we said, got first killed 5 times, 4 times specifically by Vertical. And on top of that, when he was prevalent earlier on in those first couple of rounds of the first half, we saw some great progress made by him as he was picking up 2 first kills himself. But again, that all fell off due to the very, very quick adjustments that we saw Oxygen make for themselves after that first round didn't go off the way they expected to. They slowed it down. They punished the over-aggression, those little peaks for info that Na'Vi were starting to make for themselves. And from that point forward, they were in full control, it seemed, of not only their attacking half, but as they switched over to defense, seemed to have very little problems there as well, controlling the large majority of the rounds.
That was a super solid bank overall from Oxygen. I mean, you really got to give it to them. The info game was strong. Their picks were amazing. There really wasn't anything there where you're like, oh yeah, that's completely abusable from Na'Vi. You know what I mean? So very difficult straights here for Na'Vi, and it's going to get even harder as we're headed to Coastline next.
So the case, it is going to be a chance for them to reset and rethink their strategy now that they've gotten the full breadth of OXG's own aggression. But as you were talking about earlier, the stats for Na'Vi on Coastline do not bode well. And meanwhile, it's one of the most played maps, I believe, inside of North America. Certainly one that many of the North American teams feel comfortable on. So that is going to make those players feel very, very comfortable. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, as when we return, we will have the second map between these two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see OXG feeling quite confident about their performance in the first map here, and now getting ready to jump onto map number 2. That map will be Coastline, once again favoring our friends over on OXG quite a bit here in the statistics departments. We'll have to see if Navi can bounce back, and there's a lot of things they need to bounce back here going into the second map. Let's talk a little bit about that, Stokes.
Yeah, pretty negative showing there from Navi, and honestly, I'm not even happy to say that, even if I am from NA. I love the Navi guys. I've always loved the organization as well. It's a really sad sight to see right now, especially for Doki and what he was doing in Stage 3. The second best, or rather third best player in all of EU, whilst also being on the 8th place team, but 3-8 inside of that game and opening blood 5 times. That's not what we expect to see out of him.
Yeah, we can see that once again. The stats showing up in front of us and showing that case as, the KD for him not showing it too well, and you can see the first kill percentage as well. 2 and 5 and only a 0.49 rating. Keep in mind, a lot of that not necessarily his direct fault. In a lot of those rounds, he's being put out on an island and not really being given any type of support. So that's one type of change I'd like to see. I don't know if we're going to get it this quickly moving directly into another map, but if they can find a way to get an additional player onto at minimum guarantee trades should he go down, that'll make the team's performance a lot better, and at minimum slow down those attacking rounds from OXG, whereas we saw quite a few times after they were able to focus him down, they just ran through the rest of the team without too much of an issue. So need to try and find a way to patch that up and do it quickly if they want to start this tournament out right.
Yes, absolutely. If you're putting somebody out on Roam like that, you need to bring the utility to support them. Otherwise, you're going to get that. That's really it at the end of the day. The rounds where we saw utility around Doki, he thrived. When there was no utility around Doki, he got collapsed on, and there was no way for him to fight back against the OXG onslaught. So the big issue with that as well is we're going into Coastline where all of that is paramount to your success. If you put anyone extended out with 0 utility, they're dead. There's no way that that person is making it out alive in the slightest, to be honest with you.
We've already seen multiple times as well that OXG have no problem adjusting to those types of players and hard focusing them if the need should arise. We had one round where like 3 different players were trying to hunt down Doki on his second floor room. So that is going to be a problem once again here as we move into the second map. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly they'll try to fix that. Maybe Navi again try to change up the gameplay a little bit more every once in a while too. As we saw in the first round, their pacing did catch OXG off guard, and at least in one other round. A nice flank they were able to pull off through blue stairs also caught the OXG players off guard, removed a very nice piece of utility, and eventually they were able to leverage that into a win. So it's not all bad for Navi, it's just a lot of it is bad.
Yeah,
so they're going to have to find a way to batten down the hatches very quickly here if they want to try and come back and push us onto a third map on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's like a really beautiful person, but they got ugly clothes on. That's really what it is at the end of the day. I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. But hopefully they can try and switch gears and get some things going here on Coastline. I really think that there's a lot for them to get done, but I think that they have the capability to do it. We know that saves and blur are no slouches when it comes down to it. We just need to see more of that energy from Stage 1 and Stage 2 of last year.
Another big proponent for OXG that went very well for them inside of that last map, Kino having a great stand-up performance. Oftentimes a bit of a question mark for this team in terms of how well OXG is going to do at any given event. And while things have been a little bit mixed in the online stage, Kino so far here, based on that first map performance, doing very, very well, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I was going to say about that is not getting picked nearly as much either. That's been the big thing for Oxygen inside of that last stage as well, is not only is he the hard breach, but he was actually the most picked player on the whole team as well on top of that. That's not what you want to see out of your support player, but either way, it looks like social media is getting away with it on this one. Once again, 51 to 49% as we start on Coastline.
All right, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Here, we will see if Coastline will give Navi the lifeline they need to come back in this series and at least try to get themselves a few more points out of this matchup, or if OXG will just run them over outright with another one that should play into their favor. If you are just joining us, welcome. You missed the first map, and we're going to spoil it for you here. It was 7-2 in the favor of OXG as they take a very one-sided map for themselves. Now time to see if we can get any change up in that department as OXG get the first ban for our second map, and they're going to go right for the Lion ban, who has become a mainstay here on Coastline. Tends to be a pretty good choice to knock him out.
Yeah, a ludicrous operator when you can get your hands on him here for Coast. It makes things so difficult for the defense when it already is.
Both of them.
I mean, honestly, this is what I was talking about earlier with Navi and these very unique bans. I personally love this Finka ban. She's came into the meta in such a convincing way with not only the LMG, but also the boosts to her adrenal surges and the way that those work now. So we're not playing with Operation Chimera. I'm sure a lot of people are happy about that. Valkyrie also going to be removed here as Oxygen will have our last ban.
Absolutely the case, and this one's going to be an interesting one as we go over towards a Maestro ban. Used to be pretty common to see him get knocked out, but it's a far cry now as we're going to see instead OXG take it out of play. We still see him become a mainstay operator for so many teams on defense on this map, so it makes sense to remove that comfort pick at a minimum. It's just if the utility being knocked out is going to be proficient enough for OXG's purposes, we'll find out about that as we get into our first round.
Yeah, incredible information coming out of that op, as well as having that LMG that everyone knows so well, and honestly proving that the magnification of sights is actually played into a lot of the bans coming through, or just the way that, you know, operators are looked at overall by teams and just Siege players overall. You know, obviously Maestro dropping off a cliff inside of bans overall, whereas we used to get Maestro, Echo, like every single game. Nobody wanted to allow any of those defenders to try and walk the earth, but this time around we won't have the Maestro to play around, so we could be possibly seeing some Echo if they do want some extra info or denial on the site, but we'll have to see. He's not going to be around for the first site. Here's Auction is going to be headed to Double Bar for their very first defense.
The bars are up first here for OXG, which is a site we have seen them go to quite often initially, and quite a few other teams as well since the slight rework or buff for this map came into play a couple months back here, and we saw some slight changes made. So I think this one was mainly untouched for the most part here. We saw mainly a lot of changes coming in on the upstairs partition towards like VIP and whatnot was where we saw the biggest change, but we will see that come into play a little bit later on some of the other sites, most notably over towards like theater and whatnot. It's not going to be super relevant for this play here. What is going to be though is that big opening leading into Blue Bar. If you're watching and you're a bit of a newer viewer to Siege, that site on your left, the one that the holes are being made for at the moment, is difficult, to say the least, to play directly inside of. So, considering that, this is a good strategy because you can extend your play over towards the main lobby, and in the event the attacking team is able to get control of the office at the bottom left side of the screen and work their way into that blue room. Look at me getting away. Laxing's already got the opening kill against Blur. But yeah, if you're able to let your opponents take control, you can use the front lobby control to fire back into the site. Is the point I was trying to make.
It's the sludge again.
No, was it really?
Yeah, it was the sludge again. But luckily, they have the buck this time.
Yeah.
So they have an answer. They have something here to be able to work the top floor, because if they didn't have buck, you can basically already call the round here. They're going to have to try and funnel into site and fight these people, but they still have an opportunity to try and take this top floor and get Nath in here. Now, the big thing is that Nath cannot be traded out. Nath needs to stay alive inside of this round and try and work this top floor, but this has also stunted the growth of Navi inside of round 1 already.
Absolutely the case, is they're going to be starting out from behind, but Doki back in form here. He's able to catch Yaga this time, knocking him out and quickly evening us back out into a 4v4 scenario here on his lonesome as well. So still going to have to be a little bit careful about how he proceeds for the next few moments, but judging from our POV and the silhouettes that we can see, it looks like he's fairly safe after picking up that kill. That's more than likely Yaga being out on an island a little bit on his own, playing the Malusi.
Foxe will fall back off of the top floor and slap up some last-second reinforcements here, just make it a little bit more difficult for them to gain access towards blue. He's going to knife the angle and just see if anybody is upstairs still, but nobody home inside of this space. This will give Navi some time to actually work this flooring, and that's exactly what Nath is going to hop into. No Nitro cells to try and answer this, so it's going to have to be straight-up gunfights through the verticality here for Kino and the rest of the squad. Doesn't get a good enough audio read on that, so doesn't choose to try and fend it off just yet, but for Navi can still get quite a bit done here with that case control still on secretly and their ability to break up a lot of this flooring. It's going to make it hard for Oxygen to try and stay inside of Sunrise. Kino will be forced back, but with his positioning now, it's really just about trying to bait out a lot of the utility from the defensive end. But when you have people like Foxe just running around the map being a menace, it's going to be difficult, as now they've lost Doki.
They run around the world here as far as this map is concerned, working himself from office earlier all the way up the front lobby main stairs. Laxing's going to get caught out by secretly through, I believe, the kitchen window, however, and that'll lead to his elimination a few seconds later. Now knocking the mute out of play. Smoke is still in check. Ooh, Vertical nearly getting caught by secretly as well there. Good placement from secretly, but not able to get that second or third bullet needed to get the full kill against Vert. It does get him to back up, though, and this is going to be an open window for secretly and probably the rest of Navi to push in. Secretly, oh, a tense one as he does get himself here. He's trying to find the jump up spot. Oh no, it's not working out for him, and he's going to get smoked out. Keep in mind, timer too. Only 15 seconds left for this team to get in position to get that plant down on the ground.
Such a difficult moment now for Na'Vi as they're trying to hold things down onto site. The skeleton key coming out, but he can't get it done. Secretly's been dusted, and Kino makes the play. Nath has to hold it from the top floor, but he can't get it done. The skeleton key cannot find the smoke, and Oxygen find their mark.
What a play from Kino as well, just rushing himself in there. We talked about how he was a prominent player inside of that first map, and he immediately makes himself the go-to inside of round number 1 for our second map as well, saving the day there, preventing that plant from going down on the ground, and more importantly, Na'Vi getting the site control that they would have needed to leverage a plant for themselves. Beautiful hold, a little bit dodgy here and there as they lose a couple of players in the midst of it. It's much better aggressive presence from Na'Vi overall compared to the first map's results, but still, OXG on top as they take the first round.
Yeah, Na'Vi very forceful on that top floor. I love the entry there from Doki, but it really was just an answer to Oxygen getting that early pick. They had to get something done there, but the way that Oxygen ended up working the map and what they gave to Na'Vi was really what I wanted to highlight. The way that they worked Sunrise, especially Kino being allowed back in, that was the biggest moment of that entire round there. If Nath actually is able to land his shots through the bars, and obviously Kino's movement isn't as quick, then you more than likely see a Na'Vi round going inside of round 1, but that's not what was in the cards, unluckily enough for Na'Vi. So Oxygen going to get away with this one as they head towards the top floor for Hookah for the very first time.
Fox, I think a big piece of that round as well, the sneak kill that he's able to get for himself back over towards the main stairs, as well as the time-wasting mechanisms he deploys over towards the office, just the general south side of the map that he takes control of for himself. Works out beautifully as Na'Vi choose to not mess around with him or anyone else in the area. And like I said before, he was able to leverage himself at least 1 kill from the stragglers of Na'Vi that were trying to get together in that last minute or so as well. It's upstairs hold on the docket now here for Oxygen, and they are going to put quite a bit of a heavy amount of defense in the usual positions here, so no crazy diversions in terms of their setup.
No, pretty straightforward in the way that we would see Hookah played. Obviously, we're going to have some bodies downstairs, but with a map like Coastline, it's to be expected. You really want to hold as much pressure across the map as possible and force Na'Vi to take it. You don't want to just give it to them. Obviously, that last round was a little bit different. That was some planned strategy around Oxygen in the way that they wanted to do some things with those toxic smokes. So we'll have to see exactly how they want to break it down this time around. Actually got a body here inside of Penthouse. Vertical could run into some trouble from the double window, but nobody on Repel currently, so safe to play this space as of right now. And as you were talking about earlier with Blue Bar, there's actually quite a few no-manned lands around this space, and this happens to be one of them. Penthouse is a very difficult area to try and stay alive in, but I mean, this could be a big round here as they're trying to clear out this space. It's going to be a prone from Doki, but he tries to stand up. It's going to ADS him, or rather un-ADS him instead, and that's going to be 2 picks for Oxygen inside of the first minute 30.
It's 5 times now that Vert has one against Doki also for the opening kill, as that record continues to get worse and worse, unfortunately. Trying desperately to turn it back around, but indeed, that second kill also coming in from Oxygen just puts things in an even worse position. Vertical low, so a good chance to maybe exchange on that, but he's got some support, as you can see there, over inside of Theater from Laxing, so even then, the kill isn't guaranteed to be clean. The hop-in comes in, and oh no, they don't even realize that Vertical is still hiding behind the dresser here. Laxing kind of steals that one, but all good. Secretly will trade out onto Vert, and then pick up another one for himself again secretly as he tries to push out from the VIP hall.
It's just very poor trading here from Na'Vi. They don't have the information to be doing what they're doing right now, and it's really, really harming them. This is basically just a round for Na'Vi to try and talk. That's more than likely why we saw Blur try and make his way towards the white window. They wanted to try and get away from some things. Also tossing the Nitro Cell out there just as an audio cue as well. Oxygen firing on all cylinders here on Coastline.
Yeah, really trying to take control of this one quickly as they give Na'Vi 0 map control, even when they absolutely could have there inside of that opening gambit they played for themselves over towards the theater as well as master bedroom area. And they're going to head over towards that now inside of the penthouse. They'll go directly to the site to play and do this hold for their 3rd rotation before we possibly see them rotate back down to the bars. They still have Kitchen as an available site choice as well if they want to go all the way around the world and play all 4 sites.
Now, we don't want to just sit here and be, Na'Vi, whatever you want to call it, Na'Vi haters, Na'Vi doubters, whatever. Yeah, Na'Vi negative. The big thing here for Na'Vi as of right now is trying to work around the pick game early on and trying to work in the information. They are lacking in that department. We see it time and time again with Na'Vi on their offensive sides where they don't know what Oxygen is exactly doing, but they're willing to try and take the fights. That's what Oxygen wants you to do. That's exactly why they're playing this way. Vertical's not just going to sit behind the wardrobe in Penthouse if he knows that you're going to miss-drone him. You know what I mean? So it's just very difficult right now for Na'Vi. I'd really like to see them dedicate some more time to try and clearing out the map properly instead of giving away so many frags to Oxygen.
And to continue to talk a bit more positive light, OXG, this is an absolutely fantastic start to the tournament for them if they're going to be able to stay in this shape against the other teams in the group as well here. OXG, a team that, for me at least in my recollection of them showing up at these big events, has always really been a heartbreak team as they've come into it with such promise, such high hopes to be able to go very far, and with oftentimes a lot of the community agreeing with that sentiment, only for them to get eliminated very close to the end of a group stage through some very unfortunate events, like one or two very sad
not
misplays.
again, man.
Save's gonna get caught once more. I can't even finish my opening monologue every side of these rounds here, as we're going to see yet another opening kill go by the way of OXG.
I mean, I was just looking you right in the eyes. I don't even know where he got shot from. It was within 15 seconds of the opening of the round. And that's something to expect when it comes to Coastline as well. You expect a lot of spawn peaks to happen, but for Na'Vi, it's just not clicking in the moment. Doki's been discovered downstairs as well from the proximity sensor. You can see Yaga trying to bear down on the Vibe staircase, but he's going to lose a lot of his HP. More than likely going to lose this fight as well because the ARX is just so powerful, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Doki now securing Vibes. This will be able to lock this down at least for some time, but they're going to need quite a few other answers around this area. Doki once again stepping up to the plate with lack of information and ends up getting dusted by Vertical, who's going to be able to get Blur as well. They're just simply getting away with so much here. He's just walking around billiards and killing everyone.
And Na'Vi seemingly oblivious almost to his positioning there. It seemed like at least two players would have had good POV onto him. We saw the drone obviously spotting him out when it jumped through, but just no one able to follow that through to get a kill against him, and it's left secretly all on his lonesome here in a 1v3 with unfortunately still about half the map worth of utility to clear here. He's got such a rough path in front of him. He does have a good time bank at minimum with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, but it is just so tough for him to work himself forward, and even with the hard breach utility sitting in his pocket, it's going to be tough to get anything done here in a 1v3 when he's already lost a third of his health.
What were they saying on the analyst desk? It's pretty rough for a team when your top frag is your hard support player. That's really the big thing that we've been seeing inside these last two games. Secretly has been asked to do so very much. I believe we had saves, I do believe, or actually no, I do believe it was actually, no, it was saves, I do believe. That was actually the top frag for that last map. But either way, I mean, as of right now, Secretly trying to work his way up white, but this is basically the round once again. There's really not too much he's going to be able to get away with, especially with the way that Oxygen's been playing this. I mean, look, they're doubled up. I don't exactly know what was happening inside of Vase there, but Laxian's going to be able to clean it up. I don't know really what he was... Oh, I see. So just a little bit of a mismovement there as he leaned back in as soon as the peak comes through. Little scary moment there for Oxygen as he got the isolated 1v1s, but they're able to dust him instead. And that's going to be 3 rounds on the defensive side of Coastline.
I think he might have been looking at one of his teammates' eyes as well during that one. Hot for just a second, but all good as OXG still had the ultimate advantage in what would eventually become a 1v2 to shut that one down. It's the last player live from Na'Vi. So it is just going to be a quick re-rotation, it looks like, from OXG, as they are going to choose to not head back to, or rather not head onwards onto a kitchen hold. They'll just go right back to the double bars for this upcoming round here. But obviously, as you guys can see on your screen now, it's going to be a moment before we get into that, as we have to go for that tactical pause for Na'Vi, and a very much needed one at that.
Yeah, absolutely. They have got to get this info game in check, because otherwise this is going to be probably the easiest 7-0 that Oxygen's had. They're constantly getting these opening picks. Vertical is fending off practically the entire team at once. It seems like they can do no wrong no matter what is happening. So for Oxygen as of right now, stick to your guns. Keep doing what you're doing. Apply the pressure. Do not back off of that accelerator in the slightest. For Na'Vi, it's about these opening frags and working around people like Doki to give you the map control that you're looking for. They are not doing any of this right now. We're not seeing any Gemini usage. We're not seeing drones around this man. We're seeing some info come through, but then Vertical kills 3 people. So, I mean, it's a really difficult ship to be a part of right now.
Almost like ignorance to a certain extent of the intelligence, specifically with that Vertical.
It's not Bliss right now either. Like,
so we have to wait and see here what Na'Vi is going to bring to the table in their 4th attacking round coming up right here. You can see the replays. And once again, we were just talking about it. Here's that run from Vertical where he's just allowed to go rampant. Not in any sort of very covered position either, just out in the open by billiards, and finally secretly saves the day as the last player standing by cutting him off in the big window out on Hookah balcony. But it was far too late as he already claimed 3 kills by that point. So OXG takes the cake yet again there. 3 rounds in a row for them on this second map. Continues onward from the last map as well. OXG have been shutting it down here. As Stokes mentioned, is going to look for a very quick closeout to the series at 2-0.
Not a single negative KD right now on Oxygen, whereas Na'Vi only has Secretly at 4-2, and that's practically because he's been the last one alive and had to try and get those frags. Very difficult for him inside of these last couple of moments, but hopefully the tactical timeout can assist them. The biggest thing, though, about that tactical timeout is you can see the frustration in Navi, especially in Doki. He's not happy with how things are going right now, and I mean, how could you be?
Which is a huge far cry from what the analysts were saying their thoughts were as they were kind of like walking over to their desk and whatnot, getting ready. They were like super happy. Doki was like waving, sending out some big vibes, but
he was waving because he was leaving early. That's what it was. We like to have fun here, folks. It's nothing serious. Navi just has quite a few things that they need to get figured out. Also, on top of that, they're playing against Oxygen in probably their best form that we have ever seen them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's very difficult right now for Navi to, even when they do the right things, actually, you know, try and get ahead of Oxygen. It's just so very hard.
Foxy gonna go lurking over here outside of the luggage hallway. Nearly is able to catch an angle against one of the players from Navi on the roof as well. Just a couple pixels off of where he'd be able to see them, so not going to catch anyone this early on. A much slower push once again here from Navi as they are using all this extra time for themselves to clear out the utility. Doki nearly getting cut off by the player on the main stairs. Going to be Yaga, but Yaga also mistimes his own shot. Backs away though instead of keeping himself in that position, so he's going to be able to save his own life as well as avoid the conflict versus Doki at the top of these stairs.
Time and time again, Navi clear things in the same fashion. Obviously knowing that Doki is going to be coming through theater and trying to get towards the top of white stairs. Laxing doesn't even need a pulse sensor for that, just a nitro cell over by DJ. He'll be able to clean up Nath, and that's going to be some of the soft destruction off of the board. But yet again, Oxygen with the opening blood. Doki trying to fight back towards Yaga down low, but they already know that they have this in the bag. They just need to play patiently and allow Navi to sweat this out.
Already an advantage, and like you said, no real reason for OXG to over-aggress at this point with that advantage in their control. They do seem to have some intel on a few players upstairs, so Yog is going to join up with Foxy over here closer towards security. Saves will be able to grab the exchange, though, and catch an one, but 2 kills as Doki adds one to the counter as well. That's Yaga going down, and Navi able to recenter themselves, retake control of the player advantage here as it comes down to a 4v3 with the most recent pickup from Doki. How do they carry this forward, though? Kino going to lurk himself up. Oh, had a freebie, but no longer. Doki's ready for the fight now, and Kino doesn't want to challenge it any further despite nearly knocking off Doki's head there. He's got very, very low HP count now.
Quite a bit of damage dealt to Doki, though, and a little bit done to Kino, and this could be the difference maker here. As we'd seen previously, Navi was able to set up for the plant inside of Sunrise, but Kino playing spoils to that positioning as he was allowed to work in towards Sunrise. That was Nath, though, on the cover the last time. This time, it's Blur. Does he have the better reaction time of the two? We'll have to see. Nitro out, but does Kino go back into the nade? He does. He'll walk back in, but not before he takes down a body. It's a 2 versus 3 here, as they're going to try and send it into sight. Laxi with a beautiful frag, and I think he knows where the last ones are as well. Foxy's got the positioning up top, might be able to fight the player in around this space. He stopped the plant, and with both of them alive, he'll be able to get away with the round as he sprints into blue, and Oxygen claim round 4.
Foxy not even going to chance it there on that final gunfight. Way too much obscurity inside of the smoke, so just dashes his way over into blue and plays out the rest of the timer. OXG cannot be stopped, even with the tactical pause and a fairly good attacking round coming out from Navi. Those positions from OXG were powerful enough to get a quick retake going to stop the plant and waste out the remaining time bank.
Oxygen is just constantly draining them, especially inside of these rounds where Navi's able to fight back to just the perfect point where they don't have everything that they want in order to achieve what they're doing. Inside of this plant right here, they really need that top control. Sunrise is very important to have Hookah to make sure that these plays can't go on. But what do we see? Nobody upstairs, and all of a sudden Foxy is sitting on the Hookah hatch simply waiting for a read as to where the plant's going down, able to take him out and run away. And that's going to be 4 rounds now in a row for Oxygen on defense of Coastline. That is not something that you see every day.
Certainly not the case. This map's actually been pretty balanced as of recent times. It shifts a little bit into that attacker favor as of the past. This time, though, it's OXG showing us the defensive prowess they can bring to the table and really exercise against this Navi roster. Even when Navi is able to take some good control for themselves, OXG still bounce back and take full controls. We're now going to see them shift upstairs one more time here. They got 2 rounds left in this defensive half and are going to go back to the very same sites they've already controlled. No need to change it up as the current plan is working pretty much flawlessly. So it's on to Hookah for the second time to try and get themselves a 5th.
Well, Oxygen continue down their war path as these rounds have been coming quite cleanly. Round 4 seemed to be the best opportunity for Navi to get something on the board, but maybe round 5 could be the difference. difference maker. They've shifted saves off the Nomad over towards Twitch instead, and this could be something to try and assist them. Not only in the Twitch drones that can get rid of some utility, but the F2 that has been such a prominent rifle in Siege for such a very long time.
Vertical gonna get it aggressive once again, and the challenge is ready to go. Not even gonna see a follow-up come in from Doki because he was caught on the drone as of a few seconds before, so way too slow to follow that up there as his teammate is long gone. That's gonna be the buck knocked out. They do have Blur on the sledge still, so once again they've got the insurance policy booked away for that one. Not the end of the world in the utility department, but Vertical needs to watch out for himself as he too is gonna have pressure barreling down against him, and it'll be secretly it takes him. Where did you even come from? Inside of the circle couch room. He's gonna be able to take out secretly, trading him out, and saves. Quickly corrects onto him as well though to keep the numbers even at a 3v3.
And honestly, you got to give it to Oxygen once again. They're at a slight advantage, but still, they're at a slight advantage. That's the big thing. They've traded down to 3 versus 3, but the utility that Na'Vi now have at their disposal, it's just not there in the way that you would essentially want it. The hard breacher gone, Buck now gone as well. They won't be able to try and abuse a lot of the angles that they would have before, and now with FaZe having a huge nitro cell inside of lobby, Doki's gone. You no longer have your frag potential. We have to see Blur and Save step up here.
Indeed we do, and again, very little time remaining here for Na'Vi to try to correct themselves in a 2v3. Gonna have to quickly try and barrel down on this site here before OXG are able to get too comfortable with their current positions inside of the site, or even worse, before they're able to work their way into a flank to potentially catch off the remaining players before they can execute to the inside of the site here. Time is ticking for Na'Vi, and unfortunately, it's probably not going to end up too well based on the trends so far from this series. They're taking it slow, as is Oxygen. And thankfully, Oxygen isn't being too aggressive with their current positions. They're perfectly happy to just wait this one out from the looks of things. Not going to see Fox try to work himself into a flank position or anything like that just as of yet. But you can see he's keeping tabs on the rotations, catching at least the one player moving up onto the roof, probably to put some pressure over here towards Aqua, or potentially the big window as well, if you should like to go for that.
Well, it's glaringly obvious that Oxygen was definitely not going to the Gucci store. They were definitely scrimming and practicing for this land. It was actually me going to the Gucci store instead, John. Well, we'll have to see if Oxygen...
It was closed when I went by.
Oh, well, that sucks, man.
It was like 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Why is Gucci not open 24/7? That's a real question that we all ask ourselves in Vegas. As Blur, he's going to gamble here. He'll be able to get one, but FaZe will refrag it, saves down to a singular HP, and more than likely the answer coming through from Oxygen in moments. 10 seconds remain as Saves tried to work his way up. Currently at that 50% KD ratio. Trying to move his way in, but they know where he is now. FaZe will be able to end it in behind Billiards, and that's going to be round 5 going the way of OXG.
That seems more and more inside of these desperate situations that unfortunately Na'Vi just isn't able to do much to try and come back once they are put into that massive deficit. You could see good attempts again from the last player alive there to try to work as much of a possible 1v2 as possible out of that scenario, but it is just futile every single time it seems as OXG control a 5th round in a row here. And I think even more than that if we look back to the last map as well. They've been on a streak for quite some time now, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon.
No, as of right now, especially with the way that Oxygen is handling the map and what they're doing to Na'Vi, this is just mental shattering. I mean,
8 rounds in a row right now.
Jesus, man, that is just something immense. That's something that you really never see in Rainbow Six, especially when you have a matchup like this. Expect a little bit more out of Na'Vi coming into this, but unfortunate for them. Still have some rounds to go. They can possibly try and come back in, but the big issue right now is that mental game. Everyone across the board of Na'Vi, save Secretly, is currently negative, and Secretly is right on the cusp of being there. 5-4 currently, as he's been trying to fight back against Oxygen, but it just hasn't been working, especially with people like Vertical and what he's been able to achieve, let alone on this map, on Bank as well.
And we can see the consequences of what's been happening because of how heavily Doki was hunted down in seemingly every single round of the previous map. Tried to work it again at the beginning of this map, and he had a little bit of success for himself. But again, second round, we see him get hunted down by Vertical for the 5th time, and ever since then, he's just been sticking with the team. He hasn't really been venturing out in his own. I'm curious to see how his defensive half is going to play out as well. Maybe he's going to go back to those more aggressive tendencies because he'll have the freedom to do so on the defensive side. But as far as the attack is concerned, he has fallen in line, and that is playing into OXG's favor to a pretty big way.
That is just some rat-tastic gameplay coming from Vertical. Prone currently at Billiards double, waiting for somebody to try and punch the window, and he's just going to smoke whoever does so. Save's currently repelled out here. I don't know if they have any info game on this space. This is exactly the positioning that he was playing the last time where we saw him hit that triple kill. He'll be able to get rid of Save's drone, but now knowing that somebody's inside of this space, he'll more than likely be opt to play touch safer, knowing that people will be crunching in on him. But instead, he's going to be looking around for some other players. And with Saves not manning the window in such a strong capacity, he's going to be able to tag up secretly out on the actual balcony. Doki's going to lose his life as well as he's fallen yet again.
Things continue to look prominent for OXG as once again they score the opening kill for themselves here, and no one from Na'Vi this time, unlike the previous rounds, is able to get themselves in a good enough position to be able to trade that one out. Doki caught on an island once more, it seems, or OXG able to snipe out one of these players with good proficiency. Either way, another opportunity is coming up here for Vertical, but he's got to be careful. You guys probably caught it. That additional pressure from Blur working itself in from Aqua nearly catches him, but he gets out of dodge just in time to save his own life.
The amount of time that has been wasted here from Oxygen as well. Laxing's just playing around Vertical. Blur's just walking in. Again, no information from Na'Vi. They're just trying to walk into the building, man. It
evolves so quickly as well.
Oh my goodness gracious. Round 6 goes to Oxygen. I'm just going to say, I'm really happy I'm wearing a North American jersey right now. This is just the most ridiculous thing ever. They are just walking through Na'Vi. There's not a single thing that they can do.
Like I said, this is a very, very confident showing from OXG. And while it's early days for this tournament, like I was saying earlier, if we continue to see this type of a performance, other teams might have to start doing some research on OXG because they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, even outside of this group stage.
Yeah, I do want to highlight this as well, though, just as a reminder. Na'Vi is not in the best straits right now as a team. So this could just be Oxygen being in form and obviously being a strong squad here at SI. But don't think that Oxygen is just going to run through every single team like this. They're more than likely going to hit a roadblock where it's going to go the full best of 3 and Oxygen's actually going to have a run for their money. I just don't think it's going to be inside of this one. Honestly, if I had to guess, I'm assuming that this more than likely will be the 7-0. We'll have to see how Oxygen's going to work the map, but you can see across the board, man, it's frag heavy. They even have Yaga on Blackbeard.
Well, I mean, when you're at 6-0, it's kind of like full control at that point. So we're going to see these teams maybe have a little bit of fun with the comp, as indeed Yaga brings the Blackbeard into play, which is not an operator we are very used to seeing inside of this type of competition at all.
Poor Navi's going to go for a spawn peek. They're going to hit that shield. He's going to trade it out himself. Oh, that's I can already see
You know
it.
if I have it too, because back on the bank they were doing that a lot.
Yeah.
Like, we had 2 different hop outs, I think 1 from each team as well. So Navi's no stranger to playing aggressively. I wouldn't be surprised if they cooled it off a bit, considering they're currently 0-6, but we'll wait and see over these next few seconds how this goes.
I'll be honest with you, they can't cool it down. They have to be aggressive here. If they're not aggressive here, they already lose the map, especially because it is coastline, right? So they have to try and fight for these early picks and fight for this map control. If they give up too much here inside of these opening minutes, then it's basically over for them. Yaga's going to start working towards office with that Blackbeard, but the rest of the squad also working the entirety of the west side of the map. Nath already taking some serious damage, as well as Blur, as he's trying to army crawl his way across Aqua in the moment.
Yaga potentially ready to use those Blackbeard shields for the first time. Here's he creeps up on office, just waiting for the rotate to work its way through the first floor, and at the moment, not going to be able to catch that, unfortunately, but Blur does sit on the other side of the shelf in office, so might be able to catch that one, as you've also got Doki potentially lurking around the corners, a little bit closer to the security hallway. The team focusing their efforts, though, on trying to put presence into the double bars at this point.
I love it.
We've got the reinforcement that's going to be taken down here and give the team full POV, with the Blackbeard shield currently on that position as well, over to its cool vibe. So any rotation coming down through there is more than likely to get caught by Oxygen.
Yeah, Coastline is really about trying to chop out this map in a certain sense, and having Blackbeard actually man the windows makes it almost impossible for anybody to try and fight up against him, because he's able to just eat bullets to the face time and time again. Nath is also going to go down up top. Lax will be able to get him with the lifeline of all things, impacts him through the floor. Blur will have to back off over towards lobby, but now the cameras and everything else being broke up around them. We're only halfway through the round as well, so Oxygen going to be cool, calm, and collected moving through this, as they're more than likely going to try and look in towards the site and try and see exactly what map control they can possibly muster. Looks like it's coming in towards Sunrise now. We'll start pre-firing out towards lobby. Case control on Kino still as well. So hop back on drones and see exactly what's going on inside of site.
First time we're actually going to play into the kitchen slate as well. Saves with great positioning here to catch one. The drone is like 3 seconds late here in the meanwhile. Bad timing coming out there from Oxygen. It's going to cost him a player, but the correction is very quick. However, Laxing is also lost before we can even see Saves get down. In fact, he might get retrieved in a second here, but OXG doesn't care. They're going to storm their way into the site directly past all these toxic bays, but right into the waiting hands of Navi. What is happening? As secretly tears out Kino, and very quickly, this is finally looking like Navi's going to be able to go negotiate themselves around, and certainly so now, as FaZe is left alone, but he's not giving up either. A quick pickup from him against Secretly, and he's got 3 players left to shut it down, nearly trades that one out against Blur, and barely takes any damage himself, so he's still very much in this fight. This is the hard part though, getting the case down onto the ground. He hears the push coming his way, but cannot stop Doki, and he will finally shut down this madness as finally Na'Vi get on the board here in map number 2.
You were talking about devolving. That's just the description of that entire round. I mean, it just seemed like everyone just not able to really get done exactly what they wanted to, but either way, Na'Vi come out on the other side and they're able to stay alive here with this kitchen defense. Biggest part of that, the drone coming up vibes. That's really it. That missed timing there, the confidence that Vertical had to try and get in towards Kitchen early, it just wasn't meant to be. Saves inside of the position yet again here to be able to try and fend them off. Well, actually, it wasn't even him the last time inside of the map. It was Secretly instead. So saves for the very first time, actually, making a round-saving play for Na'Vi, but still quite the road ahead of them.
1 down, 5 to go. We need to see a perfect half from Na'Vi if they want to save themselves inside of this map and push it onto a third, pulling off the same exact feat that Oxygen just did inside of the first time. We've already seen one North American team give up a map that seemingly was theirs earlier, if you watched the Soniqs game. Now time to see if OXG will do the same. More than likely not.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a different context to that one. I would say that, well, first things first, it wasn't a 6-0 on one side.
Yeah, well, yeah, that part's obvious. But
yeah, but, you know, that map actually overall, quite interesting. You guys should definitely go back and watch that series, because definitely one of the bangers from early on, as well as Sandbox. I mean, my God, man. I have been an NB Taylor fan for a very long time, but even I was like, I really don't know how this series is going to break down. This is Ninjas in Pajamas, but, I mean, they shut me up quick.
NIP, of course, looking to defend their title once again this year and top out the rankings here at SI. We'll see if they'll be able to do that, but the year has not been super kind to them ever since that victory, so we'll have to see if it's going to be in the cards as they try to work their way towards a second title here. In the meanwhile, we've got OXG and Na'Vi that are also hunting for it, just like the other 18 teams we have at this event. Once again, OXG sitting at map point here with plenty of buffer room between them and their opponent's scoreline here. That very first round just now coming onto the board from Na'Vi, and they need to replicate the same amount of success that OXG had. That's with OXG still nearly controlling that last round had they not made the mistake over towards Cool Vibes as well. Doki ready to take the challenge on initially here, and once again, armed with the rifle as well here. Gonna try and see if he can put that pressure in from Kitchen, but does back away after a couple little pokes, realize that the pressure is a bit too much for him to continue to risk, so he'll back away.
And truly loving Oxygen's whole strategy with Yaga here as well. We were talking about initially with the round that maybe Blackbeard wasn't exactly what they were looking into, but obviously they brought it for the second time. He's meant for that angle holding as well as swinging into these angles that they have set up to try and fend off the player from getting in initially into the building. Obviously because they can't shoot him in the head initially, so he's actually allowed to take the gunfight in the way that he wants to. So Na'Vi, we backed off here. You guys also saw their strategy out towards this end of the building as they had both of those Lucy charges, the Banshees on the wall to make sure that if anybody did enter, it would end up slowing them down and giving some information to players like Blur, who could have possibly gotten an early pick here. But now with Oxygen working around the kitchen space, they also got some lobby control. We need some info on the security areas. This is currently the bunker that we see Blur and Nath both hiding inside of.
Very, very slow play here from both of these teams because of the events over the last few rounds here. OXG not able to stabilize their attacking strategy just as of yet because things got far too chaotic when they forced it in the previous round. So now trying to play it a lot more slowly and a lot more controlled fashion as well as they look for an opportunity to descend into the double bars. Be waiting for a lot of their hard breach utility to work its way out as well. They'll open up access from the pool side of the map. From that point forward, they'll also try to open up more for themselves upstairs, but no clear on that upstairs hold as if
oh no!
You see Yogg way out over here, almost in the ruins, sniping out, saves, and Kino follows up. Here's the downfall yet again. It's going to be up to Na'Vi now to turn this back around. Nath gets caught in the lobby. In fact, he catches another player, but nearly whiffs the entire magazine trying to catch him out. Gets the job done ultimately, though. Vincere and now Nath going back and forth on kills. Nath trying to save the day, but now the diffuser is down on the ground. Secretly hops down below the hatch, regroups with Nath outside of the main entry into Sunrise. So close to the headshot there, but cannot connect it. Yaga gets it instead, and Vincere will finish it off with the last kill, as we're going to see OXG take control of their opening matchup, 2-0 against Na'Vi.
3 rounds in total for Na'Vi across 2 maps. That's really all that I'm going to say about that. Oxygen, on the other hand, they look stellar in the moment. I mean, every single thing that they did was just not only synergized, but also just damning Na'Vi time and time again, especially with their opening aggression. It just seemed that Na'Vi could not get their head wrapped around what they needed to do to try and fight back against Oxygen.
A few bumpy rounds there over the course of the series. You were mentioning 3 of them. In fact, at the start, we saw a couple of them due to some small mistakes and underestimating, I guess you could say, the strategy from Na'Vi, but an immediate correction on that inside of the second round. And from that point forward, it was nearly flawless with that one little bump in the road in the first round of the second half. Aside from that, it was all OXG all day long here, and there seemed to be no stopping them inside of the series. Will this performance carry on throughout the rest of the group? That's the big question now. Was Na'Vi just not a great opponent, not a great matchup for OXG, or is OXG truly a force to be reckoned with? That's now the big question for this team.
Yeah, this entire series right here is a big old question mark, because really, what is it? Is it Oxygen is just that good? Is it that Na'Vi just isn't on the same page? What could possibly be going on with these two squads? We really don't know. I mean, what we can tell you is that Oxygen seem ready to play. They look fantastic in comparison to any other LAN that we have seen them at. This is looking a little bit like Rec all the way back at, I believe, SI 2019, SI 2020. I think it's SI 2019 if I'm remembering correctly. It's just happy, well, at least for me and more than likely for you, to see Oxygen back in form and performing at LAN again.
Absolutely the case, and once again seeing some of their new pickups over the course of 2021 working out very well for them, specifically Kino having a lights out map number 1 inside of that series. Some great aggressive capabilities coming up from him, especially on the attacking side. And we saw it taper off just a little bit going into the second map, but not to any measurable degree, as I think the second map was really a full team affair for the most part there. Everybody having their chance to shine when it came to OXG. Meanwhile, wasn't necessarily the case for Na'Vi. Even aside from the Doki issue as well that we talked about, it wasn't as much of an issue in the second map, but still not able to see him or any other player find the consistent performance needed to win out, especially the early gunfights versus OXG.
We have one saving grace, and it's not saves from Na'Vi. It is Secretly. Secretly is the player right now for Na'Vi that has been able to at least accomplish something. Time and time again, when he gets down to it, he's either able to get some frags or at least make an effort up against Oxygen, but it's a pretty sad sight to see. Either way, folks, that's going to do it for me and John as of right now. We're going to send you to a little break, and then we'll be right back at the Command Center.
Welcome back, friends. We are in the Command Center again, live from Six Invitational 2022. Can't believe it's the Sixth Invitational. We've gone so far into the history. And my God, do we still continue making history here? NA takes a win.
Yeah? That's historical in its own right, is it not? I got you there. No, to be fair, I did predict Oxygen going into this, not just because of the matchup and Na'Vi being one of the weaker teams coming into the competition, but this is Oxygen at full force. We had question marks based off of Sweden Major. We knew that was nowhere near what they had to show. They've come in today, and my God, the coordination and synergy, especially on attack, especially from Map 1, was incredible. Let's bring up Map 1's stats to just give you guys a little bit of an indication as to how well coordinated all of the team was playing, as well as the fact that a couple of the players stood up in areas that, you know, you want your really experienced players to step up in. That's going to be the boys Foxe and Laxing, and I'm sure in just a single second, if I do, like, remember when we threw before? We yeah, there we go. Throw it on the screen. Your boys Foxe and Laxing, two of the most experienced boys inside of NA, have hit the 100 cost. If you're not sure what that stands for, it stands for kills, objectives, survival, and trades. And it is the amount of rounds upon which you were able to be successful in one of those. And well, 100%, you can't do better than that.
It was just, it felt like for Oxygen, it felt like another day at the office.
It really did.
A 7-2 into what was, a 7-1 in the second game, a 7-2 in the second game. It was another day. They really didn't break their stride whatsoever in that game. Thoroughly impressive from them. I really enjoyed that performance. You was talking about coordination. I know you highlighted it at the time, was when they were on bank and they're trying to get through the open area, they're baiting out the impact trick from the Maestro with the Thermite charge. At the same time, they're sledging the castle barricade and pushing in to kill the Maestro that's impact tricking. They're not just denying the impact trick, they're getting into sight. They're killing the person that's trying to impact trick and the pivotal operator that you see, especially in those open area rounds on the Maestro.
Well, the top of your screen looks very impressive on that map summary, but the bottom of the screen, not so much. Now, that's another area I know you wanted to talk about.
I'm really disappointed with Na'Vi, and they'll be disappointed with themselves because their expectations for this was to improve. Now, Mexico. Have they improved from Mexico because they were bad in Mexico? No.
Seems like Groundhog Day,
Stage 3,
mate.
they didn't improve. We're now at the 6th Invitational. They've not improved again. Doki is getting into a lot of entry engagements. Look at those. 7 entry engagements in 9 rounds. But he was losing them today.
He was.
Now, when Na'Vi do well, it's because Doki's winning the entry engagements and usually they throw it. They weren't even getting to the point of being able to throw the man advantage today because Oxygen did such a good Oxygen did such a good job at shutting down Doki. It's a disappointing day for Na'Vi.
You know, the oldies out there, the boomers in the chat, will remember back in the day where the Skies Laxing duo was a beauty to watch in their old Elevate days, etc., etc. I think after this game, it's fairly well cemented. I mean, NAL it is, but here even more that we see it. Laxing Foxe, when they're turning up, when you have this spread of talent, spread of weight on everybody, it's like tank, you know, these tank tracks that just spread the weight amongst everybody else.
Incredible.
Everything is working together. Well,
I do think it's important for the viewers to wait until we see a more formidable opponent going against Oxygen, because we wanted to see, you know, Oxygen at full force. Do I think they broke a sweat in that game? No.
Not really.
No, another day at the office, like you said.
Dare I say it, it felt almost like Oxygen were dry running.
The man's going so hardcore on his own brethren. Wow, where's the UK Massive gone now?
I predicted Na'Vi to win. I thought the map pool would line up better. I was believing what I was hearing out of the Na'Vi camp, that they're showing improvement and that Mexico was a learning curve. They've figured out their issues. And then they come in and put a performance like that. I don't know how I can possibly back them after that.
You know what? Since you're in the hot take seat, the hot take couch, do you think Na'Vi, as it currently exists, after all the problems they've had for as long as this roster has existed, needs to continue in this composition?
I think they simply just need somebody to step up into a more frag-oriented role than just Doki.
So,
because we saw today clearly what happens when teams shut Doki down.
Okay, so would you say, you and I were discussing this, would you swap Blur's role with Saves' role so Blur could play that more passive role that we've been talking about, and something that we've been concerning ourselves? If you guys go back in the VOD, how many times was Blur in a 1vx situation? Of course he's losing 99% of them, but that's not a good role for him.
The frustration with Blur is he plays that sledge, he plays that quote-unquote in a normal team, he plays that second entry role.
Yep. How is he
not
last
getting
alive?
into those second
Yeah.
engagements. So
Yeah.
if you did swap them, you allow Blair onto the roles that are a bit more flexible, that allow him to be that kind of lurk that he seems to want to play. And we know how good saves can be. Put saves in those engagements, because saves would at least have the kind of aggression to follow Doki in, to at least be able to refrag Doki when he's on his day, or when Doki is on his day, they could just decimate through teams.
So understanding here what's going on with Na'Vi coming into this, and also you talked about what is there to remedy in future series. What is there for OXG? Did you find any space for other teams to abuse? Because you two are former analysts yourselves for professional teams, not just on the desk. So you know, okay, you're watching OXG not just as a viewer, you're trying to pick and prod at the small things that your team can abuse. What can happen here?
I saw one weakness, and we might have the same one. I'm not sure. We have not pre-discussed this, but on Bank, where they were so focused on denying that impact trick, the tunnel vision was so great that they had saves come up behind them. Who was watching that flank? Where was there too many moving pieces to this intricate, complex counter strategy that there wasn't enough corner piece left on that for that flank, which could be a big weakness of
It's
theirs.
the adaptation, right? It's that
It is.
It's not necessarily that the play happened, it's that they didn't think about that play happening of it was the castle coming up the stairs that shot them in the back. They didn't think that Na'Vi would have that counter adaptation, which they did. So it's a little bit of naivety coming out there, but I mean, that's like, it's reaching to find a criticism of Oxygen.
One quick reach, maybe the IQ. Does it stick even when the Valkyrie is not going to be in play? Does that hinder or help teams? I am very much an IQ lover. I think it's a help, regardless of whether Valk is banned or not. You and I were discussing whether or not Oxygen has a different philosophy around IQ, and a lot of teams don't want to bring her.
I mean, a lot of teams don't bring her because she doesn't have burn and she doesn't have grenades. So that's secondary gadget, and it seems wrong to say that because you should bring operators for the primary gadget.
You should.
But in the meta that we're in today, you're finding that you have 2 operators that have burn and 3 operators that have nades. So when you're trying to force in an IQ, it's really hard. There has to be a specific use case for that.
Yeah.
We would have seen some EU teams. I don't think Na'Vi brought IQ.
No, not to
We would have seen a lot of EU teams not bring IQ in that scenario, but it obviously helped Oxygen out.
A lot.
Well, friends, thank you very much for that. We have to break things down. OXG looked wonderful in that series against Na'Vi. We'll see if they can keep it up. That was our Stream B match. When we come back, we'll break things down for our Stream A game. So see you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. I'm Ostamitic, and with me on the beautiful analyst desk again. No, it's just
Is it a desk? I mean, we have desks in front of us.
That is not a desk. That's a short table.
We built these yesterday during rehearsal. These didn't exist a couple hours ago.
The classic Swedish experience.
I didn't
Building
know that
IKEA
you could
furniture.
just pop into an IKEA. Like that's like expected behavior. That
other retailers exist. Yes.
Well then,
that's not the point.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Unspecified retailers.
Specifically.
Well, friends, you know what? There's some incredible kind of mogul moves that are happening here in Korea because, man, this looked incredible, this game, I have to say.
Do you believe that makes it Brazil losing to South Korea twice in one day already?
Yes. NIP losing to Sandbox and Damwon Kia defeating Team.
Who would have thought? Not me.
No, I mean, I think this one was like more predictable, right? You had it. You had double South Korea.
There's no way you picked both Koreans to win.
Yes.
There's no way you did.
I mean, I think this one's reasonable.
I need production to double check what his prediction rate was on this because there's no way.
I mean, bring it up later, but
yeah.
First of all, let's talk about our victors as always. Damwon Kia, they looked on fire. This was insane acceleration into this game. I mean, we're looking like battery powered in this.
Yeah.
I mean, Woogie Man, for me, this was his like breakout game. Like you think about Damwon Kia, there's a couple players that jump to your mind, okay? It's Yas and Rin. Those are the two stars. Usually Yas, but Rin has his moments for sure. Woogie Man, I don't know. He's never been on the radar for me as a player that can pop off and win a lot of gunfights, but he was really going hard this game, especially at the start of Chalet. Even if his numbers weren't crazy, those late rounds on defense, getting some crucial picks, swing to deny the defuse kit going down, getting very important operators very late in the round. That was huge, and he continued that through the entire series.
Even if he wasn't having super flashy plays either, or moments that count as a 1vx, he still had like 8 to 9 kills, almost out of nowhere before. Like he's picking up those frags as the round progresses, not necessarily always in clutch situations, which is great. But yeah, we don't count him as a highlight player. And in fact, Yas, while we were watching him, map number 1 took him a little bit to get going. Map 2, I don't even think he broke above a 1.0 KD on Villa, or if he did, it took until like the very end. I'm pretty sure he didn't.
He had a lot of opening deaths.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, I think he was probably first pick on Dom 1 more than anybody else, which is fine because he's the one who can take those entry engagements, and he usually does because he plays Yana. But by that same token, I still don't think that Dom 1 needed him all that much by comparison to where he was such a massive reason for their success of getting out of the group of death in the Sweden major. So anyone on Dom 1 can play, it seems like.
100%. That's something that we echo all the time in APAC North, and we got to see it here today. You're always thinking like, you know what, the last event was a few months ago. Are they really still up to snuff? Seems like Damwon Kia, as you're saying, still pretty comfy in it.
If only because Team 1 seemed like they were very off their game. We're talking that very last round, the fact that Lagonis whiffs all of those Mossberg shots were like right in Vault Tuck. It's a massive deal there. But that was a consistent trend for Team 1 overall. A lot of over-aggression, not calculating exactly where they wanted to, pinpoint their crosshairs. It felt like a lot of their movement or aggression was unjustified given the level of skill that they had shown throughout the day, which is a problem given that's how they managed to get through as far through the Mexico major as they didn't win the whole thing. They were timing those gunfights far more effectively, and here it just kind of felt like they were moving in faster than they needed to.
What changed, Jesse?
What changed between sort of the Mexico major to get here? Well, that's the thing, right? I'm not sure that a lot actually did change. I would make the argument, I think people wouldn't debate this, Team 1 kind of overperformed in Mexico. Like, they had the momentum, had that main character energy, they had everything going for them to be able to rush through that bracket, taking down Liquid 7-0 in their map 3 to get to the grand finals. That was a game where Team 1 were all in it, all emotions. They were swinging everything, but they were making those things work. Alamau was great, but Levy was popping off as well. Lagonis was there in Mexico. In this game, I don't know. It looked like a whole different team, and I do wonder if, there was those tweets about it being their last dance or whatever.
Yeah.
If that gets in their head, they're thinking like, okay, well, this is sort of the end. If that's tapering off, I'd leave a better legacy if that was me.
True, and you can kind of take stock a little bit on Team 1, right? Alamel, still the same Alamel that we know and love.
Oh, he played well.
He did. KDS, he's either 0% or 100% in some cases, which is worrying given the roles that he plays more often than not. And then you look in the rest of Team 1, I think statistically they're probably about where you would expect them, but Levy was like really only like at like a 1.0 KD, or when we started map number 1 on Chalet, he was picking Zof LMG, and that's how we found most of his frags, which is like, sure, for a flank watch, it's not like unheard of in the modern era to swap to Zof, but I still feel like everyone else on that team has a lot of expectations on their shoulders and just couldn't live up to them.
Well, Damwon Kia, they actually make it through. And you talk about Team 1 and what they had as problems, though it's one thing to point out the issues. What is it in your mind that would be feasibly changed by their next game, Jesse?
By their next game, I think Team 1 just gotta like calm themselves a bit, like slow it down with their gameplay. I mean, it's hard against Damwon to slow things down.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia is a team that will run at you on their defenses, and I felt at the very beginning of Chalet, we had a 3-3 split to start off the series, and I did feel that like they were doing a good job counteracting some of that aggression. They were shutting it down pretty decently, and then we did see Damwon Kia slow down a little bit. They kind of took their foot off the gas, and then we saw more problems arriving from Team 1. But if they can continue to kind of slow down this pace and just be in that mental state, because there were a good number of fights on Villa where it's like it's so free. You literally have the guy's not looking at you, just click on him, just literally click on him, and they really fumbled a couple of times there. And we know these players are good. There's no doubt in my mind that the players on Team 1 are actually cracked. But they've got to show up. They've got to have the mental capacity to hit those shots on game day, and we didn't see that today.
If you don't put all your faith in the Mossberg, then it's going to fail you.
That's true. That's true.
That's a Pojo man line, is it not?
I think so.
You really have to believe in it, because sometimes you're nailing one guy from 100 HP down to 0.
Yeah.
120, 130 from 20 feet away, and then sometimes I am literally point blank. How are you not dead? Well, you just believe in it, and it will happen. Well, friends, I believe in you guys. I believe in our analysts and our talent team here in Sweden. I believe in our scores, because those, they do not lie. Here's what it looks like in our group. Group D. Well. Oxygen and Damwon Kia getting their W's as Team 1 and Navi. Natus Vincere, more like Natus Perdere. They take the L in this, and by quite a while, by quite a margin. Keep in mind that round differential might be something we'll have to look at in the future, because you see 5 teams in each group, 4 teams can progress forward, and only 1 will be knocked out. So it might come down to round differentials in the future. We'll just have to see. There's more things to be looking into. 3 points for OXG, 3 points for Damwon Kia, of course. They've won because, well, they've won 2-0. They get all 3 points. It's super easy to go, and that's how it looks like. But before we wrap it up, let's just give everybody a heads up on the schedule, because we're only halfway through our day. There's still more to come, and not long after this death segment here. So here's what our schedule looks like, just to get everybody on board. This will include Stream A, and then we'll talk about Stream B. Not to worry about it. All will go well. And of course, 4 best of 3s is what we have per day. So there it is. We went through a pre-show. We went through our first 2 games. On your left-hand side is Stream A. You got BDS versus Furia coming up next, with Team Liquid versus Rogue. Final game of the day. Plus on Stream B, it's Elevate versus Oxygen and FaZe Clan versus Spacestation Gaming. That's how it will go today, and it is quite simple.
I think that next game on A stream actually is kind of interesting to me. BDS versus Furia, because a lot of people have BDS. Like a lot of people. I'm running a Discord competition for predictions.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something like 220 votes to BDS versus something like 12 to Furia. A lot of people have BDS there, but Furia is a really feisty team. And although BDS, they're BDS, I think Furia have a good shot of maybe making some upsets.
I'm just really curious about Elevate and DarkZero, only because we know what DarkZero is capable of. We've seen them in this kind of position before, but they're still figuring some things out with Troy joining the team, and now Elevate, their first international land that's outside of APAC. I mean, hey, if you're looking to make a debut, see if you can't kick DarkZero in the face.
I still haven't seen video footage of Elevate physically here, so I just don't believe it. The subreddit has conditioned me to not.
As far as we're concerned, Invictus is probably here in their place.
Oh no!
Notification at the Singapore airport.
I saw that one. Yeah.
There's some bangers there, you see. So thank you for posting all these things online. But Gentlemen, thank you very much. When we come back, we'll be ready to go for our final 2 games. I'm going to give it over to the beautiful Jackie and let her take you through the command center. See you in a moment.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six Siege's 6th Invitational. We are halfway through the day, an action-packed group stage so far. I am Jackie Jing. I missed y'all so much. I started working on the Siege scene roughly 2 years ago, and it's been a hot minute to say the least. It has always been a dream to work Six Invitational, and I'm getting a little watery-eyed here, I'm not going to lie. Definitely really excited to be here and get this all started, but that's enough about me. I am on the analyst desk, the command center here with two lovely gentlemen. Very excited to be working with Demo and Ollie, but we are starting things off hot here because we just got some breaking news off of Twitter. We just found out that BDS's Rafal will not be playing, and the coach BIOS will be stepping in. And Demo, I'm shaking just getting that news, so tell me how you're feeling about it.
All my prep work is for waste.
I know, it's like...
I put in all the effort and it's done. So yeah, it's a big hit. Big hit, especially for it to come in the last few kind of minutes or so that we're here, Ollie. It's big, and we'll see what BDS can do, because this changes everything.
It really doesn't it? It almost opens the floodgates wide open at this point for Fury. I know that we're having a bit of back and forth, particularly with Dez, who actually will be casting this, and Dez is still screaming 2-0, 2-0, but I'm not too sure now. It throws a big spanner in the works.
I mean, tell me, what do you think BDS is thinking right now? I'm sure all eyes were on the grand final. Everybody was like, okay, is this going to be the year that BDS can do this? Does that derail all of that now? What do you think, Demo?
I think this game is going to be the telling sign. Well, obviously we don't actually know what's going on with Rafal. All we know is he's not playing. That's all we know. We don't know if he's playing tomorrow, is he playing the next day? True. We don't know. We're in the dark. All we can talk about is the now, and that is we do not know, what's going on with Rafal. So BIOS is here. He's the coach. He's going to be standing in. You would expect, though, that the coach is going to be well in sync with his team, because obviously he's still part of that team. And to be fair with Siege, we have seen times where coaches would step in and they would show up massively, even better than some of their own players. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah, we have. It certainly won't be the first time it had happened. You can think back to, I think one that always comes to mind is Dizzle on Fnatic.
EG Fnatic is the big one, yeah.
Such a big game, but you think about the way that BDS play, and you think about this coherent play style, the way they play together. They've got great synergy and great teamwork. Now, sure, BIOS is going to have an element of that. He's a coach. He's going to have coordinated some of that. He's going to have worked with the team on that, but it isn't Vincere. Sorry, it isn't Rafal, and that's where you're gonna really miss that sort of killer instinct, I think.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like any team that faces a challenge like that, it's jarring. They're definitely going to be feeling, I would say, nervous. How do you think that they're refocusing right now? I mean, Ollie, you were just saying this is a team that has a lot of chemistry, a lot of skill, a lot of experience. What's their game plan now?
I mean, their game plan now is going to be to just make the best of a bad situation. Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can approach a player coming in and stepping in as a super substitute. Step number one is you can choose to change the playstyle. You can try and play around this new player and say, we will do us, you just do you, and see if that fits in. Alternatively, there's an expectation to have the new player, the substitute, in this case BIOS, fill the role of the player that you're substituting for. Yeah. And it's two very different and contrasting playstyles, and they lead to very different results. It can be frustrating if BIOS is trying to fill the role of Rafal, but equally it can be frustrating if you just send him out there and say, we'll just play around you. There's no right or wrong way to do it.
Thankfully, they still have, their fraggers. So I think that was always, if a fragger gets hit, then you really start to question, can that coach fill that role? Rafal does play more of the support ops along with Brede. That's what we know. So there definitely is still a potential that BIOS can fit that easier role. There's a reason why whenever you play Siege, whenever you start off, it's always recommended Thermite Smoke. That's your go-to, and I think certainly the same can be said for BDS.
And we're taking a look at the team right now. This is Furia, actually. We were taking a live look earlier at BDS. I definitely thought they looked a little bit nervous. But let's talk about Furia now. Oh, man. Furia is probably like, let's go. I mean, this is a huge opening. Am I wrong, Ollie?
Furia, without a doubt, are going to be seeing an opportunity here. And we always talk about LATAM teams, and we always talk about opportunities. They love to take opportunities in-game, and they're going to take this one as well. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but they're going to have to deal with the hand that they have been dealt. Of course, we all know the Furia lineup at this point: Lender Highs, Miracle, Rare, and Fantasy. This is a team that it's a team that's close to my heart. I think everybody knows that.
Well, you don't have to tell me twice.
I'm a little bit of a Furia shell, but things aren't all sunshine and roses, Demo. They're not, Furia, they're on a little bit of a downward trajectory, and I don't like to admit it, but this is a really big tournament for them.
Yeah, let's talk about that downward trajectory. I mean, honestly, that was something that we were going to talk about at length before this BDS news. I mean, they really want to turn things around. This is definitely the opportunity to do that. Take down BDS, especially a weakened BDS, potentially.
I think it's there for them. I think you have to take your opportunities as they're shown to you. Fury, I hope they don't get too overconfident, because keep in mind, yes, you're playing against a weakened BDS. Weakened BDS is still a very good team. No matter how you look at it, there is still players out there who can, perhaps because they know they're under pressure with having to play with their coach, they might start going overdrive. And you know, this is where Shaiko territory, where he feels he needs to step up. You can see Renchi have a big game. There's potential still for BDS, and I hope Furia recognize that.
All right, and gentlemen, this just coming in, I think we are ready to move into the map ban phase. You can see both of our teams almost ready here. Whew, I just don't know what's going through either of these teams' minds right now. These are a lot of changes that just rapidly happened. But here are the map ban phase picks. So what are you guys thinking?
I think it's going to be quite telling, isn't it? Because I imagine that this ban will have been done prior, I guess, to the Rafale news. I don't know. It's really up in the air. We don't know how this has come through, but we can see now as we get the first couple of bans and the first couple of picks in, it's actually going to be starting off on Oregon, then switching in onto Bank. Now, for any eagle-eyed viewers in the audience, you will have noticed that they were listed as both teams' best and worst map. So it's quite curious to see these two played. Furia haven't touched Oregon in a long old time. It's been one of their perma-bans of recent stages and recent competitions. Bank, on the other hand, is a great map for both teams, and if we need it, we'll be heading into a decider on Villa.
Yeah, look at the Oregon pick first of all, and I think both teams, they're more than happy to play that. And I think, yes, maybe the win percentages and loss percentages, both teams will have won this map, both teams would have lost it, but isn't that just Oregon? It is, we've always said, you know, a 50-50 map, every team can play it, you'll win that, you'll lose that, it's bound to happen. Bank is a very strong LATAM map at the moment, very hot off the kind of topic. Ollie, we've seen a lot of Bank kind of come in through LATAM this split, so I think more than happy for Furia, they'll go there. And then looking at Villa as a decider, I think Villa's always a map where no team necessarily likes it, but nearly every team will always play it.
Yeah, for sure. And you've also got to look at this through the lens of knowing that BDS aren't at full fighting force, thinking about that Oregon pick and thinking, is that the best map to be going for?
Yeah.
It might be the best map, it might be bread and butter, but they've got a 48% round win on there. That ain't great.
Okay, gentlemen, I do want to talk to you about predictions. What are we thinking, especially with these new developments? Demo, you look a little confused.
Map 1's going to tell everything. Map 1 will tell us all we need to know. If we see Furia come in and absolutely steamroll because it's clear to see that there's a weakness, maybe BIOS isn't up to scratch, that'll be clear to see, and it should be a 2-0. But BIOS could drop 20 kills. It could happen. You just don't know. It's Siege. It could happen. We could see this coach who hasn't played the game in years. Remember, we have seen him actually play way back in year 1, but that was back on Xbox, Ollie. So he's been in the scene for a very long time. But is he ready for this? This is the biggest game now.
Is it enough? Ollie, what are you thinking? We just saw Furia's coach, by the way. He was all smiles and like hopping around. I'm sure he's like, let's go.
Twister's always a really enthusiastic guy, and I think he likes to like drag the guys up with him like that and make sure it keeps vibes high. But I think in reality, Demo, I'd be less worried about BIOS dropping 20 kills and more thinking about Shaiko could come in here and drop 20 kills.
Well, he's going to be the usual suspect.
That's the one that you want to be looking toward. You need to look toward your leading light, your star player in a time like this, someone that is known to be a fragger. He could be the difference maker.
I'm sure Shaiko is feeling the pressure even more now. Like, he had to step it up, and now he really needs to step it up for his team. But okay, gentlemen, I believe that we are ready to get things started with BDS versus Furia. So we're going to let that game begin. And in just a hot second here, we're going to be talking about another matchup, DarkZero versus Elevate. All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back, and now it is time to talk about DarkZero versus Elevate. This is a matchup that I've been discussing at length with my two analysts here, Anne and Dev. Right off the bat, though, Anne, welcome. It's our first SI. I know we are both smiles. How are you feeling right now on the lovely command center with all the bright lights?
I'm feeling really excited. It's my first SI, similar to yours, like you said, and I'm really excited to cover these games and to bring some highlights on the desk and introduce people to the teams, really.
Yeah, should be a great
I'm an SI veteran, though, so.
Well, my first SI in Sweden, so that's something, and I'm enjoying the weather. It turns out there's this white fluffy stuff that comes from the sky, and it's really cold, but I'm learning all about it and having a great time.
I ran over here in flip-flops, by the way, this morning.
Oh my god.
In the snow.
Not through the snow, but it was cold out on the slushy sidewalk, so yeah. I wouldn't advise it, by the way. But we have some very important matters to discuss. We're talking DarkZero versus Elevate, and let's start off with Elevate. And Dev is like, oh, okay, my team here. I know that you enjoy talking about this team at length, and we have the roster up right now. I definitely think that there's a lot of eyes on them. How do you think they're going to fare against this strong NA team, though?
Look, Elevate are the biggest dark horse in the entire tournament. No Thai team has ever made it to a global Rainbow Six event, and Elevate have choked so many opportunities to make it to land. So it's a really big deal that they're here. What they can accomplish now that they're here is a very different question. It's a massive match for them, a big opponent in DarkZero. But look, these guys have really forged their own identity within APAC. They're super aggressive. They've got some really talented players, and I think they're ready for this challenge.
And we were discussing yesterday, though, without a doubt, this team has a history of choking at times. They definitely struggle with their mental game and nerves. So talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, the struggles that Elevate had mostly comes down to having a mon advantage, 4v2 for example, in a round, and then they throw it. And this mostly comes down to them peeking solo in these kind of situations, and then the nerves come into play where you lose that gunfight and you end up throwing the round for your team. So this is something that the team has been busy with. A funny story is Onigiri said that when they're scrimming and they have that advantage, if they decide to peek solo, they're taking away $1 off their salary. So it's a bit of an odd way to try and do this, but if it works for them, it's not such a stupid way to practice these kind of things.
Oh, and we're taking a live look at the teams, and they're just all smiles, and I'm sure they're just full of excitement. But let's talk about DarkZero a little bit, and we have this roster graphic up right now. Okay, Dev, DarkZero, they're kind of dealing with a little bit of a fall from grace right now. I think that they're really going to try with this game to really show everyone, no, we're here, we're back. Do you think that they're going to be able to do that against Elevate?
NA have a lot to prove in this event, and DarkZero in particular. They've had 9 different roster and staff changes in the last year, but the stakes are pretty high for them. You know, Canadian right here, right now, could be the first player ever to win 3 Six Invitational hammers, should he be able to get a championship with this team. Now, very, very unlikely. DarkZero is a fairly lowly rated NA team at the moment. That turbulence within their roster has really proved to be a massive challenge for them. We've seen their coaches come in at times, and now Canadian, what can we really say about that turbulence?
Yeah, and I think that let's talk about 9 roster and staff changes. Let's talk about that in more detail. I mean, there's a lot of history with this.
Yeah, I think a few important things is that they dropped Hot and Cold and then went to become the NAL MVP later on with a different team. Sky's retired. They got NGR and Panbazoo. Panbazoo doesn't have any SI experience, so this will be a first time for him too. You had indeed a switch with the coach and the player, and then Canadian stepped in to replace the coach, or replace BC when he was playing. So a lot of roster changes, and this team is known to have to take some time to adapt to these kind of things, because like they say themselves, you need time to learn how to adapt to these situations with new teammates.
Dev, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I mean, Elevate tend to have an issue with nerves. DarkZero comes out lethally strong. I mean, Canadian is the man for that. Canadian is the man of mind games, in my opinion. I mean, I feel like he might be going off the third hammer here.
It's possible. DarkZero and Elevate both are known to have some issues with nerves. Elevate, though, they tend to choke when the pressure is on them, when they are the team favorites and they're trying to qualify. But right here, they're the underdog. So I would actually say that there's more pressure on DZ. You've got veterans like Troy Canadian, you've got Eclipse, who's been playing since year one of Pro League. Elevate are just stepping up, looking to have a good time, get their debut LAN experience, and you can see they're ecstatic. Like, Onigiri can't wipe the smile from his face.
All smiles. Well, this just coming in, we are moving into the map ban phase, so we're going to try to get that up on the screen right now. It is kind of cute to see these two teams in comparison. DarkZero obviously very serious right now, and then the Elevate, and they're just like all smiles, and we're like, yay, we're here. But okay, that information is on the screen right now, so Anne, tell me what you're thinking.
Honestly, Oregon is makes a lot of sense that it's a ban for DarkZero. It seems to be a bad map for them. They've banned it a lot in the last 3 months, so them banning that out makes a lot of sense. You have then Elevate coming in with that cosign pick, and I'm sure you can talk us a little about that.
Yeah, well, firstly, with that Oregon pick, not only is it one that DarkZero likes to ban, but it is in fact Elevate's best map. Since Stage 3, they've won it 13 times and only dropped it 3. So Elevate, unfortunately for them, they won't get that. Now, Coastline's not a most banned map for Elevate, and DarkZero, it's not like we have any crazy good results from them, so a bit of a surprise to me personally.
Yeah, and then you have DarkZero coming in with a cafe pick, which is kind of interesting because they haven't really played it recently, but it does seem to be a good map for Elevate. This map, however, is one that gets banned against both these teams quite a lot. You have Elevate coming in with a Chalet pick. This seems to be also a good map for DarkZero, and Elevate bans that map a lot themselves.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the full veto now, I'm feeling pretty confident in Elevate. Cafe, which was picked by DarkZero, is actually a really good map for them, the second most won map on their side after Oregon, so they'll be pretty happy with that. Obviously, they picked into Chalet. Bank as the decider is not one we've seen a lot of victories on from either of these teams. In fact, fairly poor results, 1 and 4 for both of them. So if we get there, hard to say what we'll actually end up seeing.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one for sure, that last map. As you said, both teams didn't really have good results coming into this so far on that specific map, but similar for DarkZero, what they said that really hurt them in Sweden was they had good defenses, but their late round attacks just didn't seem to work out, and I think on a map like Bank, that'll be very important to have your attacks sorted out.
So we are very close to going into this match really quickly. Who's taking it? Dev, you're in the hot seat.
Oh, I'm just going to go. I'm going to be full APAC shill. This is Elevate's game. I'm telling you right now, everyone's going to be like, yeah, DarkZero, let's go, team out. No, Elevate, let's go all the way.
And really quick.
I want to go against you. I do think the map's not good for Elevate, but I would say DarkZero has a good shot of winning this one.
Okay, our analysts split. Well, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, without further ado, let's get to it. DarkZero versus Elevate starting now.
All right, well, it's the dark horse of the tournament, according to Dev Marta, versus a team that hasn't always lived up to their expectations, according to Anne. And that's a potent mix when you get both of them going up against each other, because we don't really know what to expect in that matchup, Nick.
All I can say is, from the studying that I've been doing on my own, is that whatever you think you might know about Rainbow Six Siege when you watch Elevate play, forget about it, because they play a very different version of that game. Normally when we see the first map for Cafe, we think slow pace, strategical, defender-sided. I think Elevate's thinking, see a window, jump out a window, trade 1-for-1, madness, and they thrive in that chaos. A team like DarkZero, they might just struggle against that.
Talking to Dev before the matchup began, he said that the one thing about Elevate is they like to play that unpredictable style. They like to break out of windows, and he called them ranked goblins, is basically what he said, is they play a lot like ranked goblins. And he said the real test of the team's ability to take on Elevate is going to be a little bit of cheeky strats that apparently they have. He said they're going to try some things. He said Onigiri is going to try some things. He said, Nay might try some things. And essentially, if they get shut down very quickly, it means that their opponents have actually VOD reviewed them quite effectively. And if that's the case, then we know kind of how the matchup is actually going to end up going.
Yeah. But then it's like, expect the unexpected, right? And what exactly does that mean? Well, be prepared for everything and anything, right? If you're DarkZero, I would say unbind your sprint key, permanently be ADS with your gun, and just whenever somebody walks into your ADS crosshair, you gotta press left click and hopefully hit the head. That's essentially what it comes down to.
Well, the community seems to think that it's DarkZero who have the upper hand. 65% of you believe that they are the favorites against Elevate. And well, I don't know how well the community's been doing so far because I haven't kept track of every single community vote, but I will say this much. If you watched any of the matches today and you think that you know what you're talking about, especially now that BDS announced that they won't be playing with Rafael.
Oh boy.
I don't know if anybody's predictions are still standing. Anyway, let's get into the matchup. DarkZero versus Elevate on Cafe. Elevate will be starting first. Their first ban is going to be okay on Thatcher and an Amaru ban.
Are we safe to say that DarkZero's are reading into the possibilities of Elevate, and with the aggression, the Amaru makes pretty good sense. Elevate themselves, of course, took out the Thatcher. That's very standard. And then DarkZero follows up with a Wamai ban of their own. This is gonna make the utility clearing for DarkZero's side a little bit easier, and perhaps just make it a little bit, you know, less difficult to clear certain positions.
All right, some standard bans now from Elevate, but DarkZero obviously with Wamai. Wamai isn't as banned as often as he used to be. I don't know why, but Wamai's ban rate has fallen quite a lot. We tend to see more Miras, more Valkyries in particular, dominating those ban phases. Amaru or Amaru, depending on how you pronounce her, that is a bit of an interesting ban in the sense that we do not see that often at all. In fact, I cannot remember the last time I casted a match where Amaru was banned. So let's get into the action. Very first defense from Elevate is going to be on that main floor of Double Kitchen. They're going to be bringing a, well, looked like a castle, but they're going to go with the Thunderbird. They had the Thunderbird locked in. They decided to go with the castle, and now they're going to flex off of it. A castle is seen most commonly on that middle floor, Nick, especially if you're defending reading. So the castle could be done to throw you off, but teams also bring castle strats for the bottom floor. So that's something to keep an eye on. DarkZero obviously don't know what bomb site they're going to go to, but might find out very quickly. And with it being on the first floor, all it takes is a drone scooting through that main door and bakery to assess where that bomb site is going to be.
So something to know, Canadian actually 6-picked from, I believe it was a Buck, I'm not entirely sure if I remember correctly, but onto the Kali. So I'm not sure if this means that DC is expecting a top floor defense and thus they picked up the Kali to help clear out the utility and the jammers and whatnot. However, it could also just signify a direct bakery push so that with the Kali, you can make sure always to clear the jammers or the bandit charges if they're on the wall and therefore breach with that. Either way, the Kali is extremely low pick rate throughout all regions of pro play, which you would think is that's a bit odd because Kali is like a mini Thatcher and Thatcher is always banned, so why wouldn't you always play Kali? But I do think that the weapon just kind of holds her back for most players. Having a bolt action sniper rifle and a high recoil, also high fire rate secondary SMG, it's just not for everyone to like. Canadian, however, showing the flexibility of his character, being able to play most operators, I would say, these days.
Yeah, and he's on the flex roll for DarkZero. We got to see a good opportunity of DarkZero's new roles and a good look at them in those NA League finals, Nick, against the Soniqs. When DarkZero ultimately stumbled, and I spoke to Canadian yesterday actually to do an interview, and he said that they weren't actually anticipating that they'd win. They were just coming in with their role swaps to see how far they could go. They figured that a top 2 finish was definitely in the cards, but I think that was where their expectations ended, and it's really just a learning opportunity, he said. They want to try to find their footing and keep working through these new roles because the team did make some serious changes when Canadian stepped onto the team.
Yeah, I believe Dev said they've gone through 9 total changes with both coaching staff and players the last year or so. That is a ton of changes, of course, and with that, you're gonna have to kind of start over from scratch and kind of pick up the pace, and it sucks, but it's gotta be done sometimes.
Well, they're gonna ace the wall now, and you cannot mute trick this, so you have to make sure that the Selma charge gets shot away, and then you immediately cover that wall back up again. That's Nirix's job to do that. And it sounds like they're just going to keep losing mute jammers as those lances from Kali are being used on the wall. Could see another Selma get tossed out by Eclipse, but DZ only have 1 left, and they want to be very careful about how they use that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough beginning, right? Because there's no roamers from the side of Elevate, first of all. They're all 5 in the basement, so all the... Oh, DZ just walking in, C4 comes out.
Oh, and it clears out Canadian, refragged by DZ, but there goes Hyper. Down and out, my goodness. By the way, that's the shotgun being brought from Onigiri. It's not the actual spear. So, all right, you want to play close combat with the Thunderbird. That's fine. They're still droning out, though, now as both teams sit at 3 apiece. Just a minute to go, or thereabouts, with DarkZero on that second floor. A grenade primed and ready to drop down into coat check, and the Maestro will need to scoot on over, but there's an ADS very smartly positioned. So instead, it's Pambazoo to take the fight. A little bit of damage done to Napew, but he's still standing upright. Watching from that position with the ult in hand, no AA-12, so he's just going to motor right through them. And Pambazu will wait and hold the cross, see if somebody wants to back on up. Waiting for a call from his team, he can hear the 416 over by Whiskey, but he's not going to jump on into the action. Eclipse walking in through prep, down goes Napew, and Sapper's last one up, but a huge two-piece from Sapper, leaving him versus NJR. The prodigal son will need to return, as NJR is still in the same spot. He has no real information. Getting into the bomb site with the diffuser miles away, and it's just going to be a game of keep away from Sapper. Well done, with an evil eye watching him, and Elevate starts off the series with a round victory.
We can actually hear Elevate scream on top of their lungs off that first round victory. I don't think DarkZero necessarily understood or knew that Napew was actually injured, and that was indeed a 1 versus 1. But if we kind of go earlier up or earlier back into that round, that looked a bit weak from DarkZero, right? There was a jam on the wall, they throw a Selma, that didn't work. Then they Kali lands the wall, throw another Selma, that didn't work. Then they have one Selma left, they kind of give up on that. They said, alright, whatever, just run through Bakery, try and break open the round. They kind of get an equal trade back to that 3 versus 3, but then they didn't really progress from there. You spoke about the Onigiri shotgun. Now, at first you'd be surprised, but as I said earlier, anything you know about Rainbow Six Siege, you know, that makes sense, doesn't really make sense here. They, like, Elevate love playing shotguns. They do it on Echo shotgun, they play Hibana shotgun, they play shotgun on Pulse, which is something we haven't seen for years, and of course, on Thunderbird as well, also the shotgun. So if you guys see it, do not be mistaken. I don't think the Elevate players forgot to do their setups on land build. I simply just think that they are a shotgun kind of team. And that's something that kind of catches you off guard. If you see a Thunderbird, you would never in your right mind think, oh, don't go nearby, there's a shotgun player. No, you think it's a spear. No.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, I think that's the first time I've seen that shotgun be used in comp play from a Thunderbird, as you pointed out. If you're bringing a cab, teams will like to bring that shotgun on cab. Obviously, it's available for both these operators, but Thunderbird does tend to get used a little bit farther back with that spear in hand, as you denoted it. Either way, it's an upstairs defense now, and this is, well, a little bit more normal in regards to the setup. Obviously, that mute play inside a Bakery with the Thunderbird in as well is not something we see all the time, but instead, Elevate will be defending up top, and they've positioned themselves in such a way that they've got the bathroom hold, they've got that deployable shield at Pixel. They're going to try to keep the attackers at bay from inside a piano, and, well, it's a nice thing that Canadian's on Twitch, as he can be reunited with that EG skin from the old days.
That is a throwback indeed. Seeing a pretty basic setup from Elevate. Oh, you can almost call this boring from their standards. I didn't think they would just do like basic setups, but they have, and they've done so quite well. They got the shield inside of Pixel, they got the shield inside of Stock, so double shield setup. Of course, DC will have to now clear this. They're doing so with the flashbangs and the grenades. First shield gets blown up to pieces, and this is where the Wamai ban kind of comes into play from DarkZero, where, well, this becomes a lot easier with Wamai off the board. The only thing in your path is the Jaeger, limited ADSs, you only have 3 of those in a round. Of course, they recharge, but all you gotta do to make sure to circumvent that is to clear it rather quickly. That's not a problem for these pro teams. I will say, DC in the past, in like Stage 3 and whatnot, more in recent times with the current roster, they had this issue in NAL where they would kind of stall and waste a lot of time not being super proficient. That supposedly is fixed now based off interviews we've had with players and teams and whatnot, but I will say the first one we see so far has been rather slow.
DCH deciding to swing onto the red hatch, and he's not able to do much, so he and Napew will walk right back up to the stairs, or rather Napew will, as DCH decided, hey, I don't really want to go in that particular direction, so he heads back down into reading. Hyper holding inside of Cigar. Right now, DZ's push is coming from over towards Piano, which is where we saw all of that investment being made from Elevate onto the bathroom wall, which has been completely opened up. This has forced all of Elevate back into the depths of Cocktail. Pambazu gets a good long look at Onigiri and then gets destroyed in the ensuing gunfight. And another follow-up from Elevate as DZ are running headfirst into this Elevate wall. Onigiri still in the same spot, just tearing right through them, and down goes Eclipse. 2 players left for DarkZero as Elevate are making an absolute statement. A grenade gets tossed out and Hyper will follow up, but it's another from Onigiri. Okay. Looking to try and outduel NJR. Turn sideways, it's Nay to finish off, and Elevate, what an incredible start with these 2 rounds.
That's a great start and good gunplay to follow up with that as well. We saw Nigeria with the DMR getting a 3K on that round, basically playing inside of stock Freezer with those double shields set up, something that DarkZero failed to clear. You can actually annihilate those shields from the Skylight itself, so before you're dropping into Cigar and getting exposed and boxed in, you can go Skylight, flash it, nade it, clear it, then drop the hatches, and then you've kind of already dealt with that step that you'll be meeting later on. They cleared the Natus shield or Pixel shield to perfection, but then after that, they kind of stagnated. They didn't progress through the round, and now they'll be attacking Reading, which is a very similar situation with the shields and the setup on top floor, so now they get a second try at this same attack, or similar attack.
Well, Reading onto that second floor, this is where you could see a castle get particularly brought out if you want, trotted out, as we dare say it, but does not appear to be the case. Instead, the lineup that I see from Elevate, Nick, is going to pair themselves very well to that top floor. So go upstairs, maybe hold some map control, that's not too bad at all. But pretty standard setup in regards to the way that they're going to shoot out the floor. They'll probably shoot out head level onto the wall as well, leading into Reading to give themselves a line of sight. And essentially by doing that, you are preventing the attackers from taking up space so quickly because they have to check those angles. It's easy for you as a defender to swing through them.
Certainly, opening up angles for the opposing team is extremely important. It's the same with barbed wire. Essentially, is not the greatest utility, but if there's a barbed wire on a staircase, you're not going to be cheeky as an attacker and walk through it. You see, okay, there's a barbed wire there, I'm going to respect it, I'm going to walk away. However, if you see there's missing barbed wire, no barbed wire at all, it's like, oh, I can just walk up the staircase. They're not respecting the possibility of this rat play that I can do. And Elevate, actually playing a very basic and standard siege again, doing the same similar whole top floor, and this is again DarkZero's redemption round. Can they now, with the experience of the last round where they failed to clear it successfully, can they now figure out what the problems were and then do it successfully? Now, that is the test that they have in front of them, and if you're DarkZero or a DarkZero fan, you really want them to learn from their mistakes.
Well, first point of contact for DarkZero will likely occur on this top floor, especially with how Elevate is currently holding it. They are once again back over towards the bathroom side of things, and that was the Jaeger that we saw playing in that area of DCH, watching from the doorway into Piano. There he is.
There he is. DCH against DC. That's a lot of Ds.
It is, yes, and there is a big joke that I could make, but I'm not gonna make it. Canadian takes out the Goyo shield in the back of Bar, and then immediately it prompts the Goyo to have to get off of that position. There's a second Goyo shield still up inside a bathroom, which is where DCH is playing, as we said before. He has not moved from that spot. At any point, he can hit that gas barrel and run, allowing the flames to spread and peel off to try to get back to the bomb site. Deceptively fast round, as we've lost 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's fast round, but not much has happened. We actually saw DCH now moving back to top white planks because half the round has not been burned. You gotta play more together now and expect the push from DarkZero because it can be any moment now as they gotta start making their way through the map.
Well, we have to provide our own sound effects right now. No, we're not doing this again.
No?
No.
I can make Hyper sound. I can just keep going to for 100 bullets.
Hyper's going to creep on up. He's got a ton of munition and will hit the adrenal surge, walking ever closer to that Aruni gate, which is not able to be reset. And, well, it's the infamous disappearing act. As he sees the Goyo and gets the very first pick onto Napew, playing in that position, down he goes. But DCH lords over White Stairs, and he reascends, taking down Hyper in his place.
Yeah, you got 45 seconds left still. Now Onigiri picking up a second onto Canadian. That's Twitch off the board. Looking quite good for Elevate. They still have first floor control, and of course, side is still theirs. DC will need to take use of the verticality, but they gotta do it extremely quickly. There's no room for mistakes here.
And NJR with the demolition work above. He will try to watch over a possible diffuser getting planted with Eclipse, who's playing on these more passive roles. Still smashing away, waiting for Pambazoo to get by his side as Eclipse and Pambazoo now sit by the Reading door. They have an opportunity to break on in, but the 4 players remaining from Elevate will be looking in this direction. Sounds like a Nitro Cell went off, does not connect. Eclipse gets destroyed by Nyrix, and there's more as well, as that Alda will just spray away. NJR is above, and he's managed to get it down, securing the kill. But that's all all she wrote. Elevate, what a phenomenal beginning to this matchup. They're up 3-0.
They are, and this is Cafe Defense. It is the easier side, I would argue. Of course, that doesn't mean you should go 0-3 in your first 3 attacking rounds, but Elevate, I think when it's your first big event, you're against a big opponent in DarkZero, it's quite nice for your mental game to have a bit of a freedom moment here. Like, it's happy, we're winning, we're laughing, we're clutching, we're shooting, pew-pewing. I think that's probably going to be the biggest strength for Elevate going into this best of 3, because getting a bad beginning can take a negative effect on your mental. Getting a positive beginning obviously have the opposite effect of having a happy start. So they're going to be feeling good about this. And DC, not really with the best of vibes on screen right now.
And DarkZero have called a timeout after 3 rounds against Elevate, Nick. APAC so far are 2-0 today, and well, it looks like Elevate are very eager to make that the case. I know that people were sleeping on Elevate. They came into this matchup as one of the highest ranked teams in all of APAC. People forget this, that because of the way that the point dispersion works, that Elevate come in very highly ranked. I think they're 6th or 8th, if I remember correctly.
8th, if I remember correctly, yeah.
And people are sleeping on them. Yeah. People are sleeping on this Elevate team. As Dev said, it's the first team from Thailand to compete at this level. They're coming in with I honestly think, pretty low expectations.
Yeah.
They come in, people are doubting them. They've never come to an international event before. Your big focus is going to be on amassing as much experience as possible and then growing from that. So DarkZero already have their hands full. This is their map. They are down 3 rounds immediately. And after the results that DZ have had over these last 2 majors, yes, they made it to the quarters in Mexico, didn't go farther than that. They got bombed out in Sweden before. And this is not the start that they want if they want to be able to keep toe with the rest of this group.
Yeah, they got second in NL finals, losing to Soniqs rather in the grand finals. They beat SSG to get there, but NL finals doesn't have the most amount of merit because right now we're not domestic, we're international. So that's a bit of a different playground. So DC had the timeout. I'm pretty sure BC was talking to the players like, guys, let's get into swing. I know that in the past, BC has spoken about DarkZero as, what did he say? It's like, they kind of take a while to get the wheels going, but then once the wheels are going, they feel a lot better about themselves. You have a best of 3 now. You can sack the first map, in theory, as long as you show up in the following 2. That's okay, but there is no promise, there is no guarantee that that's the case ever. So sacking the first map just puts you back against the wall, and, well, if that's where you like to be, so be it, but it shouldn't be where you want to be.
Yeah. So here we go, underway with round number 4. A newly settled in DarkZero team is going to hope to do the best they can with it, and Canadian doesn't want to lose this Twitch drone in the process, but the Oryx doesn't have any interest whatsoever in taking care of that Twitch drone. We can go back and just watch for a second and see exactly what scouting missions DZ is going to go on as this Twitch drone and its tasers continue to take out just about every single cam that they can. Knowing that this is going to be a kitchen take, their lineup will likely be similar to what we saw before, even if we do see a slightly different Elevate playing off of this bomb site. I like some of the changes that have been presented by this roster.
No, certainly. We also see Onigiri now on a real weapon, if you will, no longer on that shotgun. I do think the shotgun's a bit questionable on the basement bomb side. We have 4 players from Elevate, like, tucked on site, and then we have 1 person kind of loose roaming up above. DC yet to kind of make their move just yet, figuring out if they want to go for a straight basement attack or want to clear up the floor above. It seems to be a repetition of the previous round on basement, the first one, where they're just going to hit Bakery straight up, try and clear out this player, and then progress from there. Hyper, opening kill into Napu.
And well done, and you need more of that from DarkZero. They've also smoked it off, and Sapper will toss out a nitro cell that does not collect the way that he wants it to, still with the smoke in front of him. He's got Nirix for backup right next door. Onigiri takes out Canadian, and down goes the Twitch. Canadian yet to find a single kill, and I think that's all she wrote for the front Bakery defense from Elevate. They'll reinforce the panel and immediately fall back, which allows Nirix to play safer inside of the bomb site. It also allows Elevate to stack up inside of prep if they so choose and play off of that close angle. They've got a soft wall next to them that's been opened up, but not allowing clear access for the attackers. A bit of a missed mark for Onigiri as NJR does work above to smash open the floor and punish the Thunderbird, who was sitting there and right now is top fragging for his team.
So there's no jammer on the primary breach from Bakery into Kitchen side, but they also only have one Selma charge left from DarkZero, so they will have very limited breaching capabilities to work with, so NJR on that vertical play really has to do some damage. He's already found one kill, but I do think they need a little bit more. Prone in the breach, nade in hand, Narek swings and gets the kill. The nade is useless.
And down they continue to go. A second for NJR above as he lords over those openings. Narek's unavailable for the rest of this round. Sapper and DCH side by side, watching to see where that diffuser is going to go. Once again, this big roll swap for DZ was to take Canadian off of hard breach, and Eclipse has that diffuser in hand. Do they know that it's going down? NJR a third from above, and a pop-up from Eclipse, but DCH can't do much with it. He's got a kill of his own, but there's two more to find. Toying with him just inside of prep, there's drone that's jammed, so there's no intel going to come off of this as DCH continues in that direction. He needs to watch from above to see if there's somebody there, but he gives his position away by making a sound. Out-duels Eclipse, and the last one up is NJR, who's just going to sit over top of those holes. Pop on it and see if NJR can get to you in time. He can. 4 kills for NJR, a huge round. He goes massive, and DZ find themselves their very first round on Cafe.
DC playing that 1 versus 2 pretty smart. The NJR on the vertical did not hold his teammate, did not challenge the vertical host because they knew as long as NJR is alive up above, it doesn't matter what happens down below. Having the vertical play in that post-line position is absurdly strong for the attackers. So you'd sell your teammate short, he dies, you get the 1v1, it's basically a guaranteed round regardless. DC is now on the board 1-3 in scoreline, but one interesting thing to look at is DC has the opening kill 3 out of the 4 rounds so far, I believe, which is, well, it doesn't look like that on the scoreboard because they're down rounds. So opening kill doesn't mean much, and again with the APEC aggression, they also often swing it back and they trade back the kill, so 1 kill becomes 1 kill on both sides, which means you're back to a 4v4. There isn't really a whole lot of advantage to be had in that scenario.
No, not at all. And one of the things that we do see about these types of Bakery takes is that when you have a very linear defense on Bakery, you don't have anybody up top, you don't have anybody on that second floor, and you end up getting boxed in. Once a Buck, once a Sledge, once a Zofia can settle in up there and start tearing away at the floor inside of mining, you're trapped down below. There's nowhere for you to go. The reverse is also true. We have seen defensive teams settle in up top on that second floor, and once that first Bakery wall gets opened up in the kitchen, teams struggle because they haven't put anybody up on the second floor. So just goes to show you how verticality is so important at this level. A very close round for Elevate still. So even though DarkZero gets themselves on the board, Elevate are not going to be too upset with that round, I feel like, and they are in the driver's seat at the present moment. Just a brief rehost going on for you to fix that unfortunate annoyance that we heard with the drone/mute issue, and we'll get back into the game and hope that all has been resolved and that we will once again be back with sound.
Certainly, and we just saw the Elevate players, it smiles across their faces. They very clearly like the position that they're in, and I think, yeah, they're just here for the experience, for the good vibes, and if they can get some dumps along the way, they'll take it. I mean, they're here to play. It's definitely shown the first 4 rounds, and I don't think they're gonna slow down anytime soon. We got Cafe into Chalet with a possible banked 3rd map if we wanna go the distance. All of these maps, maybe with the exception of Cafe, have a lot of mobility available to them. And I do think a team like Elevate, they like mobility. Moving and maneuvering around the map, jump outs, etc., aggressive plays, spawn peaks. So I think Cafe is going to be the most normal, if you will, map of this best of 3. It's only really gonna get crazier from here, I imagine. So if DC can get the first map, they get a bit of safety net, but if they don't, they really gotta step it up the full map of Chalet, because I think that's where Elevate might go nuclear, if anything.
Absolutely. So the stats have reset, but Onigiri has been the standout performer for Elevate. NJR doing work for DarkZero. Canadian had yet to find a kill, and I just want to keep that in mind because as much as he's a support player and as much as, well, a flex support player on this team, it is still important that he's able to get on the board.
Certainly. I mean, I always said when I was a player, the first kill is the hardest as well as the most important. Once you're on the board, it's like, I can't drop a donut now, I've done my thing. And it kind of feels like that's your entry into the game. If you go like 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds and you're on 0 kills, it can actually affect you mentally and kind of linger in the back of your head like, oh, you gotta stop doing stuff.
Onigiri doing exactly what he did previously, which is he'll shoot the panel and then hope for some kind of early pick. Can't accomplish it.
You can say he wants to pew-pew his opponents, which Nay would be very familiar with. Nay actually doesn't have pew in his name today, so Nay is normally called Nay Pew. Today, it's just Nay, which is funny because who doesn't like having pew in your name? It's like it's a shooter game, you have pew-pew, it's kind of like it just vibes. Hatch is being sledgehammered open from NJR. DC 2 players on drones trying to figure out what the layout looks like. We see red paints coming out onto those bubbles. The bubble is the evil eye, Maestro's camera, Maestro's gadget. So that is what a bubble is. The Retero drone now should be doing work, jumping up, getting stuck inside the cabinet, but gets the ADS as well as the bubble, so that's great clearing from them. You can kind of take your time now if you're DarkZero and just doing utility clear duty from the roof so that when you drop down into a cigar shop and whatnot, you've already done the first step. The next one should be the shield inside of stock, and there it goes.
I have never heard the noise that Retero drone made.
I've heard that a couple times. When it clips a surface, it kind of like wiggle waggles and it just repeats the sound.
Is that the noise? A wiggle waggle?
A wiggle waggle, yeah.
Wiggle waggle,
That's
okay, got it. They managed to take out the Goyo shield inside of back bars, so that is a good first step, and they are inching towards an execute, but they've got some things still left to be done. Number one, these laser gates, as Ace calls them, right in front of us. They need to be taken care of, and there you go, burned with a Gone 6. You got 30 seconds to waltz on through, but in the meantime, Hyper will breathe in some of that toxic canister and then toss out a grenade over towards the bomb chassis to potentially clear out other utility. 1 minute left to go here in round number 5, and there's a bunch of eyes from Elevate trained hard on these bomb sites, and especially over towards that cigar door and towards Red Hatch. Will they be able to accomplish anything as more of the floor is being torn up, which allows for DZ to walk into the freezer? Elevate are prepared to greet it. Look at how aggressive Elevate is being, though, Nick. They are ready and waiting to take these engagements against DZ, as they've been winning a lot of these fights so far today. But Pamazu leads things off. He gets the very first kill on Nirix. Onigiri is down now as well. In fact, all of Elevate are just collapsing like a house of cards. Nay will try to swing, but he gets outswung by NJR, and it's a flawless round, all right, from DZ.
That kind of seemed like it came out of nowhere. It looked like DC was about to be stuck. They breached open that freezer wall. I was thinking, oh no, they've boxed themselves inside Piano. Panbet finds 2 opening kills that kind of opens up the map. And then NJR got 1, Eclipse got 1, and, well, flawless round out of nowhere. We saw one in the previous matchup that we had earlier today between Soniqs and Empire, and now we've seen a flawless round between Elevate and DC, and we're just on the first map. 3-2 in favor of Elevate. Last attack for DarkZero right now. And it's going to be back down the floor to reading fireplace as we did previously.
Very final defense now for Elevate before the side swap, and we'll see if any major change comes on that second half. This map obviously has that same distinction of being defender favored. When you add to it that most of these maps do, it ends up being a wash. Just assume that most of the maps are defender favored. We aren't in a position anymore where Coastline is more attacker favored, or even Oregon is more attacker favored. It just tends to be all maps are right now tilting towards the defense. But that hasn't stopped us from seeing some attacker-sided matchups today either.
No, I mean, it's always a matter of the matchup at hand. If you have a team that plays a certain playstyle, will that be very aggressive or very passive? And how does that fare against the opposing team's matchup? So for example, Elevate DarkZero, well, if Elevate's a very aggressive team typically, and DC is a very strategical team, well, a lot of teams that play strategical struggle with aggression because they're not expecting it, or they're not used to it, or they want to do their 1-2-3 step plan, but then the aggressive team says, nah, we're just gonna like throw like a spanner in the, what's it called, a hammer in the spanner? A spanner in the wheel? You gotta throw something at something and then it just all, you know, breaks apart. What is it saying? A spanner in the wheel? I don't know what it's saying is, Parker. I need help.
I have no idea.
You don't know the saying is like you throw a spanner in the wheel and it like stops it from like turning or something? What's it saying?
I don't know.
Ah, man, I'm gonna look it up later. Anyway. Basically, you stop the wheel from turning, and then like you stop it in their tracks. That's
a wrench in the plan, gum up the gears.
Yeah, a wrench
something
in
like
the
that.
something.
That's the aim you're looking for, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a mechanic. I'm just a video gamer.
Well,
you unplugged the mouse. How about that?
There you go.
Speaking of that, Canadian just unplugged Onigiri. He's off the board. It's a 5 versus 4.
Hey, and it's the first kill for Canadian. Everybody applaud. Troy has found his way onto the board. And with that, it is the 4th round in a row where DZ have started off these festivities.
Yeah. looking good for DC. They're kind of finding their pace. That timeout might just have done the trick. And I do think that BC calling out the early timeout is better than later because you have a long match ahead of you.
Hyper will now assess the second floor as he walks down red stairs and pre-fires away as there's a slight jiggle peak, but nobody ends up taking any real damage. Right now, just trying to work on this clock and get as much map control as you can. This A-bomb site is Hyper's for the taking if he wants it. A lengthy reload inside of Train, as there's a body down prone on the floor. Still alive, by the way, not incapacitated or down, but neither in nor out. So, all right. Opening up the wall next to the fireplace, and now down by pillars as well. The spread from DarkZero all over on the west side of the building.
Yeah, so note that DarkZero brought out the Nomad, and most of those air jumps are going to go up above to help ensure the top floor is stabilized. And then you're going to have one player most likely just holding the flanks top floor, have 3-4 guys working below, kind of approaching the side. So it's like a limited take is what we call this. You only take what you absolutely need up top, and you just work the first.
Okay, well, Nay just decides to peek the doorway, not aware that NJR is in such close proximity, and with it, his head very swiftly removed from his body. But a bit of negligence from Hyper as DCH is up above, and Hyper gets caught out by pillars. Now over towards Cocktail, or over towards Cigar rather, as he walks out of Cocktail. DarkZero still need to find their footing and push towards the bomb site, but DCH might be getting a little bit too close. Does he know that there's somebody inside of Cigar? It's NJR, softens him up, but not enough for the kill. A second for NJR in that pivotal position. Ascending the stairs is Sapper. He's going to try to get side by side with Nirix, but he's spotted by Pambazoo. It just leaves the Maestro, who might not even have been spotted. Tries to walk in, but he gets shut down. Call it reading, and he gets read like a book. After taking that timeout, DarkZero wins 3 in a row. Turns out they needed to settle their nerves, and they're back on even footing.
Looking a lot better now, I would say. And yeah, maybe a slow start for them, but I also got to worry about the finish. We got the side swap coming through. DC goes in the defense. Elevate will hop on the attack. And I think this is kind of where we need to watch Elevate and what they'll be doing next. The Amaro is banned for a reason. DarkZero anticipates or have studied that is a big factor they can bring in their aggression, so they want to remove it off the board. And so now, what will Elevate now replace that with to answer back? That is what we got to figure out. Canadian 6ing from the Goyo onto the Kaid, so not gonna see a single shield on a defensive lineup this time around. That's very atypical. Normally we see at least one shield being brought every single round, so I think this speaks to a more passive setup where you're probably gonna reinforce both freezer walls, kite them possibly below in library, extend 1-4 below, you have a C4 as well, and you can kind of play this map more dynamically. And Troy Canadian of all people is known for his vertical C4s. Used to be a postman of all things. He knows how to do it.
All right, well, tail of the tape on that first half, by the way. Elevate getting 2 opening picks, 2 DarkZeros, 4. In terms of timeouts being taken, DarkZero have burned theirs. So if Elevate starts to amass another lead here on the second half, there's nothing that DarkZero can do. The only way to break Elevate's momentum will need to be done in the server. There's no timeout, no ability for them to talk. But it certainly seems like DarkZero have settled down. And with this being their map choice, they picked a great time to get back into this matchup.
That they did, and it does seem to be the case where, yeah, a very passive setup from DarkZero, both the bathroom and the freezer walls are double reinforced. Canadian on the Kaid will play below with reinforcements, and he can now ensure himself his own safety, and then that Kite Claw in that top corner will cover the walls up above. So a passive setup from DC, the Thatcher is banned, there's no Kite on the board. Nay with the Twitch is the only way to clear this out, so Canadian will need to be on his guard. If the Twitch drone saps the Kite Claw, that's value lost, but Elevate attacking from the basement, Troy might be in trouble.
Or the main floor, as we call it in North America, but I suppose
I call it basement.
We're in Europe right now, so I guess we'll go by with what you want.
You let it slide. I appreciate it.
They're tracking the Kaid now, as that's Canadian, who will be firmly in the sights of the Jackal. The spread out from DZ is all over the map, and Canadian will be playing down and reading. Shoots the drone away and then just watches to see if someone is heading his way up white stairs. Nobody for now, but he does have a defense next to him of that wall, double reinforced with an electric claw, so he can hide behind the overturned bookcase and not worry about getting pinched. That's a lot of utility for the attackers to use to shake off that electric claw and try to go after the wall. Instead, Elevate will likely need to engage in a series of fisticuffs with him to get him out of that spot, should they even want to.
Yeah, note that Canadian does have vertical play on the door to pillar, so he only has to worry about the door to wide hallway. The rest should be covered by his teammates, but Nerix, he's creeping around. Does Troy read this situation?
Well, he gets thrown down and flushed perfectly out as Nerix knew exactly where he was. Back up the white stairs he goes. Could somebody else be in that particular area? No. No footprints for him to grab either. He hears the thunderous steps and for but a second sees some headgear and oh my goodness, how was that call not made? Oh, Nerix is just cleaning up right now. Try not to peek Nerix challenge. Impossible. Right now everybody from DarkZero swinging in that direction. The C7E being put to good work. Nerix finally taken out by Hyper and Eclipse is a lineup, but he's going to get flashed before hopping on over and Sapper's just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, with 45 seconds left and both Eclipse and Hyper being oh so low on health, this is looking quite dire, but remember, don't count them out just yet. The Alder, it has so many bullets. You can shoot back forever. One person, two person, bring all three, it doesn't matter. Spots comes out, but nothing connects.
He's waiting very patiently behind that smoke. You could see him waiting to fire on in, but Eclipse gets spotted and taken down. That puts Hyper in a 1v3, but the suffering is ended by DCH, and Elevate take the first round since round number 3, and most importantly, the first round of theirs on attack.
I really like what DC was doing. I like the more passive setup. I like the Kite Claw below. I didn't like the lack of support they provided with Troy with, because he was left on an island down below. And sure, there's a little bit of verticality. Troy was left to watch one door alone, but the 50-50 gunfight didn't go in his favor, and thus he falls apart. And when Troy dies, so does the Kite Claw, and that kind of renders that entire strategy useless if you want to protect the wall. So either you put the Kite Claw up above, where it's more accessible but also less risky, or you give your player down below more support so that if they choose to come for him, you can make something out of it. Trade back a kill, or at the very least hold the ground more proactively. Create more vertical holes, because there are the shotguns on the defensive sides. You gotta make sure you use them at the very best. More holes is better than no holes at all, so if anything, break the floor a little bit more. Eclipse showing us the Russian operator of Tashanka. Again, starting to see more and more play. And of course, he brings his shield. We all love deployable shields.
Do we? That's the...
Yes, we do.
Do we?
We do. They're so important. That's why they're played every single round. The value they bring...
I don't know if we do.
We do. You know what we didn't like? We didn't like the Goyo My Jaeger meta with tons of utility. That we did not like.
I will say this, watching Tachanka just like rhythmically shoot out walls is like, oh, it's a symphony, isn't it? Oh no, are they opening the whole wall?
Yes, they would look, yeah, I think they're...
I mean, they're trying to. There it is. Okay, wow, this is a new one. So, we'll see how this unfolds. You've already got some hard breach being done, by the way. I don't know what part they specifically opened up. My guess is, yeah, there's a small window opened into the delivery door, which will allow them a line of sight to the back of Freezer with a single reinforcement on that Freezer panel. Ditto a single reinforcement on the prep panel as well. So, they're almost tempting Elevate to try and pressure from those spots and then gun them down in the process.
Yeah, it's a very typical extension where you both hold the bakery extended and also the VIP, one freezer wall being soft, that way you can help with the crossfires, and yeah, it's 5 players from DarkZero in the basement. They're not going to be consistent in the roam, they're not going to be denying that many drones. So it's all coming down to Elevate. Can they pick apart this defense? Do they know which side they want to go for? Because you can only really pick and choose one side. Either you hit the bakery or you hit VIP in the backside. You cannot choose both, and this doesn't work. There's not enough time, there's too much ground to cover, and it's simply too many things to do. So, vertically comes out, see if they can find anything from it. DarkZero players should be hiding from it. It would be a very big sin if they got caught in the fire.
Oh, so many bullets. And with all that gunfire, by the way, still 61 left, for the record, from Nay. And we'll sit on red stairs and have plenty of opportunity to just dump all of those bullets and all those munitions into the kitchen. The sledge still above. We got to see when NJR was on this roll last time for DarkZero how strong a sledge can be on this particular site when you're trying to pull off an execute. And unless DZ can do something about Onigiri, you're going to be in a really hard spot, because that sledge is going to continue to chip away at any type of protection that you might have above you and make the common spots where you're used to sitting quite uncomfortable.
That there are indeed. It looks like to be a backside take from Elevate. It's one guy on the white stairs, one guy Garrett's door. So what is the reply from DarkZero now? They have Hyper here trying to play for the crossfire, and they're all going to play around the VIP player. Nate comes out, so you step backwards. It's Pambasu of all player, rookie of the year, of the split rather. Of the full split, yeah, full year of the NAL. He will have to prove himself in this particular position. Nerix now rotated back to the VIP window, meaning Pambasu is going to be stuck in this corner for quite some time.
DCH has a lineup inside a freezer. He sees the laser gate, but there's nobody right now near it, or at least not that he can see. We know that with the silhouettes there is someone nearby. Oh, swing from Pambasu claims DCH, and the kill feed lights up, but it's DZ right now sitting on top. Sapper and Nerix walking right in, and Sapper literally in, having some trouble with that bulletproof camera, but trying to pull out that diffuser. Does so successfully. Canadian heading back to the site, and Sapper has to get off. NJR outduels him, and that's the round in favor of DarkZero, who once again equalize.
Very nice. Panda actually swinging the player inside of Garrett, winning that gunfight was quite big for them. That essentially means that every single threat from the side of Elevate is going to be on one side of the map. So the pins kind of got nullified by Panda, well done by him. And DarkZero, they didn't over-rotate into Elevate. They stuck their ground, they understood what they needed to hold, and it worked out for them. Even though Sapper got the injury from the hatch drop, it didn't matter ultimately because he managed to get the man advantage. And even without any yokai drones that neither plant, it just ended up not mattering at all. Guns can do a lot of damage. It's not all about gadgets, and in this current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, aggression and gunfight skill really goes a long way. It's kind of why Latsum's on top, why APEC is so dominant, because they can just shoot with so much precision, the aggression, and also synergy, I think. Understanding that playing together is such a big strength, playing off each other.
Is Latam on top, though, because they are not... They have not won a match yet today.
Hey, it's day one, okay?
Alright, you're right.
I mean...
I was joking, by the way, for those that are about to get offended.
Yeah, don't get offended.
I promise you it's a joke. See?
We saw some pretty banger games today. I mean, we were in the talent room watching the OXG Navi game, and if you guys haven't seen it, you don't have to. You don't gotta go back. It was a quick one.
You mean OXG playing some T-Hunt?
It's a big warm-up. Yes. Yeah, they're just doing the warm-up for their actual first match, aka their second match, because, yeah, that was... Sheesh. Okay, that was the second time, no more. Mirror being brought up by NJR, that is something that we love to see. This is going to make it much harder for Elevate to actually progress on the map. Eclipse with the mute jammers to go with it. If you got a mirror, there gotta be a jammer. Otherwise, that mirror will be gone very quickly. Good stuff.
Already one of those windows opened up that lead to Cocktail, and, well... I am not surprised to see DarkZero go back here after that first round, and obviously feeling a little bit more confident, maybe a bit more moxie from them in this particular manner. Onigiri's focus right now is on red stairs, and hard to tell from the spectating if, like, the way that this game spectates, if Sapper just missed the barricade. I don't see stuff like that and think, did he? I don't think so. So, anyway. This is a similar setup to what we've seen out of NA before, but look at that. The castle barricade with the Aruni gate in front of it is really fascinating on the bathroom door. This is a lot of protection right now for Pambasu because you're going to need to burn through both of those. You can't just throw an X-Kairos at it. You can't just shoot it with an Ash charge. You've got to actually get rid of it, and two of those X-Kairos go to open up the big doorway for the castle barricade. Grenade primed and ready from below with Nay, looking for a common spot towards Aruni, but no, Hyper's able to dodge it for now. There's a player from DarkZero down in reading again, by the way. This was Canadian in the past, now it's Eclipse in this spot. Half of the round played out. There's been no real action between these players just yet.
I think Eclipse is gonna have a bad day soon. He got two players kind of surrounding him, one side inside of pillars and this guy on the white stairs. So Nate actually comes out.
How many nades do they have, really? There's been so many going off. Canadian falls as well, Nick, and Eclipse swings, and you said he was going to have a bad day?
There it is.
Absolutely.
Bad day.
Bomb located by attack.
And he's in a 2v5. And all of a sudden, it was quite dire. NGR, Pambasu gotta clutch it up now to swing this back into their favor. Pamba looking to make the engagement, but no! Onigiri reads it, sees it, and takes him down.
That leaves NJR now in a 1v5, a flawless on the board, and it doesn't end up happening. Oh my, Nay gets dragged down at the last second, and because of that, there is no flawless. But again, they go back and forth. There was a flawless earlier on from DarkZero. Elevate squeezing out another another round as these teams on the second half look far more evenly balanced.
That they do. That they do indeed, and now DC are actually hovering Fireplace mining bomb site. That is quite rare to see, at least in Europe. I don't know if NA is more fond of it, but it's usually like, this is like a last resort kind of scenario, or if you have a flex strat, of course. Normally, there is like a version of this bomb site where like you play castle post, you can like play below in basement. I've seen that a couple times. Not in recent times, post doesn't get a lot of play. I think the UMP just holds you back a little bit. Even though its LAN and guns are feeling a little bit better on LAN, I still think fire rate is king, especially given that, you know, one-shot headshot shot thing. So the more bullets you can get out of your barrel before you die, it's just more opportunities to get the one-shot headshot factor. And the UMP doesn't shoot that fast.
No, it does not. All right, well, it's going to be a mining defense. The first time we've seen this bomb site, if my stats are correct. So we usually see any truers in chat.
Any truers?
Any truers? Any truers in chat? It's true. Any truers in chat? True. True.
What else is true?
10 seconds left.
Zero being played, actually. I just saw that. Zero being brought up on Onigiri. See, I didn't expect it from Elevate. I did not expect this at all. I was expecting crazy aggression, and they have been playing aggressive, don't get me wrong, but they've actually been playing solid Rainbow Six Siege and playing quite, like, normal, if you will. Good night, Panbasser.
Look at Sapper laughing right now as he knows that was just a single shot. And my goodness gracious, what a shot that was. Pambazoo taking some chances, getting a little cute, and unfortunately for him, he gets beaten out by Elevate.
This goes to show that when you're playing these rounds, especially a map like a FaZe where spawn peak and all those windows available, you really gotta be on your toes on both sides. Like one moment where you're just like not paying attention, you just lose your head.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
A really
gotta
good point.
stay alert. You know, if there's like a a terror drone that drives by you, if you don't shoot, it's gonna blow up your shield. That's just how it is. Gotta shoot him.
All right, nice shot there from Nyrix to open up that hatch, and now a grenade will go. Whoa! So well played by DCH. That is coming to a ranked game near you. And now Canadian is down for the count as well. Elevate just running a clinic at the moment on DarkZero, and now Eclipse is next. Nyrix on this entry has been formidable, but he's just claiming every soul that lines up in front of him. Elevate unhappy that on the previous round they were denied the flawless at the last second. Well, they've got another golden opportunity to do that. Hyper himself, formidable is a great word to describe him too, but that's an awful lot for him to do. Takes down Nyrix, immediately pivots. Diffuser being planted by Sapper, it's successful. So Hyper now knows what exactly needs to be done. Head back over to the bomb site, but he's miles away, miles away. Grenade goes out, Tracers whiz by, beautiful shot again from Hyper, but there's just too many people still left upright. You can make a couple nice shots, but 5 of them, that's a tough one to do. DZ was on their back foot after Pambazoo was killed within the first 20 seconds of the round, and Elevate finds themselves stunningly on match point on DZ's map.
Honestly, not a bad try from Hyper. I kind of wish that those shots could be coming out before it's a 1 versus 5, like a literal 1v5. Elevate that round, best described as speedrunning versus DC 100%. Yeah, that was a speedrun and a half. They kind of just found kill after kill after kill. I was particularly fond of the one tap from Sapper, but this right here. They shotgun top of the freezer wall, then tossed the nade through that breach into the floor and killed the player of NGR inside of dining, all thanks to a yellow ping from a drone they had previously placed in the prep phase. One can assume that is a beautiful thing to do, and it shows the complexity of Rainbow Six Siege where, well, there's a wall in front of you, and then there's a floor, or a ceiling rather, and if you break the wall, you can throw an angle-weight grenade into the ceiling and therefore kill the player a floor above you, which is ridiculous. So always keeping these things in mind, that danger from above, danger from below, and you never really know exactly when you're safe, because as long as the enemy has information of where you are and they have a grenade in their pocket, well, you can just die.
Danger from above, danger from below, danger, 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 anywhere you go.
Okay.
So
nice.
This is why you gotta. This is why they pay me the slightly above average bucks. Okay.
that's why. That's
the
the
sole reason why.
Okay.
Is to be able to come up with that stuff on the fly. And I rhymed again. Look at that. How do you do?
That's incredible.
All right, Elevate on match point. If they win, which is very likely at the moment, DarkZero will need to win the next 2 rounds in a row. Then we go to Chalet, which is Elevate's pick. DarkZero came in obviously having done their homework. They understood in that first half what needed to be done. They took the time timeout, and they seemed to regain their footing. This is what I said when they took that timeout, was because you have to burn it so early in the matchup. If you end up in free fall, you do not have a second parachute. That's it. You continue to fall, and DarkZero have won a single round on defense. That's it. Other than that, it has been Elevate all the way down. They've looked quite dominant. Round number 9, almost a flawless round until the final second. There's a trade that, unfortunately for Elevate fans, claims Nay. Nay, by the way, who died very early in this contest. So it's a reversal of what we saw in the previous round. And the round right before that, it was also very nearly a flawless with that diffuser getting planted and 4 people from Elevate still upright. So these last 2 rounds in particular, very impressive from an Elevate standpoint.
Absolutely true. And speaking of, well, let's speak of the past. It's a spanner in the works. I figured it was a spanner.
Did somebody DM you? Did you
Okay,
Google
someone
it?
DM'd me.
You didn't even think of it yourself. All right.
I couldn't. Okay. It was. I said a range in the work. It's a spanner in the works.
Okay.
So it was close.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. I had to I don't know. I'll figure out. Next time, tomorrow, I'll have a great comeback. It's fine. I just gotta sleep on it, think about it. We're still adjusting to jet lag as well, to be fair. That's like my #1 excuse, is that whenever I sleep, I'm like, jet lagged. Did fly all the way from West Coast America to Sweden. And, I was gonna say, Nerix almost sent somebody flying himself. It is a 5 versus 4, so Elevate has to find their footing right now.
FaZe don't need to work too hard. They just need to wait patiently as Elevate have to bring the fight to them, and they're going to do so without that sledge. So, I mean, in terms of killing potential, Nay has not been the standout performer for this team, so and that's okay. But at the same time, you don't want to be down in numbers the way that they are. X-Kairos being shot out now as DZ wait for the storm to breach their walls, and it starts over by Piano. But all of this focus from Elevate on the top floor is distracting us from the fact the bomb is on the middle floor. It is not a cocktail take for Elevate. Hyper died just a moment ago, by the way, so now we're back to a 4v4, but the time is the real culprit here. No! Eclipse drops on top of Zero somehow, and there's 2 kills from Elevate. NJR could soon follow, but he's taking matters into his own hands, and he'll have to do even more than that. How many hands does NJR have? None, apparently. It doesn't matter. Onigiri stuns DZ, as does the rest of Elevate, and they snag Cafe away from the North American team.
I mean, Dev did say it. Elevate is a dark horse, and here we go. First map goes into their favor. That is a 7-4 victory on DarkZero's map pick. Cafe, arguably the second best map from Elevate, so a bit ballsy for DarkZero to contest it, and we see Elevate, of course, extremely happy with that outcome.
I mean, I can't believe it was a 7-4 in favor of Elevate on any map. I mean, the way that Elevate plays, the fact that they're so underestimated, the changes that DarkZero made. Yes, DarkZero don't have the best track record at LANs, we know that. But Elevate came in as a bit of a mystery to these teams. Certainly. And the problem with some teams like that is you can't counterstrat them. You don't really know what you're expecting. Elevate also played in a cup in Thailand, if I remember correctly, just a month or so ago, which means that they were one of the most recently active teams. Most of these teams haven't played in 2 months or so. So Elevate's had some good practice, and it really showed. That's it for map #1. We've got Chalet up next. Will Elevate take their own map and seal the deal 2-0? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. Map between these teams, and it's Elevate's map. DZ just got shut down 4-7 with Elevate prevailing on DZ's map. Now it's time for Elevate to potentially close this out in a 2-map contest, or DZ to mount an impressive comeback and send us to map 3, Bank.
Yeah. So Cafe did not go the way that anybody expected, I don't think, and I'm a little bit worried if I'm DarkZero right now, because I think Cafe makes the most sense from a gameplay perspective, where you can kind of limit your opponent's moving capabilities. Chalet's a different story. On Chalet, you can run around like crazy people if that's what you want to do, and I think it'll become infinitely harder for a team like DC to really make sure that they can capture Elevate where they want to capture them.
Well, here's the score sheet that you see in front of you. NJR 19-5. Excuse me.
Okay.
I was obviously not watching the scoreboard.
That happened, yeah.
I was obviously not watching the scoreboard anywhere near as closely as I should have been. As for Elevate, quite even across the board. Napu the only one down in terms of KPR/KDR. And I gotta say, I mean, this was a frag fest. Look at what you see in the middle. It came down to kills, it came down to time, it came down to engagements. There was only 2 rounds decided by objective play, and even then, I don't think it was the objective play that decided it.
No.
I just think it means that the objective managed to get down, because I don't remember a single round where the objective was what sold the round in favor of either team. So honestly, Elevate, the more dominant team here, but kudos to NJR for keeping as tough as he was and staying in as long as he did in that match despite the unfavorable results.
Yeah, and I believe you are right. Both the rounds where the plan went down was like a 5 versus 1 or a 4 versus 1, so objectives definitely wasn't the name of the game. And that's on Cathay, a map that usually plays somewhat around the objective. So next up, we got Chalet. It's actually a map that DC has played in the past. Of course, there hasn't been a whole lot of competition in the last 3 months for most of these teams. There was the regional finals like EUL and NAL finals and whatnot. And then, of course, there was the qualifier for the teams that had to go through the qualifier, which neither of these teams had to do. But DC played Chalet once in the last 2 months. So, again, sample size is extremely small. I don't think that matters too much. But, of course, both teams have experience on this map. Everybody knows Chalet by now. It is a rework, so I don't think necessarily that many of these players played back in the day of year 1, but at least Troy can really charge on DarkZero's side. I'm sure that Elevate has a player that goes back a few years as well, so hopefully both teams can navigate the map through the new version. But as I said, I'm pretty sure both teams are quite familiar with it.
Oh, absolutely. Chalet is a map that can be also very frag heavy if they want to play it out that way. Now, it really depends on the meta and the way that teams approach the map. If you look at a map, or if you look like a bomb site on that bottom floor, then teams can get real kill happy real fast, but you tend to see these teams shy away from that. More likely that we're going to see some bar gaming, more likely that we're going to see a kitchen defense, and especially that upstairs bomb site. But that's just us speculating. Let's get through the ban phase first, as map number 2 is now underway between Elevate and DarkZero.
Would you look at that? Elevate says 1 time the Thatcher goes off the board, 2 times the Thatcher goes off the board. Standard stuff, and of course this is expected. Thatcher is very annoying to play against. He makes life too easy. A nuke ban from DarkZero once again. They really have read their book when it comes to Elevate Chapter, but it didn't prove to be enough on the previous map. I wonder if it will this time around. I do like it. I do think it makes sense, but what do they follow up with here? Oh, we gotta have fun.
Yeah, taking some time to lock this one in. It's Wamai
like
again,
previously.
just like before, you're correct. They didn't like the Amaru, but it didn't really matter because there was plenty of opportunity for Elevate to make their presence known on attack. Last band coming in from Elevate, and who's it going to be? Valkyrie, there it is.
Yeah, makes sense.
Slowly but surely, Valkyrie getting banned out more frequently than every other operator.
Yep. Valkyrie and Thatcher, they're holding hands. Like, not on the server, but like, you know, on the banning table. Because they never get to see play at all in recent time. And it's kind of funny with the Valkyrie because it kind of crept up where little by little her ban rate kind of increased, and then in recent times it's like, yeah, you're not going to get played ever again. Whereas Thatcher, you know, it's been a stable ban for quite some time now, which then makes a Kite very popular. And Kite on Chalet, if you have the cheeky Kite spots with a Kite Claw, it can get extremely frustrating to try and find those and clear them out as an attacker. Canadian played Twitch on Cafe for a couple rounds. He will hover it here in the first round as well. It makes sense. He's 6 weeks off it, so my bad. It doesn't make sense. The Florist comes out instead. They want to ensure they have enough soft breach destruction. They have 2 nades on Sledge, 2 nades on Fingap, plus the Gun 6, and now they have the Florist drones as well to follow it up. Plenty of utility on the side of DarkZero. On the side of Elevate, they got 2 bubbles. Again, that is the Maestro camera, the Evil Eye. And that's basically it. Elevate doesn't play a ton of shields right now, but they got 1 bulletproof to follow up. So 3 bulletproof gadgets, if you will, in total, and a ton of information to go with that as well. Remember, Wamai is off the board, so explosives such as grenades do have a ton of impact. And we saw quite a lot of nade kills on Cafe. Expect that to continue here in Chile.
All right. Well, I want to see what Maestro plays come out from Elevate. Seem to be a crucial operator for them on Cafe. Will it hold up the same way this time? Will we see a different style of Maestro being used? See sheltered minutes, so to speak, where the Maestro sits deep inside of the bomb site, or will they be holding map control off of it? That's the real question. Late setup being done now. Looks like Elevate seem to be finished.
Yeah.
15-20 seconds into live action.
Yeah, it's quite common to be setting up as the round progresses. Remember, the attackers is spawned quite far from the building, so 20-30 seconds into the actual live round is typically when you start getting contact with your opponent, so nothing out of the ordinary here. DCH sitting on this chimney position. There's a master bedroom defense, but they've extended to the library side. They're not going to be able to hold this successfully, I don't think, but it's just a matter of denying some drones, killing some time, because Chalet, quite a small map actually, so if you just let your opponents run it over, well, they're going to be hitting side extremely quickly.
DZ wants inside a library as badly as they can be, but they have to be wary of the fact that there are lots of hatches opened up. We talked about bomb site rotation for a map like Chalet, and right now Master Bedroom is going to be the very first bomb site.
Yep.
A lot of teams like to hang out over by Chimney and make sure that they're holding positions over by Library. That was Elevate's original focus, but it doesn't seem like it's as crucial anymore for them.
No, I think they had like a soft timer of roughly like 50 minutes or 50 seconds to 60 seconds.
15 minutes?
Yeah, that's a long match.
Wow, 15 minutes is
50, 60 seconds where they said, you know what, we've got the time we wanted, we can now just fall back to side, play the 5v5, and honestly, it's quite wise, I would say. With the Kite being open and the Thatcher being banned, this wall should last for quite some time as well, and all of a sudden, DarkZero, the time is ticking down. Oh, the timing on the drone.
So Rotero drone shot on in, down goes the ADS, will allow clear passage for any of those projectiles, and also a grenade to be tossed on up, and it looks like it's cleared out that Electric Claw. So say goodbye to Nerix's ability to hold up on the wall. No secondary Electric Claw thrown out. That means the exothermic charge is quite successful. 1 minute to go, and DarkZero now has an easier way into the bomb site.
So now we gotta ask ourselves, what is the plan for Elevate? Why can't DarkZero not just walk into this breach right now and plant Diffuser? One important thing to note is that there's only a C4 available on Nerix, on the Kaid. Other than that, it's the Evil Eyes. Other than that, it's just guns. So DarkZero, once they join out this bomb site, could very well realize that they can actually just start walking in and planting. There it is.
And Eclipse has the diffuser now almost halfway. NJR the very first kill here on Chalet. And trying to cut him off the wires, DCH turning around. Hyper out-dueling DCH in the process, but then turns his back to Sapper. Will need to be retrieved at some point. DZ falling by the wayside as Elevate's guns are hitting their marks. Down goes Nay. Eclipse, after he gets the diffuser down, takes some killing to be done as well. The last two players of Elevate need to watch, and Canadian doesn't get seen for but a second, and that's all it takes. Eclipse and NJR still upright, almost past the point of no return. 13 seconds left. Nerix is taken down, but that's information that Sapper will have. Unable to retrieve, it's one man against two more bodies, and a nice angle held by Eclipse. How about a 3K, by the way? Eclipse getting 3 big picks after that diffuser gets planted. That is enormous. And DarkZero with a very impressive first round.
Yep, and that's kind of what happens when you don't check all the boxes from Elevate, right? Once that wall is open, they didn't have many ways to deny the plant. All they had was a single C4 from a Kaid inside a master bedroom. The C4 did not connect, so thus the plant went through. I assume either the evil eyes had been cleared out by DarkZero or they were simply not put in that area of the map. Either way, you gotta ensure that you have adequate plant deny if you're going to be falling back deep into the bomb site, and that's kind of where the toxic basement smoke is a typical approach. Vertical C4s, etc. Of course, it's not a lot of verticality you can do on the bomb site in particular, but you can try and do something from dining down below. That was an Elevate's choice, and they got punished for it. Bar is next up, so bomb site rotation galore. It's gonna go straight to the next one. I like it.
Just like that. Just like that, they move to another one of the most popular bomb sites here on this map. I do wonder if we're going to see Elevate go all the way to the basement, Nick.
Yeah, the basement is not extremely popular these days for good reason, but...
What's the reason for that, Nick?
Well, the thing is, it's just extremely easy to like open up the walls. You know, if Thatcher and Maverick are both banned, I would argue basement is quite nice. But Maverick is open. And also, you have so many explosives from the attacking lineup when you play the likes of Iana and Finka, which most teams play most rounds. So, basements is like a passive bomb site where you sit in corners a lot. Grenades, they really like when you do that, right? Well, Maya's banned. That means you cannot bunker up as effectively. The Maverick is open. The walls aren't safe. They will be opened up if that's the operator that they bring. So, basement, not the greatest bomb site. I would say bar, kitchen are great. Master bedroom is also great, actually.
We rank the bomb sites. Put together a tier list, just like you did of all the teams, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna get that so wrong. People are gonna hate me for it, but you know what? That's okay.
It's free content. Oh my. The DMR in the hands of Onigiri is really a fascinating thing, and just ask Pambazoo, who's had to deal with it a couple times now. Pambazoo not allowed to spawn into this round, so DZ will fight without their Nomad. That means somebody else will have to be dedicated to flank watch. You don't have easy utility to deal with it, and more importantly, you're going to have another set of eyes. That takes somebody off of whatever position they're on. I don't know who they're going to want to do it. Probably Eclipse after that diffuser gets planted, should it? Maybe Hyper or NJR. Almost certainly not Canadian on this Yana roll. These grenades also quite pitiful at the moment. Sapper's still upright, not taking any real damage from it. He's lost about a quarter of his HP so far, but that's really not that much given how DZ tossed in 2 nades to try and kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Sapper can sit in this corner for a while. It's a waiting game. He doesn't have to move. Kane makes the first move, jumps in, gets shot in the back. It doesn't matter. Follow from there as well to NJR, and now we're falling by the numbers. Eclipse finds one to trade it back, but it's not enough.
Adrenal Surge hit by Hyper to try and maybe stem the bleeding, so to speak, or keep somebody upright should they be down. Sapper will have to be retrieved. He's been worked back into fighting form, and they'll both drop through that hatch. Eclipse drops as well. 1 minute to go. Diffuser in his hands, and the Thermite will have to vault on in, but you do so at your own peril. I don't think they have proper intel as to where these players from Elevate are situated on the map. We know Sapper's up top inside the library, but they might not know that. They don't know exactly what position he's in. Hyper taking some damage. I wonder what gunfight he's currently engaged in. Embroiled in over by Piano. And will throw a nade down in case somebody is over there before vaulting on out, also to cover his tracks. Confronting one of those laser gates, there's really not much that he can do. Toxic Canister goes off, and it seems to be a pretty decent time to do that. Still one left, and Eclipse is fighting shadows in the corner of Library as DZ swinging blindly, trying to get to the bomb site with the final 30 seconds on the board. But they are suffering, and it's Napew to swing on the Hyper. Eclipse with the Thermite charge above. Maybe a distraction. I don't know what his plan is here, but he's going to drop, and he's dead meat. That's a GG go next, I suppose you want to say, for that round, Nick. It might have been a long one, but Elevate perseveres and they tie things up at 1 round apiece.
Yeah, Saber is kind of the hero of that round from the side of Elevate. He understood that these nades were not hitting the marks, and that means he can sit tight in this corner and not have to worry about anything. There's no reason to walk out and risk an engagement and getting shut down when he can just sit in the corner and try to bait out all this utility. Canadian even jumped in the window trying to make it work. Got shut down from Nerix, there was good refrag going on, Elevate came out on top, they had the man advantage, and of course we saw at the very end Eclipse had to just desperately drop the hatch with not really much to go for him. You're not expected to really do much in that position, but they tried, and that's what you have to do. Nerix 6ing off the Kaid, so they're done playing that game. They're onto the mute now, trying to deny more walls at once, as well as denying some intel from DC. Not a bad choice at all. We're tied up 1-1 in scoreline, and we have been on these 3 rounds on 3 separate bomb sites, as now we have made our way to Kitchen.
Do you think we're going to see a defense of the bottom floor at all?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Ever again?
I mean, we will at some point. For this particular situation and matchup, I don't think we necessarily will. But I promise you, Parker, at some point in the next year, I'm sure we'll see.
In the next year?
Yeah, that's like a safe bet.
Yeah, okay.
It's a very safe bet.
Okay.
All right, how about this? We will see it at this Invitationals at some point.
You know, I think before the sun ultimately expands and consumes the earth, that we'll probably see another downstairs defense on show.
Yeah, it's a safe bet. It's like a guarantee.
I mean, I will breathe air in the next 5 seconds. That's also a safe bet.
That's because you have weak lungs, then, because I can wait 10 seconds. That's double.
It's not about not wanting to breathe down.
I'm just saying.
Weak lungs.
I'm just saying. Okay? I'm just saying.
Kitchen defense and Elevate has what looked to be 3 bodies on the top floor.
Yeah.
Playing off of that verticality. Elevate did very well with that verticality on the previous round. Library was a stalwart defense, and it really showed how strong they can be.
Oh, that's 2 for 1 right there, getting 2 drones with basically 1 spray. And that's also some information denied from DarkZero. They gotta now throw another set of drones and now recheck everything, because where is DCH around that? But joke's on you, he's made his way all the way back to office, and they've kind of given up that first part of top floor and library side. Now let's say office is all we care about until you start challenging that instead.
JR, the one-man wrecking crew over by Library. This was a part of the map that DZ struggled to gain control of on the previous round. Not quite as pivotal when you look at this bomb site of Kitchen down below, but still an important part of the map to hold and ensure that you flushed everybody else.
Yeah, the way that Chalet typically works is that wherever you are at the bomb site, you want to extend either 1 room up or 1 room over. So again, if we're in Kitchen, you want to extend 1 room up, that's master bedroom office, or 1 room over, that's kind of like bar, and then with bar you also want to do library just to deny the entry points. And that's exactly what we see Elevate do every single round. They make sure that they use as much of the map as possible. However, they don't take fights in bad positions, they rather fall back to the next part of the plan.
Nice rhythm here as DarkZero clear out that mute jammer on the dining room wall and then open the wall with the thermite charge as well. It's going to allow Elevate to see greater line of sight into the lobby, but they will have to worry about the greater sights from DarkZero staring into Kitchen, as that hole goes both ways. Sapper will be quarterbacking the defense right now as he's by the dining room table. Unsure which member of DarkZero will be the first to engage in this contest. NJR just narrowly misses that very large balloon-shaped head of Jaeger as DCH still works above, waiting ever so patiently. Canadian on what seems to be a flank deep down in the middle of the basement, and Sapper gets destroyed by Eclipse. DZ lined up, they're ready to charge right in. They have the momentum, but they don't have a ton of time. 30 seconds left for them to walk right in. Hyper gunned down. Onigiri is the one to do that, playing this angle. Nay is the next one up. Canadian gets dropped, but Eclipse is still holding this angle. Eclipse is fragging out of his mind, but he's got the diffuser in his hand, and he'll need to get it planted, which will put DZ into a 2v3 position. Elevate still waiting, very patiently. Toxic canister goes out. Does it connect with Eclipse? That's the question. It looks like it's doing some damage to him. No! Howard they missing him? He's now starting to breathe it in, but he manages to get out with just a shred of HP until DCH with a massive triple kill, and Elevate will hop on that diffuser immediately.
What a great time for DCH to make that flank play right there. I am so confused what happened with Eclipse there. Not only did he get 2 kills, he got the plant down, but he was surrounded by toxic gas all around him, and for a moment, it looked like he was invulnerable, and then a few seconds later, he started taking damage. Got out with just a slither of health, but it wouldn't matter in the end because, as I said, DCH on the flank made the play. So, nice try from DC. They had a really good early round, had a really good mid round, and at the very, very end there, it kind of fell apart. They actually took the right approach to this bomb site. They breached the office wall, ensuring that no vertical play could be used against them. Then they breached the wall into sight so that they could execute, and then they just held their ground. It came down to gunfights. Unfortunately, they lost it with Canadian in the basement, NJR up above, and 3 guys on that main floor. So, setup-wise, great job from DC. Outcome-wise, great job from Elevate. And now we're seeing Master Bedroom once again, but with a pulse this time. Remember, the very first defensive round from Elevate, we saw an issue with the diffuser being planted and they could not contest it. This pulse is going to give you information and verticality that you otherwise wouldn't have.
Absolutely correct. So, the cycle will replenish itself, begin anew, so to speak. Your prediction that while we might see a downstairs defense at some point here at SI, the fact that we won in this matchup, it's looking pretty good right now, Nick. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, and they brought shields too, Parker. They got Natus and Goyo, so they got shields. They had no shields last time, and they got Alibi. 3 shields, vertical C4, bulletproof. They got everything right now, except for a smoke.
5 seconds left.
That's pretty good.
That's not too bad.
Nah, it's not too bad at all. I mean, Alibi right now is a quite highly valuable operator. You get the purple shield, you get 1.5x on your primary, good weapon, and you get a secondary shotgun. That is incredibly high value when you combine all those factors together. And honestly, I would argue a slightly underrated operator. She doesn't see that much play, but when she does, it can be quite frustrating to play against.
I like that Natus is bringing the TCSG, by the way. This is something that I saw him playing on a Kaid earlier, and now is running that same weapon here on Goyo. These are the only 2 operators who have access to it. It is a bit abnormal. Teams don't tend to favor those weapons. If you're running a Kaid, the AUG is the go-to recently.
Speaking of,
I mean, look at this pulse shotgun.
Yep.
This is something that we know about Elevate, and we have seen before. That pulse will go for it, hop out a window, and destroy you with the shotgun.
Yep.
And I am eager to see if DarkZero have prepped for this and are aware of it, because if not, it's going to be a rude awakening for this team.
I mean, just imagine the first gunfight you have against the pulse. You go, guys, he has a shotgun. You're like, what do you say to that? It's like, okay, did he like mess up? Did he not do his loadout equipment correctly? No, this is Elevate. They just bring these absurd weapon loadouts, and it works for them. That's why they're here. But it's quite abnormal for these regular teams to play against.
Well, they're doing the drone work that they need to do. Nay is still down below. He sees a drone. I don't know if he got spotted on it. He shoots it and runs away. So his position is covered down on that bottom floor. Might have been given away. Opening up the wall inside of office. Half of it laser gated off. And Eclipse will pilot his drone on in to give intel to the rest of his team. Nay slowly getting back to the bomb site, but the rest of the team right now just trying to stave off whatever push might come. That shield that you said that was set up on top of the piano by the Alibi is now gone as the Rotero drone goes in. And Canadian will continue to do some destruction as now a bulletproof camera goes as well. Each of those Rotero drones claiming 1 piece of Defender utility, huge value.
Note that it's both the Pulse and Natus on the Goyo down below, so you have 2 C4s. Often we'll see the Pulse scan for Natus, so he will use his C4 first, he can pop it, run back up above, Pulse can stay down below. This is great value from Elevate, and it exactly counters the issue they had before. Onigiri with the DMR takes out Canadian.
Again, Onigiri is able to get these high-impact kills, and a second was lined up, but then an opportunity was missed. Adrenal Surge goes out, and NJR takes down DCH, but with 1 HP, Bambazu is down, and there is the pulse kill from Nay. He comes in with a shotgun in hand. Eclipse attempted that diffuser. Look at the HPs on both Sapper and Nay. This is going to be a problem for Elevate, as Natus is the only player that isn't on a tiny bit of life. It doesn't really matter, though, because he can fight back and absolutely demolishes them. The gun's coming in, and it's Sapper with 1 HP and a dream to get a huge 2-piece. And just like that, Elevate stretches their lead. They're up 3-1.
So the gunfight that happened inside a fireplace between Panbasu and Ney on the poles was extremely important because the second Panbasu lost the gunfight and died, DC had to get off the plant. They were actually about 3 or 4 seconds in, so about halfway, but they knew there was a post below. Not only does he have a C4, he has the scanner, he knows exactly where they'll be planting, so then they flushed the side of DarkZero. They went deep onto the side. We saw Elevate go all the way backwards. One player inside a bathroom, one player inside a solarium. They understand the line they need to be walking on very, very well because of that post info below. So that's all they needed. They needed the post to make this bomb site work, and now they're up 3-1. Next bomb site looks to be bar. But meanwhile, we got a tactical timeout from DarkZero. Very similar fashion as before in Cafe. Once they're down a few rounds, they will be talking it through and saying, alright guys, let's not fall too far behind, let's pick up the last 2 attacks here, make that a 3-3 tie, and then we can do our thing in defense. And honestly, I think it's a very wise choice, especially seeing as you lost the first map off Cafe. You don't want to put your back against the wall too hard in the second map.
This is particularly worrisome for DarkZero back in map number 1, which was DarkZero's map choice, need we remind you. Elevate stretched their lead to 3 rounds, up to DarkZero 0, and DZ hit that timeout button after the 3rd round. This time, DZ slapping the button 1 round later in round number 4. So DZ wins round number 1. After that, Elevate, very strong. Does what they need to do, hold map control well. They're quite aggressive. They fly under the radar. They have 2 deep flanks. DZ doesn't know anything about it, and DZ ultimately stumbles. And the thing that I am noticing the most from DarkZero is that their guns are just not coming alive. If you look on the right side of your screen, Eclipse has 7 kills. The rest of the team combined for 3 kills. So Eclipse having 7 kills. Next is NJR with 2, Hyper with 1. Canadian and Panbasu have basically not been able to do anything in terms of actual play on the battlefield. It's not good enough for this DZ team. They need more contributions in terms of kills.
I think the kryptonite of Panbasu is just onigiri with the DMR. I think you can count like let's say Pamba has 10 deaths across the last 2 maps. I think like 6 of them, more than half, that's onigiri's DMR. Like that's it. Panbasu also did die to the pole shotgun last round, which is like the first pole shotgun kill in professional play, and honestly, at least like in tier 1 play, that's the first pole shotgun kill for years. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember the Amaru ban. I was thinking, okay, well, I don't really remember the last time we saw that, but now I'm thinking, when was the last time I saw a pulse shotgun?
Yeah, that's a while back. We did it like back in early year 1 of Pro League. Now we're at year 7 or about to enter year 7. We had a lot of pulse shotgun on maps like Bank. It worked quite well. The shotguns back then were actually stronger than they are now in terms of killing power.
Yeah.
But that was 6 years ago. That's a long time. Now, like, different story nowadays. So
you were just a baby at the time.
Yeah, still am, just with less hair. Less hair, baby. That makes me more of a baby because I have less hair.
Sounds very weird to say out loud.
That does sound, yes.
But that's okay.
Shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. DCH playing this streamy position once again. Sapper as well inside the corner of Library. This is like their positions, if you will. They've been here a couple of times. They've made it work time and time again. Remember, last time they extended, they had like a soft timer at around 50 to 60 seconds. However, that wasn't on the bar defense. But they might have a similar timer here. Sapper looking to maybe drop when the Nick comes out. No, back in the corner he goes. He knows that DC missed the last time, and of course this time again. Same story.
A hard angle for them to hit, evidently, as those are 2 nades thrown in his direction, but there's one more from NJR. Oh. That one lands as well, but Sapper is just immune. Is this spot some secret anti-nade shield? Another grenade is being primed, this one from Canadian, and well, this one drops it again! Sapper lives! And this one falls through the floor! No! How many nades? You still got 2 more. Hyper has them available, and oh my goodness gracious. What a series of mishaps.
Do they call over Hyper to try again? Or do they just say, you know what, guys, this guy's not... he doesn't want to die. Like, let this guy be in his corner. We don't care anymore. Like, just rotate over, take Master off his side, and just sweep the map. Because this is not working. Sapper is invulnerable to explosive damage.
Incredible stuff. Just really just phenomenal work there. And... unfortunately, I think that in many ways is emblematic of what we've seen of DarkZero now, just throwing things in with reckless abandon. And Nay swings and gets the kill onto Hyper. This round might already be over unless DZ are able to regain some level of mental composure that we haven't seen from them so far on this map, because that is a lot of utility wasted, and they are obviously going to be unhappy about it.
Yeah, and it sucks to say because DarkZero is one of the most proficient teams with strategy and coordination, but they have the lowest value so far that I've seen from any team with their grenade usage at this tournament so far. Onigiri, DMR, stays on top, finds another one. That's getting off the board. 0-5.
Oh no, oh no, oh no! And there's another second one for Onigiri down on the stairs leading to the basement. Next one up in line of sight is Pambazoo, and he manages to outduel Onigiri, but there's still 10 seconds left, and he needs to head through that main lobby. Is the default cam still up? That's the real question. Either way, they know where he's coming from. He's finally been able to find a single kill, but that's all he's going to get. The one onto Onigiri is all she wrote. The timeout for DarkZero does not pay immediate dividends like last time, and Elevate's lead will grow by another round.
Elevate, we can hear them every round they win. They scream, so they feel this, they want this, and they're having so much fun with it. I mean, when was the last time, we kind of spoke about earlier, when was the last time you saw people pick pull shotgun, scream when they win, enjoy, and just have a really great time? It is big smiles across their faces. I think they might even be in a state of disbelief, like, what is actually happening right now? What is going on? We might just beat DarkZero 2-0 in our opening game at the 6 Invitationals. First team from Thailand, the dark horse of this tournament, representing APAC like every other APAC team does, with success.
I mean, at this point, who doesn't believe in APAC supremacy?
Yeah. I mean, it's not even a question anymore. APAC is a region that is here to stay. It doesn't matter if it's Sandbox, Damwon, Kia, or Elevate at this point. They can all play the game at the highest level. It did take them a few years to get there, but oh my, the last 6 months or so, they have just, I would say, elevated through the ranks.
This is the old Xavier roster, by the way, for those people that might know. Xavier, also part of the Rainbow Six Share program. They have the gun skin on the F90 in-game that is run by Gridlock, if people recall. I know.
Didn't know that was called F90. I learned something today.
See, there you did. Wow. I like the F90 a lot as a weapon, and I don't know if they intend to keep recycling weapons onto the new operators, but if they do, I hope that the F90 finds its way onto one of the new attackers.
That is such a good statement, because I'm not a huge fan of playing Gridlock with the 1-speed, but I do love her weapon, and it's a shame it's not on other operators for that reason.
I absolutely agree with that. There's certain guns that are just so satisfying. They feel good, they act good, and that's definitely one of them. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much here. What is this?
Well,
from Nay. Look at that.
Kitchen bomb shot. Yeah. Kitchen bomb side. Nay is like watching the window, right? I'm not sure if there's a hole in the window or if he's just sitting there, but either way, Library clear sweep over from DC. This time around, Elevate not contesting. They're actually just giving it to them for free. They say, well, we don't really care about Library. We care about the half of the map. That is the office, the master bedroom side, that half of the map, and of course, kitchen itself. Last time that worked for them in their favor. This time they say, you know what, let's just keep that up.
Have to deal with the mute jammers now as the drones go on in. Again, you talked about bringing shields onto this side of the map, whether it be upstairs, whether it be on that main floor. And the shields being brought this time are just one, and that's by Nay on that smoke. Instead, this alibi is running with the impacts, and I'm assuming that what the position is to try and deny the exothermic charge that will eventually go onto the wall. And that's exactly what could happen. Is that a player inside the main lobby, by the way, that DCH just
He's just outside.
Out on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I saw that, and I thought to myself, okay, well, is that a potential kill? This is your perfect opportunity for a nade, but you gotta wait for that mute jammer to go. It'll take out, finally, with that grenade, and Sapper will take out the exothermic, but he misses. The thermite charges it down a little bit too low, and the wall will get opened up inside of dining.
Yeah, so if you guys are a thermite main watching from home, the reason why Eclipse put that exothermic charge crouch level is exactly for the impact grenade. It makes it a lot more difficult because of the explosive range of the impact grenade, so putting it as far down as possible ensures that the highest chance of it going through, and if that impact check was gone through, there would have been no more heartbeats left from the side of DC, which means the walls could not have been opened, so well done for him.
Nobody dead just yet. That benefits DarkZero, I would say, with the fact these opening picks right now are in Elevate's favor, but they get another, adding onto it with Hyper being dropped. So another round, and Elevate has extra influence.
Sapper!
He gets Canadian now too from the same spot. DZ will just keep repeating the same mistake over and over again. Eclipse gets one. He's been the leader on his team for this map. It was NJR on the previous, but now it's Eclipse stepping up. Pambazoo onto the scoreboard. Got a kill previously, and control of the bomb site seems to be for DZ, but Onigiri takes out Eclipse. Pambazoo softened up as well, watching through the doorway and finished off by a nitro cell tossed out deftly by Nyrix. NJR above, and he'll take out DCH, but where does he go from here? You have to drop down. The diffuser is miles away, and he knows that it's dire straits. And a kill from Onigiri will sort this out. Add it to the stat column, but it doesn't matter either way. It was over for DZ. What a devastating first half for DarkZero, but absolutely commanding for Elevate as they're up 5-1 here on Chalet.
So, two things. I think Onigiri is breaking the world record for most DMR kills in a single best of 3, or at least in 2 maps, I would say. Secondly, I think it's time that DC lets somebody else plant. I know they're going on the defensive side now, but I feel like they should have let Eclipse just keep doing something in the gunning part because he's doing so good at it. Because Eclipse becomes the droner, the breacher, the planter, the entry, and the top gunner all at once. I feel like you gotta kind of spread out the workload there because it's not really fully fair to him. I'm wondering and curious if he's gonna continue up that streak on the defensive side as well. He's currently 9-5 in the lead of the kills on DarkZero's side, whereas oppositely, Elevate looking very, very close to each other. Top gunner is 7 kills of Onigiri, bottom fragger is 4 kills on Nyrix, so only 3 kills between top and bottom. That's quite impressive. That basically tells the story that it's each and every single player of Elevate playing together, everyone contributing. On DC, we got 1-6 on Hyper, 0-6 Canadian, 2-6 Pambazoo, but keep in mind one of those kills went a 1 versus 4, it didn't really matter, low impact. And then you just have Eclipse at 9-5 and NJR with 3-5. It really tells a story of individuality versus team cohesion when it comes to gunplay.
All right, well, DarkZero now moves on to defense, and they're going to start off with the Bar Gaming bomb site. The only successful attack that has happened so far here on Chalet was on Master upstairs. It was DarkZero who prevailed back in round number 1. Since then, DZ have just been adrift, if we can call it that, with Elevate taking the fight to them, and the unpredictability of Elevate seems to be getting under the skin of DarkZero. DarkZero are not playing confidently, they're not hitting their shots very effectively, and Elevate is taking full advantage of that. And the scoreboard being what it is, well, it tells a pretty damning story. To make it worse, DarkZero has already used their timeout. It netted them exactly 0 rounds since they took it. So things are grim for DZ, and you have to hope, if you're a fan of DarkZero, that this is just simply a very defender-sided Chalet.
It very well could be. I mean, I know typically we say that Chalet is like an attacker-ish favorite map, depending on who's playing, what operator bands are through, but you never truly know what kind of attacker-defender-sided map a map is because the matchup matters so much and how each individual player and team chooses to play the map. So far, Elevate, they haven't done too much with their time. We're almost at that halfway point, and so far, they are attacking Bar. They're doing it from the roam clear over, so of course that's like master bedroom, solarium, office, piano, and they will have to be met with a couple of shields and setups once they get to this chimney hallway or library hallway. So they gotta really start working their speed, but again, I don't think Elevate would be shy about just like pedal to the metal, go through, get the kills, and get it done because they have so many rounds to spare that they can risk taking these risks.
They can risk taking the risks?
Yeah, they can risk taking the risks.
All right.
It's a really bad wordplay, I'm sorry.
I know. Elevate is so close to a massive victory. This team has not only not competed at a level like this, an international level, but they certainly don't have a victory to their name. And Nay was the one close to doing that. He'll smoke off library stairs, call for an adrenal surge, and a nade will hit its mark onto Hyper. DZ had some struggles with those nades. Doesn't seem to be the issue. Nay walks in and takes out NJR as Hyper had gotten the 1 kill for his team. And it leaves Elevate with an advantage still 4v3. Pambazoo at half HP. There are frost mats in play, so this is something to keep an eye on as we move forward. But all 3 of the remaining players up for DZ are playing trap operators, to a certain extent, if you want to call them that.
The ADS, unfortunately, there denies the Gone 6 from being used. No nades left on the side of DCH. Now, with 15 seconds left, it'll come down to a push and a kill. I don't think they can do much right now. And with the traps on the bomb site, this might be quite dire. Ney will be the first scout to take the gunfight. No, Eclipse takes it instead. Ney's middle bomb site, Diffuser down in 5 minutes now with 5 seconds ticking down. And no, Eclipse saves the round. Diffuser is down on the ground. No time is left on the clock. Panbear and Canadian finds one each. And now DC are actually getting kills on the board.
They absolutely do. And that was a misplay as well from Elevate, as we can talk about. The Diffuser being down, instead of getting it, it was Ney to take the engagement when he could have potentially grabbed that Diffuser and waited, or even gone into the bomb site. Well played by DarkZero to make a course correction and to play off of that information. But if they want to get back in the game, this is just one round of many that they need to start putting up on the board to close this enormous gap between them and Elevate, because Elevate sits one round away from match point, at which particular moment DarkZero would need to then win out the remainder of regulation to then go to overtime and win in overtime. That's the only path forward if DZ slips up even once. So they're going to trot out a Legion and go upstairs to master bedroom. So far this bomb site has been played twice by these teams, and it was won once by DarkZero on attack, won once by Elevate on defense. What exactly will the changes that DZ made to their defensive lineup? How will it look different from what we saw out of Elevate? Well, the Legion is a big difference maker. This is an operator that can cover a wide swath of the map, stop your advancements, and give information to the defenders as to where you're coming from.
It's a similar story, right? Because the way that Chalet is as a map, there isn't a ton of innovation, because it just, as I said, like, it makes sense to play the whole, like, okay, one map over, or one room over, or one room above or below. And yeah, master bedroom defense, you're gonna go one room over to library. Similar setup as Elevate, you're gonna basically slow down, kill some drones, maybe soak up some utility like Cyber, burning 4 nades every single round. That's exactly how you're gonna approach this, and it's exactly what DC is currently doing. So kudos to them for understanding that that's the right way to approach it. They got Eclipse on the Clade, so once they clear library, then they gotta start working the office wall. So just basically setting up a ton of problem solving for the opposing team is the plan here. They actually, DC fell back at 30 seconds. Both players dropped and now going to the basement instead. Going together, they got that body system going. I like this. In case they find someone down here, they got the numbers in their favor.
They're going to split off, though, with Canadian heading towards the main lobby, and Hyper's re-entry to the main floor will come through East Main. Or through West Main, rather.
Yeah.
East, west,
south,
I was looking at the tip of the compass, which is east. And then you're like, oh, we're looking east. Oh, wait, it's West Main. Oh, I'm dumb. Dumb. But Onigiri seems to know this. He's opened up a line of sight in that direction. The bullets will continue to sail on by. Did a little bit of damage to what appears to be Canadian, but just a single bullet to his leg, as Canadian has a jump out potential. I don't know if he's going to want to go for that or not. Legion does not have access to that 1.5 scope on the T5 the way that Oryx does. So if he decides to make that jump, then he's going to be using the holo that Canadian has strapped to it. Nades go off and utility being cleared away from A. That's gadgetry, but NJR gets droned out. And that's the real DCH, by the way. A very clean shot onto Ney, but that's negligence on behalf of Elevate.
I mean, that was like a very off-pace kind of push, and I don't think NTR expected 2 players. I didn't expect 2 players to push through like that. You got a minute and 20 seconds left. The wall has yet to be opened up. Second Kite Lore has now come through, so DC in a stable position here. It's looking quite good for them.
No, the focus right now for Elevate, if they want to come ahead, is to take out this wall, which is exactly where Sapper is. He's going to open it up as the Electric Claw had been shaken off of the wall. And again, this half Aruni, half Laser Gate strategy means that they're going to funnel in a certain direction. Eclipse gives a leg up to DarkZero, but it's swiftly kicked out from underneath them as Nerix refrags onto Pambazoo. And Smokes will go out to try and stop any form of visibility as Sapper just takes a tiny bit of damage. He'll look to walk in as he does so quite successfully, but the Aruni of Hyper just landing every single shot. It puts DCH in a 1v3. This certainly does look like a defender-sided Chalet, as what is DCH going to do for the next 20 seconds? You're going to take a mental timeout. Not sure where your target is going to be. You got 3 bodies from DZ just sitting and waiting ever so patiently, and DCH knows how tireless he may work. It's still likely not going to be enough, as DZ doesn't give an inch, doesn't want to move at all, and does not engage as Canadian tries to keep this team. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I heard I'm not sure what I heard actually.
I think I heard a swear word.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think I heard as well.
We're not allowed to say that on television. DZ puts 2 rounds together, though, and they look far more comfortable in this defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, that round, Hyper, kind of the hero of that round. He, NTR started off, he shut down the entry from Elevate, got 1 kill, got traded back. That's okay, 4 versus 4, but it shuts down what Elevate wanted to achieve, which was that early aggression off pace. Afterwards, when the breach got opened up, it was Hyper who swung out, killed the guy that was about to plant, killed the guy right behind him, and put DC in a 1 versus 3 instead of a 3 versus 3, and that's exactly what they needed, because just like when Elevate defended Master Bedroom themselves, they didn't have any good ways of stopping the person from planting if he had gotten into that safe position. Great job from Hyper. Now, I was wrong. Oh boy, I was wrong. We're in basement, Parker. It didn't even last this match. And I said it could last a year. I said it could last the entirety of Invite. It only lasted us, what, like 6 rounds, give or take? That's not good.
You're wrong, Nick.
I was wrong, just like my predictions were. It's a rough day to be me, but there's another day tomorrow. We start from scratch, we start over. Basement from DC, and honestly, the way that this game has been playing, neither team has shown the Maverick a single time. The only thing that they do have, and I say only, it's actually quite a lot, they have 4 grenades, 1 gun 6, and 4 Retero drones. That is plenty of utility to clear off the jammers and the kite claws. In this round, actually, it's just the kite claws. There is no meat on the board. We got Hyper on the Oryx, so we can assume a roam game from DarkZero, trying to play across the map. I do think that's a very wise choice, because the basement itself will be broken if that's what the attackers want to achieve.
There's an Oryx on the board too, by the way.
Yeah.
Something to focus on. At what position are we going to see out of this, as all of the ADSs, all 3 ADSs are put in front of that wall, and Canadian is just juggling them as best as he can. The Retero drone just misses ever so slightly. It's a flash to try to shake them off of the wall. Another Retero drone looking to come in. NJR waiting for it. We'll greet it. The hail of bullets.
They're really trying to get this wall open for a direct attack. They're now saying, you know what, we tried. Yeah, they're watching it. Let's move around. Canadian can then move over the ADS if he wants to once he figures that out himself. But yeah, Elevate will have to take map control. And thankfully, they have the Jackal. This will make their job a lot easier, because when DC is moving around a lot, that means there's more toes to sniff when you're the Jackal player.
Oh God, don't say it like that. That's horrendous.
That's what he does. He sniffs out their toes.
Stop it. I can't believe all 4 Retero drones got used in a single minute by Elevate, by the way.
They really wanted to get that breach open.
They absolutely did, and you talked about the toe sniffer himself, and he sniffed some toes mighty fine. Hyper in particular. I really hope this is just such a terrible image for everybody, but...
I mean, explain the science behind his gadget otherwise. Explain it to me.
Nerix is still in the same spot, by the way, at waiting for Eclipse, as Pambazoo tries to unload and cannot do anything with it. It's the Gemini.
That scared me.
You didn't think you'd just walk in like that, do you?
I don't know. I mean, it is Elevate.
Oh my. Pambazoo does not seem to see this, and then it's Nerix from above. Nerix on this Jackal is just a thing of beauty to behold. He looks so confident, and he knows exactly how to flush out and punish these defenders. He did so on Cafe. It certainly looks like match point for Elevate, unless the final 2 players on DZ can make something work, and it doesn't look that'll be the case, as Eclipse with a shotgun is all that stands in between a single flawless round for Elevate. And there it is. They came tantalizingly close, but Elevate on match point, flawlessly done here in round number 9.
They said we won it, and then they said we got it. That is a flawless one, as you said, to end them up on that match point situation. And honestly, what a time to be a player on Elevate. You're finding yourself in a dominant position 2 maps in a row against DarkZero. You did it on their map pick, now you're doing it on your own map pick, and they said, defender side of Chalet, we're gonna stop putting some attacks on the board and show you that our attacks are just as lethal as our defenses. Really great injuries all around. Canadian tried to get cheeky there, swinging off the fireplace stairs, but Nay was ready for it, shut it down right in his tracks, and that leaves the last 2 players from DC extremely exposed and vulnerable on the bomb side, with so many guns in their direction, all 5 in fact, and that is an impossible situation to win.
Well, I mean, DZ have looked better on this half of the map. but they have so much work to be done. They must win out the remainder of this matchup. 3 rounds for DarkZero in a row. They need to double the tally that they have thus far. There's going to be a lot of criticism about DarkZero after this matchup for some of the role swaps that they've done, predominantly and mainly Canadian Eclipse switching things around. I know that was the talk during the NA League Finals about how, well, Canadian's off hard breach now. It looks like in terms of hard support, it's more Eclipse. Eclipse playing more hard support in a lot of ways on defense, but if you can see the lineup right now that DarkZero has trotted out, it's not exactly a lineup where you have a defined anchor. It's a very flexible, very fluid style of play. Elevate seem to be much more hardened in their roles. They have Nay flexing repeatedly onto different operators, and while Nay had a bit of a slow cafe, he's really found the scoreboard here for Elevate on Chalet and is at the moment actually topping the scoreboard for his team.
Yep.
Oh, Onigiri taking some damage from Hyper and
that's ironic.
Oh, he knows exactly what that DMR feels like. He's the one that's usually on the receiving, or not usually the one on the receiving end of it though.
Yep, very true indeed. So, well, it's a nice way, you know. It wasn't Pambasu, that would have made it even more perfect. It was Hyper who got the kill, but yeah. Onigiri gets taken down by his own DMR, basically. And now the Reterra drone this time around gets a lot of value. Last round it was 4 getting nothing. This round it was 1 getting both 2 ADSs and the shield on top blue stairs, putting Elevate in a nice, comfortable position. But remember, they are still a man down. Not the greatest time to be them, but they'll be making their way through it, clearing out the running gates, opening up the windows, and their next step was to clear out that chimney blue stairs position. And last time around, they did that quite successfully.
Keep an eye on Nirix, by the way, as he was the difference maker in that previous round, and I have no reason to believe that he won't be this time either on that Jackal, but there goes Nay, and this DMR is proving to be so strong. Keep in mind it has a muzzle brake now, so it's a little bit easier to control, which is why we might see teams running the DMR over the Roni.
Yeah, the Roni also got that nerf. It only has 16 bullets now. It's the lowest ammunition SMG in the game on the defensive side, or actually for both sides, that is.
Well, the SMG 11, technically.
17.
17, that's
yeah,
right.
17, 11, 16
correct,
Roni nerf.
Nades get tossed out onto the stairs. Wonderfully done to take out Pambazoo, but there's a Nitro Cell from Canadian downtown, and just narrowly Nirix manages to live. He'll soldier on. There's not really much information here, neither particularly droning, and the gadget of Jackal's not being put to good use either. Elevate had some serious struggles on this bomb site before. If you recall, they lost the plot with the diffuser inside of the main lobby and were not able to recover. Instead, Nay decided to prioritize frags. This time around, you're down in numbers. They double up on you. Going for frags is all you can really do at this point. You need to get a pick or two to put yourself in position to then get that diffuser down, because if Sapper goes to plant that diffuser, there's going to be 4 sets of eyes from DarkZero staring intently at him, and Nirix will be the only one to stop him. So why not, with 20 seconds left, reposition over to the window. Nice pick on the Canadian, who just feeds himself to the Jackal. Sapper swings onto the stairs. This is not a favorable spot, and neither is the window either, as Nirix gets dusted and DZ stays in this game.
Looking better. The only thing I'll say is that right now it's kind of hero plays keeping DarkZero in these rounds. Eclipse had a phenomenal round the first time around in their first defensive victory. Now, the previous round, it was actually Hyper on that DMR inside of Library. He found 2 kills of his own. Without the hero plays of DC just winning gunfights going in their favor, it looks a little bit weak from them, right? So we need to see the team kind of step up together and win off strategy, cohesion, team play, and playing together. I will say the C4 here from Canadian, quite nice. It stopped the push, got a kill, did some damage, and put them in a great position. Onigiri might have taken that kill. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Here it is.
Onigiri took it personal. He said, no, you used my weapon against me? I'm gonna bring the glass and my buddy Nirix on the Ying, and we're gonna take you down on match point.
This is... oh, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, this is gonna be pain, and it's master bedroom. Oh, okay, so Elevate, they just have to clear Library, and they gotta breach the wall. If they get that wall open, it's going to be chaos coming out from them. Unless, of course, they go for Solarium take, but we'll see which side they choose for. But bottom line is, they just need the first step of their plan, and then it's madness.
I mean, this is a wonderful combination as well to deal tons of damage. Think about it. You can ying quite effectively in a library if you need to flush them out early on and grab that control. You can also target piano. You can instead just go straight for office. Once you open up that wall as well, smoke, you got a glass there to look through and do that level of overwatch while you're getting the diffuser planted. So there's a lot of flexibility as to where you can use this. You can also have Glass take Solarium if you so choose, though I do suspect he'll stay with the main push.
Yeah.
So in this case, they're going to hear the sound of that Glass DMR right away. He was not 6-pick. They don't know if he was 6-pick off of. The 6-pick for Elevate was the Ying.
Yeah. That is a factual statement. Yeah, it'll be a library sweep over roam clear. I like this. It gives them the most kind of map ground and, you know, they can work with the breach. There is no wall deny from the side of DC, which means once they get to the wall, it will be opened. And then it all comes down to Eclipse, the main hero from DC on the Warden, the only player that'll be able to see what's going on once the craziness starts.
I wonder how quickly they'll be able to open up this wall.
I mean, right now, that's it.
45 seconds and Sapper's going to do just that. The glass will continue to make an ungodly amount of noise and the wall will be opened up. Again, this Aruni gate right in the middle will act as somewhat of a deterrent, but ultimately not all that much. Gone 6 for Onigiri.
Whee! Boom.
Did he get it?
Yes, I think he did.
He absolutely did. There goes the bulletproof and waiting for him to just peek around. Nice shooting. And waiting to smoke off.
First of the smokes.
And he'll just be in right now, just like that. It looks like Sapper's going to go for it. A spray through from Eclipse, though. They bring the Warden to perfectly counter this, but Sapper will be able to get the diffuser off. DCH falls. Eclipse still in the same spot, but Onigiri is just better. Diffuser down, and this means that it's keep away for Elevate. But the Glass is not exactly the operator that you want in this particular instance, especially with Nay now down for the count. Hyper's been dropped. Canadian will join him. Onigiri is on the hunt and is in a 1v3. They're on the diffuser, and there he goes. DZ wonderfully rebuffed this, and we need a 12th round to settle the score. Will we have overtime? Will Elevate put them away? This is the time, boys, to take your time out if you're ever going to do it, because you are losing your grip on this matchup.
Certainly, this is the time for Elevate to take the time out, and this is the only place where I feel that maybe their inexperience might punish them. This is not a situation that they find themselves in very often. They're not often at international events. I'm not sure if their coach is super familiar with like when to take a timeout or how that pattern works, and I'm not sure the players themselves is going to bring up that talking point like, oh guys, maybe we should slow it down here, take a breather, talk about stuff. But no, it seems like they're just gonna go straight into it most likely, and then you know what, that's arguably okay as well. Gridlock showcased, 6-pick into Buck, Canadian goes from Mossy into... Give us a pulse, honestly, give us a pulse. Let's is it? He can't hear me, Parker. He took Maestro.
He can't hear you, that's correct. He's not.
That would be cheating if he could hear me, actually. That's a good thing.
Imagine he's sitting here listening to the analysis while also trying to play. Oh, that's a good point, Pengu. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, he's like, the pulse, that's great.
I mean, he's a 2-time world champion. You're a 2-time world champion.
I'm actually a back-to-back world champion. He's just a 2-time champion.
What does that matter? He won a world championship before you did.
Yeah, when it was easy.
And then he won one after you, which is harder.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, what are you going to say now?
I wasn't in the finals to beat him. That's what happened.
You were in the finals to beat him, and you beat him.
I mean, when he won, I wasn't there to beat him.
Oh, okay.
I lost in quarters. Like a complete...
Okay. Like a loser.
Yeah, loser.
Like a loser.
Yeah, that was Fnatic and IP taking us out. That was the Wrath of APAC. If anything, yeah, that was the beginning of APAC.
I loved casting both those matches. What great match.
Yeah, what a great match to cast. Did you cast both of them?
I absolutely did.
That is ridiculous.
Of course.
Oh,
you think I'm going to give up an opportunity to cast you losing?
We didn't know we were going to lose till it happened.
Yeah, well, I was just sticking with it just to see. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This time around, the tertiary bomb site for DarkZero is Kitchen. The last time it was downstairs, and it was a relatively good round from Elevate. It's the only round that Elevate's won. Right now, we are looking at a very defender-sided Chalet. The first half, Defenders won 5 of the 6 rounds. Second half, Defenders are presently up 4-1. So the potential to repeat a 5-1 half is very much there, as unlikely as they tend to happen. Elevate cannot let nerves get to them. They did not take a timeout, by the way. So there's still time for them to be able to settle things down. If they're going to do it, it's going to have to happen in overtime.
Yeah, it'll happen in overtime, and it won't happen at all because that means they got the dub. Here, Elevate actually playing a little bit slower. Sapper looking for feet in this drone hole. Not a bad approach, but you can't really rely on people just walking past that. We got Eclipse being active down below on the roam game. 15 kills to his name. He was also a star player on that previous round on the Warden, making sure to get some value out of the gadget, shut down a kill of his own. And of course, that built towards the victory that they found themselves.
DZ really is living and dying off of the hero plays. NJR with, what was it, 19 kills in the previous game?
19-5.
And now Eclipse with 15 kills. This is just one person's single effort. That's all it is. You throw out those flashbangs from the Flores on Repel. 2 Rotero drones will need to be tossed down at some point, but you can't do them on a window, so you're going to need some more stability from Nay. Pambazoo lit up, half HP. The smoke will get away. He has no toxic babes left, by the way. 1 minute to go, and there is no way to deny or install a plant. But Eclipse is there, and he guns down Nay. So continuing on, trying to hit that same 19 kills that we saw at NJR. 3 more to go. Elevate have control upstairs by Piano. They need to now move this over, and oh, Pambazoo is not seen, but he is definitely heard. Down goes DCH. This round falling apart at the seams for Elevate.
Also very nice from Pambazoo. Got that kill, instantly fell back, knowing that, you know what, there's no reason to stick around. We got mana matches downstairs, hold the bombs together, and we should get this stop together as well. No toxic babes, no C4. It's going to be a pure gunfight, but honestly,
oh, wow.
EC are okay with that.
How do they know this is happening? And that's case down 2. Ping to the rest of the team. This round is effectively over. So overtime is where these will have to turn their sights, unless we see one of the most miraculous clutches that we've ever seen in the history of Rainbow Six. But with where that diffuser is, there is no hope of an objective. It's all just killing, as Nerix, all off on his own, gets 1 for the record, but it looks like that's all he's going to get. 2, maybe? 3? No, NJR says 2's enough. And DZ are fired up. Overtime awaits us.
DC are not afraid of like throwing bodies at people right now. I mean, sure, they had plenty of people alive. They can throw a body at 2, but it seems almost a little bit unlike DarkZero, known as a very organized and structured team, playing a little bit more loose this time around. And you can say in some areas it's favoring them. They're getting some hero plays and they're getting to save some rounds, and it's been doing quite good work for them. Now find themselves an OT, starting on defense, so they'll get that twice from themselves. That's very good for them. But if it wasn't for the hero plays, I feel like this could be a very different story for both Elevate and DarkZero and the outcome of this match. So, can DC keep it up? Can Eclipse keep showing up? Or will Elevate ultimately be able to top DarkZero? No 6 picks really. Nothing major anymore. We've had our bamboozlements, we had the glass with our spice. Now we're just gonna, you know, basic it up. Pambazoo FMG in hand once again. Not playing the shotgun. That'll be Canadian on the mute. I like that a lot. You're gonna give your gunner a good gun, give your side player of Canadian a shotgun to make the rotation holes. Everybody gets to win. It's good value.
Pambazoo back on that smoke FMG, by the way.
Yeah.
It's pretty nasty. We've seen that when you have an Aruni on the border, you have a mute with a shotgun, you don't need the smoke to run the shotgun as well. You can run with a pretty decent weapon. And it was just, it was interesting to watch the meta develop around Mute, who didn't originally have access to that shotgun. So if you were playing on defense, you often needed the smoke with the shotgun. And the SMG-11 in a lot of ways acted as your primary. Now that Aruni is in, her passive, the ability to destroy walls very quickly, create rotates effortlessly. The fact that Mute is the shotgun, and Mute is now so prevalent at high levels, it allows up the smoke players that flexibility, and they can go with the FMG if they want. You see it on Clubhouse quite a lot with smoke players playing up top on CCTV defenses on those rafters plays. So just something to watch. Pambazoo made it work in the previous round. It's another opportunity for him to do it again.
Nerix, the perfect operator for this task. Once he sees the feed sees, if he crosses his door, he'll know Eclipse's whereabouts. And remember, Eclipse has been there a couple rounds in a row now, so they should both know that this might be happening. Drone will join Nerix as well, making sure that he gets information. And now, with that drone being shot, Eclipse falls back off. Doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Actually rotates around the connector. Maybe he does want it after all. Nerix could sniff out the feed if he so pleases, but for now, they'll just be waiting each other out. Patience is key. Who chooses to give it up first? Sapper there on the soft wall can help him if need be, but Eclipse is sitting still, not making any sound. Refrag ability has come down here for Nerix. 2 players now taking the gunfight. Eclipse stuck inside of connector, has to fight his way out with 2 people holding his ankle, and a nade finds him on the run away. DCH opening kill for Elevate.
Not really all that much he could do. The nades so far from Elevate have been significantly better than what we saw out of DarkZero. DarkZero having some duds, those things barely doing any damage when they go off. The best player and the person who is often the single biggest priority for Elevate Eclipse is no more. Pambazu will join him. That leaves the rest of the team to carry more of this weight, a disproportionate amount of this weight. And NJR in particular will be the one who you set your eyes on. He is a superstar for this team. He's going to need to rack up some big kills because right now, Elevate has you by the throat. And, well, Hyper will answer back. That DMR can do some mighty damage. Nerix goes down, and it's a 4v3. Elevate still the upper hand. But 1 minute left on the clock means that Elevate needs to hurry.
Now all 3 players from DarkZero on that first floor, 2 inside of bar bombs and a Hybrid in the dining hallway, so they're playing together now, and that's what DC will need if they want to muster this win together. Hybrid playing a little bit far off, but with that DMR in hand, honestly, I think he's got it.
Well, he's still patrolling this area, has not fallen off the kitchen just yet, while Elevate has the upstairs control. Looking to drop into bar and gaming. But Hyper will be the one to rebuff them. He's going to have to watch both the bottom of the stairs and the doorway. Which target does he prioritize first? He's fallen off of watching the stairs. Looks to swing out. Could he potentially get one? No, he misses that opportunity. Instead by the doorway, but he looks the wrong way. ADS is at the wrong time. Sapper gets that. NJR swings from the back, can't do it. Canadian shotgun out, but he's overwhelmed. And again, Elevate goes to match point.
It seems that Elevate, they just have these rounds where they're fired up, and then sometimes they're not as much. But when it's OT, that is the exact moment where you want to be fired up, if anything. And Elevate, they have only managed to win 2 attacking rounds. One that we just saw, and then it was the 9th round that was, so quite a while ago. So now they're in the defense. That's where they had a ton of success. When DarkZero was on the attacking side, they only won a single attack, and that was the very, very, very first round of Chalet. So DC's track record not looking too great, but they need to find a win to go the entire distance of 7-7 to have a chance to bring it back to take the win. Smoke 6-pick from the Maestro from Nay. Canadian showing us Sophia. I believe that is the first Sophia from DarkZero all day today so far.
I believe so as well.
Yep, very nice. And that was, yeah, that's Canadian on the LMG. Again, Canadian being the flex player from DC these days. Eclipse sticking the Thermite. So in a way, this makes perfect sense. You want to keep the roles the same. I get that. But we used to have a rule back in the good old Penta G2 days where if you're having a great time really feeling yourself in the gameplay you're providing, you should be given the freedom to be like, what gun do you want to play? What location do you want to be on? If you're Eclipse right now with 17 kills and you've been single-handedly keeping you in this game, I feel like you should ask him, yo Eclipse, do you want to play F2, Twitch, FAMAS, go crazy? Give the heartbeats back to Canadian or any other player for that matter. Let Eclipse shine. Make him do the work for you and with you instead of kind of working against you, because he has to drone, breach, plant, and frag it out now on overtime match point. That's a lot of work.
I mean, he's absolutely been working. 2 kills away from matching the same tally that we saw from NJR on the previous map. 19 kills to NJR's name, Eclipse at 17. And we're about to see history repeat itself. Look at what's about to happen. Guess who's in the corner? It's Sap.
I really, really hope that if DC goes to this, that they just have to get that one nade right. If that happens, I will go to bed a happy man. If they don't, you know, then Sappy is just a legend.
4 nades, by the way. 4 nades they used.
Yeah, well, last time 4 nades wasn't enough, Parker. They needed 6. This time, they only have 4. That is the absolute most amount of nades they can toss at him. And even that being said, it's only NJR with the grenades on that balcony right now, so they only actually have 2. Flashes on Eclipse, nades on NJR. That's all they got.
Well, they have to hurry because, I mean, that Surya gate is up, and the longer you wait, the less that utility becomes valuable elsewhere. You need to open up that gate right away, wait out that 30 seconds, then drop those nades in like an anvil on his head. But they're not. They're dilly-dallying. They're wasting their time right now, and I think they're trying to drone him out. As you saw the Thermite of Eclipse sitting right next to him. Sapper in this position is not only holding library, he's also got that kill hole from a blow that looks into the bar or the games portion of the bomb site.
So worth noting right now, Canadian and Pambasu is taking piano control while Eclipse and NGR is on the library balcony. They're just kind of sitting ducks right now. DarkZero not making a lot of moves. They're gonna try and clear out that top blue shield, but other than that, they have no presence on this map yet.
They need to make some moves right now as that shield's gonna soak up a ton of damage from Nay with those toxic canisters. Still 2 to go. Telltale sign of a bulletproof EMP goes off. Likely to be the culprit is none other than Onigiri. And a jump in as Nay goes down, but Pambazu is traded back out. Zapper's still in this spot. Pambazu brought back from the dead because of that adrenal surge. And now from above, DZ have control of the top floor. Onigiri down below, rotating back to the bomb site. DZ's guns doing a remarkably good job, Hyper in particular, as he out-duels none other than Sapper. They finally get that mute out of that spot. Adrenal surge running out, and DZ will have an opportunity to use the other 2 that Hyper have in his back pocket. Only 30 seconds left. Eclipse holds on to that diffuser, as you talked about. He has been so good. You can give him any gun you want, but he's obviously quite confident here on this support role. As Canadian sees one into the back bar and just narrowly does the work that is needed to down him. Onigiri coming back to the site. The DMR is in. Major damage done as all the bodies are dropping inside of games. Onigiri walking right up. Sees the sledge, but he cannot do it. DarkZero shuts the door, and we need all 15 rounds between these teams.
Oh, 7-7. We're going the distance, and this time around it was Hyper on the entry. Fun fact, I actually think that DarkZero fumbled the bag or the ball when it came to the ADS clear. They never actually cleared the shield top blue, I don't believe. It was Hyper jumping in the window, finding the opening kill, found a second, opened up the round for his team, and that was that. So, what looked really, really dire for DC, as the last set of flashbangs and last set of grenades was on that library balcony, Hyper said, I'll take this one on me, guys. I'll find us the openings, and then you guys gotta pull through. And they did. Now, tied up. Round by round, this is the finale of Chalet. Master Bedroom is the bomb site that DC is choosing to go to. And honestly, they won it the last time around. So, it's not the end of the world. And again, Defender sided Chalet so far. Statistically, DC a favorite here, but that is not all that matters. There is so much context to be had outside of numbers. And I want to point out this fact one more time. Elevate, 7 kills, 10 kills, 11, 11, and 10. They are so absurdly close in the kill count. Every single player has about the same amount of value between them. If one person dies, that is not much more value or less value than if somebody else dies. Whereas on DC, it's mostly been Hyper and Eclipse, and NGR, third guy, add him on there. They've had hero plays really weighing and swaying the odds in their favor. If Eclipse falls, that's a crazy gun off the board. If Hyper falls, crazy gun off the board. So, you need to be worried about the opportunities that Elevate can create by finding individual kills on this final round. The opening kill is going to define a lot of who gets to actually have the real favor here.
This is an absolute shootout between these teams. Do we go to bank, or is this all she wrote? This is eerily similar, by the way, to our match earlier today, Nick. If you remember, Empire versus Soniqs. Spoilers for those of you that are in here, by the way. Soniqs came out ahead on Clubhouse and then looked to be able to put away Oregon. Couldn't do it. Empire closed it and then went to a third map. If you're DarkZero, you want the inverse to be true. He loves this DMR, eh?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I think Hyper might have just seen the damage that it was doing to his team and said, you know what, I'm going to try it out myself. Attach the muzzle brake, try it out on LAN. Again, LAN hit rate is really great, so DMRs, they just destroy people in 2 or 3 bullets. Whereas on online, sometimes you sponge a bit. It happens. DC playing rather passive. Most people are on site right now, but at the same time, Elevate, they're taking their time map clearing this time around. Narek started on the library side, now moving over to the fireplace side instead. DCH has taken library blue stairs control, that's great for him, but half the round has almost been going by at this point.
Nade primed and ready onto the library stairs, looking to get tossed up. Is there anybody up there? That's the real question. Put away, potentially, resheathed by DCH, who goes on a drone to see if there's somebody from DarkZero in that proximity. No, the answer is there's not. It's a bit of a sluggish start for Elevate, who are bogged down. I can't even imagine how the pressure is for them. This is a team that cannot get in their heads. They don't have a ton of international experience. They don't have a ton of LAN experience, and they are going up against one of the top teams in North America. You need to be quite proficient. Logic Bomb is going to come out, by the way. There's still one remaining from Onigiri, but needs to use it at an appropriate time. 1 minute to go, and the phones will be silenced. The Look at Nate walking up those stairs, but there's a Jaeger right at the top, and he swings on it perfectly timed, but there's a follow-up from the Jackal, and, well, you're going to have to be quick. Nirix, you're going to have to be quick. Go up, capitalize off of it, and bad target prioritization, rather maybe very good target prioritization. Down goes Eclipse and Panbazoo to boot. Canadian on 1 HP, Elevate with the advantage, and 40 seconds left. So far, APAC has been perfect today. Elevate looking to join them in that conquest, but they've got some work to be done.
Onigiri rotating back actually from Solar back to that main breach, so now they have one person there on the flank and 3 guys on the front making good work.
Canadians down for the count. It's Hyper and NJR who will have to try to seal the deal, but objective play for Elevate has eluded them. You have to be good enough to get that diffuser down. Toxic canister goes out. Onigiri breathing in an awful lot of it. While NJR gets one, immediately pivots. Hyper drops next to him, so it's all on the shoulders of NJR. He's been the hero, but he won't get away. Onigiri silences him. It might have taken 15 rounds, but Elevate prevail 2-0. Welcome your APAC overlords, because they are here and they are not kidding around.
Oh, so now we can make the memes. Is it like Latin, APAC, then EU and North America? I don't know anymore, but either way, great match, huge victory for Elevate, and an extremely frustrating loss for DarkZero. They had something to prove. They still have time to do it. They have more games in the future, but DC, rough start. Elevate, I mean, Dark Horse, not to be underrated, but still kind of hard to understand.
I mean,
what exactly they do.
The big winner here for this group is everybody, because we don't know what's going on with BDS, but their performance today against Furia does not inspire much confidence. And yeah, what was already a very tough group may have just gotten easier for 4 other teams if BDS cannot live up to that potential or play at the level that we expect of them. Elevate walking away with a massive 2-0 victory over DarkZero, and for many people, this will be the upset of the day.
Agreed. Honestly, I mean, especially with, yeah, agreed. It's just like the Dark Horse of Elevate. Nobody knows what to expect from them. I would say DC did the work. They clearly studied Elevate with the target bans, the Nuke on Chalet, the Amara on Cafe. They did not underestimate Elevate in my book, looking at the stats that we had, looking at the bans that they did. But still, Elevate came out on top. So how do you prepare for this crazy APAC situation? You just gotta show up.
I don't even know. A lot of teams really underrated Elevate heading into this matchup and into this event in particular. Lots of teams saying, well, because they don't have that same pedigree, because they don't have the same experience. This is a team that is going to come in. They're going to use this as a learning experience. They're going to go back to APAC with that experience and become a better team. But they're not going to be good right out the gate. Well, so far, they're wrong, because Elevate was good enough out the gate. A 2-0 victory for the Thailand team. And we've got some analysts to break it down. But before we get there, and our last set of matches for the day, we've got a short break for you. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
The Thai team's international debut starting off strong. Elevate defeating DarkZero. Dev is just glowing over there. He is just all smiles. APAC really turning it up today. Obviously, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but let's talk about Elevate versus DarkZero, done in 2 maps, and I can just see you smiling over there. That was so much fun to watch. That was a barn burner, Dev. Just back and forth. Elevate started so strong, though, and I think we were talking so much about their nerves. They were out for blood today.
Absolutely. We were worried that maybe Elevate not having that experience. We know that they choked before in the past. Will they come out of the gate swinging? Well, they absolutely did. Map 1, we definitely saw that. They started strong, 3 rounds in a row. DarkZero had kills on only 2 players in the first 3 rounds.
Yep. Yeah, you can't have these kind of things happen. I mean, a slow start is okay to happen, but after 3 rounds, having 3 players not on any of those kills, it's kind of unfortunate to start your round like that. I mean, luckily, after those 3 rounds, there was a lot of adaptation coming from DarkZero. We had the tactical timeout, and that's when they really talked about, like, what do we need to change? What do we need to bring? And that's when Canadians switched to the Flores, and they had a lot of a better way of dealing with all those Vulcan shields. So that's when they kind of came back, and well, lucky for them, it was a 3-3 split.
Yeah, we're bringing up the replays right now. Let's dive a little bit more into how DarkZero reacted. I think that we were, we talked about this a lot yesterday. Elevate, it's younger, it's their international debut. We were expecting them to be a little bit shaky, but they started off strong. I feel like DarkZero was kind of like, oh, what's happening here?
Totally, and that was always going to be the concern for DZ coming into this. Elevate are a team that are fueled by that aggression and that confidence. We could hear them. I got to say, anyone who is in this building right now could hear Napu and the rest of Elevate going hard. DarkZero is surely rattled. Like, you're going against probably the most underrated team in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you ban an Amaru, that already shows you're kind of like, not necessarily scared for the aggression, but you're trying to make sure you stop them in showing some of that aggression.
That's right, yeah. Like, DarkZero clearly voted Elevate. They banned Amaru on this first one and then Nick on the second one. But, like, let's be honest, if DarkZero think that Elevate can only win by using pocket stress, then DarkZero is underestimating Elevate.
Do you think that DarkZero was underestimating them? It seems like they were kind of off their guard in the beginning, but also Elevate is a strong attack team, specifically on Cafe. So.
That's a really good point. Yeah, usually they have a 60% win rate on Cafe, which is a really defender-sided map typically, and Elevate even managed to exceed that here. DZ looks really, really lost, particularly Nerix, who's the newest player on Elevate. He had an absolute fantastic match, so credit to him and the rest of Elevate. They made fairly short work of Cafe, which, funnily enough, while DarkZero picked it, it's always been a good map for Elevate, arguably their second best.
Yeah, exactly. The shots that Nerix did when he came walking up those white stairs, those were beautiful to watch. And I mean, they had the first 3 rounds on their defense, and then we did see the adaptation coming out from DarkZero. Another attempt of Elevate to try and make sure they couldn't do as much with those Flores drones by bringing out the Mute and the Mozzie, but it just didn't help in that round anymore.
Yeah.
I absolutely adored that video that we just had up of the area. I mean, Elevate just absolutely stoked. I don't know if this is just me or not, but it did seem like Elevate, we were looking at their play area, taking a live look, and they were smiling, and they just seemed at ease, which I was a little bit shocked by their demeanor. DarkZero, on the other hand, we've been talking about this a lot, that they're kind of battling this fall from grace. They really wanted to regain their glory, and not really the case for them. So I don't know, I kind of wanted to talk about their mentalities going into this matchup. Dev.
Totally. Well, yeah, definitely a case of 2 very different teams here in terms of the mentality and the energy, right? DZ, quite a serious team, always have been, probably always will be. Fairly low energy team in terms of their reactions comparatively. Obviously, Troy is known for bringing some serious energy, hoping to inject some life into that team. Unfortunately, we didn't necessarily see that in terms of the gameplay, and let's be honest, Elevate stole the limelight. I remember when Elevate first got picked up, they started playing in a team house back in Thailand. It revolutionized their gameplay. Like, they're already a team that relies so much on chemistry and teamwork, and just having them sit next to each other in there, like, the energy is palpable, and they're just fueled by that.
So, Anne, map 1 went well, but map 2 I felt like was the real test, especially when we went into overtime. Like, I was like, okay, we're going to see if Elevate has truly elevated their game.
You're talking about overtime on the second map?
At that? Okay, Dev just looked away. He was like, no, don't even, girl. But Dev, they dominated.
Oh, yeah. A really, really strong start from Elevate on map 2. 5-1 on defense. That is really unusual, right? Like, Chalet is such an attacker-sided map. For Elevate to go up 5-1, really impressive, especially considering you mentioned DZ is usually a good attacking map.
They have a 67% win rate on that map on attack, so they're supposed to be good, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, following that, it was a huge comeback from DZ. I think we might be able to run a clip at some point, but we were talking constantly about DZ bringing in those adaptations.
Yeah, exactly. When there was a round where it was master, bedroom, and office, and
we can run that clip now, I think, if you want. We can just talk over it.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that clip up.
That would indeed be lovely, but I'll just start talking about it anyways.
Go for it.
we have where Elevate picks up a glass. We were like, oh, glass, that's really interesting. And they had the Ying, so they were setting up for some kind of plant or anything going on. But DarkZero actually had a really good read onto that, and they 6-picked right into the Warden. So when Elevate set up their plan to just run into the breach, planted coffee instead of the Hoffle so you don't create a line of sight. But I don't think they were aware of that Warden, because if you know there's a Warden on the other side, you're not going to sprint through a smoke breach, because you know you're going to be dead.
And that's exactly what we're highlighting in this clip is two really cool things. Firstly, like, wow, the creativity from Elevate. Let's pick Glaz, let's pick Ying. Awesome from them. But DZ, like, they saw that Glaz pick and they thought in the pick phase, this isn't just a bait. We're going to 6-pick Warden. And, like, objectively, Warden was one of the big reasons why DZ won. What was eventually a close round, a retake, but that Warden finding 2 picks was absolutely huge.
And Dev was talking about how they stepped up creativity, but they were also working very hard on their fundamentals. Did you see that today? Do you think that they fixed a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it back in the green room. I don't think we've seen any occasion where Elevate had that 4-2 advantage and they didn't throw it. So they did throw it, sorry. I misphrased my sentence there. There's no instances where they had an advantage and they threw it. So that's really good adaptation coming out from them, and they're practicing whether it's regarding salary or not. So
no salary cuts, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, right? It's been working for them, and you can call it a stupid strategy, but if it works, it works.
Yeah. So we're hyping up Elevate quite a bit. I do want to focus on DarkZero a tiny bit. I know when we were back and we were watching, there were jokes like, throw BC or Mint in at this point. It just seemed like there were some chemistry issues, to say the least.
That's what we've been talking about with DZ for like all day, and I know that the guys in NAL have been talking about it for a long time. This is such an unstable roster. We said 9 roster changes in the last year they've had between their players and their support staff. It's just constant, and even within that, changing roles as well. It's so hard to get some stability in a team that really just doesn't have any stability even in their roster. We saw that, we talked a lot, and in fact the entire talent team had an opinion to weigh in on the Canadian playing Yana and whether he was in the right doing that, and just overall a bit confusing. But yeah, look, hard to really know what to say for DZ at this
point. In DarkZero's defense, though, a little bit of a comeback there in the second map, Anne. So what do you think happened there?
In the second map, Anne?
Yeah. No, the second map. DarkZero had a little bit of a comeback.
Excuse me. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really good how their defense just seems to be a lot better. We're often talking about how Chalet is an attacker favorite map, but it seemed to be more defender favorite for them. And, well, the change with the Warden, a good example for that. Yeah. You'd love to see it.
And I know one thing you really want to talk about is when we hit overtime, right?
Yes, please.
Like, DZ should be favored.
Overtime changed everything.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it. It's been a very defender favorite map up until overtime, really, because that's where Elevate started to win that first round. And that was where things really started, like, changing. And especially the last round was something I love to see. Like, I was thriving on that seat, on the edge of my seat. The main problem, if you talk about that round where they picked the Warden and they stopped the players from walking in the breach and getting their plan done whatsoever, the really good adaptation coming out from Elevate is they opened the breach, kind of faked that they were going that way, and then sent someone, it was a Twitch, all the way down through kitchen, all the way up on the solar stairs. And you had the Dokkaebi assisting it, and that's how you kind of sneak into their backs, because you have the Warden facing the breach. They're expecting someone to come run in it. You don't expect someone to come up your solar stairs all the way behind you, so that was really good. A change coming out from Elevate, and I was loving to see that.
And if there's any operator you want to bring, it's Dokkaebi, right?
Yeah.
We saw those phone calls ring and they're like, all right, I'm stepping up. This is my go.
I think strategically great for Elevate, but also we have to talk about mentally. I was super nervous. When it went to overtime, I was like, okay, no offense, but we talked about how they choked a bit. And I was like, okay, they're probably going to do it again, but that wasn't the case.
I'm not going to lie, I did get some of those vibes when we were watching it. I'm like, I've seen Elevate lose too many overtime important matches, and we know this is an important match, right? We said at the start of today, whoever loses this is probably favored to be bottom of the group. Now, that said, BDS playing with BIOS is maybe changing the landscape of things a little bit, but what that has done now is for Elevate, they have an opportunity, right? So credit to them. They've now taken down DZ, and honestly, the sky's the limit.
Okay, Jab, I'm just going to let you tout this a little bit, but APAC only undefeated region at the end of day one.
I'm just saying it. EU, NA, LATAM, all of those regions, like, you've had losses. APAC has not. We're sitting tall. I mean, we only have 4 teams out of 20 at the tournament from APAC, the least represented region and the only undefeated one. I feel like that just speaks volumes.
It's been an absolutely wild day one of the group stage, but we have so much more action ahead, so please do not go anywhere. We're taking a small little break. We'll be right back. Group B, Team Liquid versus Rogue. Who will come out victorious? Well, we're going to chat about that right now. I am with Ace. Oh my gosh, it's our first time together. I'm so excited. Yay. And Ollie's back.
Great.
Just kidding, Ollie. No, Ollie's my boy. I've been like harassing him so much in between breaks. But anyway, we have a lot to discuss, and we're going to be talking about Team Liquid versus Rogue, the number 3 seed versus the number 16 seed. Ollie, I feel like all eyes are on the Brazilian teams right now, especially on Team Liquid, and they just won the BR6 finals, so I feel like they're feeling pretty confident.
Liquid have got to be feeling fairly confident coming into this. This is, it's going to be all about growth, I think, for Liquid. It's all about building something now. There's a couple of big roster changes that have gone down. For anyone that hasn't kept up with the BR6, particularly in Stage 3, you will be sort of shocked to see there's a couple of roster changes that have gone through, and it's probably for the better at this point. Something needed to change, didn't it, Tim?
I think that's the key fact, isn't it? You know, we look at Liquid as one of the best rosters that we've seen in this game, not to win the big title here at Six Invitational. That is unfortunately how it'll be remembered. But like you say, I think, you know, if you're going to get that success, you got to do something to get it.
If we're going to talk about the roster, I feel like we got to talk about Nesk and Palu. According to SiegeGG, they're ranked the number 1 and number 2 players here. So I think we said all eyes are going to be on this team, but all eyes are going to be on them for sure. This dynamic duo, Ollie.
Absolutely, and they are the dynamic duo. They are the boys that are back to back.
Who's Robin?
I mean, maybe Palu.
Honestly, I think let's be honest, they're both Batman.
They're both Batman.
We've got 2 Batmans.
I think the most important thing is they've got 3 Alfreds on the team that are all looking after them, and that's something that now comes into the spotlight more than ever, because what we find out here, particularly when we get into international competition, is how much work did the other 2 do. How much work did Moringa do, and how much work did Sexy Cake do? Because ultimately, Ask and Resets, they've got a mountain to climb.
No, without question. I do want to talk about Rogue a little bit, though. This is a team with a lot of history, Ace. Dramatic ups and downs with this team, and they had a roller coaster ride of a Sweden major, so I don't know what we're in store for here at SI.
This has, to be honest, been a difficulty with Rogue throughout the entire year. They were struggling in EUL. There's no other way to put it, really, until Stage 3. You know, Prano came in, it just seemed to be a resurgence for them, and all of a sudden they started winning. They were fighting against relegation. They saved themselves and get themselves into the Sweden major, which was unexpected. They have a great performance there as well, but this is like Liquid, really another roster that has got growth to do. It's got development yet, and they're already showing us great things. So this is, you know, by no means going to be a walk in the park for Liquid. We've got 2 of what could be potential teams that will go a long way into the tournament facing off against each other today.
And we're taking a live look at the play area right now, and I always like to see how the players look, like what their mindset is. Right now we are looking at Team Liquid, and they have smiles, looking pretty confident. I feel like, who has the pressure on them right now, Ollie? I mean, Rogue definitely wants to regain their glory, but I also feel like Team Liquid's feeling pressure as well. They're ranked number 3 going into this, and they want to prove themselves.
They're ranked number 3, and they've got 2 people that are yet to play an international event.
True.
This will be their first game playing an international event, and the team is ranked 3rd. Yep. That's wild. The pressure that is on those 2 players' shoulders, Ask and Resets, is unimaginable at this moment in time. They have got so many eyes on them. There's so many people out there that want Liquid to do well, that are passionate about the team, and there's going to be that comparison made. At the end of the day, there's going to be that comparison to how Liquid played with Moringa and Sexy Cake, and how Liquid play now with Ask and Resets. It is a different team. It's upgraded. It fits the modern meta of Siege much better. Ask is a player that will go and get the plant down, but he's also going to come in with a slew of kills. He's a very dangerous support player. Resets, for my money, I always have him down as quite 50-50. He's a little bit hit or miss, but he's there. And if he's on a hit day, it could be massive.
And now we have Rogue up on screen, and you know, like I was saying, they definitely want to regain their old glory days. They want to get back on top. They need the Prano effect in full force, right, Ace?
They've certainly got the Prano effect. They've had it recently. The thing that Rogue have done so well over the last couple of months is they've made themselves really unpredictable. You never know what they're going to bring to the table. They'll come in and they'll just rush around and they'll just go straight into sight, start picking up kills. You know, people like Leon, people like Aces, so capable of going in, crying as well on his day, just going to find kill after kill. But Prano in Sweden, getting the diffuser down, play playing the objective. They've shown that they've got that strategical side to them as well, so it makes them very flexible. They can come in against a team and they can say, right, this is a team that we need to frag against. We've got the power to do that. Or actually, this is a team that we need to outthink. We need to play the strategy game, work the objective. They can do that as well, creating space for themselves very well. It's a team to be worried about.
So we've been talking about the roster changes with Team Liquid. Ollie, do you think that Rogue is going to be really targeting that, like hoping to just get them off their guard?
I think that Liquid are probably in a position where they're fairly easily prepped against, because they're still trying to build everything back up to where it was. They're still trying to build the maps, and they're still, they're running with the same strategies that they've always run with, because it makes sense, but there's still something to be done. I'll be honest, I don't think that they're that worried at this moment in time.
Ronald's looking pretty laid back right now, yeah?
I don't think his chair goes back much further
About to take a
than that.
nap. You all know you're about to play, right?
So these guys look in good spirits. I think, it's nice to go into a game relaxed. Leon gives us the death stare.
He always does the death stare.
That's his trademark at this moment.
He always does the death stare. That to me shows that he's in good spirits. He's having a bit of fun, he's playing with the camera. He's certainly looking for it. We've got Silence looking after the players as he always does.
Everything's normal,
that
isn't it?
calming presence. And at this international level, I feel like we've got sort of two unknown factors with these teams. We haven't really seen enough of them as complete rosters at this level of competition to know exactly what's going to happen here, and that makes it super exciting.
I'm sorry, Prana just blew a kiss at us. I got a little distracted there. But I think without a doubt, both of these teams are feeling the pressure, Ollie. Talk to me about how critical it is to get this early win.
I think it could really set them up for a good tournament. You look at a team like Liquid, and whilst there's an expectation, if they're going into this knowing what they're looking to do, and if they've just got a goal of getting out of groups, or if they've got a goal of making it to a certain point, that's going to be a really good thing to aim for, instead of just aiming for the stars straight off the bat. They've got some really old experienced heads on that team that are going to be able to steady the ship.
I think, being realistic is very important. Like you say, they're coming in here, there's been big changes made. It's the first time in this environment for a couple of the players. Like you say, I'm sure that it's not going to be top of their list, right, we're going to go and win SI 21. 22, I'm a year behind. I'm just remembering them in the final last time around. But yeah, they're going to do everything they can, but they'll be looking to build.
And really quickly, gentlemen, we do have the maps coming up on the screen right now, moving into the map ban phase. So let me know what you're thinking right now.
Oregon and Cafe. I mean, I can see Ollie as the current LATAM presence. He's kind of excited about Liquid on Oregon and Cafe.
Oregon is a map that Liquid are known for. There's no two ways about it. Cafe is a map that LATAM as a whole have really been trying to introduce into their pool. I think they got found out at some point that when Consulate got removed, it was like, right, what do we clutch onto? Well, we can play a bit of Bank, but Cafe is going to be our new sort of go-to. Liquid are more than happy to play Cafe, and they're not doing a bad job of it. They've got a 67% round win percentage on their over stage 3 Sweden Major, etc. Obviously they didn't make it to Sweden Major, so it's a bit of a better sample size for these guys, but realistically this is Liquid's top 1 and top 2 map.
It's going to be a challenge for Rogue, that much is for sure, but they've shown a lot of capability to adapt. Oregon and Cafe are good maps for them. They have good win percentages on there. I think ultimately I can see this going to 3. I can see both teams taking their own maps potentially, Liquid on Oregon and Rogue on Cafe, and then us going to that decider. I think this is probably going to be, for me, one of the hardest fought games that we might see today.
All right, well, we are ready to get into this matchup, so I'm going to hand it over to Fluke and Demo. Welcome back, and now we are talking about FaZe versus SSG in another exciting matchup here. The November Major Champion versus the SI 2020 Champion. Whew, that's hyping it up quite a bit, Dev. Right now I'm with Dev and Ann, obviously, and something very interesting about this matchup, though, these teams have never played each other. That kind of shocked me when I found that out.
Crazy, because it's two really iconic Rainbow Six teams that have been in the scene for a really long time. Obviously, Spacestation already won an SI before. FaZe have been at 4 SIs in a row and are yet to win one. So two really iconic teams, absolutely. And finally, we get to see them play each other. I'm sure that fans have been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time.
And we do have FaZe's graphic up right now. And just tell me, what do you think is going through this team's mind going into this matchup?
I feel there might be a lot of pressure on this team, actually, because I think a lot of people have this team, FaZe, as the supposed winners of this entire tournament. I mean, they won the Sweden Major. Cyber was the MVP of that entire tournament. So I guess there's a lot of pressure to, I mean, reach a similar kind of what they did in the last tournament they did.
Yeah, I mean, they won the November Major. I think all eyes are going to be on them. People are going to be gunning for them for sure. And we talked about this a lot. SSG, you know, they're a storied team. They're a talented team. They're the SI 2020 champions. But it hasn't been that hot for them recently. I feel like they really want to prove themselves today.
Yeah, SSG absolutely need to prove themselves. In fact, funnily enough, they haven't won an international best-of-3 match since they were world champions at Six Invitational 2020, 2 years ago.
Repeat that, please. That is, you just saying that shakes me.
Spacestation have not won an international best-of-3 since they were world champions 2 years ago. That is crazy. And look at who they're going against right now. FaZe look pretty animated. These guys arguably favorites for the tournament. FaZe, look, they're having some fun. And a fun fact about FaZe, 1 year ago, this team completely ditched 4/5 of their roster. They picked up 4 players from MIBR, took a massive gamble, but what a gamble it has turned out to be. At that Sweden Major, they managed back-to-back 7-0 scorelines in the opening games. They're ranked 6th in the world, but I think in most people's hearts, this is what people are looking at for your prospective champions.
They look happy. I mean, the smiles and everything. And if I would make a list on what I would bring to a LAN tournament, that picture surely isn't on my top 1 spot, but apparently for FaZe it is.
And we have this graphic now showing the roster for SSG. And it's funny because Skies popped up and literally my brain for a second was like, wait, DarkZero. No, wait, SSG. There have been some roster changes here. Why don't we elaborate on that?
Oh, there have been some roster changes. If you talk about Rempe, Bosco, and Fools, they've been a good core for a long time. But then you had Hot and Cold joining them. He was a good player on DarkZero, and then he went to become the NAL MVP when he joined this team here. They dropped ThinKid and then got Skies, who were supposedly retired, but came back. That was in September 2021. So this team has only been together for a good few months, and well, we saw how that worked out for DarkZero. I hope to have some better future prospects for this team.
Do you think FaZe is going to be targeting that obviously that they're dealing with these possible chemistry issues?
Yeah, look, for sure, Spacestation as a team, you're looking at them and you think, look, they do have weaknesses. They bailed out early from the NAL finals, and I think more saliently, SSG have been first rounded in playoffs for 3 events in a row, and that is pretty scary to think. I mean, it goes hand in hand with them struggling in BO3 as well. There's no hiding in the group stage now that we're using a BO3 format. We saw them in past the November Major, Mexico Major, Six Invitational last year. They had performed really well in those group stages. They can't hide behind those BO1s any longer. However, FaZe are a team that will be looking and going for the heart. Like, they're going to be stabbing exactly where it hurts when it comes to Spacestation.
And Anne, you said earlier you feel like FaZe is probably feeling the pressure right now. I mean, this is the team that you can't overlook. There are some incredibly talented teams on here. Yes, there might be some chemistry that they need to develop, but I mean, these are really, really big names.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying impressive. There's 4 previous SI winners on SSG, so like, you can't deny that. It's only Hot and Cold that's never won an SI before, but that's really something you gotta have to keep in mind. And well, as you said, these teams haven't played each other before, and obviously they're gonna do prep work against each other, but they haven't really actually met on the server yet, so it can be anyone's game.
Yeah, Dev, let's dive into that a little bit more. They haven't seen each other on the server before, so what do you think is going through both of their minds when it comes to that?
I think that
there's definitely a different type of energy, for sure.
Totally. Look, theory is one thing, right? These teams, they've got all their analysts, their coaches, and they're sitting there behind the scenes, they're watching VODs, they're trying to sort out everything, but it's very different to getting into the server and actually playing against the team, especially a team like FaZe. Like, I'm kind of scared here for SSG. A lot of people are saying that they could be the best hope for NA when NA has been struggling recently, but look, FaZe is not going to make it easy.
All right, and we are moving into the map ban phase. We have some information up on the screen right now. Initial thoughts, and I'll put you in the hot seat first.
I mean, having FaZe ban Oregon is probably one of their worst maps since they've lost it 3 times recently. They also won it 4 times, but if you look at the most maps that they've lost, it's probably Oregon that pops out the most. So for them having to ban that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to skip through the first pick, which is Cafe for FaZe, and it doesn't really pop up as their good map, but it is something that does get banned against them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, in fact, the most banned against map for FaZe. Clearly a good map for them. They've had 4 wins in it recently. In particular, at the Sweden Major, they took down NIP. I believe that was in the grand final, in fact, and a strong 7-3 from them. If you're 7-3ing a team as strong as NIP in the grand final of a major, then yeah, that's absolutely a good map. And if we continue on Clubhouse, funny, really. Yeah, Clubhouse was always an iconic map when it came to Space Station. If we do think about the last time that they were an actual international menace, that was back when they won and they pioneered that Clubhouse meta, the SSG Clubhouse roam, but it hasn't been perfect for them recently. In fact, as recently as the NAL finals, they lost it to DarkZero 7-4. Back at the 6 Sweden Major, they lost it to Dumb1 7-4 twice, once 7-4, once 7-8. So if anything, Space Station, like, I really hope they've been working really hard on Clubhouse, because FaZe are a really good cafe team. SSG are going to have to make sure that they win club.
Yeah, and if you talk about the Shelly ban coming in from FaZe after, that makes a lot of sense. It's also a map that they have lost a lot in the recent few matches, and it's a map that they also tend to ban a lot. So these kind of things make a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Look, overall, I think it's a pretty strong veto for FaZe. I feel like whatever way you spin it, it is hard to not believe that FaZe are going to be the favored team. Just naturally, they'll always be in the advantage.
Okay, really quickly, predictions and who's winning?
That's a really good question, but I think I'm going to have to go for FaZe, seeing as they are the event's favorite to win.
They got smiles on their faces. Yeah, they're ready to go.
Really comfortable into this game. I mean, they won the last international major, and, well, a lot of people have them on their list to win.
Dev?
I'm going to cop some hate, like, for not backing in NA at any point. Like, it's really hard to go past FaZe here, and just looking at the numbers, I mean, Space Station must have improved on Clubhouse if they've picked it. They haven't won a BO3 in 2 years against a team outside North America. Like, there's no way they win this, in my opinion. This should be a 2-0 for FaZe.
All right, Devin and thank you so much, but we are ready to go. FaZe versus SSG. We're going to hand it over to Blue and Stokes.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final match of the day. Here on the B stream, we are very excited to be bringing you the action once again, as we'll be diving deep into this riveting matchup, as we'll be having SSG go up against FaZe in another best-of-3 series. SSG, while they've been faring fine inside of North America, it's been a bit of a struggle here in international competition, as the desk was just discussing. So, Stokes, what's on your list of things we need to see out of SSG for them to come out on top of this?
Oh, we really have to see them deal with FaZe's aggression here, especially when it comes to Bullet and Cyber. There's a lot to be done, and the only issue is that's not just them on the team. You got to deal with 3 other people as well. FaZe has been so dynamic this year, especially in a region that's been so dominant in Siege for such a long time now. To be able to hold the crown like they do at the current moment, it's nothing to, you know, tilt your nose up at or anything of the sort, especially with this map pool. It's looking like FaZe could definitely pull ahead, but SSG is a team that isn't exactly going to let everything go to the wayside either. We could see some very serious improvement here, just to spark some hope for our NA fans. Do remember that SSG is coming off a burner of a Stage 3, especially with hot and cold, but hopefully we don't see the results like we saw in Gaval.
All right, well, let's see what the results of this matchup will be. The fan vote from you guys at home does favor FaZe partially into this one, but not by a huge margin, so we'll see if you end up being right about that. As you guys can see, that we are already partway through the ban phase. Apologies for missing that first ban, but it's all good. You can see it now. Capitao is the first attacker to be knocked out from play, followed by a predictable second in Thatcher, as he's still the pick of the litter when it comes to attacker bans here in our current meta. Defender bans plans should generally be pretty straightforward here as well, at least the ones coming from SSG, I would imagine so. And yeah, FaZe is going to ban Valkyrie out here, so no surprises on the defensive side. It's usually the attacker side where you get a little bit more variance in the ban department of the current meta.
Absolutely the case, and Capitao being a very strong ban when it comes to Cafe, making those positions a little bit easier to play around the map. Those arrows obviously only being thwarted by Thatcher's, or rather Wamai's magnets, as we do have Thatcher, Valkyrie, and Mira all banned out as well, but those are a lot more routine than Capitao, so SSG is trying to guarantee their positions, especially around more of that site-centric play that obviously comes along with Cafe. So we'll see what FaZe want to bring for their lineup, and as to be expected, it's going to be the Flores instead to try and deal with these hard-to-reach places.
We'll see how that pans out for them. We're going to see, once again, a lot of aggressive operators coming out here for FaZe, and specifically in the soft and hard reach department, to be able to work their way down onto that second floor site that it's looking like we're going to see SSG fall themselves onto. SSG, in the meanwhile, as you were mentioning, no surprises when it comes to their lineup. They're looking to waste as much time as possible here, especially with the Goyo and Wamai being brought to the table there on the central two players. Let's get into it and see if there's going to be any surprises on the setup. More than likely not, though. And this could at least be part of the problem for SSG over the course of this series, is that they do tend to play that very slow, very team-oriented play style here. Obviously, the meta's shifted in part away from that as of recent times, so that's where FaZe might be able to find quite a bit of prowess and overall outwit SSG, as the analyst was talking about. SSG's really struggled to win any international series, and their strategy could be part of that. So we'll see if, once again, things will work out for them at SI22.
Yeah, we definitely need to see something change up for them when it comes to international competition, and hopefully it starts here on this Cafe. They're definitely going to be throwing a curveball early here with the site selection, heading towards Fireplace Hall as well as mining. See what they can possibly do with this, bring Castle along for the ride to make things a little bit more difficult for FaZe to try and maneuver around the map. They'll have to dedicate some very important utility to those if they do want to get rid of them. They do not have Sledge along for the ride, so it's going to be down to some more just limited utility.
Absolutely the case here. We'll be a slow rolling around though, folks. Give us a moment while we build up towards the action, as once again SSG not going to be favoring too much aggression themselves. Actually a minimal even extension going up to the third floor. It looks like only 1 or 2 players at most committing to that. Should be in the usual positions though once we get a better opportunity to take a look at that, and we can see a bit of it here for Fultz as he maintains his extended position. And I'll correct myself from earlier, there actually is quite a bit of a presence up here on the third floor from SSG, as they have 3 players committed to the extended game, looking to waste out this first minute or 2 from FaZe's time bank if they're going to be allowed to, and FaZe will be unable to clear that utility.
Yeah, Fultz playing inside of the bathroom around that deployable shield, something that we'd see from like TSM inside of NA, where just trying to use those mechanics to get those picks inside of Christmas, but he's also got Hot and Cold, or actually rather Fultz as well as Skies upstairs to try and assist him, so we'll see exactly what they can possibly get done, or actually Rampy rather, who'll be playing around the bar space. We saw him in Shaiko's spot just a little bit ago, but he's since came back towards the cocktail side of things. So also get a better read on things as he pops a Rotaro drone down the hatch, just trying to see exactly what SSG wants to get done. And the beauty of these Rotaro drones, they don't have to worry about ADSs or anything of the sort. He'll be able to get rid of the Goyo shield here inside of Pixel.
So we're going to get caught quite early on here with some good damage being thrown out against him, more than likely coming from Fultz there on the Wamai. He's able to bring him down to about 1/3 of his HP on the Ashe as well. An operator that, at least inside of even NA, we're not seeing it as much anymore here, but it seems for FaZe, they are favoring it quite heavily to bring it into this first round here as well. We're going to see once again SSG continue to maintain presence, but has been pushed back away from that extended position on the inside of the bathroom, at least in part.
Astro is all the way up right now inside of Minibar on the overtop. Yeah, wow. Very, very interesting stuff here. Astro actually moving up through Long Bar, able to get that pick. Fultz will double back over into Cocktail and actually pick up that frag as well. And actually, Cyber actually able to move up White as well and take down Fultz. Bosco now in Cocktail on his lonesome. The refrag will come through as Fate is able to trace out and actually get on top of things inside of the 3 versus 2.
So it leaves it a close situation here, but SSG will lose the entire extension up to the 3rd floor in terms of manpower there. Bosco, Fultz, and Rampy all now dead on the ground. Maybe the entire defense down to just Houghton as well as Skies here. And unfortunately, both of them need to spread out a little bit here too to be able to play into it. You can see one having to extend all the way over to the depths of mining, and the opposite as well for Fireplace to be able to maintain both sides. They're going to try to back up and play together as much as they possibly can, but like I said before, minimal damage done to FaZe in comparison here. They are going to have quite a bit, but time's going to start to really play against them here as we approach the 20-second mark, and only just now starting to creep towards the site. SSG realize this, so they're really going to try to group up both of their players and hold this take together to ensure that they can't work their way in. Starts out well with the Skies hold against Cyber. The rest of the team going to try to loop their way, but they're not being given any anything in terms of POV against these players here. Souls does get the first trade, but now he needs to stick the case, and unfortunately for him, he's out of time, so he's just going to let it go. Won't even let the kill go through, and SSG sneaks in the first win.
Very well done from SSG, especially when it came to the refrags upstairs. Yes, they didn't win it out, but they delayed enough time with that setup, and that's really what the importance of that round is. That time bank. FaZes usually end up limiting themselves in, does come back to bite them, so SSG will be able to pick up that initial round. And very awkward gunfights happening very early on there, especially with just the selection of how Astro wanted to play that out. Just simply drops down Skylight and starts trying to pressure Cocktail. It works out for him, surprisingly enough. Obviously, he does get refragged eventually, but FaZe is able to make it through that top floor quite handedly, at least man advantage-wise, but once again, that time just coming back to bite them.
And unfortunately for FaZe, not being able to clear things out, as you were mentioning, on the top hold, comes back to bite them in a huge way as they waste a lot of time specifically on that rappel, trying to knock out some of the utility, and not enough time actually clearing it. So as a result of that, SSG come out on top, and they're just going to go right back to their second floor site as well. No real need to change things up. You can play pretty much the same exact setup, at least when it comes to your extension upstairs, which, as we saw, was the huge proponent, which allowed SSG to waste the time, which then allowed them to leverage the 2v3 into their favor, and they're going to try to pull off the same exact thing here on the other second floor site over towards Library.
Yeah, fantastic play from Skies there especially as well. That's one of those situations where it's very easy to over-peak, but instead he plays the opposite side of mining extremely well, doesn't overswing, and ends up winning the round simply by wasting FaZe's time trying to kill him inside of that space. SSG getting away with the initial round. We'll see what they can do on the second one, as they'll be headed towards the mid-level again, but this time obviously for the reading defense. And this is going to play very similar to what SSG was doing previously. Might have a little bit of a different look around some spaces. We'll make sure to highlight those for you guys if we do see any. But as of right now, it's making a lot of sense across the board as to what they're looking into. Very similar to their last round, minus hot and cold now on the ward.
Yeah, hot and cold there. Trying to go for a bit of a jump out at the beginning as well, hoping we saw some players spawn over closer to the docks, but not going to be the case. They all spawn in the Christmas market, and so he won't be able to pick anyone up from there. We're going to see this breaching charge and Selma use real quick to open up some of those hatches up on top, as they won't necessarily need all the Selmas. It'll be cool to waste the first one there and just opening up the hatch and getting quicker access to the third floor. Once again, time is the key factor here for FaZe in terms of an adjustment from the previous round. They need to clear out this third floor setup much more quickly than they did last time, so they have large enough of a time bank to assault the site down below. That transition, I believe, will be even a little bit rougher for this site, personally, in my opinion, as well. You can have some pretty aggressive cutoffs from inside of Library there, and SSG will certainly want to use those in the dying seconds of this round.
We'll say this site is definitely more abusable when it comes to verticality, so we could see FaZe lean into that later on into the round, but it requires some heavy lifting from them inside of the soft breach department, which they don't necessarily have access to right now. So we'll have to see exactly what they want to try and move forward with. At least it'll be Astro here inside of mining, in tow with Bullet. Has some top control as well going on as they're looking into Cigar as of right now, but obviously SSG still has a pretty safe haven over on the other end of the map, as they'll be playing safely inside of Cocktail, continually trying to waste FaZe's time, even though FaZe has really just been wasting their own.
Yeah, FaZe here we can see with a big focus on trying to work their way in. It seemed through Fireplace there as they open up at least one path forward, but that's not really going to be safe enough to just throw all their players to the inside, and they won't have great support either. But they get the opening kill for themselves in the minimum. Astro able to line up a great pick versus Hot and Cold. He does a second one, just staying out the 90 Hall to challenge, this time against Foltz, and he wins that fight as well.
This is where things get very risky for SSG. You can see FaZe is trying to go for the dining plant as of right now, especially with Cyber being repelled on the Christmas window. They want to make sure that nobody can possibly get over the top end of this. Cyber's actually going to swing in to Ticket, move up White and take down one, and Astro with a triple kill as well. This man doesn't just have Selma charges, he's got an AK-12 as well, and it's going to continue to burst down these members. Rampy's going to try and make a play from the balcony, but it's all for naught. FaZe with their very first round.
A flawless one at that. It's another very quick adjustment coming in from the team who drops the first round. Just like our previous series we casted earlier today there, SSG not able to adjust their positioning quickly enough when they get caught on those initial peaks, and unfortunately the extended setup comes back to bite them there, as they don't have enough site presence towards the end of the round there to fend off the assault, especially coming in from Astro with 3 kills over the course of that round.
And no info really on the mining area, as well as just Red 90 here. Astro getting away with way too much inside of this positioning, especially when he actually ended up transitioning into reading. That's not something something that you really see too often is when, you know, Ace is just allowed to take as much control as he wants of the site. So unfortunate there for SSG, but definitely something that they're going to look to fix going forward. We'll see what they want to go to next. It's going to be the top floor this time around, so I'm assuming that we're more than likely going to see the positioning here from SSG look quite similar. They'll be bringing 3 shields since Bosco has 1 and Hot and Cold has 2, more than likely dedicating them around the pixel space as well as the bathroom.
Fortune certainly favoring the bold when it comes to FaZe's strategy, but this time not going to be able to bypass the defensive setup that SSG will put in front of them. It's direct play up on the 3rd floor this time around here, and we will see a lot of those same extensions, specifically into the white bathroom there in the middle of the floor, along with a lot more reinforcements coming in closer to both the freezer as well as the cocktail bar area to fend off that push from west to east that we so often see our attacking teams go for. And I would imagine we would get out of FaZe as well, maybe with some action going on the repels too.
Oh, great highlight there, Mr. Observer. Thank you very much, as they've reinforced both the bathroom walls here, John. This is going to make it to where the bathroom play is going to be pretty interesting, mainly because you have to dedicate yourself here. You have to be fully committed to this game plan because you're there as long as you're alive. There's no way you're really getting out, especially with the way that FaZe has been breaking up the map. They'll more than likely try and work that white window, and it's just going to make things complex for that player to try and get out into White Hall and get back towards stacks or what have you, but we'll have to see. FaZe already getting on this side of the building, so a little bit of a warning here for SSG, but again, they have to be committed to this game plan and trying to burn as much of FaZe's time and utility inside of this space.
You can see the repels being used quite heavily here by FaZe in the opening seconds of the round. Obviously, using this extra minute or so for the drone time also to see what type of setup SSG has brought to the table and if there's any little wrinkles that they need to worry about here. The Twitch obviously coming into play quite handily to deal with some of these extended pieces of utility like the ADSs, one hiding behind those shields. You can see another one getting sniped out there, at least his camera going away actually. Hot and Cold trying to chase that down, or Rampy is, but Hot and Cold be the one to grab it eventually as the first minute of the round is now gone. But FaZe more than likely feeling the confidence after that drone run to probably at least start to push their way in.
Absolutely the case, especially with the damage they've already done to the ADSs inside of the pixel corner. We could definitely see them start to work in towards Christmas. Nades coming through very soon. It's actually Bullet working this white side windows again, but it's more towards the back as he's just pitching nades in towards stacks as well as white window. Hot and Cold's going to toss a nitro cell, but nobody home. The FaZe member already moving to the roof.
Lots of support coming in from down the white stairs just in the event phase, try to go for a more aggressive play up that staircase itself. We are going to see flashes dumped in from Skylight, and that's a Hot. They're going for it. Fultz is ready to fend it off, though, and he immediately shuts down Cyber as he tries to work his way in. Bullet will have better luck, though, and Rampy tried to go for a jump out. Wasn't able to really find anything from the looks of it, though, so he's got a nice run upstairs, but the problem is Astro already watching out for that, and meanwhile, back up on the 3rd floor closer to the site, it's been a massacre. FaZe once again running over the entire setup. Souls here claiming a double kill for himself over the course of the round as FaZe get a second up on the board.
I mean, I feel like SSG's just throwing hands at ghosts right now. There's really nobody around these spaces that they're trying to contest, especially when it came to the white window. I mean, we were talking about how it could definitely be a hotly contested thing for FaZe, but they didn't even work it in the way that I thought that they were going to. Instead, they just dedicated some nades to the back end of white and then immediately bailed out. SSG going to call attack timeout, and honestly, I think this is a perfect moment to do it. FaZe already have 2 rounds on the offensive side of Cafe. That is not supposed to happen.
Yep, absolutely the case here. So SSG quickly going to try to recenter themselves, figure out what's been going wrong, where the holes have been poked through, and where they can quickly try to patch that back up. Still with a good quarter of this game remaining in the first half. They'll have plenty of opportunities to try and turn this back around, at least make this a palatable 3-3 or 4-2 scoreline in their favor if they can rebound quite nicely here over the next few rounds. Like you're saying, you do not want to fall into a massive deficit on the defensive side of this map. That is not a good recipe to work with as you transition to the attacking side after the 6th round.
Yeah, especially up against FaZe. I mean, they're going to take it to you on that defensive side. It's going to be a constant gunfight, especially around these shields, which we haven't seen SSG get away with anything. We haven't seen any opening picks. We haven't seen any, aggression out of them that's actually been something to talk about, which is very, very sad because they're definitely going for things. It's just not working out, especially in that last round with things like Rampy hopping out of window, having to rotate back up white, and the guy's just reloading as he's walking up the stairs and gets taken out. I mean, FaZe have so many members around the map, it's just easy pickings for them.
Seeming like a lot of misreads coming in from SSG on what FaZe are potentially going to attempt to do at some point in the round, and as they try to play into that and more actively counter it, they end up countering themselves a little little bit by removing too much presence from pivotal points on the map.
It actually feels more of like a timing thing. They have the answer, but they're doing it too late, right?
Yeah.
Like that last round especially, we see the commitment of the Nitro cell, and we also see the hop out from Rampy because he thinks that more than likely somebody's going to try and come back, or they're just trying to hold that to make sure the rotations don't come out from SSG. And they're like, okay, well, we'll have this. We'll have Rampy go down to dining. He'll hop out. He'll get that kill, and obviously nobody home. So it just makes it very easy for FaZe yet again inside of that round. Tactical timeout now done, folks. We're going to be hopping back into the map to figure this one out and see if FaZe can continue their reign of terror on this offensive side.
SSG will switch things up here, now head all the way down first floor for their fourth hole. Going to try all the sites available on this map to see if they can finally get themselves a winner instead of heading back to repeat any of the ones that they managed to pick up for themselves, such as the first hold back over in Mine, which is now available, by the way, but they are going to choose to bypass that for the time being and see how the kitchen hold will favor them this time. Very similar operator lineup being brought to the table as well. Most notable addition will be the Echo coming in for Skies here. Seen Echo used quite a bit on this site as there's a lot of places to hide those yokai drones and the obvious clutch capability, because we oftentimes end up in a situation where the last defender and the last attacker are on opposite sides of the site from each other. If that last defender happens to be obviously the yokai drone carrier here, he can immediately shut down the plan attempt and end the round safely from a distance.
And he's one of those operators that if you play him seldom enough, he's always going to end up catching somebody off guard. So SSG definitely looking to try and make that happen. FaZe now out and onto the field, not a change up in sight for them. They are committed to the game plan. And here you go, guys. Here's some cheeky things you can use at home. Always love to see this whenever we're able to grab a POV like this. This guy's just going to drive that drone back, toss it back up into the coolers up top, just to make sure that he can actually use that later on if necessary. It's just a very safe spot to have that. So as long as Sky stays alive, which shouldn't be a problem, by the way, he's got the best survival rating of any player in North America, he's more than likely going to be able to get something done with that yokai.
See if he can keep himself alive throughout the course of this round and maybe come out clutch, because unfortunately Bosco is not going to be able to help out much in the delay department here. All three of the Toxic Babes gone inside of the first minute of the round as Bosco won't be given a chance to use them. Cyber as well, no problem to follow that through here. He uses his teammate as a distraction to bait himself forward and absolutely executes Fultz as he wraps the corner towards Bakery.
This is what I was really worried about when it came to this matchup, John. FaZe is unflappable in what they're willing to do and willing to commit. You can just see the synergy amongst this squad. It's a minute 46, guys, and everybody minus Hot and Cold and Rampy is on the floor right now for SSG. Rampy trying to fight back, some serious damage onto Astro, but they have the entire site. And, well,
4v1 halfway through the round.
Yeah, Rampy's upstairs, man, and the plant's going down. I don't really know what he's going to do here, but it starts with this, some serious damage onto one of the FaZe members, but he's prone on the floor. And prone, well, it does that. That's what it does. It just so happens to have the gun model right over the player that's laying on the floor. And with that secondary shotgun up close, going to make things look pretty easy for FaZe. It's going to be their third round on the offensive side as they're making SSG mincemeat.
Usually kept for the rotates, but this time around it'll work perfectly to quickly finish off that last straggler on SSG as FaZe continue onwards. Now on a 3-round streak ever since just barely dropping the very first round here. It's been all domination from them since then, and I mean domination, as we have seen them just waltz right into the building multiple times, especially in that last round, and execute any type of extended setup that exists for SSG, leaving the site pretty much open for the taking.
SSG is scared right now. That's really the way that they're playing, especially with like Fultz inside a Bakery right there. He knows he has people bearing down on him, but he isn't ready for how FaZe is willing to commit to that. You know, they're holding the over top angle, and they know that he's playing on the other side of the Bakery, like glass front. So instead of, you know, actually like trying to do this whole convoluted thing of, oh, we got to get small bait control and all of these other things, they just do the very simple forward strategy of hold the over top angle, toss a stun in, push the twitch in, and get your frag, baby. That's it. That's all you need to do. So FaZe have all of the support necessary to be able to take control of these. SSG, honestly, just need to fight back. We need to see them commit to some fights and take them in convincing fashion, because as of right now, they're simply waiting for FaZe to do something and then trying to react to it. That's not going to work.
Yeah, the problem is when we have seen them try to do things, it's usually been a result of a reaction. It's usually happened very poorly when they do it, as you were mentioning earlier, way too late with some bad timing or through some other poor circumstances. So they themselves, the comms, are probably trying to convince themselves not to make those types of plays, but I agree with you. It's exactly what's needed. They need to get out in front and control the pace of these rounds, because FaZe is controlling every piece of their movement at the moment, and it's a large part of how they're winning these rounds so easily.
It's one thing that I always tell anybody when they're starting to learn Rainbow Six. That defensive side, you have to control the pace of the game. If you let the offense dictate what you're doing, you've already lost the battle, basically. Because, I mean, just look at the control FaZe is allowed to have. This is what I like to see. Fultz up here on stage, already getting rid of some drones, trying to get some early info onto FaZe, not being overly committed to where he's going to die, but definitely showing face and making sure that FaZe know that they can't just have this.
So it'll be a little bit more of a passive beginning here for the FaZe roster as they are going to repeat the site that they lost at the beginning of this map here. As you can see, they're taking their time to make sure they don't get tripped up by any of the extensions from SSG. Once again, though, not a huge surprise in terms of what we're getting from SSG, aside from this walkout currently happening from Fultz, as he's trying to actively contest any of the run-ins that might be happening over here towards Christmas, while the rest of FaZe is working on getting themselves in through either one of the hatches, sitting a little bit closer, as yeah, that drone's finally going to get taken out, and Cyber will have to be a little bit more manual with his progress at this point forward, once again allowing for Fultz to maintain his position just by the piano as well, and continue to waste the time and cause a little bit of hesitation in the FaZe camp as they want to clear this out.
This is the best early round that we've seen out of SSG, minus the round that they've won. Committed to Christmas, making sure they're getting rid of this info, because you're only as good as your info in Siege. FaZe isn't going to walk into this blindly and try and figure out where Rampy is with their face. Instead, they're going to try and get some solid info and frag him out that way, but since he's pulling all of that away from them, they now have to try and commit to something else. Ticket's also soft right now, so could see some interesting things happen here depending on the info that is gathered. Fultz sitting on stage, could be seeing Astro peek in soon, but more than likely wants somebody in tow to try and assist him. Also remember, this is actually on the second floor here. SSG not going back towards the top floor, instead committed to what the very initial round was that they ended up getting their dub on. Cameraman with a big pickup onto Hot and Cold, and he's not starting too hot, 1-4 currently.
Could be another troublesome LAN if this is going to continue for him, and that was a big part of the problem for him specifically back at the Sweden Major as well, after a great performance in the NAL, and things, man, just falling apart once again here, even though we had a promising start. And to be fair, a lot of time wasted in the initial defense put up by SSG, especially the play that was made by Fultz, but it just all amounts to nothing now, as once again, FaZe have one or two players completely ignore that setup and go directly for site contention, and it works. They're able to work their way in. Rampy fighting a futile battle here now, a nice pick that he got initially, but it's only the start of a 1v5. All right, nicely done to make it a 1v3, but obviously they have full sight on his current position now, so anything from this point forward is going to be even tougher to grab, and Astro finally leaps out the window by the red stairs to finish this one off for FaZe.
I mean, if I was a gambling man, I would just say that the game is basically over at this point. I don't know what SSG necessarily does to get this map back under their control. FaZe has already gotten 4 rounds on their offensive side, and with the bans coming in, this is technically speaking even more defensive-sided because Capital's not in play. They really have to hit those Rotero drones and make sure that they're hitting their mark, but FaZe have gotten away with even more than that. We've been seeing a lot of play out of Cyber with these Twitch drones as well that's been able to get rid of a lot of utility. You know, it's just not great right now for the SSG camp.
Yeah, so it's back up to the 3rd floor now, and more than likely the thought pattern coming in behind this site choice from SSG, let's try to make this as predictable of a play as possible coming in for the attackers here, because that's been the problem. We just have not been able to read into the strategy. We've not been able to properly counter the strategy.
They can't get in front of them, man. They literally cannot be an obstacle for them. It's like FaZe is basically got the keys to the castle.
So they're going to go to the 3rd floor in hopes that they have the most predictable strategy possible cut out from FaZe here, because you are kind of limited what you can do as an attacker on this site, but overall, we already saw success from FaZe on this site a couple rounds back, so that's not necessarily a formula that's going to work outright.
We are going to have a change up in SSG's overall strategy for this top floor. Fultz will be bringing Aruni with her laser gates, as well as Bosco and the castle barricades. Now, this actually makes for a pretty fun strat to watch for you folks at home. We'll get to the explanation as we get more of an oversight here, but you're more than likely going to see a castle barricade more than likely dedicated to this double door here on Cigar. With that laser gate there, it's going to make it to where they actually have to end up clearing this thing twice, as well as it makes it to where you can actually play inside of Cigar a lot easier. FaZe has to try and fight into you if they want to try and go for a lot of default plans, unless they want to go for Cocktail, but that's not something that we're more than likely going to see, simply because they don't have any soft destruction that works vertically.
Let's find out exactly how FaZe will try to navigate their way into this site yet again. Whether it's through deletion of the utility from SSG or an outright walk in the park to get themselves in the site. Everything has been working for our attackers here, as you can see. 4 players on the attacking roster right now for FaZe have died only a single time inside of this half so far. That would be Astro, Cameraman, as well as Bullet and Souls have only gone down once, and that would more than likely just be the round that SSG won here. So ever since then, it's been a nearly flawless half for this entire team, save for Cyber.
Yeah, Astro actually is tied currently with the entirety of SSG's roster for kills. He's 7-1-0.
Never a great stat, but
yeah,
always a very important one to point out there, as things are rough at this point for SSG. And run over is certain.
Oh no.
Man, I can't even finish my sentence. And nicely done. A nice catch as well here by FaZe. It looks like a possible double run out maybe. Might have been a window hop as well, but either way, Astro just leaps right in and knocks out another one here. SSG are bowing down to Latin America right now, as they cannot hold any sight except for that initial round.
John, I need you to hold me. I'm in so much pain right now watching this. This is just, it's so
walking
simple.
right in.
It's so easy. It's so, oh my God. It's another flawless from FaZe as they just dice up SSG. This is insanity. It's like chopping up sushi right now, man. This is incredible stuff from FaZe. SSG have no answer to this. You can see Lycan in the back just walking aimlessly, staring at these monitors. He's like, I don't know really what to say. And honestly, I don't know what to say either. I don't even know what you do. What's the adjustment going into this next map?
Just forget the first map happened. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of I'm kind of being serious about that.
Oh, no, very.
It's not a whole lot to take from this map. Like I said, especially on this defensive map, yeah, maybe we can see a little bit of a rebound and they make the scoreline a bit competitive here, but
Cyber and Astro both are either tied or have more kills than the entirety of the SSG roster. That's a thing. Well, you know, I feel like I cursed SSG, John, because you know what I did that I never do for Lens?
What?
I played the GIF game. The GIF game of who do you support? And, well, I looked away. I held it out, obviously. I let it roll for a little while. I closed my eyes and I clicked the button. You want to know who I got?
FaZe?
I got FaZe. That's exactly who I got. I have the screenshot on my phone. I could even.
How does that curse SSG though?
Because I'm supposed to be for NA in a certain, capacity. I'm from North America. I'm supposed to be rooting for the boys here, but I guess the gifts just don't lie. It's got to be FaZe Clan.
Well, there was some doubts as to whether FaZe would be able to replicate their performance that they brought to Sweden, as their victory there wasn't necessarily the cleanest affair, having to play on all 5 maps in the grand finals, just barely squeaking through Damwon Gaming as well, be able to make it to the grand finals overall, but still managed to get it done. A little bit of a falter recently in the Brasileirão finals, but that's okay because it seems like they are right in shape yet again as they return to another major, and this time obviously the World Championships. Currently leading 5-1 versus SSG if you are just joining us. We just switched sides and we're going to have to wait and see if SSG can give us anything on their attacking side to maybe, just maybe, save this map. It's not looking good, but we'll hold our breath here for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, honestly, words I didn't think that you were going to be saying at this moment. I thought we'd at least see some pushback from SSG, but they've just simply fallen over since the first round. It's been the FaZe show throughout this entire time, and it hasn't been the easiest thing for FaZe either. I mean, the info game and everything has just been absolutely on point for them, but finally, SSG is going to get something as they get to this offensive side. Cyber will fall, and SSG starting to warm up in a certain way.
Good opener from SSG, and more importantly, it doesn't get immediately traded in any sense here either. No one from FaZe in the area. Cyber just gets caught in a rotation, so no one's going to be able to assist with making sure that Fultz or anyone else goes down as a result of that one. It's a clean opener for SSG, and now they've got a player advantage they can leverage here. They can be a bit more bold with their opening push into the site when they're finally ready to go for it. They can afford to lose one player on a trade as they work their way in here, so we'll see if they try to leverage that at all. Still have a little over half the round to play into as well, and very much understandably, they are taking this incredibly cautiously so they don't mess up and get jumped on by the members of FaZe here if they try to get over-aggressive and make up for their lost player.
And that's exactly what you want to see coming from SSG as well. As you said, they get away with that initial frag. They want to make sure that this does not go to FaZe yet again here when they've actually been able to muster a lead here for round 7. Rampy going to start working on this cocktail floor on an operator we are so very used to seeing him play. Only able to down Astros. He might be able to get away. The skeleton key will come out. Can he confirm it? It'll be hot and cold instead with the frag grenade coming through, but not before Cameraman can take out Fultz.
Cameraman going to see if he can open up a rotate for himself. Bullet also leaps into the fight, but Souls will get traded elsewhere by hot and cold. 1 minute remaining in the meanwhile here, a little less than that. We've devolved down to a 2v3. Cameraman and Bullet trying to hold on for FaZe. Sky's busy putting the case down on the site, but they can't lock him down. Hot and cold instead gets the pick on Cameraman, but Bullet is there for the trade as he's now going to try to clutch this out in 1v3 fashion. Sky's, in the meanwhile, will waste no time hopping back out to reestablish himself in a different position, and Rampy's going to try to hold this from down below as well. An incredibly difficult clutch now for Bullet to make, as he's got to get aggressive, and he's got to make 2 different transitions down to the second floor to kill the player in Library, and then back up to somehow take out a player on Rappel as well. This is near impossible for him. Can't even really see this player inside of Library, so he knows he has to swing directly into it. He's just trying to get some type of an advantaged angle here, and he nearly gets it. In fact, finishes off against Rampy, but he's low on time. Only 7 seconds left to get onto the counter defuse. It's not going to be possible. He tries to go for the jump out to at least get the kill, but Skies fends it off, and finally, SSG get themselves another round.
Yeah, he only had a couple of moments there. If he was able to get that initial frag more around the 20-second mark, then he definitely has an opportunity to get back inside and actually get towards the diffuser, just timing-wise. But either way, it'd still be even difficult with that going on there, as you got to get it all the way upstairs and still have 7 seconds to defuse that thing. So, very tall task for the FaZe member, but luckily enough for SSG, they can calm down just a little bit. FaZe is not on map point just yet, and they still have a lot of offense left in them.
3-round gap as well, so it's certainly rough, but it's not impossible to work their way back from, especially if they're able to find consistency on this attacking side. FaZe not really able to figure out exactly what to do about the bottom to top clear that we saw SSG try to go for there. Just too much pressure against them, and especially with the Buck presence working its way in there, catching at least one, if not two players off guard over the course of that round. FaZe unfortunately just did not have the player power to fend off any type of defuse attempt in the later portions of that round, so SSG snuck it in. Skies, the planter himself, got the heck out of there, and they played out the 2v1 very, very easily for themselves.
Yeah, really the biggest issue there for FaZe was not reading into the reading take. That was the biggest thing. As you said, that downstairs clear, punishing FaZe initially, and then past that, SSG having a very commendable control over the mid floor, just not allowing FaZe to actually recommit and take some of these gunfights. The damage was just too high early on inside of the round. You even saw, I believe, Bullet trying to take some fights there, for a couple of moments, and then falling off and going towards White because he saw what was going on. Plants going down as a 2 versus 3. I can't give myself up for this frag right now. I need to try and play for the objective instead, and it just doesn't work out for FaZe. They're going to go to the reading mining, or rather fireplace mining defense now, though. A little bit of a change up for them, but I'm definitely going to be committed to very similar strategy as to what SSG did on this with the castle barricades.
Now, mistakes made by FaZe in the previous round, in my opinion, are rarely made by the same team multiple times over the course of a game. So SSG's not going to be able to rely on, for instance, catching one player in the middle of a rotation or whatnot. Not catching a odd clear as well. I don't think FaZe is going to be tripped up by that more than once here. So SSG certainly going to need to bring a strong default clear to the table at some point if they want to come out on top of enough of these rounds to tie it back up and maybe even take the lead away from FaZe here. But at the moment, FaZe in control of things still. As we see SSG working their drones into the top floor to try and clear out the extension. Astro just going to pop that one away. It's not really any threat to him, but still, man, he's really, yeah, you saw that too. He's really surrounded themselves with jammers there.
You need jammers? We got jammers for days. We got jammers on your left, jammers on your right, jammers in the middle of the floor.
I guess it works because that one's blocking the door. The one to his left is blocking the new balcony as
This
well.
just shows you how nerfed Mute got. like it's just all inside of reading.
He's really trying to cope and jam out as much as possible.
The copium right now is immense from Mute. It's actually insane, but it's delayed so much time. I mean, look at SSG. They're squandering all of this in the moment. Fultz will finally drop in, but look at the time. He's the first one in the building. It's 1:35 seconds as he sits on red stairs.
Nobody wants to risk pressuring that closet as well, so they're not even going to try and go out against that. And meanwhile, it's been completely abandoned, and I don't believe SSG have been able to realize that, as they wouldn't have been able to sneak a drone through as of yet. Bullet, however, has lost his support over here on the soft wall next to the bathrooms. He's got to be very cautious, even with that ping coming out there, about how he might proceed from this point forward. Looks like he does have some additional support still up here on the 3rd floor too. And SSG is going to finally commit themselves to a bit of a clear on this 3rd floor hold, as they will have to before transitioning down to the 2nd floor. I say that, but FaZe was able to ignore it to some degree here, so SSG, given the lack of time that they are quickly coming upon here, might have to pull off the same thing.
And don't worry, folks, for those of you that did notice the rave going on the top of the screen, that was not just you. You are not going crazy. I also saw it as well, but it's been fixed now, so the top bar is working. We know what's going on over all of these map choices. So FaZe still trying to look to see exactly what SSG want to do with the remaining time that they have, which is very dire in the moment. Rampy finally getting something done here. He'll take down Cameraman. That'll be his 4th frag of the game, but SSG still has so much to do with only 30 seconds remaining, and now FaZe is starting to fight back. Cyber gets picked off, though, in response.
It's going to bring it down to 3 remaining for FaZe. Once again, having to fight for a player down here. Even with the trades working their way in, they lose another player, but time is very much starting to play into their side of things with only 15 seconds remaining. And the majority of SSG still on the 3rd floor. They're going to have to suddenly transition down, and it'll go quite predictably here, as they have put no intel gathering, I don't believe anyway, onto this 2nd floor here. Hopping in, a good opener from Hot and Cold, but he's got no time left and no case control either. So time runs out, the gas goes out, and we see another successful round picked up from FaZe as they push on to that point.
I mean, you can see the monumental difference between FaZe's offenses and SSG's offenses. SSG's are very, very slow rolling, but not in the same way as FaZe's. FaZe's is for information basis, and as soon as they get that, they're fully committed to the cause. As for SSG, it feels like the parts and pieces slowly try to come together, and they'll get a pick here and get a pick there, and then try and commit to something, but it's wasting so much time, and on top of that, they're not taking anything away from FaZe. They're not being forceful with what they're doing, and that's what we need to see from SSG. We need to see some forceful gameplay. Strip these things away from FaZe, because they're not just going to let you have this.
Absolutely the case here. SSG needing to try and dictate their own destiny. They need to do it a little bit more quickly, too, as once again, like I said, got tripped up there and trying to clear out the last stragglers on the third floor. Too much utility and too much security for those FaZe members to work their way past. Ultimately, they were forced to just hop down to the second floor like I was talking about earlier in that round. Once again, they find
kind of awkward they didn't repel the Christmas window there on the far side for Whiteside either. I feel like that window has some pretty important impact overall for that, especially for the Cigar player there.
The one in the hallway? Or?
No, the one for Christmas stage.
There was a player earlier in the round, but they left, I think, around the 2-minute mark.
I'm trying to remember if they had that castle barricade dedicated there as well, because I know they definitely had the utility stacked over inside of Pixel to try and prevent anything coming in.
I remember the shield got taken down at one point, the one in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And then I saw a couple shots coming from the rappel. So I know that someone was there at the halfway point of the round, but they never used the pressure for anything significant. So
yeah, very interesting stuff coming through here for SSG. Is it just seems as though they cannot get their head wrapped around FaZe's strategy on either end of the coin.
Absolutely the case here. And now FaZe potentially going to start to try and take advantage of that. We can see quick little double tap on the window just in case our Mozzie player, currently taken on by Bullet, wants to try and hop out. And there is quite a few players out there, so certainly wouldn't be for any lack of fights if he went for it. Even just a quick peek out, too, might be worth it, but more than likely not going to see that, as we haven't seen FaZe get that bold just as of yet. They do have the window open, though, so they could be playing on sound cues as well to allow for Camera to try and chuck out that Nitro cell, but that, too, is not going to lead to a whole lot here, as SSG is putting no presence, it looks like, at least in those first 30 seconds up on the roof. Might be sending 1 or 2 players up there now, however.
Well, FaZe obviously now down inside of Kitchen here for this defense. Almost a minute already off the board as SSG has gathered some control here around Bakery. FaZe seemingly with no idea as of yet. Do have the mute jammer here on the wall. We're going to have Skies commit some pellets to the top end, and this is the beauty of Habana post buff, is she'll be able to only use 2 pellets inside of that space, and it's the perfect amount of area to get a nade to sneak in there and get rid of this. And this is exactly what's going to happen. Skies will more than likely dedicate the rest of his X-Kairos onto the wall, as there won't be any other utility preventing this unless somebody wants to step up to the plate and possibly chuck an impact through there, but it's not going to happen.
Much quieter round overall between both of our teams here. Still a lot to deal with, though, specifically that top down on the inside of Train and the supporting player, currently going to be Cyber, helping out to make sure they don't just rotate right up there and catch Astro before he can find any impact. SSG won't be able to walk directly in towards Service, meaning they really only have that breach they've made from Bakery to safely play into to get into the site. A second position would certainly be helpful, and that might be what Fultz is trying to establish right now on the Nook as he works his way over towards the main kitchen entrance from the red stairs.
Fultz is going to be able to go around all of the bulletproofs as well as Soul's Echo drones, so he should be able to just sneak inside a kitchen double more than likely, unless they have something there to slow him down, like a goo mine or maybe some barbed wire, but no barbed wire for the defense, so it's really just Cameraman that could possibly thwart this game plan for him. Also possibly the FaZe members re-rotating and doubling back towards Whiskey through White Stairs or Brown. We'll have to exactly see how that breaks down here in these dying moments, but SSG definitely has enough control to be able to try and commit to site. It's all about these angles that FaZe is holding on the mid floor that SSG has not contested. It's going to be a huge issue for them.
Oh, very, very close. Cameraman has no idea as well that Rampy's taking a position down over towards Whiskey. And as well, you're going to be able to see Fultz catch himself a kill too as he finally completes that lurk and gets himself up to the main kitchen entrance here. Frag grenade does go in. Bullet panics and chucks in his Nitro, but it's nowhere close to any intended targets here as he takes damage from another nade that's chucked in. Sky's just going to be able to sneak in a plan as well. No resistance to that whatsoever. But look at this. Cyber walking right up. No one's anyone the wiser that he walks down the Whiskey Stairs and takes out 2 members of SSG. SSG certainly a great plant for themselves, but nowhere near secured as of yet, as we got FaZe coming in hot for a retake.
There's no way in hell that FaZe is able to win this. If FaZe win this, I don't even know what you say, SSG. Bullet trying to work his way back in towards Kitchen with Astro in tow. It's still doable. 17 seconds remaining. They only have 10 seconds to commit to this game plan here. They know somebody's in the corner. The pre-fire is coming through. Can Vigil win it out? He'll swing in towards the middle of Kitchen, but the ARX will get it done for Hot and Gold. Cyber will be able to at least get 1 for his troubles, but doesn't mean that much clutch at the end of the day. SSG stay alive.
SSG indeed keep themselves alive for one more round as they close the gap little by little here, back to, I believe, a 3-round deficit at this point in the round. But the problem is FaZe obviously already up on map point, so it needs to be flawless from this point forward from SSG, and it unfortunately has really been anything but that up until this point. Certainly seeing some life come back into them, though, on this attacking side, and some great strategies to isolate out the more aggressive members of FaZe, as we saw them do some very nice work to put some additional pressure over on the Whiskey side of the first floor to really hamper the defensive setup from FaZe.
Fantastic stuff from SSG and their read of what was going on inside of the Whiskey area, especially with their plant site, or their plant spot, rather. There was no verticality for FaZe to really abuse inside of that space to prevent that from going on, so really liked that SSG was able to take control of coat check and go for that plant instead of going for something like inside of K2 or something like that. You don't really want to see them planting in the middle of the kitchen inside of that area just because of all of the angles that FaZe does have, and when SSG recognized that, they immediately shifted over to that space, so very well done from them, but as you were saying, we're going to have to see a lot more.
All right, so let's see if we're going to get that whatsoever here as we go back to a second floor hold now with the FaZe roster. And immediately they commit themselves to the usual extension up onto the third floor. Lots of support going to be given to that white bathroom once again. As well, you can see some reinforcements going down to allow them to play a little bit into the cocktail bar here, as well as possibly in the freezer if they really want to venture outwards here. It seems like most of the presence is being focused at the moment there over towards Whiskey. There was a lot of reinforcements being deployed to support that. Even mute jammers as well to prevent the walls from going down and allow these players to hold a secure point, as well as secure rotation back downstairs should they need it through the hatch that goes down into Jammer.
SSG will be let out of the gates yet again here now. We'll see what they can possibly get done for FaZe's potential last round here on Cafe. As for SSG, really love to see more out of Bosco instead of these rounds. I'm pretty sure if Bosco starts to light up this scoreboard, we definitely could see SSG start to bring things back, as it really just seems to be him lacking on this offensive side thus far. 1-8 in the current moment, but with Lion as his current operator, we could see him to have some more influence in different ways.
Slow roll once again here from SSG as they're going to spend quite a bit of time analyzing the situation and finding a good path forward. That's been how SSG has found most of their success, is through that slow, methodical play that eventually allows them to catch a gap in the defense or two that they can eventually utilize and abuse to be able to get past the large majority of FaZe's extended setup at a minimum, which then gives them a good man advantage to push more directly into the site, or at least forces FaZe to play passively and will allow a plant to go through, as we saw in the previous round here. Continuing to see that play out as the first minute of the round is already gone. SSG continue to prioritize droning here before they feel any bit of security to try and push in and take third floor control.
Yeah, sadly, not all sites are made the same, though, and that's the big thing here looking into this one. FaZe is going to be able to bear down onto a lot of SSG's game plan if they are able to hold on to this top floor. It's really about these FaZe members staying alive in sight and trying to prevent things going on inside of that space. Over for Fire Hall area. Seeing if Cyber wants to commit to this, and he will. Foltz gets caught off guard as he's just trying to get rid of the mute jammer. That's going to be his 10th death in the game.
Cyber with a nice catch there, timing, allowing him to move in and take out Foltz there. Some very nice stuff as Foltz once again not able to catch him when he goes for the swing around, and with that one FaZe will take the advantage this time, which is an area they've actually been lacking in this half, when they obviously dominated on it back in the first half when they were on the attack, really dominated a lot of areas. But first kill is an area where SSG has really been taking control so far in this half. Not this time though, as it's 2 for 1 on the initial trades here. Hot and Cold finally getting himself into the action, but he trades out both the deaths of his teammates here. It's lights out from Hot and Cold. He's trying to keep his team in the game despite what FaZe is throwing back at him. Cameraman uses the Nitro to take out Skies, and just like that, SSG are back down a player again.
We have to see Bosco play some very serious Siege here. If we don't see Bosco get any kills this round, I mean, this is going to be the most Herculean effort from Hot and Cold. It'll be an ace for him on the round if they're able to stay alive in this one. Currently committed towards the top window here, trying to send some shots to make sure that Astro has no idea Hotten's creeping up on him. It'll work out. That's a triple kill for him thus far. But 20 seconds remain for them to get this case down and under their control, while having to worry about both FaZe members who are playing their best defense around this site.
That's your NA MVP for sure, as once again some great work coming out from Hot and Cold inside of this round. 3 kills clearing out the entire top floor setup. The Gone 6 is going to quickly open up the barricades and give these guys access to a site, but they don't feel fully confident in the walk-in here. They're going to have to obviously commit to it though, with time coming down to an 0 point. And now the retake attempts coming in, the Nitro thrown in. Can Hot and Cold grab it? No, he goes down instead. Shoots out the Nitro, Bosco does, but now he's got to fend off against both players. He'll do it, shuts them both down. Bosco with the big clutch, and that's going to keep SSG in the map.
That's exactly what you want to see coming from Boss Goat. He's been so quiet this entire game, but when his number's called up, he finally gets it done. A clutch in the moment and shoring up that round deficit just enough here. Only 2 rounds to go for SSG as they stay alive still on Cafe.
It's going to be a bar reattempt coming in from the FaZe roster now. And we did actually see this one go by the way of SSG the last time it was played into it. Mining is where the only site so far where we've seen FaZe able to pick up a round on the defensive side. And I believe that actually is unlocked as of this round here, but they're going to choose not to go for that, favoring instead the third floor, probably for the same reasons that we saw SSG do it at the end of their initial half, just to make this round a bit more predictable and hopefully allow them to get the clean closeout they need, as the advantage that initially was heavily favored for FaZe previously, I believe 5-1 at halftime, has now gone the opposite direction, and SSG are only 2 rounds away from potentially triggering OT.
Well, SSG getting a lot farther than I think both you and I presumed when we got to this half. FaZe only able to muster 1 defensive round so far, although they are definitely making SSG work for it, I'll tell you that. We'll have to see how this one will go here as we're now on the top floor. Some interesting things coming out here from Astro, rather Bullet, and the rest of FaZe. So we'll be making a rotation here into Freezer. In the Christmas side of all things, this is something that we don't see too often. And actually, they won't have any deployable shields either to try and play in this space. This is something we saw done for a little while, but obviously some other things could be in the cards for them. This is definitely an angle that they can abuse from a lot of different areas, and SSG is more than likely not going to be used to working around that as well, as that's usually a place that you'll open as an offensive member instead of having to play through that through other means like they will have to now.
FaZe gonna hope they can get lucky on the Nitro Cell lottery here. As you can see, Cyber's ready to chuck it up at a moment's notice.
As soon as you hear that rappel go off, it's just a chuck, but I don't think that we're going to see it. I gotta agree with you on that.
Once again, he'll just back up and away from that one, with as well seeing the bucket into position. There's his chance. Gone and gone away. So SSG will not be falling victim to that Nitro Cell toss anytime soon here, at least not at the beginning of this round. More important to note, though, it's also not wasted by FaZe. This is the only Nitro they bring to the table for this round, so it's still going to be an opportunity to try and chuck that a little bit later when the action gets a little bit more heavy towards the site here. And we can see, once again, SSG, large part of the reason is how they were able to leverage a win on this site. The first time it was played was because they went for a top or bottom to top clear, and FaZe did not expect that to some extent here. Nades going in, and it's right on the mark. The attacker Nitro Cell comes in from the bottom as it takes out Souls and gives SSG the opening kill.
Yeah, this Nitro Cell just has a pin. That's the big difference here. And it's more fragmentation than it is utter force, like a plastic explosive, similar to the Nitro Cell. Either way, though, FaZe is going to be losing a member early here, and quite the important one as well, as Souls is one of the bread and butter characters to play defense here for FaZe inside of the site. You won't be able to use those Evil Eyes in such a convincing way either anymore. Although, just to remind you, the Evil Eyes did get buffed in a certain sense. You can move them around to look around now, but Maestro's the only one that can open the gates and actually shoot lasers out of the Evil Eyes. So they'll be lacking in that department for the time being, but for FaZe right now, they should definitely know what's going on. This is the exact same strategy that we saw SSG apply to this the last time around, although now Bosco's finding some frags.
Bosco with a nice pick once again, weakening the overall setup for FaZe here as they now go down to 3 players left with only a minute to go as well here. That's plenty of time for SSG to be able to utilize here to clear out the remaining members of FaZe, but that obviously won't matter too much if FaZe are able to trade that out to an even number. Yet again, Cameraman getting the first pickup for FaZe inside of this round, eliminating Skies. Obviously that hard breach going to go away, but in a large part it's not really needed at this point, so Utility is not going to leave a lot out. Nice catch from Hot and Cold as he takes down Cameraman, trying to go for a window jump out, and that leaves only Cyber as well as Astro alive here for the FaZe camp to try and once again rebound, close out this map.
Hot and Cold not only has the most kills in the game, but he's also got the case. Somebody needs to kill Astro, and it'll be Hot and Cold to do it as well. Bosco's been down, but that guarantees a plant here for Hot and Cold, and more than likely an SSG round. Cyber not very much HP coming into this 1v3 clutch, and a lot on his plate to get this done.
See Cyber trying to lurk around here, trying to bait out any type of sound cue or intel that he might be able to get for himself, but like Stokes was saying, this is such a tough battle for him to win here, even to get the first kill, so it's no surprise that Rampy immediately shuts it down, and SSG continue to rebound here, as now it's Empire that are struggling on the defensive side to a massive degree, and SSG only one round away from completing the rebound and sending us to overtime on the first map.
SSG have got to be just tickled pink with this right now. Not only did they have to forcefully use their tactical timeout so very early on, but they've came back so far that FaZe has now called their timeout, which allows Lycan to talk to his team as well. So this is actually a very big thing for them. SSG can do a lot with this offense right here, trying to guarantee overtime, but I mean, FaZe can also make some very solid commitments to their overall game plan inside of this one as well. SSG, I would definitely say the big changeup that we've seen is they're making FaZe question as to what they're going to do. It kind of started to happen on the kitchen defense where we saw Rampy as well as Fultz start to work the whiskey side of the building, but it really wasn't that big of a commitment from SSG. I'd say overall it was more of a misread from FaZe, just not really thinking anybody would be inside of that space and just being like, oh, I can walk in here, this is our map. But, you know, obviously that not working out. Past that, SSG have done a bang-up job of committing themselves to not only the OBJ work, but also getting these picks onto the FaZe members.
Two very one-sided halves so far have been the way this game has played out. While SSG took their pause earlier on in the half, they played out on the defensive side to limited effect, to be honest with you. FaZe are saving theirs for the very final round in hopes that they can bring out one winning strategy, and that's really all they need to prevent overtime and allow themselves to come out on top of this one, in addition to getting the 1-0 advantage overall on the series. Important to note, of course, we still have two additional maps coming up after this one. You guys will see them on your screen in just a second, over towards the top right once we get back into the game, which should be happening in just a few seconds here as the pause time has concluded. We are counting down and heading back in, so let's get into it here and see what exactly these two teams are going to be able to bring on the final round of regulation, as it really has become a duel of two top players there, if you spotted it on the scoreboard. Cyber at 14-7. Meanwhile, you got Hot and Cold at 10-7 as well. Both those players competing heavily to try and push their team over the finish line.
Houghton is doing his damnedest right now. The only positive player across the entirety of SSG in the moment. And that's not something that we see too often coming out of this squad, especially for you and me and what we saw inside of Stage 3. So we'll see if SSG can possibly tie things up here. This round means quite a lot to the overall story of this best of 3. FaZe obviously committing themselves to the reading Fireplace Hall defense yet again here. There's a lot of some mute jammers to hold on to the single panels here, as well as committing some utility upstairs, not only around the freezer space, but also inside of Cocktail, just to slow down this SSG take.
So for SSG, they've come back with huge efficiency here, especially when it comes to their opening picks, and specifically for Hot and Cold as well, finding so many playmaking opportunities where he just tears through the setup from FaZe. Bringing a lot of what we saw in some respects from Astro, more than anyone inside of the first half there for the members of FaZe, as he was pulling off a lot of the same things on at least 2 or 3 rounds where he just kind of walked right in and got himself some easy doubles. Very much Hot and Cold, bringing that same type of player to the table in the second half and making it very tough for FaZe to get any type of closeouts here so far, with only 1 to write home about, but they need to find that second here on this round. Once again, SSG taking a slow route as well, and going to try to utilize a bottom to top clear for at least Fultz as he takes up position inside of first floor VIP now to wait and see if he can catch any rotations probably for a minute or so.
Yeah, Fultz, as of right now, seemingly the only SSG member inside of the building. So he's on this base floor, just seeing if any of the FaZe members want to try and commit to a rotation on that base level, something that we'd see quite often here on Cafe. So a great read from SSG to get him in early and make sure that they have this shut down if FaZe do want to commit to something like that. This is more than likely going to lead into SSG making some game plans on the other end. Fultz, that's a freebie right there, exactly. Cameraman ends up getting taken down on white stairs, and yet again, FaZe punished by the base floor.
So FaZe will once more lose the opening kill advantage for themselves here, which has been a huge core issue inside of this second half of themselves. Just completely unable to prevent the lurking from SSG or other bits of aggression, which they've allowed to come in. Interesting from Skyzer, he's actually going to shoot out the X-Pyros and choose to force.
I'll tell you why. The reasoning is that they're more than likely going to be going for a fireplace plant, and they don't want that hatch open because if they retake up top, they're just going to kill them.
Yep.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. You're not going to win that fight. So for SSG, it's much smarter to keep that hatch sealed and make sure that they can safely play inside of the train space instead of opening it and giving FaZe the potential to retake the top floor.
Houghton going to try and load up a nade for himself here, and it will land itself in a good position. Unfortunately for him, an ADS is still primed and ready to go halfway down the white stairs there, so that player from the other side on FaZe will be able to avoid their premature death in this round, and SSG have come to a little bit of a standstill, but that's all for good reason, as they are trying to build up the strength to go for an attacking clear here. Only issue being, once again, possible lack of intel on the actual site setup. A lot of players on FaZe sitting at the borders of this would have been able to shoot out drones fairly easily. And you can see that only half the count's been used by the SSG roster, so still plenty of opportunities to try and gather that. If one of their lurking players here, most notably, we see Fultz unable to leverage anything else for himself. The rest of the team is nearly prepared to make that transition themselves.
This is so very awkward for both of these teams right now. FaZe doesn't know what the move is from SSG officially, but it seems as though they think that they have an idea that it's going to be coming in from the white side, and they'll be right as they're taking down member after member. It's a 2 versus 2, and that's the case. SSG, they're not able to get it done. Rampy with a frag, but FaZe play it out perfectly as they'll shut down the take from the white side. They have to commit from the balcony upstairs, and it's simply not enough time for Rampy to get his last kill. FaZe with a 7-5 victory on Cafe.
A little bumpy on the defensive side, but they managed to get the job done. And unfortunately for the members of SSG, if we had seen a more competitive first half, they could have very easily come out with a victory on this matchup, considering what ended up happening, but falling way too far behind with that 1-5 score that we warned you guys about if they ended up falling into that, how tough it was going to be to recover. And although they do their darn best to be able to bring it back to a very, very close scoreline, going all the way to the end of regulation, that one final round sneaks in for FaZe at the very end of it, and they are able to close it out with no overtime for either team.
Yeah, FaZe simply besting SSG on both sides here, the offense and the defense. And really, this is not looking too hot coming into this next map. I honestly have my heart set on SSG doing something here, especially with what they were able to get done on the offensive side. I really like that we started to see some different, faces being shown, especially with the Nook gameplay coming in from Fultz, but it was just too little too late.
Absolutely the case here, and now we're going to get ready to transition over towards our second map. It is going to be the pick from SSG, so for the fans at home, don't give up hope just yet. Clubhouse is on the horizon. We'll be heading into it in just a few minutes. Stick with us, guys. We'll be right back. we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, ready to dive deep into the second map of this series. If you are just joining us, it's SSG versus FaZe, the previous SI champions all the way back in 2020 with a bit of a different roster nowadays, obviously, up against the most recent major champions back in Sweden. And they gave us an absolute show in the first half of Cafe. They're shutting it down 5-1, but only managed to just barely squeak out the win, going all the way to the end of regulation as SSG had their own comeback and nearly took us to overtime. Now we get ready to head into their own map pick on Clubhouse. Stokes, what does this series look like for you heading into the second map?
It's going to be a very tough call for me, John, mostly because it seems as though SSG has woken up, and what a time to do so. Walking into Clubhouse here, a map that everyone knows as SSG's map. There's not a single person around the world that watches Rainbow Six Esports that doesn't know what SSG can produce when it comes to Clubhouse. It's called Dub House for a reason, and that's where these people reign true. We'll have to see if they can possibly get it done here up against FaZe Clan, because when it comes to LATAM, Clubhouse is definitely a map to watch.
Absolutely the case here. Now we have seen again inside of that first map, the biggest area where most of our teams were struggling with was on the defensive half there, so thankfully should be able to resolve that issue considering we're going over to Clubhouse. That's a map where defensive play is kind of the bread and butter of how it goes. And we have the stats, of course, here from the first map. If you did miss it, we can see again
that frag duo.
Yeah, it's two big leaders here for both teams, really, as you have Cyber at 16-7, Hot Cold as well at 10-8, with a large majority of those kills, I believe, being found inside of the second half, leading as well in the rating department by a huge margin at 1.13. The next highest teammate was at 0.94. Meanwhile, Cyber sat very high at a 1.4.
Just a very strange game from SSG overall, especially from what we had seen from them inside of Stage 3. Skies especially dying quite a lot inside of that game, which is something we really don't see a lot from him. We usually see SSG very strongly taking objective control and using Skies in quite convincing fashion inside of his supporting role. But, I mean, when everything else is falling down around you, it's going to be difficult to try and get anything done. So for SSG, that's really just a sign of what was happening inside of Cafe, and hopefully they can fix a lot of their issues going into Clubhouse like you were talking about. Defensive side for Clubhouse is usually pretty favorable, but we'll have to see what it gets to when it comes down to the bans. We'll more than likely see things like Habana and Thatcher removed there. Might even see Maverick come out. I don't believe that we have seen a single Maverick ban today across any game. So
very, very true. And the other thing it's important to note here as well, yes, we are going into SSG's map pick. This map hasn't been the kindest one to them in recent times, especially
the kindest to NA, honestly.
Yeah, especially when they go to international play. You probably heard us if you were with us for our desk segment earlier. I believe that Marta talking about how there hasn't been a single best-of-3 win for SSG since they won SI. And clarify, that's a single international best-of-3 win at events like this one or a major. They've been unable to do it, so going to be looking to try and change that fate today, but they'll have to run it back in 2 maps in a row now. As we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, our second map is starting now. Will SSG be able to rebound, or is FaZe going to give us another 2-0 to end out the day? Let's find out.
It starts right now, Blue, and for folks at home, we're already into the ban phase. 4 seconds remaining on this one as, well, I actually think we're going to be getting things figured out, so we might have oversold things there.
Back up a few
steps. Just a minute, hold on. Whoop, 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 whoop. We just went all the way back here. Got to go back in time. My hoverboard or something is, we're going to figure this out. But once we get things figured out on our end, folks, we will make sure to let you know. But let's get back into a little bit of analysis, John. That first map was pretty fun indeed. So, you know, for Cafe, I think that things really just ended up going towards that aggression that we saw from FaZe in the way that they were not scared to just push into SSG and take them for what they're worth. Luckily enough, folks, not going to take too long to get back into it. And wouldn't you know, we're going to have Thatcher and Habana removed on Coastline on Clubhouse.
Maverick's in play once again, as you were talking about before, so we will be able to see him used quite proficiently here, especially again with the Thatcher ban in check. You're absolutely going to need him to be brought to the table here. Valkyrie, yeah, you guys know about that.
Just give me the Mira ban already, you basic people.
Move us on.
Oh my God, you guys got to get more creative. Did you not see the Finka bans? Like, do something, man. Come on. Oh, it's Goyo. Thank you.
Actually,
thank you, SSG. Let's go.
Interesting one, actually. A bit of a change up from what we're normally used to, and one that we don't see really that often at all, from my own personal recollection at least. So
you're completely right. He's got a very low ban percentage, but the thing about Goyo that we always have to highlight, he gets 2 shields. There's a reason that Ubi is looking into nerfing this character because he is so strong on the defense. He gives you so many bastions to play around inside of your site, and it makes it to where the offense has to be very committed to clearing not only the utility that's defending the shield, but the shield itself. Big callback to the utility meta for a couple of you that have been watching your esports for a little while here inside of the Rainbow Six scene. Yeah, it's not fun. It's just not fun when you have to do that.
Not to mention like that 5 to 10 second time waste you have to deal with as well, with the incendiary being on the ground after you manage to take that out and just waiting for that one to clear. Obviously that's not a huge proponent, but inside of a very sort of clutch situation where you're quickly trying to clear that, I'd say you only have like 20 seconds left. It could be a very big make or break difference. So removing that operator from the pool entirely is actually a very good choice in my opinion from SSG to try to speed up that clearances. That was a large part of the issue for sometimes in the attacking rounds here, is just the inability to quickly get rid of the setups and get themselves onto the sites. They're going to remove that factor entirely. Obviously, it is a bit of a self-handicap, as they'll be starting out on the defensive side, but assumably with them going for the ban, they absolutely have a plan to play around.
I'm so happy that you said that, because that's exactly what I wanted to lean into, is that it is going to be a self-hamstring here for SSG, but that doesn't mean that they don't have strategy set up around this. Obviously, this is going to be in their game plan, and they'll be going for the SSG roam. We've got Hot and Cold on Vigil, Bosco on mute. They'll be reinforcing everything upstairs, making sure to barricade the door for Billiards as well down low, and, well, at least we'll see SSG stay true to their name.
Absolutely the case here, as they are going to commit themselves into that, and why not as well, considering the playstyle we got out of FaZe in the last round. We were talking about how SSG needed to try and find a way to dictate the state of play that was going on from their defensive side, and they were really unable to do that on Cafe Dostoevsky. This is a map that they know the inside and outside of, however, so they should have no problem leveraging an aggressive strategy like this here, considering they're the ones who popularized it in the first place. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to popularize themselves into a victory, however, as we see Fultz going down to very low HP, trying to contest over towards Blue, only returning a sliver of that damage back onto Cyber as he loses about 20% of his overall HP.
Yeah, FaZe truly terrifying on these offensive sides thus far, and it seems like it's going to be no difference here when it comes to Clubhouse. When it comes to this top clear, you really need to flush them out towards another member of your offensive side, and that looks to be what FaZe is trying to commit to. Pengu and I were actually talking about clearing out the top floor of Clubhouse earlier, and I love the way you described it. More, the same thing as a flush, but a hammer and anvil. You have to have that hammer come through and push them into that anvil to make sure that these kills happen. You don't want them to waste all of that time and get away scot-free, and that's exactly what FaZe is doing in the moment. Already some serious damage done to Fultz, and Bosco done and dusted.
Cameraman very, very close. He sees that footstep on the ground, but what? Thrown out by Houghton from inside the window is going to catch Cameraman instead. The bait towards the window catches him hook, line, and sinker, and Cameraman is going to be upset about that one.
I did not see his health before that, but man, has he gotten away with so much. SSG will be able to at least take down Super, or rather Rampy here, but Hot and Cold trying to get back downstairs, and as I was talking about before, you do not want to let these roamers get back down into the basement and assist their teammates. They have to all die, John. You have to kill all of them, and that's exactly what FaZe has achieved. They're going to commit back to the drones now, as Souls will be opening up the box hatch here. Cyber gonna hop out, might even make a dirt play here. That's exactly what I would assume, as he's moving his way over towards the soft panels as of right now. And the beauty of Maverick, he can just make himself a nice hole and walk on in.
Absolutely the case. They'll do that without too much of an issue here. Gonna start getting a little bit low on time, considering it's only a 3v2. This is absolutely workable for the FaZe roster here, especially as they move themselves in, already catching the position of Sky. So just have to figure out where Fultz is at, as he's going to be the lower HP player here. 30 seconds remaining, though, so going to need to try and commit themselves in towards a drone or two. They still have 6 of them, in fact. But no, Fultz is going to be allowed to just take the initial duel versus Cyber out right there, and he wins it despite the low HP. Charge is going in. Bullet does read into play, but a shotgun pump nearly takes him out, and he can't return the damage in kind. Another one downs him as well, so it falls only to Souls. SSG might very well hold on here, but no, Souls clutches it out instead. The big man from FaZe does it, and they get on the board first.
Oh, SSG, that's got to be head and hands there for them, as they were so very close to getting away with that round. The roam not really working out for them either. FaZe had literally every single avenue that they could possibly escape shut down. They have people over on secret stairs, people repelling the main stairs as well, and there's really nothing that SSG can really do to get out of that space. We even see Hot and Cold fully commit to running down main stairs, and he still gets bodied trying to escape the FaZe members.
That's a play from Souls player. We've seen it pick up up the clutching potential for FaZe in the past as well. The semifinals back during the Sweden Major, during or up against Damwon Kia, for instance, he was up against, I think, 4 1vx's over the course of that series, where I remember the stat correctly off the top of my head. So some really impressive stuff coming out from him, and he's going to add 1 more to his overall career tally with that round right there. Very well done from him as he shuts it all down in the favor of FaZe and puts them on the right foot forward for the attacking side. This is going to be very, very similar to Cafe Dostoevsky, where every single attacking round that FaZe can sneak off is a massive boost to their second half performance.
Absolutely the case, my friend. SSG have got to be getting these rounds, and well, it looks like we'll be having something interesting here. A site that's been changed up quite a bit when it comes to Clubhouse, and one that needed a desperate buff over its win rate. It's going to be bar, not stock anymore, stage. Bar stage here for SSG, a site that we seldom get to see, but one that is quite interesting. If you ask my personal opinion, I hate the site, but that's mostly because of just how many times I've seen things go wrong in the past. With this change-up, I don't really think that we have the largest sample size from Squad, so honestly, very happy that SSG has done this. I want to see what FaZe was able to commit to this actual space. This is going to be a lot going into this top floor here for SSG to make sure that FaZe can't work this verticality because of how important it is to the overall strategy inside of this area.
Now, inside of North America, we don't see this site come out very often at all, as you were mentioning before, but obviously inside of other regions, specifically Europe, we've been seeing it played quite a bit, so it's not like it's going to catch FaZe off guard here. Globally, this is something that has been coming into play over the past few months. It has become a bit more prominent now, so SSG probably going to be incorporating quite a bit from the international side of things to bring that strategy into play and use this site. Not a huge surprise overall here for the FaZe roster. We can see, though, once again, quite a bit of a split amount of utilities. They're going to try to hold it from the top down, spreading that utility out over here. We've got as well an interesting position being played out by Rampy all the way over to the inside of security, and as well a nice annoyance as they're going to throw out one of the clones from the Alibi just to get that nice annoying red text in front of the attacking players' faces for a few seconds here.
You always gotta love it when somebody trolls with the Alibi clones. It's always so funny. There's actually one on border that you can get up on top of one of the stacks that you actually can't shoot as an offensive member, which is just hilarious when it comes down to it. But either way, guys, we're waiting for FaZe to start trying to make their entry into the building. You can see SSG just simply waiting for FaZe to try and make any committed play. Some serious damage on the bullet as he'll drop off. Take some damage from one of the SSG members over inside a strip.
Let's see here once again, FaZe biding their time now that we have seen that jump out happen from SSG. Also, an attempt to counter out some of the aggression that's been coming in from FaZe, but not going to lead to a whole lot here. Neither player able to really meet their mark, or their team rather, able to meet their mark inside of this first 2 minutes, but a near fight happening up on top there as we see 2 players, one from FaZe, one from SSG, nearly colliding with each other on top-down angles. In fact, the yellow ping going out, I believe it's going to be Foltz's position that will be revealed. Oh no! They don't even realize Foltz sitting right down below them there. They shoot back right at each other, and Cyber goes down. Additional presence is near the main stairs too, so FaZe isn't even out of the hothouse.
Oh my god!
Cold snipes bullet out from inside of your strip, I believe. Is going to be able to take him down and bring it down to a 5v3. This is an amazing hold from SSG so far. FaZe do not know how to handle this. Souls with a great response though, locks into those tracers and immediately trades out onto Foltz.
Well, if somebody needs to get frags, Souls can, as he has 4 right now for the team, trying to fight back. Astro getting even more done, and what's on the other side of green box? Bosco, please wake up! Somebody shake the man, get some cold water, hot and cold. Speaking of it, we'll take down Souls. It's a 2 versus 2. Still have that beeping outside, that annoyance for the FaZe members, but it's not getting inside of their head. Hot and cold's been down. The plant's going down as well, and Rampy does not have an answer. He needs this kill in the moment. Can he stop it from happening? He cannot, and he's on low HP as well. He'll be dusted by FaZe, and they'll pick up the bar round.
That was literally a second-to-second round there. As you saw how low the both rating FaZe players were as well, they had like maybe 15% health max between both of them there. So just barely able to squeak out the way. But what a recovery, especially with the push working its way into cash room there. The defense just not ready for the challenge, thinking they could hide behind the green box. To be fair, the player's POV we were watching from FaZe, I'm pretty sure he didn't know that second player was even there until he caught his like foot sitting behind it, wrapped it, and unfortunately, I believe Bosco gave him just enough time to scope back in, lock in on that target, and had his teammate take him out.
Sadly, that is one of those rounds where you just got to go, Bosco. You got to win those, man. You have the shotgun playing around green box. You should not be losing fights like that. But this goes back to what you and I were talking about previously on the last map. FaZe are committed to their game plan, and the last thing that they're going to do is not commit. They are fully committed to what is going on inside of these rounds, and you'll love to see it, especially as a LATAM enjoyer myself. I always love to watch these guys do their thing, and this is definitely going to be some of the similar things that we have been seeing. But the big thing as of right now is that SSG just simply can't get anything going. They're able to get the kills onto FaZe, but in these clutch moments, FaZe time and time again come through.
Absolutely the case, and we've seen that happen 2 rounds in a row now, both with the close 1v2 play coming out from Souls on the first basement hold, and now that crazy action you see in the dying seconds of this first floor hold back over inside a bar as well. So they're going to go back to the basement, see if they can try their luck here once again. It was incredibly close. If they can just clean things up, and they are going to fall back onto the turtle setup too here, so this is going to be a bit of a safer play overall. If they can keep those players alive into the dying seconds of the round, there's a very good chance they can sneak out their first round on the map here through that type of play. Cyber, could have some good timing on this nade if it's able to go deep enough, but ADS more likely going to eat it up though. No, it actually does go for the full explosion. But thankfully, the player from SSG is far away from it by the time it explodes.
Well, a calm 30 seconds initially, but that's actually quite funny if you do think about it, because Astro is already in the building, and not only that, he's dropping down into bar. FaZe, once again, committed to the game plan, clearing out the map, starting to work onto this mid-floor here as SSG is giving it all up, not going for the roam this time around as they just simply lost too many bodies the last time. FaZe knew exactly how to counteract what the game plan was. FaZe will begin breaking up hatches as well as flooring around. Astro still has his breaching rounds as well, so could establish some pretty dastardly angles working in towards Armory if he so chooses. They also have Cameraman on floor as well, so he'll be able to get into those hard-to-reach places that SSG are trying to hold on to. And an operator that we don't usually get to see come through, Mira, being played inside of this round out towards the church wall here, just trying to watch things out towards the actual main stairs, as well as Rampy looking in towards blue. But this is where Cameraman can step up to the plate and do some serious damage.
Yeah, could potentially be some serious utility and aggressive capability coming out from SSG because of those mirror windows existing, but as you were mentioning, those drones working their way in will have a very easy capability to knock them out and remove that aggressive capability from SSG as well. For the time being, it is going to be an issue. That will mean FaZe is going to have to respect it to a certain extent here, be able to avoid getting instantly peaked when they try to put presence downstairs.
Very smart.
Charge work its way in. That'll get eaten up though, unfortunately, and Bosco's going to be able to continue to rain out shots from behind this mirror window as we don't see the Ash charge work its way through successfully.
I don't know what Bullet has left in that lifeline either. I don't know if it's his concussion or it's his impact, but they desperately need one of these to be able to break up this wall, because as of right now, Hot and Cold can be an absolute menace against this offensive side. They're trying to look in towards Church, and luckily enough, it's a singular impact that he has remaining. So be able to destroy that and start working in towards this yet again. Hot and Cold now committed out towards the hallway. There's no verticality coming in onto him inside of the main hall, so he'll be able to stand inside of this space for the time being. That Vector being so terrible to fight against inside of close quarters. We'll have to see what he's able to get away with.
30 seconds remain here now as well, and immediately as FaZe start to transition downstairs, they're going to fall to pieces here. No capability to work their way into the site whatsoever. No pressure at all on the setup for their utility clear, and with that, a very, very clean round. The cleanest we've seen yet so far in this map is going to come out from SSG as they finally get themselves on the board.
That strategy right there is almost made for competing against FaZe. It's super difficult for them to actually do what they're good at, which is push into the site, get those big frags, and really try and take their gunfights. You can't gunfight a Mira. You just can't. If you try and step up against that Black Mirror, you're more than likely going to lose your life, and that's why FaZe was so committed to trying clearing that, or at least getting it to where if somebody did peek off the mirror, they at least see them. That's the biggest thing there. But obviously, SSG had the answer to FaZe trying to commit into Church through Moto as well as the bottom of main. Very well done by them.
So SSG choosing to not play into either of the top floor sites just as of yet here. Either are finally going to start to transition over towards it as they work their way into a CCTV and cash hold after they tried out that bar hole in the second round. Didn't really work out too well. Unfortunately, FaZe ended up just barely getting the better of them, same with the initial basement hold, but they've already corrected for the basement hold. Now it's back to the good old default upstairs here inside of cash and CCTV. You can see the exercise of control working its way out, specifically with the evil eyes to allow for extra intel to work its way in. Over on Catwalk, SSG will try to waste a lot of time here, more than likely likely keep Rampy or another one of their extended players in that position for as long as possible, being supported by the ADSs that have been put down by Rampy. Aside from that, we got the usual rotations coming out over towards red, and more than likely you can expect 1 or 2 players to mess around at least a bit with an extension into construction for the opening minute or so as well, to try and waste away that time.
Is Hutton putting his electro claws on the rafters? I do believe so, since they do have the mutes here, and yes, he will. That's exactly what I wanted to see out of them. Because when it comes to FaZe, we see how committed they are to certain areas of the map, and Garage just so happens to be of the utmost importance when it comes to this site. Once you get Garage control, the B-bomb site is practically free, especially if you have some hard breach to blow that right-hand panel. You can just walk right up to the shelves and start your plant there. You do not have to walk into a line of sight of any defensive member. They have to try and commit utility either through the wall or try and chuck it out past the door or something like that. It's not nearly as easy to actually get you off of the plant. But as you can see, they're using one electro claw for the close panels, actually rather the far panels, but not the close panels over here towards the Harry Potter of Garage. So they're going to be able to at least find some semblance of security in that basement space here for Garage. We'll have to see if FaZe can possibly get something done with that now popped.
FaZe going to continue to try and weigh their options now that they are starting to get some access points open up. Stokes mentioned that was closed doors on Garage. They're not going to be too much of an issue as they'll be left open for the taking, but they'll still need to get someone committed to the inside and actually be able to take out the player currently mounting that position. We're able to knock out some of the utility that was defending the balcony wall as well, so that'll be taken down without too much of an issue as well here with only about a minute and 15 seconds going for the round. Faults, in the meanwhile here, we'll catch the early duel versus Astro and take him out of the play. Once again, giving that opening tip-off to SSG.
That was truly terrifying from Astro. I don't really know what the overall game plan was for that one, but it seemed like he assumed that he could possibly just hop in and catch some SSG members off guard, but they were ready for it this time around, especially Foltz as he was holding on to that window. FaZe as of now trying to recommit to a game plan. They have Cameraman working his way in from downstairs, something that more than likely SSG will not be prepared for. Nobody's watching these cameras is more than likely a kill for Cyber, and it will be. He's got Garage control now, and this is starting to look quite easy here for FaZe as they already knocked out 2 members of SSG off not only the rafters but the site. Bullets worked his way in. Souls is going to commit it to the plant now in the corner, and they've got the soft breach to be able to hold on to this as well. Ramping now down low. Can he stop it from going on? He can indeed. He'll at least be able to shut down one member as he commits back up Cash.
Ultimate, meanwhile, still trying to maintain his position in Cash, but unfortunately he's going to get outwitted by Bullet from the other side of his softball. Not enough intel going over to Bolts, and Bullet quickly cleans up Rampy as he catches his rotation up through red as well. A fast win from SSG on the basement hold, possibly an even quicker one coming out from the FaZe roster there as they run over the setup on the inside of Cash and get themselves their 3rd round in the half on the attacking side of Clubhouse as well.
Unfortunate for SSG on that one as they're able to get the initial pick, but past that, really nothing coming on to them. FaZe able to get away with a lot there, especially around that Garage space. I thought we'd see SSG more committed to holding on to that, but they were so unbelievably worried about what was going on around Breach that FaZe was just allowed to sneak into Garage and take the frag instead. Especially for Cyber of all people, he just simply crouch walks in, finds him on the 2nd rafter, and is able to commit or secure that frag. So for FaZe, it's going to be 3 rounds on the offense now with SSG only able to muster 1 so far.
So with FaZe inching closer and closer towards victory. Important to remember, folks, if you only just recently joined us, FaZe currently have the 1-0 advantage inside of this matchup. You can see that on either side of the Rainbow Six logo at the top of the UI there. SSG will need to try and win both of the remaining maps between this one and our 3rd decider as well if they'd like to come out on top of this and max out their points inside of the group. Meanwhile, for FaZe, they're looking to do the same, but they've already got an easy time here with 1 map in their pocket. Just need to claim this one, and so far on the warpath to do that as they lead 3-1 here. It is going to be the final site played out from SSG. They will once again make the full rotation of all 4 sites available on the map as they go over here towards gym and bedroom for their 2nd to last defense inside of this first half.
And sadly, we won't see Frost. Anytime we go here, I always hope that we see
TSM.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of people that commit to Frost on this site just because of all of the window play. It's so very annoying knowing that you have to hop a window and either get shot or lose your ankles. You know, it's like, it's hard to walk when you don't have ankles.
Not to mention, it's like a 90-degree flick you have to make when you hop on the window, so if you have like an immediate gunfight following that, you're probably going to lose it just on the mouse movement. Okay, I don't even know where that one came from.
He shot him right through the construction window, just bodied him.
He had to have been through that probably breach over there towards the closet, but either way, nice shot from SSG. It's immediately going to deck Bullet. He won't even get a chance to see the inside of the building, let alone fight for it.
I mean, technically speaking, he got baited by his teammate too, trying to break the window up top, and John's like, oh, I'll send shots, and just shoots him right in the head. But, I mean, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in Siege. Sometimes it's just wrong place, wrong time, and you end up losing your life. So Bullet will happen to fall to that inside of this one, but that doesn't mean that FaZe still can't fight back. We've seen them constantly, especially inside of Clubhouse here, win inside of the clutch. So being down a man is not going to be too scary for them.
It is important to know that it is the Zofia that goes down, though. We've already seen during the round as another very nice counter comes out, this time from Cyber. There's so many of just these bombardments with the frag grenades coming in from below. We saw at least one from SSG in the previous map, and now we get another one from FaZe right here. But anyway, to get back to the point I was making, one of the problems that we've seen FaZe run into is a lack of soft breach utility to be able to clear out what the defense is bringing to the table here, and losing the Zofia before she can use either of her charges is not going to be a recipe for success here. FaZe runs into that problem in the last minute and a half of the round.
You could say the same thing about SSG. Bosco's nowhere to be found. He's 0-5 right now, and not only that, inside of this round, he's playing Momai. That early pick does not bode well for him at all. His utility has dwindled already inside of this. He's not going to be able to put up nearly as many discs as he would if he was actually alive inside of this one. So unfortunate for SSG that they did end up losing that member, but they still have a lot of control over the bomb site in the current moment. Big issue right now is, does this nade land? Rampy's able to get the frag, and he moves past the other frag to keep his life. 50 HP still, so hold on to main, and this is looking like an SSG round.
SSG taking control of the player count yet again. No, catching a mid-reload. That's not the only kill they're going to find either. Cameraman with the crouch drop as he works his way in, catches hot and cold there, but unfortunately is not going to have really any considerable map control to play off of here. He's got Logi, but no one in their right mind from SSG is going to try to challenge him on the inside of here. He's got to try and work his way out at some point in the next 25 seconds, and no matter where he goes, you can see it. He's got a duel against someone from SSG waiting for him when he goes for the swing.
Trying to commit towards main stairs, but this should be pretty easy pickings here. That M590 in close range is never going to lose that fight. Sky's able to bag and tag him, and that's going to be SSG's second round, and they desperately needed that one.
Absolutely the case. Once again, falling behind on this defensive half, just like we saw Cafe Dostoevsky, to be fair. So, don't count SSG out as of yet, even if they end up with, say, a 4-2 half, and we see a rebound from FaZe in this final round. As you've already seen once, back on Cafe, SSG was nearly able to completely come back from a 1-5 deficit as well. So certainly a place to be made. We might see that happen once again here on Clubhouse for the second map also. This is a map that obviously SSG has a multitude of experience on over the years that they have been prominent on it, so certainly wouldn't put that past them to come back on the attacking side.
Yeah, most definitely. And here for FaZe, we're going to have a 6 pick for Astro and be moving away from the Ash and picking up the Ace instead, which we saw him manning quite often when it came to Cafe. No slouch at that AK-12, as it's a pretty scary sight when he starts to hit his mark. So we'll have to see what they can do with that here for round 6. SSG will go back downstairs, but we are not going to be seeing the roam strategy again. And I mean, why would you? When we saw that in the first round, FaZe just simply walked away with the bag. There really wasn't anything SSG could do about it.
I think SSG has learned that contesting FaZe in the open outright with a large majority of their team is probably not the play, especially if they give FaZe enough time to analyze the setup. The kind of lone wolf mentality that we're seeing out of a couple players like Rampy and Fultz every once in a while is definitely leading to a lot more early round success, and more importantly the early round picks that is allowing for SSG to control part of the player advantage towards the mid and late points of these rounds.
Most definitely here. We're going to have SSG going back to the old faithful, the strategy that got them their first round here inside of their defensive half that could possibly get them their third and tie things up against FaZe. Mira back in play for hot and cold, and the Black Mirrors back in the same spots that they were before. FaZe will be committing some early utility out towards dirt just to make SSG sweat a little bit, but more than likely no one even hearing that Selma charge go off. But as with any defensive round downstairs, it's always something that you have to worry about. Anyone charging up dirt could possibly take out your armory player, and that could lead to a pretty easy plant for FaZe.
See Bullet with a nice drone positioning here up on the rafters closer towards Blue. Is going to try to see if he can suss out the position of the player sitting down at the bottom of that, and has a second drone available also. Won't feel the courage to go directly for the drop just as of yet. We'll check back in with him in about another minute or so and see if maybe he's going to try to push down Blue stairs to contest against that, or might go for the oil drop as well if that drone continues to feed an intel that was sitting up on top. Rampy is going to get spotted by not just one, but 2 drones here, and he chooses to just ditch the position entirely because of the second one spotting him out. It's too risky. He has to assume that there's someone very close by, and he's correct to assume that, as you can see Astro just a couple seconds behind his descent from the stairs, and that will thankfully save his life to head down there.
FaZe with yet another successful clear of the map here, but as we all know, this is not the strategy for SSG. They do not want to fight FaZe early here. They want to fight around their utility that they have on site and force FaZe to clear them off of these mirrors. Cyber will start breaking up the hatch here inside of Stock with some extra info going out towards Oil Pit, so obviously they're going to be wanting to work this secret side. But what exactly is the commitment going to be? Well, we saw the Selma charge earlier on Dirt, so SSG more than likely going to be having a player inside of that space. They'll take Blue, try and shove someone towards Dirt and get an armory plant, more than likely around Dummy's box if they can get it done, but we'll have to see once it comes down to it.
So much utility being dumped in right now. Rampy's going to actually be forced out into the open for a few seconds here. Nearly gets caught in the transition back in, but importantly, he wasted at least one Selma in the process. Looking like he's still going to end up losing himself in the shield, but actually I think it is blown up right before it's able to go off there, so very well played by the members of SSG as they once again fend off that play. Nice utility usage of their own here. 50 seconds remaining as well as they're once again going to try to stun this out, but Rampy still has the window to play off of, and unfortunately no counter to come back in. No obfuscation on the Windows sights either, so Rampy can see all this pressure boiling its way out Blue right now, and is more than likely going to have no problem stopping it. As you said before, on the very same attack here, you cannot directly contest that mirror window. Almost every single time the player on the clear side of it is going to win that fight. In addition, they're going to win the Dirt fight too, as Bolts finds a pick there. Bosco now coming into shape as he fends off part of the Blue push. Rampy's more than ready to stop this play from Blue Stairs also, as we're going to see the push come in, and there we go. Bolts actually picks that one up very quickly against Cyber, leaving just Souls and Bullet in the clutch here.
Yeah, this is FaZe's kryptonite. There's no way that they win this. SSG just played their utility so strongly inside of this, especially for hot and cold. He had the answer to the Selma charge that they desperately needed. If that's the last Selma charge goes off, this is a completely different round. But that Nitro Cell removing that Selma charge and making it to where Rampy can just stay committed to that space around Dummy's box makes it to where this goes off flawlessly. You can still have your player inside of Dirt. No one's really sweating as to their position for SSG. So it's just very well done from them, and that's actually going to lead to a 3-3 half, which, I mean, if you really got into the nitty-gritty of all of these rounds, you would assume FaZe would be a lot farther ahead.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and I'd actually argue they're partially behind now as a result of the way that the half ended up playing out. I want to hold my breath on that statement for like a round or two of this first half here, or the second half rather, as we work our way into it, just because we don't know if FaZe is going to also struggle with their defense like they did back on Cafe Dostoevsky. Not really able to tell us yet if that was due to the prominence of SSG's own attacking strategy on Cafe, or if FaZe was just looking a little bit weak there like SSG was as well. So let's see how this first round or two goes, because FaZe could still very easily bounce back if they were able to bring a very solid defense to the table, as we saw in those last couple rounds from SSG.
We'll have to see exactly what they can do. The biggest thing right now is that what do they do without Goyo? A lot of teams are so used to having that operator in their lineup, and now FaZe are going to have to call an audible every single time that they go to a site where they would normally have him. Luckily enough, Bar is more than likely not one that you would have Goyo, just because of the way that you're forced to play it, especially with this top hold going on from FaZe. But when it comes to CCTV and things like the basement or, you know, gym bedroom, that's definitely a site where you're going to see Goyo just because of the access to those two shields. So unfortunate that FaZe will not have this, but that leads to straining them just a bit to see if they can possibly bleed on this defensive half.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. We got SSG spawning out right now, and they're going to bring a very familiar lineup to the table as well. Usual composition of soft and hard breach operators. And that's pretty much it in terms of what they're going to be bringing to the table here. It's all focused on the utility clear. No trying to track down any lone stragglers that might be a little bit aggressive here from FaZe or anything of that nature.
Utility, 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 utility.
I mean, look at it.
Developers. SSG is just very, very committed to the hard breach, and I honestly completely agree with this when it comes to Clubhouse. An overabundance of hard breach on this map is not something to shake your head at, because there's so many things that can go wrong, especially, I mean, when you have Maverick, whenever Maverick's up, you might as well play the operator. You have a torch that counters out all utility on the defense,
Frags.
A great gun, and frag grenades. So what else could you possibly want? What do you want from me is basically what Ubi's saying with this kit. Just play Mav and go have a good time. At least that's what's going on for Bosco. Hopefully he's having a better time now that he's on the offensive side, because the defensive score line was definitely not there for him.
Well, we're going to see SSG slowly start to creep their way forward to begin clearing out the extended play on the second floor. As you can see, there's quite a bit of resistance going to be deployed into that, specifically in the form of a reinforcement between the security as well as Cash wall here. Bullet will sit on the other side of that one. Bosco, I believe, has been able to spot him out with a drone that was lurking its way around red. That's assuming there was a rotation towards red, but there's a good possibility that could have been left reinforced. Yeah, Fultz actually doesn't have the clear picture as of yet in terms of where Bullet is hiding. It's because he's jumped up on that table, but of course, it's changed now with the drone going directly inside and sacrificing itself to be able to get that intel. That's going to also draw the ire of Cyber to be able to move over here and support Bullet in the event he gets pushed relatively quickly, which oftentimes was the case for SSG in the previous maps. They want to make sure they can trade that out if things go awry here.
There's a soft panel on the back end here for Bullet, so if SSG is able to time this correctly, then they should go off without a hitch, but oh, Cyber's got the ace in the hole. He's waiting for that rotation to be made. Nitro cell out. It won't hit its mark, though, as SSG, they're standing on their timer and just waiting for FaZe to make a mistake. Foltz is transitioned down low here, and he'll be able to pick up souls inside of stage, as it looks like SSG instead just want to go for the site.
A first kill being found here with less than a minute remaining is going to put a lot of pressure on SSG to keep that type of presence up throughout the rest of the round. And so far, oh, they were failing to do it until a second ago when both Bosco and Rampy both pick up kills here. Cyber still maintaining a position inside of Bar, and you can see Houghton with the case, ready to plant it, but he's got no support to be able to do that. Cameraman counters out the upstairs hold from Rampy. They do have sight control and should have the capability to plant, but they just want to go for this kill outright, it looks like, as they hold so many angles against him. Time is starting to get a little bit low, so in the name of caution, Hot and Cold will finally have the security to put that down out. They realize the position of Cameraman, and this is where this becomes nigh impossible for him to clutch it back out here. Looking for the planter, but not going to be able to find it. Hot and Cold is long gone, and so are most of the chances for Cameraman to clutch this out, unfortunately.
Yeah, truthfully, nothing he can do with this. This is more or less just FaZe trying to talk things out. Unless Cameraman can get some very serious picks, but SSG's positioning more than likely strong enough to be able to defend this, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Big round there for Bosco, is especially on the top of Cash Stairs, his timing was impeccable. FaZe thinking that they just simply vacated the area, but obviously not. Bosco just waiting with open arms for anyone to try and make a rotate towards the top of Cash Stairs. He catches FaZe off guard. SSG in the lead for the very first time in the series.
It does really seem like SSG has taken full control of this map, even coming off the previous half as well. Things have been looking very promising for them, and they are also able to just barely control the chaos here to be able to put themselves down into a 3v1 after the dust settles. Those great trades happening over Cash are a big proponent for how they were able to do that. You saw at least one member of FaZe getting a tad over aggressive, tries to go for the hop to the rotation towards Red, and unfortunately pays the price as he walks directly into a waiting member of SSG. That on top of a couple other pivotal kills is what let them into the site and let them line up that 1v3 to shut down the round. They take the lead to Stoke for the very first time inside of this matchup here, and they're going to look to try and leverage that to control their first map as well.
FaZe committed, though. They're going to immediately send things downstairs, as they do not want to allow SSG to get too far ahead here and possibly take Clubhouse. FaZe is looking for this 2-0 as they'll start their setup around this space. Pretty straightforward when it comes down to it, but we won't see the mirror come out on their side. Instead, we'll be seeing a lot more denial utility, as well as just utility to try and slow down SSG for once they actually commit to the site with these Banshees.
10 seconds left.
Going to see them commit themselves more than likely towards your typical setup when it comes to the hold downstairs. I did catch one or two players roaming around on the second floor, so it might be an opportunity for them to try and commit towards a more extended play. And indeed, it's looking like Cameraman is going to be in that position. Popping down a couple of the mute jammers as well, so there will be a little bit of an extended roam coming out from FaZe. To what degree, though, we have to wait and see here. Because once again, still plenty of time for this team to play around with their timer, as well as trying to waste it away from SSG, as they are just now starting to approach the building for the clear themselves.
Oh? I was very scared that Bullet got that audio cue on that rappel, because, I mean, that's just some cracked player things when they hear an audio cue and they just start shooting through random walls and stuff like that. I would not put it past FaZe to do that in the slightest. I mean, honestly, if I heard the rappel, I probably would have just sent shots at the door and be like, I mean, maybe I hit him, you know what I mean? Like, why not? But either way, FaZe not going to do so. SSG working for this info early on here through the drone game. Bosco will be coming in through Strip. Foltz already establishing control over Garage, and SSG with a strong clear inside of the first minute, almost guaranteeing that the site is, or rather the rest of the map is clear minus the site. Rampy now with top control, looking deep into site as well, actually, as there's a hole downstairs inside of Kitchen. The FaZe member staring back at him, hot and cold. Also with a secondary hard breach here on Capitao, and the para of all things. Usually see the LMG on him nowadays, but always gotta love some AR whenever you get to see it on Capitao. Arguably one of the best sounding rifles, at least in my opinion, as well in the game.
They're the loudest for sure. As we're going to see SSG continue to pop open everything they possibly can in terms of top-down clearance here to give them full visual access to the basement. Hopefully get lucky and catch 1 or 2 members of FaZe, but so far unsuccessful in that remark. It is still a full 5v5, not a single point of damage going on to any player. And we're just over halfway through the round. Okay, never mind. Now Rampy going to be the first to take a little bit of damage from himself, as he will go down to just a sliver of extra HP he has because he's on Sledge. He's going to be lost here, so he's going to be put in a very similar position to a lot of his teammates.
Oh, with the last minute remaining, obviously SSG have got to get in towards the actual side. A lot of this has been clearing the map as well as trying to get these angles established so that they can try and slow down FaZe on their rotations around this space. Speaking of rotations, Cyber's forced off of Blue, now over towards the actual hallway for Oil Pit. He'll walk back in on the timing, but only takes a little bit of damage. Now the concussion's coming through. Souls with a big pick onto Rampy as well. And Rampy been such a positive player when it comes to the entry capabilities today, but inside of this map, Foltz especially stepping up to the plate. Hot and Cold gets dusted. Bosco now gone. Foltz has to do something here from this blue position.
SSG getting tripped up, I think, by those hot pings and hesitating, trying to wait for an opportunity where one of them might have swung and they would have been able to get a kill instead of trying to be proactive like this and wait for the counter swings to come in. However, I say that Foltz and Skies with 2 big finds here. Souls quickly puts down any clutch attempt though. Skies now going to be left alone here in a 1v3, and Souls once again getting a multi-kill here at the end of the round to shut it down for his squad as they pick up a nice response, and once again we're going to be tied, I believe, at 4-4.
A little quad with the SMG-11, you know, no big deal. Insane stuff coming out there from Souls. Is the guy is the top frag right now for FaZe, and he's also their hard support. So, you know, we were talking earlier in our last game about Secretly and Na'Vi and how, you know, it's pretty bad when your hard support's the top of the game, but when you're tied at 4-4 and Souls is hitting shots like that, it's a little bit of a different story.
Absolutely the case here, but either way, it works out into FaZe's favor because they are able to come out on top of that round with a great response going into their favor. That will send them immediately up to the second floor hold, I do believe, is where we're going to go for them next. And we can see the stats in front of us too here. Souls indeed dominating the state of play at this point at 10-6, with some other teammates a little bit closer behind there. So let's get into it. It's going to be a CCTV and Casual coming up next for this team. Trying to mess around with the bar play, far too open it seems, and abusable by SSG and their slow, methodical clear, especially heavy drone emphasis coming in for them. FaZe just could not maintain strong enough positions to be able to play into that, so going to go to one where they can lock themselves together a lot more tightly and hopefully be able to trade some of that action out if SSG puts the pressure in a similar position.
Yeah, it feels like it's Souls versus Foltz for lightweight, you know, champion of the world in the current moment. Both of them.
We had that last game too. It was like Cyber versus Hot on map 1.
Yeah, right. It just seems like we're just constantly competing for belts between
step up this game, boys.
There just so happens to be 4 other people standing besides them on both teams. I really don't know how these guys got here, but you know, I guess you need 5 people to play Rainbow Six, right? So either way, though, tied things up now for FaZe, so they'll be able to take a breath of fresh air here for at least a moment before hopping back into the fray. SSG once again let out of the gates as they'll be attacking CCTV here for the very first time.
Quick breaching charge, so there's not going to be any reinforcements on the garage panels, interestingly enough. FaZe is going to allow that to be open for the taking here, as SSG will be able to flood in towards it relatively quickly here. Gonna drone it out, obviously, as they don't want to just waltz right in and potentially walk into the setup from Souls specifically, but regardless, plenty of time to play into, and SSG already checking off that one check mark there by opening up the garage panels with relative ease. And now, unfortunately, going to have to, if they do it with the Maverick, at least going to take some extra time to open up the balcony wall just because it's been Swiss cheesed a bit. So more than likely going to have Skies or another hard breacher, Hot and Cold's the other one, potentially do that.
Yeah, always an aggravating thing to try and torch just because of the depth inside of the wall there, trying to get that torch to make sure it breaks things up. But as you were saying, it's a lot easier to simply just toss things out towards the wall and actually, well, I don't know exactly what's happening here. I believe they got the mute jammer, but yeah, there we go. They'll get it the second time around there. As they'll finally be able to clean up that mute jammer, but it just took a second from them. But as I was saying before, just simply torch the area where the mute jammer is, get rid of it, and then just have the thermite blow the wall instead. It's a lot cleaner way of doing that. And I mean, just look at the size of the breach. That's a big thing about thermite, is he makes some massive holes when he is able to blow those up.
Selma lands a little bit short, I think, where they wanted it to land and open up a hole over towards garage. Oh, yeah, it's been mute jammed out also. So,
well,
swing and a miss there from Hot and Cold, but it's all good. He still has 2 more, so we can correct that at some later point. Plus, they also know it's jam notes. too, so they should be able to fix that issue fairly quickly once they're able to get control for themselves. But that's the big issue right now, is they don't have a whole lot of presence on the inside of Garage to fend off Souls here, who's going to be able to continue maintaining this, and that opening, if they were able to make it, is a bit of a two-way window for him to play into as well, so they probably want to be a little bit cautious about opening that, at least in terms of the timing of when they might choose to do that.
Yeah, SSG already ended up clearing the mute jammer, so now they just have to toss the Selma on whenever they need to. I don't really know what the commitment there was from Souls, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. It's his decision, John, not ours. He chooses to go off the top rope and try and take a gunfight against two people, not us. We're paid to talk, he's paid to play. So Skies will obviously get free control over this space with that Selma charge down. This is going to make it super easy for Skies to walk in and get this plant that we were talking about before with CCTV. So I don't really know how this is going to go. FaZe has a lot of utility still to fend off SSG in the moment. Skies is going to commit to the plant, but he's going to die. I'm going to assume that Skies had a visual bug there and started taking some damage. That tends to happen sometimes with the smoke canisters, but that's more than likely the round here for SSG. Bolts has to commit up the stairwell, but now so many FaZe members falling. Somebody has got to get a hold of this case, though, as they're bearing down on the FaZe members. Bolt's the last one alive, and the damage, comes through. It's 0-0 now inside of the 1 versus 2. Rampy's been down. Hot and Cold still committed to the plant. Bolt will be able to at least clean up, not even the body. Finally, he'll be able to get it, but he's traded out by Bosco. What in the hell was that round? I don't really know what happened there, but hey, it is what it is.
That's one of the sloppiest rounds I have seen.
Somebody get the janitor, man.
Both teams, man. It's just like so many whiffs going on there. We'll move on from that relatively quickly. Just highlight the things we did see. Souls thinking it's like a WWE match, jumping off the top of the ropes. We had like either a visual bug or just a general misstep from Skies on the plant. Hot and Cold nearly making the same mistake. He was actually got very lucky on the timing that the smoke faded away, because that might have ended the round right there. I think that's what FaZe was counting on, but their timing was just a teeny bit off to allow that to happen. And thankfully, Hot and Cold with a quick reaction got him back on the plant before it actually hit zero timer as well. Then we see like he can't even kill the body on the ground. Like, what was going on, man? Anyway, wipe that round from our memory. Let's move on as we're heading into round 10 here, and SSG is once again in control.
Yeah, I'm going to need Will Smith for this one. Somebody's going to flash me really quickly. I need to just erase round 9 from my memory, because, I mean, I was trying to stifle my laugh while you were talking as well, because I was just sitting there like, wow, Skies is really the most committed member of this team. Like, just literally dying as he's planning this thing. And he's like, this is fine. Room's on fire. This is fine. It's A-okay. But at least SSG is able to get away with the round in a certain capacity. But as you said, probably the messiest round you and I have casted today, and we honestly watched Navi get 3 rounds total. So
at least Navi just bowed down.
Yeah, they just let it happen.
They try to fight back in those situations.
I still cannot believe that Souls just sent it off the top of the rafters.
That's the one that's throwing me around. I was like, why? Either way, though, I think I was just trying to make an unpredictable play, or maybe he thought once again pressure was going to be coming in from the other direction. Maybe he thought again presence might have been coming in from the breach, but didn't realize they were coming from below him. So maybe he thought there was an off chance he was going to be safe. I don't know. There's like 4 different scenarios.
Man, I'm already
could have potentially done that. But
I'm already jet lagged, and now they're making my head hurt.
like I said, I know we said we're going to move on. I know we're another minute into the round here.
Wow.
All good.
But wow.
Now we'll move on.
Either way.
Talk about what we're seeing here.
Round 10 now. Let's move on from this. We're done. We're done. Bosco is going to be moving over towards Jacuzzi. Should be torching this wall up very soon. The rest of SSG will be handling the plat side of things. They'll actually be able to get this wall pretty convincingly. I don't even think that there was a mute jammer on that, so pretty straightforward for them. Also, FaZe playing a pretty interesting setup around the bathroom space. We usually see one of those panels actually open to make it a little bit easier to play out for the balcony and actually have some aggressive options to try and fend off the offense. But obviously with that panel there, it's going to make it a little bit safer to play inside of the site, but could also lead to SSG having some safe haven to work in towards Armory. Big pickup here for SSG as well, as we'll take down Cyber.
See once again here. Initial pick has already been found from SSG, so they are under no pressure whatsoever to continue to force the issue in terms of this attack here. They want to wait this one out. Now, FaZe will very much not have a choice. They have to do very much the same thing for themselves, but despite that, Cameraman trying to swing into this push and ultimately falling victim to a frag grenade that lurks its way in just as it's about to explode over towards Logi there. So a second player down from FaZe as well, because they keep trying to aggressively contest against that, giving themselves away. Obviously, again, they have to do something to fend off the push that's coming in through the breach, but no support on that Fen. So once again, another easy kill picked up from SSG, and so far leading the charge here to 5v3.
I'm really surprised that Souls is still alive with the amount of utility that's been committed towards him inside of the bathroom. Plenty of frag grenades as well as a Selma going down to establish an angle through that space now. And well, Souls now going to lose his life as he tries to swing out towards main stairs, trying to catch SSG off guard with something, but it seems like SSG is ready for FaZe's aggression this time around. It's a flawless round from them thus far. Bosco, the only member that's taken any damage.
FaZe really starting to kind of lose their luster when it comes to the capability of fighting between. It seems like SSG may have finally gotten FaZe's numbers. These last few rounds have gone handily into their favor here and starting to take some serious control here. Bullet, the only one remaining. Shouldn't be much stopping the SSG members from going for a plant, okay, except for that. This Bullet's just going to get a freebie, dropping right down in front of him. Just a gift from the heavens. Skies will now go for what should be a clean plant. Like I said before, not really much Bullet can do even with the angle he currently holds, and not even really going to be able to traverse the stairs from the looks of things either. A two-player hold here. Even if he gets the first one, the second one up on top is going to be waiting for him. So this is a tough ask indeed for Bullet in a 1v4.
Yeah, there's really not a road that he's going to take that leads him to victory here unless he can get every single isolated 1v1. But you can already see SSG stacking things around main stairs here as well. And there's going to be an awkward fight here for Bullet. Bosco's going to get info off of the barbed wire up the staircase as well. And with very minimal time remaining, you can see Bullet not too committed to the cause inside of this moment. And that's the beauty of Prone inside of Siege, folks. Abuse that thing as much as possible. You will catch people off guard time and time again. You're basically a human welcome mat. That's really what it is. And with that being said, an SSG up 2 rounds, FaZe is going to take a timeout. And I believe Rampy said, "Oh my god, I am so good." I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said. So SSG...
I feel like that was in the song almost.
Was it?
I don't know.
Was it? I mean, it might have been. Either way,
it sounded like it had like an echo on it. Or
I think that we're actually getting them piped into the feed as well. I
think you're right. Yeah, I just couldn't tell which one that was coming from. But either way, SSG have good reason to be hyped up right now, as they, like I said before, really have started to take control of this map specifically here. FaZe really losing all of what they were bringing to the table before, as every single opening kill seems to be going the way of SSG, and they're not having too much of an issue following that through into a closeout. Even with the kind of sloppy nature of what we had 2 rounds back, it was still, for the most part, in the control of SSG during all of it there, despite FaZe's attempts to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, for me, I mean, SSG is making me pretty happy to cast a best of 3 and go the full breadth of this, even though it is late and you and I are both jet lagged. I'm a little tired, but I'm excited to do this, man. This is what I wanted to see out of SSG on the first map. That's what I thought we were going to get on Cafe, but obviously not the case. It had to happen on Clubhouse instead.
So, tactical pause should be expiring any moment here as FaZe are continuing to talk through what is going wrong. You can see their coach giving plenty of input. He's going to use the full breadth of that time to be able to do it, but time has now expired, so his mic more than likely going to be muted in a second or two here, and we will head, yeah, there you go, we'll head back into the game to see if FaZe can rebound. A second attempt at overtime, but this time it's FaZe chasing it, no longer SSG. If not, both teams will take their respective map picks, and we will go to the final one to see where exactly this series will end up in the hands of.
We are headed back downstairs for FaZe, as we're not going to see too much of a change up in strategy. Cyber back onto the Vigil for this one. Don't see FaZe getting away with too much if they do try to commit to something like a roam. We'll have to see exactly what they want to do, but obviously, as we talked about previously, and most of you know, this is the bread and butter strategy of SSG, and when you make the strategy, you should more than likely know how to counter the strategy. So we'll see if that holds true, or if SSG will be taken by their own creation here inside of this one.
It's a little bit bold for FaZe to be going for this, considering the kind of early control that SSG's been able to leverage over some of these early movements from FaZe. Going to need to make sure, once again, that a solid network is set up to trade in the event that, once again, FaZe try to take an opening duel and they get run over, because to some extent that is happening now, as we saw in the last round there. SSG having no trouble clearing out some of the early extended presence and leaving the site very, very vulnerable only about a minute or two into the round, making it a very leisurely final minute for the SSG crew to take control of themselves here. We'll see what exactly SSG is going to lean their initial push towards here now, as well as obviously they're out on the board and look like they're going to put some initial pressure over here, over towards security side.
Well, the good news at the end of the day is that oxygen is not alone for North America. That's the big thing. I think a lot of us were sweating when it came to Cafe and just going, I mean, SSG, you guys got to do something. It's been a couple years since something happened at LAN. We need you to actually come back to life here. And finally, we're getting something. They're looking to take a map off of our recent major champions and the likes of FaZe start beginning to break up this top floor. Skies will deal with the panels over on Jacuzzi, whereas we don't have too much of a presence from SSG over towards the east side just yet. Or actually we do, just could not see it in the initial camera.
We're going to see a bit of a slow clear going on here. Fultz as well, having to take a moment to be able to take the goo mine out. It seems Astro got the intel from that and is able to lean in just when he's trying to take the pin out of his leg, picking up that opening kill. Some damage, as you guys probably caught, there was traded